Someone once said that there is no such thing as a beautiful or gentle death. Our main character also met a painful death when he was run over by a car. At that time, Hi Guy was driving a motorbike on the road. The accident was too strong, the car broke apart, and Hi Guy was seriously injured. The car rolled over and Hi Guy was thrown onto the road. The souvenir necklace his father left behind also flew out of Hi Guy's body. With the intensity of the car crash like that, death for Hi Guy only happened in a split second. Hi Guy fell down, face down on the road. Hi Guy lost a lot of color, he could barely move. Hi Guy tried to press his hand on the floor, trying to move. Hey Guy doesn't want to accept, am I going to die like this? Close to death, Hi Guy narrates his life. Is my life normal? No, not normal at all. I followed someone else to university in a rural area. I have been preparing for the 9-level civil service exam for 7 years. I am currently 3 years old, and working as an express delivery worker, sadly. My mother had nothing she wouldn't do to take care of me, from selling insurance, taking care of the sick, helping in restaurants and flower shops. After my father passed away, from the time I graduated from high school until I entered university, my mother alone took care of everything. All my father left her were just debts. Last year, my mother also passed away from cancer. Hi Guy is extremely depressed, disappointed in himself. If I die like this and then go see my mother, I wonder if she will be proud of me. After all, this ugly child is everything to her. In front of Hi Guy, something was flashing. He vaguely recognized it. Perhaps it was something familiar to him. That's the souvenir his father left him, he exclaimed. That is. Hi Guy tried to drag his painful body closer to his father's relics, which were his father's relics. Hi Guy tried his best to lift himself up and crawl. He told himself, even though he had nothing in his life, there was only this thing. Hi Guy was close to his father's relics. With the last of his strength, the guy successfully grabbed the necklace. Suddenly, the red stone in the necklace flashed strongly. Hi Guy didn't know about this. He collapsed and the necklace glowed even brighter. There was a great impact that caused the young man to reincarnate in the Middle Ages into the body of a certain young master who was unconscious in a hospital bed. Hi Guy is slowly waking up, then, he suddenly opened his eyes. Hey Guy looked at his body and was surprised. Why am I still alive? I clearly remember that I died. Hi Guy didn't believe it, so he flicked his forehead to check if he was dreaming. In his mind, memories appeared in his body about the young master of this house and he asked himself, am I a Hi Guy? His parents in this era were extremely happy to see him awake. Hi Guy's mother happily informed her husband, the general, that Hi Guy had woken up. His father eagerly asked, Hi Guy, how are you feeling now? Hi Guy was stunned for a moment, then he answered his father, only his head was a bit throbbing, the rest was okay. His father told him what happened to him. He had been unconscious for 4 days, but luckily he was okay. Unconscious for 4 days, at this time the guy's stomach growled because he was hungry. His mother observantly realized that he was probably hungry. If his vitality had recovered, he should give him something to eat, right? Hi Guy's father's attitude was silent and did not respond, quite confusing. Hi Guy's mother asked another question, General, is there still any news from the gang side? Hearing this name, Hi Guy can also determine who the gang leader is. If it is the gang lord, then in the memory of this body, the gang lord is the person who has the monopoly on salt and iron in MANHUA. If you want to forge knives and swords in the MANHUA iron processing district, you have to buy iron from the boss's place. Hi Guy's father sighed sadly in response to his wife's words. There are not just 1 or 2 people who want to meet Mr. Bang, there are long lines of people waiting to see him. We can only wait, just on luck. Hi Guy's mother continued to ask, what about the Hoan He Kien Mon side? Hi Guy searched for memories of the Hoan He Kien Mon. Goa Se Myung is the master of the Hoan He sword sect. Because of him, the iron workshop has fallen into an urgent situation. He announced that he would help meet the boss for a price of 2,000 taels, but after when he received the money, he disappeared. Hi Guy's father is about to go out. He sent a message to his mother, please take care of Hi Guy, I'll go out for a while and then come back. Hi Guy's mother is worried, sir, be careful. The mansion where Hi Guy lives looks so wild and poor. Hi Guy looked around and was dumbfounded. When he woke up he saw that there was really nothing in this place. The memory that keeps appearing in my head is the memory of Hi Guy's body. Du Sua, Hi Guy's father worked as a blacksmith in the iron processing district. My mother is a gentle and loving person. Her name is Koen Gyang. The foolish boss that Hi Guy always admires is a hero. Next is the sick sister named Nan. And finally it was me, Hi Guy, who memorized the entire Analects and Tien Tu Van in just 3 months. I now have a huge amount of knowledge in my head, sometimes not. This knowledge is not High Guy's knowledge. That is absolutely not knowledge that a normal person can have, but most suspicious of all is the line Shema engraved in this body's memory. Every time that line appears in my mind, I don't understand why an uncontrollable anger appears in this body. Everything was so chaotic, it was like moving to another dimension. High Guy looked at his limbs and wondered, I still clearly remember the pain before I died. It was so hard to accept this death. High Guy scratching his head, so annoyed, what is this, what can I do, how can this happen? Hey Guy got mad and struggled, why am I being brought back to life here? From irritation to fear, as a star king, a general, a judge or a physician, I have nothing but 7 years of experience studying for civil service exams and part-time work experience. High Guy outlined dozens of identities about this body, so could it be that he became a martial arts expert, suddenly had a cunning opportunity and became the top martial arts expert? Looking at his stupid brother Du Hui practicing martial arts, High Guy was bored, oh my god, if it was martial arts, he would be better than me. High Guy attentively looked at Du Hui practicing martial arts. He looked at his movements and evaluated them, but what was he doing that looked so clumsy? High Guy commented, it seems like an elementary school student who just practiced swordplay is better than this kid. As soon as he saw High Guy, Du Hui asked, are you okay? High Guy replied with a face like he had lost a lot of rice, brother, I can still walk here and there, where did you learn that martial art from? Mentioning martial arts, Du Hui excitedly replied, is this what you mean? I learned it from Gang Sam, a friend of mine, when I bought him wine, he was originally a martial artist. Knowing the answer, High Guy was also bored, of course, even if he learned his techniques, it would be useless. High Guy suggested to Du Hui, don't learn martial arts from martial arts officials, why don't you learn martial arts from people in that gang? Naturally, Du Hui got angry and replied grumpily, are you kidding? You also know that to learn martial arts I went to many places, but I never met anyone in the world. High Guy said he didn't know, so that's it, sorry brother, I also suspected it, so he ran away from home to learn martial arts. Next, High Guy wondered again, so it must be much more difficult to learn martial arts from people of the 9 great sects. High Guy sighed, didn't expect my brother to be that stupid, and High Guy whispered in his head, I don't want to hear these words from an idiot. High Guy, but he also said it clearly, listen carefully, they are legendary characters. Ordinary people like us cannot meet them, even if they are members of the royal family, they would not dare to dream of learning martial arts from them. High Guy is just worried about Uncle Ho, if this idiot doesn't give up that cat scratch martial art, he will definitely suffer. Du Hui slightly misunderstood what I meant, High Guy, hey, are you thinking about learning martial arts right now, let me teach you. High Guy refused, waved goodbye, I'm going now, practice martial arts well. As I walked, High Guy was bored, in swordplay novels, everywhere I have the opportunity to meet martial arts masters and be accepted as disciples, oh my god, it's all lies. Raising his eyes to the high blue sky, High Guy also told himself, although quite confused, but he made up his mind, no matter what, he had to live, hoping that this life would be easier, no matter how much he lived, still better than being dead. I thought, High Guy cheered up, from today I will be High Guy. His face was full of energy, just living with this identity. The scenery in the Central Highlands is extremely harmonious and beautiful. It's been 2 months since I came to the Central Highlands. The work here is simple. In the morning, I go chopping wood with my brother. In the afternoon, I work to make coal and sometimes clean the room. Next, welcome guests to the room. Fortunately, my father found silver and solved the problem of eating and drinking. I don't know where that thing came from. Lunch has come to High Guy's family. His wife was bewildered and couldn't believe it when she found out the origin of the money. Why, what did you just say? Mr. Du's son told the truth. I said I had just borrowed 60 taels of silver from Gongfather. High Guy's mother was extremely surprised, somewhat angry, so the money we used came from Koang Cha. Mrs. Cohen Gang scolded Mr. Du's son, we don't have money to pay it back. Why did you borrow that money? Mr. Du's son explained, we have to buy iron ore and need living expenses, don't complain anymore. She couldn't keep calm, she kept screaming, don't do anything, I heard rumors that if you pay 1 month overdue, your arms and legs will be cut off, what should we do? Mr. Du's son felt a headache but he had no other choice, he angrily shouted back, so are we all going to starve now and go hand in hand to the underworld? We also have to use money to buy food. Hearing these words, High Guy's mother was heartbroken but could no longer refute it. Mr. Du's son encouraged his wife, I will know and discuss it with Gong Cha, so don't worry about this anymore, quickly, let's eat. Hearing the argument between his parents, Hi Guy felt sad. Oh God, he was at a dead end. Hi Guy's family's house is so gloomy that spider webs are spread all over the path. The meal also takes place in a dull and difficult atmosphere. While eating, Hi Guy felt that the rice was no longer delicious. This atmosphere was also really bad. Hi Guy's family's bathroom looks really dirty, the walls are moldy. The smell rose up to the dining table area and Hi Guy noticed this. He felt a bit uncomfortable. This smell. Hi Guy, low mood and debt are also problems, but the bad smell here is probably a bigger problem for me. The toilet in this house is also too messy. Hi Guy couldn't swallow anymore. He put his chopsticks on the table. But my father didn't care. He ate the meal well. It's been a long time since I've had a full meal like this. He kept slurping, even belching because he was full. After eating, Mr. Do-sun relaxed and flossed his teeth. And Hi Guy looks bored. Oh my God, my father is my father. The little girl happily showed off to her mother that she had just washed her hair after more than a month. Mrs. Cohen Gang was also very happy. Our little girl looked so fresh. That scene, that hair that had only been washed in a month, made Hi Guy completely shocked. This is something worthy of praise. It's really unsuitable. Hi Guy is depressed and doesn't know what to do. After a long struggle of thoughts, he stood up and made up his mind. No, this family must change. Hi Guy did it for real. He expressed to his father, "Father, can you find some bristles somewhere?" He was bewildered. Is that bristles? He remembered and told him, "There are a lot of wild boars. Do you want them? I'll bring them back. They're free." Hi Guy smiled and thanked me. "Yes, thank you, father." The sun was already over the roof. Mr. Sun brought back a bundle of wild boar's hair for Hi Guy. Hi Guy, looking at those bristles, I was a bit surprised. I was just planning to make a toothbrush for my family. I looked at that pile of fur and came up with an idea, but now I have too much free time. Then, Hi Guy started making a toothbrush that doesn't require any fancy techniques. Suddenly, Hi Guy has completed a toothbrush. He was excited with his results, having completed one. The little girl looked out and was curious. "What are you doing?" Hi Guy doesn't explain. "The wind is very cold, please go into the room quickly." The girl who was expelled from the exam seemed unhappy. She made a pouty face. Then, Dune angrily turned around and walked back to the room, while Hi Guy watched and just smiled lightly. This girl. After leaving, the guy returned to his work. Let's continue working. The sky has turned pink in the afternoon. Hi Guy has made many toothbrushes. Mr. Do-sun saw the pile of brushes and was surprised and asked, "What is this?" Hi Guy happily guided me. "How to use it like this. Dad should also follow me." Mr. Do-sun doesn't understand, so he just does it like this. "Is it like this?" Suddenly his face froze. A stream of cool water, a stream of fresh scent seemed to flow through his body, making him exclaim, "What a refreshing feeling this is." Hi Guy happily explained to his father, "It's called a toothbrush. I invented it." Mr. Do-sun immediately realized, "Wait a minute." He expressed, "This will probably sell a lot." Hi Guy also supports it. "Looking at your reaction, I'm sure it will be a huge success." Said done, Mr. Do-sun and Hi Guy brought the brush to sell. "Now let's take it to the market to sell." "Father, okay, let's go, son." Just like that, the father and son duo excitedly brought their products to the market. They sell clothes so expensively, customers keep calling loudly, "Give me one, take me two." Very quickly all the toothbrushes were sold out. Father and son celebrated. It was great. Mr. Do-sun couldn't believe it. 20 toothbrushes were sold out in just 2 hours. He had money in his hand. Hi Guy was also happy. "We only sold that much and we already earned 500 dong. This is a lot in exchange, so it's equal to 5 taels of silver." Mr. Do-sun's heart was happier than Tet. In 2 seasons, he earned 5 taels of silver. So, Mr. Do-sun wants to make more. "Son, the raw materials for making toothbrushes are hair, wood and grass, right? Now let's go buy the ingredients immediately and make more." Hi Guy agrees. "Dad, if our whole family mobilized to do this, we could make 3,000 in a month." Hi Guy points out a bright future. "If we raise the price a little and sell all 3,000 units, minus the cost of raw materials, our profit will be 80 taels. Even if we pay off the debt, there will still be leftovers." Mr. Do-sun was full of hope. "Great, let's all go get rich together." So wild boar hair, wood and grass, Hi Guy and I bought a large quantity of those things. When my mother and everyone in the family heard this news, they were extremely happy. So the whole family worked until night making toothbrushes. The goal is to make 3,000. 15 days later at the previous day's market. The father and son brought the toothbrush to the market to sell, but they were not happy at all. Mr. Du's son was surprised. What is the meaning of this? Someone else makes a very beautiful toothbrush, they are selling it, look at this beautiful toothbrush and then go, my dear, this is an extremely valuable thing to give to your wife and daughter. That seller is extremely crowded, here is a toothbrush, using it with rice water will significantly reduce bad breath. Customers rushed in, give me 10 toothbrushes, give me 3 go. Not only stopping at pink toothbrushes, the seller also launched other products, here there are also ones for children, everyone is invited to come and see. The salesperson seemed to understand customer psychology very well. This is a toothbrush fixed with an iron core that our store personally developed, it is 3 times more durable than others and is extremely good to use. Hi Guy froze, he didn't dare believe what was happening before his eyes. He hugged his face and sobbed, oh intellectual property rights, I forgot that in this era there are no intellectual property rights. Uncle Son's face darkened and asked his son, son, what should we do now? Hi Guy asks you, father, I want to ask this, there are only 15 days left to pay Gong Cha, right? If it's overdue, will my hands and feet really be cut off? Mr. Du's son was sweating, that's right, what should I do? In the middle of the bustling crowd of people in the market street, Hi Guy and his son sadly stood there with a defeated look, the time to repay the debt was only 15 days. Hi Guy's family is now engulfed in gloom and lamentations, what should we do now? Hi Guy racking his brain to think of a way, in the novels I've read, everything the main character does progresses quickly. I came up with an idea, maybe to create electricity, but I don't know how about making a steam engine, but Hi Guy dismissed that idea, if there's no railway, what's the point of doing that? Then another idea came up, is it possible to make a gun, but I've only practiced shooting it and don't know its structure. Hi Guy hanging out in the dull afternoon sky. Don came out from the house and was angry with Hi Guy, brother, how's the water problem? Hi Guy replied grumpily, don't wash your hair anymore. Don't blame me, really, you said the same thing yesterday. Hi Guy said something like that, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, wash your hair, he got angry and shouted, what, can you hear me when you say that? Hi Guy said a few sentences lightly, if you think it's too dirty then get out of here, you can wash it in the river, we have 2 places in town. The 2 brothers were arguing when the foolish brother came out, this morning is so refreshing, did you and I sleep well? The hero's familiar stick was waved, he started again with his useless martial arts exercises. Looking at Du Hui's mood, Hi Guy is depressed, he's so carefree and thoughtless, our house looks like it's ruined, shouldn't we pretend to be a little worried? Duan couldn't help but go to Du Hui, brother. Ah, she whispered to her uncle, her second brother was very strange today, he was confused, what? Duan told Du Hui that after collecting the ingredients for the toothbrush last time, he correctly guessed the quantity that would be completed with that amount of ingredients. I'm surprised about Hi Guy, it's the first time I've seen someone who can calculate that fast, I agree, I'm also a bit surprised about that. Du Hui couldn't help but praise Hi Guy, he usually only reads books but now he's also proficient in calculations, just like a mathematician. Hi Guy laughed in his heart, for modern people it's a difficult task, there is nothing magical about calculating by multiplication. Suddenly from these sentences, Hi Guy seems to have a new idea, wait a minute, the people here don't seem to know the 9 chapters. He thought, in this era, calculating math rules seems to be a kind of technique, but Duan was still engrossed in whispering to Du Hui. Moreover, he suddenly improved in his speaking, always using difficult to understand words. Du Hui also agreed, that's right, lately he also sometimes doesn't understand this kid's words. Hearing my brother and sister praise me, Hi Guy felt very excited, of course, I live in the modern world so my vocabulary must be different, I have memories of my previous life. I have been studying and synthesizing knowledge from primary school to regular university for 20 years, I have lived in an era of information technology where information can be collected through television and smartphones used every day. Just by watching TV dramas, novels, and shows, you can clearly experience human psychology and characteristics. Hi Guy thinks about it, all of these things are the reason why he feels his way of speaking has improved. Hi Guy started to flatter himself, if you compare yourself with people in this era, am I a genius? No, it's not that simple, it's crazy. Suddenly, Hi Guy pushed Du Hui and Duan away, he took the bamboo stick and sat down on the ground, both of them should move away a bit, Duan don't understand what's going on. What's wrong with you? Hi Guy started drawing lines on the ground, as he wrote, he thought that the core here is not technology or any object. He seemed to find the truth with the 7 words he wrote on the ground, ideology, religion, culture, politics, philosophy, art, technology, Hai Guy realized, that is all knowledge I have learned in modern times. Duan looked at the words and asked Du Hui in confusion, what did he write? Du Hui was also clueless, it was the first time he saw words like that. After finishing writing, Hai Guy exclaimed, it's really dangerous, these things are a bit too much. He wrote down a few words again, market principles, macroeconomics, general mathematics, and dynamic theory. There are also, maximizing efficiency, rational spending, supply and demand relationships, behavioral economics, calculating interest rates. Hai Guy, after writing this, he was excited, that's right, it's this, yes it's economics. In the afternoon, Hai Guy came to find his father. His father was forging iron and felt surprised, what are you talking about? Hai Guy, tell your father clearly, I want to pass down our family's iron room. His father thought he was joking, what nonsense were you talking about so early in the morning? Hai Guy sat down and persuaded him, I have an idea and I want to implement it, Mr. Du Sun's voice was low, is that what you think? He sighed and then told him again, it's not easy Hai Guy, it's not a simple operation, you have little experience and most of all you haven't grasped the essence of this job. Hai Guy tried to give a reason, I can earn more money, Mr. Du Sun heard about money and was surprised, how can I earn more money? The payment deadline made him lose his temper and yell at Hai Guy, the deadline is 10 days away, why are you making money, this devil? Hai Guy calmly pointed at some object, he slowly told his father, that hammer cost 50 taels of silver, if all the tools and materials were combined, it would be more than 30 taels. Hai Guy confidently continued, in addition, we can also mortgage the iron room, thanks to the long-standing reputation of this place, if we mortgage the iron room and assets, we can earn 300 taels, that's silver. When he heard Hai Guy finish calculating, Mr. Du Sun's face was dizzy. Hai Guy still has a determined attitude, I don't care about anything, if you let me borrow it, I promise to return it threefold. Uncle Sun was terrified, had he thought about mortgaging this family's assets, the hammer was everything to an artist, on top of that, he was also planning to sell his parents, sister and brother, for mortgage. Hai Guy still blames Mr. Du Sun, if you want to borrow money, you have to borrow money from a decent place, for example, Hoa Long Trading Company, a place with very high reputation, gathered by merchants, city, have you never been there before? Mr. Du Sun couldn't take it anymore, he swung the hammer and intended to give the guy a good beating. But Hai Guy still does not waver, his face radiates determination and will succeed. His father was also a bit stunned, when did he become so determined and bold like this? Mr. Du Sun had a different view of his son, had he changed after that time, from the toothbrush thing too, did he have any plans? Thinking carefully, Mr. Du Sun had to agree with him, Hai Guy, okay, I know, you're a smart kid who knows how to fight, what exactly do you want to do? Hai Guy told me his idea, MANHUA brother Teat Ward, I want to turn our whole family into a powerful iron nation. Mr. Du Sun is skeptical, Teat Kwok, don't you even know our current situation? Hai Guy, let me reassure you, if it's a matter of iron ore, we just need to buy the iron block, Mr. Du Sun marveled, is that so? A little information about the iron block, a block made by removing foreign substances from iron ore and extracting it. But Mr. Du Sun was worried, do you know its price? Hai Guy replied, if calculated according to the average price, it would be about 3 taels of silver. Mr. Du Sun is so frustrated, you know that but you still dare to say that. Hai Guy optimistically convinced me that the best-selling item in our iron plow is an extremely essential item for farmers. Hai Guy confidently said, we will sell the iron plow and reduce its price by a third. Mr. Du Sun was shocked, what? He shouted loudly, unbelievable, do you know how difficult it is to make an iron plow? It is extremely difficult. Let me tell you guys, don't think so simply, it will take 15 days to complete. Hai Guy, stay calm, if we use that thing to make it, we can save time, just follow me, then it will only take me 4 days to make it. Mr. Du Sun was surprised, 4 days, you said it well, during that time I had to work tirelessly, the salary of a woodcutter per day was already 10 dong, 4 days was 4, that's $10. Hai Guy sighed, he told his father clearly, who told him what to do. Hai Guy told me his plan, is there any place here that sells large iron plows for only 28 taels in the entire Anhui province? If rumors appear about such a place, people will definitely crowds came. Hai Guy expressed, even if you buy it for resale, it's still profitable, from there we can mass produce it. Uncle Sun was so disappointed, have you lost your memory? Hai Guy smiled calmly, it's normal. Hai Guy stood up to start a business, he told his father, let's first start by hiring 20 people, then be in charge of educating them and assigning work to them. Mr. Son is difficult, understand, what is education? Hi guy, explain each step carefully to Mr. Do Son. First is how to make charcoal, can you explain more? He suggested, I will be in charge of this training, 2 people at a time, working hours are 6 times, 4 people will rotate shifts. Mr. Do Son still doubted the possibility of success. Hi guy continued talking, next is ignition, facing the fire will be a bit difficult. He suggested that it would be appropriate for 2 people to take turns at one time, the same principle is similar to the 6 people taking turns over there, of course we will have to instruct them on the appropriate temperature of the fire. Mr. Do Son sat quietly listening to his son's analysis. The next step, Hi guy showed how, was followed by smelting iron. This step is the most difficult so it also requires the most workers. He made a clear plan, right now there is only 1 anvil so there will be 4 people in a group, and they will work in rotation for 6 shifts, a total of 8 people to change shifts, they will be the core workers, so we need to train well. The frown on Mr. Son's face is now relaxed. Hi guy continues the casting process, this is the next step after the training step, 2 people per group, 6 gods take turns so it will require 4 people. I will be in charge of selling and promoting the business to customers temporarily, right now the scale of the office is still small so after moving we will have to increase human resources. Mr. Do Son opened his mouth in surprise when he heard this. Hi guy continued explaining the salary, the daily salary of the coal maker was 8 dong, the fire starters was 9 dong. The iron smelter was 12 dong and the casting cost is 11 dong, from which, the total operating fee per day will be 200 dong, which is 2 taels. Mr. Do Son heard this and was furious with his son's calculations. Hi guy said the expected output, initially because the technical level of the molders will be poor, so when producing the expected number of plows will be about 20, and of course the output will gradually increase. He was excited, so we will earn 400 dong in 1 day. Minus the labor salary there will be 200 dong left over, which is 2 taels, if we add up the balance for the whole month, yes, it will be 60 taels, silver, but that will have to include my family's living expenses, but I won't stop until the size of my room increases at least 20 times. I finished speaking in one breath. Hi guy closed his microeconomics book and spoke softly, let me explain again. Mr. Do Son was sweating profusely and was stunned, unable to understand what his son was doing. Hi guy looked at his father and his heart blossomed, oh my god, father didn't know what to say because of his grand presentation, such a thorough plan for ancient people was truly a bit sublime. In this era, artisans will grasp the essence of their profession, they will breathe life into their products, shouldering a great responsibility, because they have to do all the stages. Hi guy points it out clearly, but if you break it down, even if you're not an artist, you can earn up to 60 taels a month. Hi guy is quite satisfied with his plan. Hi guy convinces his father, if we learn all those steps at once, it will take as long as dad said, but what will happen if we give up becoming an artist? Mr. Do Son also nodded, it sounded convincing, he seemed to wake up, the opportunity was here. He urgently wanted to confirm with his son, are you confident in this matter? Hi guy firmly confirms, just believe in me. Mr. Do Son also untied the knot, very good, then I will hand over the iron bar to you. Let's learn a little more information about economics, the concept of division of labor, starting with the British Industrial Revolution. Henri Foucault opened a new era in the manufacturing industry, now Guy will also do the same thing with the Iron Crafting Guild. Familiar harmonious scene on the medieval roof. Hi Guy father and son walk together to the third young master's palace. Hi Guy looks at the shoes he's wearing with longing, if I earn money, the first thing I'll do is buy another pair of shoes, my heels hurt like hell. Hi Guy sighed sadly. Then he looked at his father who was trembling and urged him, what are we doing standing here if we don't go in? Seeing his father still scared, Hi Guy boldly went up, really, what is it like to be a father? In the end he is still just a naive uncle who doesn't know anything about this world. Hi Guy stared at the gate guard. The soldier understood and pointed towards the group of people lining up and said to Hi Guy, over there is the guest of the third young master, go there and line up until it's your turn to go. Hi Guy smiled friendly and thanked him, he thought to himself, indeed the gatekeeper also seemed superior, he really had good eyesight. The stream of people took turns to meet the third young master under the direction of the guards, the next person. A depressed old man came out from inside and the soldier called the next person to come in. Hi Guy and his father looked at the sad person who just left and were filled with worry, there were only a few people who came out with bright faces, it wasn't easy, very quickly, it was Hi Guy's father and son's turn. Hi Guy told me, Dad, you just wait here, Mr. Do-sun seemed worried. Okay, I know. Hi Guy boldly walked inside. The third young master sat opposite and looked at Hi Guy. Hi Guy was surprised to see this person's face. He was surprised to realize that it was a cup of gyeonggi. The third young master asked Hi Guy, "How much silver do you need?" Hi Guy realized, his voice was different, and he replied, "I need 300 taels." The third young master looked down at Hi Guy's feet with his old, worn-out shoes. He washed his hands of not wanting to lend and ordered, "Take him out," but Hi Guy tried to say, "After 3 years." Hi Guy, persuade the third young master, "If you chase me away now, you will definitely regret it." Third young master found it interesting, so he let Hi Guy continue talking, and Hi Guy started talking, and this could be the biggest mistake in his life. Third young master panicked, "What, muscle?" Hi Guy confidently speaking, "Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Currently you are the largest supplier of iron necessities in MANHUA, but you are missing out on the opportunity to trade with the Iron Guild at low prices best." The third young master wondered, "Are you from the iron and needle industry? Could it be that you are from the big fire and iron industry?" Hi Guy speaks the truth, "I am Do Hi Guy, the second son of the Iron Guild owner Pong Tae-yun. Of course I am here as a representative of the Iron Guild." After hearing this, the third young master slammed his hand on the table. He glared and said to Hi Guy, "You've been joking with me all this time. Do you think the Fire Dragon Trade Group is a name that someone like you can use as a joke like that?" "Hi," the guy replied in a friendly manner, "I don't know why the reputation of my family's smithy is so poor. I don't want to have a transaction of trust." The third young master was skeptical, "If so?" Hi Guy took out the family notebook. He freely proposed to the third young master that everything made of iron has a price and can be used as collateral. 300 kilograms of iron is about 500 taels, 2 large hammers, 2 small hammers, 3 iron grinding tables, 6 steel molds. Even if sold cheaply, all of that would still be 40 taels. The iron yard is about 210 pyong 40 taels, the oak tree is worth 3,001, the rosewood tree is worth 1,001, the charcoal is 401, and the firewood is 3,001. Hi Guy continued in a clear tone, "There were about 10 taels of silver, a total of about 150 taels. I mortgaged all the things in the iron district." Third young master calmly asked, "Do you have anything left to mortgage for another 150 taels?" Hi Guy did not hesitate to say, "A father, mother, elder brother, me, I mortgage the lives of these 4 people." The third young master was startled, "His life?" Hi Guy tries to convince, "At black shops, transactions related to human trafficking often take place, prices also vary, but as far as we know, the trade is also based on the standards of slave officials. However, the price does not exceed 150 taels." After listening, the third young master admitted that Hi Guy, even if he talks crazy, he is not a crazy person. "That's interesting. It seems quite good." The third young master agreed to lend. "That's fine, but everything you mortgaged requires money to handle. First I will send someone to check the mortgages you mentioned, whether they are real or not, and recalculate their value. If you pay late, it will cost me more time and manpower to handle your mortgage, especially the matter of servants." Hi Guy affirmed, "That's why I came here, to give you a chance for you to do business with me." The third young master corrected himself, "A transaction, an opportunity. It seems like you are changing positions between the two of us. Why do you say that the transaction with your Iron Guild is an opportunity for the fire company, Long Ha?" Hi Guy explained and showed the list to the third young master, listing all the items in here. "My Iron Ward will sell it to the Fire Dragon Trade Group at a reasonable price." The third young master was startled as soon as he saw it. A large iron plow costs 28 taels. The third young master had a hard time believing it, so he asked again to make sure, "Can I really buy it at this price?" Hi Guy shows his credibility, "We can sign the contract right now." The third young master is a bit shaken. Hi Guy also looked at the third young master's expression to judge. Seeing that it was still not okay, he added, "If the young master refuses to do business with me, I intend to go to the friendly trade group and make the same proposal." The third young master has fallen into a trap. What the heck? Lee Gyong-gi panicked and went to the opponent's trade group. Could it be that he was challenging my self-esteem? The third young master hastily gave orders. The general manager is ready to receive orders." "Yes sir, please give the order." Lee Gyang-gi decided, gave him 1,000 taels. The general manager was startled. "Yes, sir." Lee Gyang-gi explained the reason for lending 1,000 taels to Hi Guy, having already mentioned the black prostitution. "It should be calculated according to the general price, clearly related to human life. What he said meant the right of life and death if he's already in my hands, so I can sell you to become a petty officer or a eunuch." Third young master frankly continued, besides, there is no need to mortgage anything. If you can't pay, then that 1,000 taels will be considered the money I spent to buy you. High Guy is very confident, that won't happen. High Guy successfully walked out of the third prince's palace with a loan of 1,000 taels. Mr. Du Sun hurriedly asked, High Guy, how are you? High Guy didn't answer, he asked about something else. Father, what is the most visible thing now? Mr. Du Sun was stunned. What is easy to see, huh? High Guy didn't wait for his father to answer, he answered himself, that's the worker. Right after returning to Pong Tae Han, I will build a ward right at the entrance. High Guy excitedly opened the door. Wow, let's see how many people have gathered. It's too crowded, High Guy announced the selection process. We will start the interview in order. And Mr. Du Sun looked at the stream of people coming to apply and could only wonder how he could gather so many people. High Guy gives criteria. First, eliminate people who talk a lot. People who talk a lot are often not honest and easily instigate and provoke people around them, so they should be eliminated. High Guy's second criterion is to eliminate old and sick people. The work in the iron ward is very hard, so they often can't stand it. Continue. Third, eliminate people who are too stupid and have an empty mind that will mess up every step. High Guy with the guiding principle, no matter what business, talent is the most important thing. He remembered his previous life. In that life, he majored in business administration and had experience from many different part-time jobs. To start my business, I learned business through silk printing and sometimes read a few related books. Now I find them very useful. The light of the sun has risen, starting a new, better era. After the selection interview, High Guy was very satisfied and excited, welcoming everyone to become a member of the factory. Because we have to get used to work, in the near future, temporarily everyone must be present in the morning. To build trust, High Guy took out the signing sheet and announced, this is the contract. First, the people chosen to burn coal gather here. I don't want to trick people, so I'm comfortable with them. Those who are literate can read it right away. Those who don't understand can just listen to my explanation. Those who are literate, please confirm the contents. So everyone attentively read the information in the contract. High Guy, while everyone is reading, please take the time to clarify the terms and conditions. As I said, the salary of a coal burner is 8 dong a day. If you work overtime, you will receive an additional allowance. And you will receive an hourly allowance, 2 liters of money. Everyone finds it strange. Overtime allowance, what is that? High Guy smiled warmly and replied, that's extra money. The workers were surprised by this rule. After working for so long, this is the first time I've heard of being paid that extra money. How can I get paid an extra 2 dong per hour? That's great, isn't it? High Guy offers additional commission, and if you want, you will get 1 day off every 7 days, then you will receive a vacation allowance. The allowance will be 6 liters. Everyone can't believe it, it's a day off, it's a holiday allowance. High Guy's promise is quite sweet. Even if he takes a break, he will still receive his salary. Having a comfortable rest for everyone is very important to the blacksmith ward. You have to rest to be able to maintain your physical strength, right? Then you can work hard the next day. All employees appreciate this. They still get paid when they take time off. They don't work but they still get paid. High Guy calmly said, everyone doesn't need to be too surprised. There is also a bonus based on work performance. If a person produces more than 30 coal bars a day, he will receive an additional bonus. Tell the workers in surprise, so if anyone works hard, one day they can receive 12 liters of money. The workers are really shocked, they panic, 12 liters of money, oh my god. That's not all, High Guy said, here there will also be holidays, not once a week but 1 day off a month. If you still go to work on a day off, you will receive 2 times the normal pay. High Guy brings everything that is most beneficial to workers to apply to his forging ward, including annual leave. Everyone, if you work hard all year long and don't make any mistakes, if you are an adult, you will be allowed to take 5 days off and still receive wages for those 5 days. Of course, if you do not want to, you can also work on these days off, and of course the wages will also be calculated twice. It's a normal day. The employees like it so much, they are extremely satisfied with everything they receive when working for High Guy. They can't even believe it, it's impossible. Yes, there is nothing surprising because this is a product of capitalism created after many mistakes and failures. High Guy finished speaking to reassure the workers in other stages. Of course all those working in other stages will also receive benefits after signing the contract. Instead, he advised the workers to absolutely not reveal anything in the blacksmithing ward to the outside, not even to family members. If they violate it, they will immediately be fired without conditions. Just being conditioned, you'll know right away if you check it out. Many people are willing to work here. Right. After listening, the workers all responded enthusiastically. we absolutely won't say anything, don't worry, we definitely won't open our mouths, just give us the job, we want to work from now on, our. Next, Hi Guy introduces the manager of each group, the coal burners follow me, the rest are here for my father to assign work to. The incentives haven't ended yet, Hi Guy said excitedly, of course there's no need to worry about the salary issue, just studying will still receive the salary. The workers are energetic, we understand, for the iron industry, we will try our best, there is no other place that pays such wages. Hi Guy looking at everyone's happiness, determination and loyalty, he is very satisfied with what he is doing. Everyone was excited, shouting in unison, we know, we are willing to die for the iron processing industry, there is no place that pays us like this. Hi Guy crossed his arms and smiled, his perverted eyes looking at the group of people about to sell him to the capitalists. Inside the iron workshop, fire and smoke flickered, popping sounds rang out, everyone was busy, always busy doing their work. There was a sound like a tiger roaring, oh ho, I told you that the windmill must not stop, that's right, I told you not to burn coal like that.
If you turn your face away because of the heat, will it work? Heat, you have to use your whole body to feel this heat. He was so angry that he got angry and criticized the worker. The worker knew he was doing wrong, bowed his head apologetically, mumbled, I know. He suddenly saw that the worker was still not doing a good job, his eyes flashed like a devil, and he shouted angrily, TSK TSK, there is such an unconscious way, it only makes more noise, what I'm saying is, it's not okay, use different forces to hit the hammer each time, hitting the exact position with the same force. The worker, under the pressure of the boss, shouted loudly, I will remember, how many times do I have to say it to understand, Mr. Dushun continued to shout, workers pounded their hammers continuously, showing determination, we will work hard. Mr. Dushuen turned to look at the other person. His attitude changed 180 degrees, his face smiled as brightly as a flower of praise, very good, the focus of good work is to transform the necessary shape into the smallest mold, the fact that I told you to ignore the handle in the molding frame was a correct judgment, for that handle, you can just use wood, Oh Chin, you really teach people. Being praised by Mr. Dushun, Oh Chin scratched his head in shame and said, you are too praising, the worker just looked at this scene, with a sad expression on his face, and could only wish. Hi Guy looked at everyone in the factory, with a happy expression and thought, it is true that the will makes the man. Hi Guy laughed and said, walking to his father's side, Father, give me a little time, phew, hit the right place. Seeing Hi Guy calling, he turned his head, suspicious and asked what was going on. Hey Guy smilingly announced, everyone looks like they're good at what they do now, we should probably start a business. Hearing that, Mr. Dushun turned his head, his face was angry, he said angrily, I can't believe it, with this kind of strength, what can we produce? The quality of the iron workshop cannot be lower, quality like that. Hi Guy frowned and said helplessly, haven't I told you many times that all you need is a quality paint layer? Mr. Dushun angrily shouted, son, don't dare, with their strength, it's impossible. Hi Guy opened his eyes wide, looking at his father in horror, you don't know their salary very well, right? It's been 20 days, are you planning to use the entire 1,000 tael on salary or something? Hi Guy had a worried face, trying to analyze the current situation so that he could understand the current situation. We have already paid off the debt, if we deduct the price of alcohol, we can only take about 10 more days of photography, my salary, the people who work, the money for food, our living expenses, are really no joke, now you have to be really decisive. He held out 4 fingers and firmly said, 4 days, just give me 4 more days, meanwhile, I will try to imitate the artisans. Looking at his father leaving, Hi Guy stood behind him, clenched his fists and said, a few days ago my father also said that, it was really the last time. Mr. Dushuen turned around and walked away, ignoring Hi Guy, saying, I know. Time has passed by 4 days, at the iron workshop, there was the sound of hammers and the roar of fire. Inside the factory, the workers were still slow a few days ago, but now they are used to the job. They work vigorously like a machine, non-stop, from lighting the iron furnace to shaping and forging the iron. When Mr. Dushuen saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel horrified, the effect was amazing, after all, I said, I thought of this, the person walking in front of Dad, Hi Guy, saw this scene and didn't see it, surprised, but just smiled confidently. In his mind, he thought, all my life I have done all these things, even when I endured the pain of my body making charcoal, casting, and training. Yet it only took 4 days to make a large iron plow.
On the other side, two workers carried a large plow. They happily said that it was finished. Hey Guy walked closer to the component, took a hammer and tapped it to evaluate. Oh, it looks good, right? The old man with a gloomy face was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, the guy couldn't hear what he was saying, so he asked suspiciously, yes. He was so angry that he clenched his fists, 2 streams of tears slowly flowed out, sadly, giving back 40 years to me. Duhai Guy pretended not to understand, raised his hand and asked, what are you talking about? Seeing his son pretend to be ignorant, he looked up with tears in his eyes and questioned, if you have this method, you must tell me soon, yes. Hey Guy laughed, the best way is usually thought of last, but now it's quite late. Mr. Shu Xuan cried until his eyes were dry and said sadly, late is just late, I've had to work so hard. Seeing his father so sad, Duhai Guy turned his head away, distracting him somewhere else, but didn't he see that there was something missing? Mr. Du Xuan looked around, then thoughtfully said, that's right, so the foundry workers were hanging out. Duhai Guy immediately came up with the idea, yes, I should quickly buy a few more hammers, that way the number of people practicing will also increase. Mr. Du Xuan heard that, crossed his arms, smiled and agreed. That day, when Van took turns operating the iron ward, 20 iron plows were produced. It took no more than 4 days to produce 100 iron plows. Time passed like that, half a year, the small iron factory in the past, has now become large. Thousands of people working enthusiastically, never stopping. On the other side, in the main house of the house, Duhai Guy was standing in front of a pile of shoes, meticulously selected. After changing his clothes, Duhai Guy walked out with a confident demeanor and bright spirit. He stood in front of the door and confidently said, with this, I don't have to be jealous of anyone anymore. The house where Duhai Guy lives is lavishly decorated, and there are people sitting inside. Seeing someone standing outside, Duhai Guy said, come in here quickly, General Manager. The General Manager walked in, holding a piece of paper in his hand, and respectfully said, Ward Master, these are the things that need to be approved today. Duhai Guy took the papers and read them for a while. Sure enough, today's results at the station dike were still the best. General Manager Lee bowed his head and said, everyone at the railway department is trying their best, but the workers' Sazan staff still lacks many skills. Duhai Guy pondered, a light appeared in his head. Skill is one thing, but it's a mental problem. People in the dike still need to pay more money. Please encourage those who work, Kong and So San, a little more. In Duhai Guy's head, he thought, I have the nest I just made in Ba Cat. Lasang Cat is the place where large iron products are produced, such as iron gates and iron columns. So San Cac was the place where small iron tools were produced, such as shovels, sickles, hoes, and iron bars, and was a place for new recruits. Ki San Cac is a newly established department, and invested to produce more high-tech products, such as safes, locks, carriages, lanterns or iron wheels. Manager Lee said, I will take care of this matter. Oh, and also, seeing Manager Lee seemed hesitant to say anything, Duhai Guy immediately asked curiously, is there anything else going on? There was a guest who came to look for you. Hearing that, Duhai Guy happily asked, has your concubine arrived? Are you waiting in the living room? Manager Lee nodded and respectfully said, that day came 2 hours ago. That day said, we'll wait until this time to finish work. When the guy heard this, he happily ran out of the room, worriedly saying, so, will you quickly tell me? In a certain room in the family mansion, Deng Ji was sitting drinking tea, evaluating the objects inside. From the door, Duhai Guy smiled brightly like a flower, cheerfully ran in. Oh, Deng Ji brother. Li Deng Ji also smiled brightly, happily raised his hand and smiled in response, loyal brother. Duhai Guy said with a bright smile, beautiful still feels hungover, from drinking with you 3 days ago, so you are planning to come to Ha Tu brother again. Li Deng Ji stroked his chin, smiled and said, there's no such thing, this brother's stomach is just like yours, I just came by to visit and say hello before returning. Duhai Guy sat on the chair, banged his hand on the table and laughed loudly, explaining his fake and strong appearance. Li Deng Ji sitting opposite frowned, the owner of that house, just doesn't suit me, next time I will definitely win. Duhai Guy smirked, his face full of bad intentions, put out his hand, please quickly give me the money you promised. Li Deng Ji gritted his teeth and snorted, then he said with a dissatisfied expression, victory or defeat hasn't been decided yet, it hasn't ended yet so there's nothing good about it, but you just keep calling Deng Ji brother, after all, who is that? The guy held the money bag in his hand, his eyes staring at it, not paying any attention to the person sitting across from him, but just saying, "That's the case." Then he sat back to look at the silver again. After a while, Lee Dong-ge's face turned serious and said, "Okay, the Guardian issue hasn't been decided yet." Du Haiguai nodded and said, "Yes, I will think more and report back the next day." Lee Dong-ge worriedly continued, "It's good to handle it carefully, but there's no time left. The Fire Dragon Company's ability to stop it with arrows has its limits. No matter how much you care about Bowen, now no one knows that the cheap iron products on the market are all made by the Iron Processing Ward," said doubtfully, so fast." Seeing that Du Haiguai didn't seem to care and was still so subjective, Lee Dong-ge looked at him and couldn't continue talking. "All in all, Tan and Chu had been keeping my belongings for half a year, even though he was so careful. No matter what, there are hundreds of carts in Danpo traveling between us and you, so, if you weren't an idiot, you wouldn't have known that the iron products sold by the trade group were fake, of the eldest brother." Du Haiguai did nothing but just glanced up, his eyes full of interest. Lee Dong-ge seemed to notice the good news and enthusiastically said, "Moreover, just by looking at the main store of the Iron Guild, they could guess the success of the Iron Crafting Guild in recent times. If you are concerned, come, and calculate your iron and steel problem. What will happen next? The book manufacturing district disappears without a trace. It's only a matter of time. Of course, the person who supplied you with iron will also face difficulties." Faced with these concerns, Du Haiguai smiled brightly like a flower, always optimistic, and said, "But in the past time, nothing happened. Knowing that my words are like water off a duck's back, I'm so angry that I get irritated. I yell in anger, I don't know, or it's because I'm naive, or I'm deliberately pretending not to know. Until now, the address to I only care about the Fire Dragon Caravan, and that's about to reach its limit. I don't know how old those officials are." Du Haiguai smiled brightly, took out a notebook from his shirt. "You just need to stop it, like now, let's see." Du Haiguai picked up the notebook and held it out in front of him. Lee Dong-ge gritted his teeth and thought. He pulled out that book again. Du Haiguai propped himself up, opened the book, said in a relaxed manner, "There are indeed rumors like what you said. A few days ago, I also went to the big leg of the merchant group. Oh yes, yesterday the merchant group who damn, I don't know how I knew you had a hobby of collecting shoes and gave me silk shoes as a gift. Moreover, the conditions are also good. I recommend doing business with this party. Of course, it's not the same place, right? Maybe it will prevent outside pressure, like you." Lee Dong-ge heard this news, stood up, grabbed the notebook, and angrily said, "Oh ho, this person." Then Lee Dong-ge slammed the book down on the table with a loud thud, then questioned and asked, "How can the relationship between a person and a person be bound only for profit? Is emotional?" Lee Dong-ge sighed and said, "The righteous thing to be able to hide under my shadow will not last much longer. The problem is not only on the Mandarin's side. It has been more than a month since the merchants of the Iron Guild protested, love before the trade union. They will soon flock to you, that's what they bet their lives on." Lee Dong-ge pointed at Du Haiguai and said. Du Haiguai clasped his hands together, his eyes showed a calculating look. "If it was that problem, I would have thought about it in advance." Hearing this, Lee Dong-ge couldn't help but be curious. What's going on? Du Haiguai didn't say anything but just smiled, so he just waited and saw. Lee Dong-ge still did not feel secure, but advised, "Resolve the iron problem as soon as possible. It would be best to directly follow the leader, but the leader will not protect an iron guild. You must find something to connect with that person as soon as possible." Du Haiguai picked up the cup of tea, sipped it and asked, thinking about how much his monthly profit would be when operating the deco workshop. Lee Dong-ge was suspicious and didn't understand why Du Haiguai asked him this, but still said, "I don't know." Du Haiguai calmly replied that it was probably about 600 taels of silver, equivalent to 60 taels of gold. Hearing this amount of money, Lee Dong-ge was stunned. 60 taels of gold, even at the peak of my trading company, I didn't necessarily earn that much. Du Haiguai smirked and said proudly, "All official matters are paid in regular installments, equivalent to bribes. I'm not afraid of the officials, but the thing I'm most afraid of is them trying to pick up this book. People who are afraid of officials, people who are free within the framework of the law, to gain benefits, a group that follows a policy of brutal force, regardless of everything, people who thoroughly hide their grievances, and clearly distinguish between our enemies and the gangsters." Du Haiguai pointed at the bowl of water and said quietly, "Yes, that's why I've made up my mind." His finger drew a watermark on the table, glancing at the person opposite. "A group filled with generals of the royal family, with families, for bad people. It is a place where just hearing the name is enough to make them afraid. the heads of the 5 great families, and always take a good swordsman from the streets to become your own swordsman. Lee Dong-gi's eyes widened and she stammered, I don't know. On the table appears the word Nam Kung. Du Hai-gai stretched out his hand, a forceful aura emitted around him. He frantically said that he wanted to take the king of MANHUA as his guardian. Nam Kung, Dai Nam Kung of the world, Tianj Qian Great Sword Palace, Dak Bo shaking the world, Trung Win Great Sword. The image of Du Hai-gai leading the Nam Kung family appears in the thoughts of the people here. Lee Dong-gi stood up in panic, backed away in fear, and said in fear, Brother, is this possible? Rewind a few days ago, when meeting the merchant concubine group, in the center of Gyeongbon district, MANHUA, people were walking around bustlingly, almost everyone had a sword on their shoulder. Du Hai-gai had a suspicious face and asked an old man passing by, what was going on here? The old man pointed to the direction of the crowd and said, I heard there was a fight going on at the castle. On the other side, Ho Gong-moon brandished his sword and shouted angrily, don't you understand other people's language, so let's fight to win and lose, see who is the one who should stay here for a long time. Du Hai-gai looked at the scene in front of him in surprise, his eyes and mouth wide open, thinking, did they really fight? The two stomped their feet and charged at each other, swords slashing swords made a squeaking sound. Both of them used all their strength, showing off their moves, slashing and dodging, extremely satisfying. Du Hai-gai shouted in surprise, what kind of master is that person? Seeing that Du Hai-gai didn't seem to know, he immediately spread the knowledge, well, the person holding that sword, is a local martial artist famous as Ho Gong-moon, but not a master. The person holding that sword, also belongs to a private sect called Two Sword Fire, but not to the point of being called a master. On the other side, the sword and fire jumped up. Du Hai-gai gasped and thought, is that still not a master? Now when the fire sword slashes down, shout Gong-moon to jump out of the way. Tu Kiem Fire's sword was brought close to Ho Gong-moon's neck, making him so nervous that he gritted his teeth, leaned back and counterattacked. Tu Kiem Hoa put his sword forward and angrily asked, who are you? Suddenly there was a sound, these private factions, I just took my eyes off for a moment, but they crawled out looking like glue. The speaker was a man wearing a blue shirt, his face was serious as he looked at the group of people and shouted, these worms, quickly go away. The sound of slow footsteps walked towards the two people, the other two suddenly felt cold and stiffly turned around. After seeing who was coming, those two people ran away as quickly as the wind, as if there had been no fight at all. Witnessing everything, Du Hai-gai was excited and exclaimed in admiration, so cool. After that day, Du Hai-gai was determined to put everything into the Nam Kung family. Returning to the present, Du Hai-gai looked at Lee Dong-gi and said, do you remember the first day, my little brother came to visit you? Lee Dong-gi remembered the old memories and laughed, how could he forget? Du Hai-gai continued to say, yes, that was also unbelievable for me, actually, all I can do for you is only an oath, however, Hui has given me kindness, silver. Lee Dong-gi smiled brightly and said, if we come back at that time, I will give you 10,000 taels, not 1,000 taels. Du Hai-gai also smiled brightly and said, this time I also try to venture into the Nam Kung family, at worst I will lose my capital, maybe even lose my life. Lee Dong-gi replied, that's right, aren't you the owner of the Iron Guild and not short of money? If work goes well, and you successfully find a guardian, don't forget this brother. Du Hai-gai heard this, his expression changed, revealing a greed for money and said, can't you just say no? Lee Dong-gi frowned and sighed, this person. I probably have to go now, if anything happens, you must send me a letter. After saying that, Lee Dong-gi stood up and left. Du Hai-gai saw Lee Dong-gi to the door, bowed respectfully, and wished you a safe journey. Lee Dong-gi smiled and said goodbye, thank you, good brother. After saying goodbye to Lee Dong-gi, Du Hai-gai went into the house and met Butler Lee. Butler Lee bowed his head and announced, Ward Master, poor sir, he is looking for you. Du Hai-gai asked suspiciously, how is my father? Du Hai-gai walked into the room, dressed neatly, sat in front of the floor waiting for his father to come. Du Hai-gai couldn't help but wonder, why did he suddenly tell me to adjust my outfit like that? Suddenly there was the sound of the door opening, waking up Du Hai-gai who was still deep in thought. Du Hai-gai raised his head and respectfully said, Father. Mr. Du Xuan walked in, holding a purple box in his hand, and said solemnly, just sit down. Du Hai-gai nodded and said, yes. After seeing his father sitting opposite him, Du Hai-gai couldn't help but get excited and asked in a hurry, something suddenly happened, what's wrong with Dad? Mr. Du Xuan put the box in front of Du Hai-gai and said, I don't know when this thing of yours has been passed down in our family. I guess it was probably from the generation of Duma's ancestors, but that's just an ancestral guess. However, the ancestors left a family saying, please pass this on to the person who will represent, to the family generation of that time, and today, I will pass it on to you. No matter what anyone says, you are the one who rebuilt our family, you are the right person to lead this generation. After knowing how important this was, Du Haigai became nervous and asked, Dad, why are you talking so sadly? It's all for nothing. Mr. Du Xuan raised his hand and slammed the heirloom box, not listening to what Du Haigai said anymore, but carried out the inheritance. Du Xun, the 20th grandson of the Du family, passing on the Tian blood meaning, pearl for the second son Du Haigai, who represents the family. Seeing this scene, Du Haigai's eyes became confused, as if remembering something. Wait, where have I seen this scene before? In my previous life, my father also passed on to me a ruby necklace like this. No Haigai thought to do it, opened the heirloom box, a string of rubies appeared, exactly the same as in memory, not different at all. Mr. Du Xun continued to say, always keep it in your body, until it is passed on, to the person who will lead the family to the next generation. That is the mission of the person who has received the meaning of the jade blood. Du Haigai's eyes opened wide, his face showing shock. If so, it means that this Tian blood jade is the treasure of Damon family. If it was present at my house, then I would have reincarnated into my ancestor a long time ago. Suddenly, the heavenly snow jade emitted a dazzling red light, then a sound rang out, ha, this luck, this person is like a descendant, having gone through the heavenly sword, isn't that so, father? What an aura, Nia Tian's status, with this aura, isn't he already a rich monk? That's right, this guy is truly a monk, there's no doubt about it. Ha, what an extraordinary creation this is. What is the possibility? How can the venerable exist, in real life? If he has gone through the cycle of life and death, he must definitely be imprisoned in blood jade. Looking at the pearl, it suddenly made the sound of someone talking. Du Haigai was terrified and screamed in fear, Mom. Mr. Du Xuan saw his son's panicked attitude and worriedly asked, what's wrong? Du Haigai fell back, stammering, blood pearl said. Blood jade made a sound again. The person who heard it said, what should we say? Why is this happening? If so, can we talk to that descendant? It's truly a genius, that's a genius. Mr. Du Xuan stood up, laughed and told about his memories with the pearl. I also had a strange dream, when I saw the blood pearl, because it is not a normal object, please keep it in your mind, my soul is so pure. Du Haigai bowed his head, stammered and replied, yes. After Mr. Du Xun went out, Du Haigai frowned and curiously evaluated the pearl, but the pearl did not make any sound, the whole room sank into silence. Suddenly, from the blood jade a purple figure appeared, that shadow said coldly, silence, what is your name? Du Haigai was startled and covered his chest, then introduced himself, I'm Du Haigai, I'm okay, so everyone just relax. That figure continued, the fact that we have a poor voice means that your soul status is equivalent to our venerables, but how could she not see the thread from you? The guy asked suspiciously, why is the rope, what is that? After receiving the appropriate great power, with the choice and grace of the heavenly blood jade, instead, you will receive the link with the blood jade, that is, linked together by a rope. Finally, when your life has ended, your soul will belong to the arms of the blood jade, but I do not see such a rope for you. Du Haigai absorbed the information that the soul in the ring said, then asked doubtfully, did the grace of the blood jade receive special powers? The soul continued, yes, normally it must receive some kind of power, other than that, there is no way to explain the fact that your soul is on par with the venerable. Du Haigai asked, that great ability, what ability are you talking about? The soul explained, it depends on what the person wants. If the person wants to learn martial arts, they will receive a unified body of heaven and man. If you choose to hold a pen, you may receive spiritual wisdom. If you dream of becoming a king, you will gain patience and be able to summon everyone in the world. If you are a person who practices and seeks the way, you will become a person who seeks the way and has a high spirit of enlightenment. Du Haigai's face darkened and said sadly, I have never received such grace. In Du Haigai's heart, he thought, if such a thing exists, then do I need to work so hard to cause trouble? Is it possible to build an iron processing room? The souls in the ring were very surprised by this statement. They couldn't believe it and exclaimed, what? The angry soul pointed at Du Haigai and scolded, ha, don't hide it, you must have taken something from the meaning of heavenly blood jade. Besides that, there is no other way to explain the quality of your soul. A bolt of lightning struck Du Haigai's head, his whole body became shocked, something strange happened to me. After having an accident and passing away, I returned to the past, and lived my life. Hey guy, could it be that it was caused by the Tian blood jade meaning, and can I tell them the truth, I was reincarnated? Duhai guy lowered his head, not sure what happened to him. To be honest, I experienced something strange, however, it is unclear whether it was because of the heavenly blood jade meaning or not. No, and that's the secret of my life, so I'm very scared. The soul seemed to understand something and said solemnly, it turns out you can't trust us, we are your ancient ancestors, you are just our descendants, nothing more, nothing less. Furthermore, we all exist only in our souls, with no ability to exercise power, nor in the material world, nor do we intend to do so. What harm can we do to you, people? The ancestor said calmly. Duhai guy was a little worried and asked again, are you guys really my ancestors? Behind the leading soul, many other souls appeared. They said in unison, that's right, the heavenly blood jade meaning, is only passed down to the Du family's lineage, he is not the representative responsibility, for the family of this era, then how can we have any ill will towards you? Hey guy sat back, his whole body became serious, I have reincarnated. Hearing this word, all the souls in the ring became panicked and shouted, reincarnated, no way, patriarch, why not me? The head soul suddenly laughed like crazy, in the end God did not allow me to reverse it. I will only be left with memories like a small fish. My lord, you have won. Then the laughter became smaller and then disappeared completely. Duhai guy looked at the blood jade and worriedly called out, ancestors, but there was no response at all. Duhai guy picked up the box, mumbled and asked, what is this? Suddenly there was a knock on the door, then the door opened. From outside, Diyun walked in with a red, sweaty face. Diyun excitedly asked, I will go to the 5 palaces like me and you. Seeing his big brother so excited, Duhai guy coldly said 2 words, no. Hearing that, Du Hui's face was filled with panic and worry, he clasped his hands together in supplication, my dear brother. Duhai guy turned his back without looking, frowned and replied, brother, I won't be moved because you did that. Du Hyung's face was sad, trying to convince Duhai guy, I absolutely won't say anything, just let me stand next to you, I just want to see them once. Duhai guy turned his face away, stood with his arms crossed, still not changing his stance, he loudly replied, no. Du Hyung knelt down on the ground, clasped his hands and prayed earnestly to our male lead, brother, no, brother. Duhai guy began to explain the reason to his brother. They came to ask his father to forge a leg sword. When he heard that, his brother was extremely surprised. He stood up and said loudly, what, leg sword, star. Suddenly his face darkened, thoughtful. I thought that Du Yun was gradually giving up the idea of going to the Nam Kung, but no, he continued to earnestly request, his face full of determination, even if it were 10 swords, I would still stand still, move, please, the male palace family. No matter how earnest the words from the heart of the big brother, his face remained unharmed, as cold as money. He replied, no is no. Diyun also talked until he was speechless, but Duhai guy's decision still did not waver. He was extremely disappointed, let his body hang down, sat down on the ground, his mouth pursed, his eyes filled with tears. At this time, Mr. Dushun, Duhai guy's father, walked in the door, folded his arms behind his back, and said calmly, Hi guy, your brother won't say anything, so let him come with you. Hearing this, the guy was shocked. He looked up at his father and said with an upset face, no, even his father was like that. Duhai guy's father replied, you two are brothers, don't shoulder everything alone, after all, Duhai guy is also your older brother. The guy's face turned pale and he reluctantly replied, well, he thought to himself, but this guy still hasn't fulfilled his duties as a son. Dad continued to try his best to defend his brother, I will never ask you for something like this again, so give in for once. Duhai guy sighed and looked solemnly at his brother, asking again, you really won't open your mouth to say anything, right? At this moment, Diyun was full of vitality, clenched his fists, his face was full of enthusiasm and said loudly, of course, people who practice martial arts are honest, I am a calm person. Duhai guy was also somewhat relieved, he sighed and said, in a few days, we will leave, please go prepare. When my brother heard this sentence from his younger brother, he was overjoyed, his hands raised high in celebration, his mouth cheering, just leave it to me, I will prepare all the necessary things. After solving the problem, Duhai guy leisurely walked out into the yard, then suddenly rushed over and called out, Ward Master, it's a big deal. Duhai guy asked with a serious face, what's going on? The old foreman was sweating profusely, his face panicked, he quickly reported the situation. there were many people coming to our iron ward, they also brought weapons. Du Hai Guy asked with a surprised face, what is the weapon? Outside the gate, people were making noise, kicking the door loudly, some were holding hammers and sickles, some were holding brooms and sticks, their faces were fierce, they broke the door and entered, shouting loudly, you bastards, I will kill everyone, you guys, kill all the people in the iron manufacturing ward. Du Hai Guy stood still and looked, thinking to himself, whatever has to happen, will come. Then he stood proudly, clasped his hands to greet the protesters, and loudly introduced himself, I am the Hai Guy, the owner of this iron manufacturing district. The crowd of protesters held weapons in their hands, their faces were fierce, shouting and cursing loudly, are you here? How lucky, I met someone, I will tear off that dirty face of yours with my own hands, is it you? You're the one who doesn't know that, damn it, why are you even doing this now, shameless pedant. The guy was extremely confused, he calmly said, I still don't know what I did wrong to you guys. The leader of the protesters frowned, gritted his teeth and shouted, the businessman also has the business ethics of a businessman. Du Hai Guy asked again, what, a businessman? The leader seemed to be very annoyed, he walked towards Du Hai Guy and said, this name. The crowd of protesters began to gather around the guy, at this moment, he was extremely panicked, but he still had to act calmly and speak, they said in unison, I only ask you one question, even if it's cheap, if you are better than my iron workshop, you cannot surpass me, can you not lower your prices and still maintain your business? The protesters heard Du Hai Guy's question and then remained silent, looking at each other, unable to say a word. When the guy saw that no one said a word, he was extremely pleased, he smirked and thought to himself, of course not, because most of these people are owners of small iron guilds. The protesters also calmed down at this time, the murderous aura subsided, the guy walked into the house, coldly said, follow me, I will let everyone tour my iron yard. Hearing that, the crowd dispersed, let the Hai Guy lead the way first. The elders who owned the shop looked at each other wondering whether they should go see or not. Then they clicked their tongues and went to visit the iron ward of the Hai Guy. Entering the door, they were extremely overwhelmed, everyone was sweating, their eyes were wide open, their mouths were open. Inside the workshop are thousands of workers working very enthusiastically, because this is an iron furnace, so the atmosphere here is extremely hot, everyone is shirtless, sweaty, holding hammers to smash down. Each time, the small factory owners were surprised and asked each other, oh my god, how many anvils are there, so many people, in the end, how many blacksmiths are there? They looked at the finished plow pipes before their eyes and couldn't believe it, it was crazy and impossible. Du Hai Guy turned back to look at the crowd and then arrogantly asked again, can you all beat me? The crowd of demonstrators at this time, looked down at the ground, their faces changed, darkened, extremely sad and embarrassed. Then, the guy waved his hand energetically and shouted loudly, in the end, when will everyone realize that they are being oppressed by 4 big iron guilds, until when, in MANHUA, there is a new iron guild that is known as the best iron guild in the world, why is our MANHUA iron guild so far behind? Hearing that, everyone seemed to have more vitality, raised their heads high, and said in unison, that's right, that's true. Du Hai Guy tensed his body, raised his hands with a face full of determination, and declared loudly, in the last 100 years, MANHUA have we received any orders from the royal family, the royal family only chooses, son of MANHUA land, just a soldier, we MANHUA, don't deserve to be rejected by the royal family like that, everyone, do you think it's right? He pointed to the sky and continued, moreover, everyone knows, what do we have in MANHUA, who is the one who made the legendary sword of heaven and dragon? Hearing this, the factory owners said with extremely excited faces, yes, we are the descendants of legendary blacksmiths, but iron is just an inanimate commodity. They raised their weapons in their hands, shouted with determination, blaming the royal family and His Majesty for being too much, not knowing how to take advantage of our talents, we must rise up. Du Hai Guy clasped his hands in ceremony and loudly declared, please help me realize that dream. Everyone was stunned, their faces full of confusion looked at each other and asked, help make the dream come true, what the hell is he talking about? Du Hai Guy tensed his body, clenched his hands, extremely determined, continued to say loudly, MANHUA if we want to win Sichuan, we must overwhelm them in terms of numbers, the items are made from iron of the country, MANHUA will be present everywhere in the country, if we operate together from small iron guilds, then we can probably win Sichuan, so we all have to work together. The factory owners now stood silently, listening intently to what the Hai Guy said. Du Hai Guy pointed to the people who were using their strength to lift hammers and smash them in his workshop and asked, please be their guide, use the experience you have accumulated for so long to contribute to victory. Hey, now you don't have to personally do everything in the blacksmith shop anymore. Duhai Guy continued to call out his father to increase his prestige. Father, come here. He startled and turned to look. Then he walked up to stand next to his son. With a cheerful look on his face, he solemnly introduced, this is the person who created this Iron Guild. Now, he alone is directing everything in the Iron Guild. Hey, the old man standing behind was a bit shy, his face was red. Duhai Guy proposes a gift for the shopkeepers standing here and some incentives. I want to invite all the elders who open their own Iron Guilds to come here. Everyone's wages will be 10 taels of silver. In addition, each person will be rewarded separately depending on their ability. Of course, I will buy all the inventory and supplies from your forging workshop at a high price. Will you help me? The shop owners who heard this invitation from the Duhai Guy were a bit surprised and confused. Some scratched their heads in thought, some turned to discuss and calculate with the other person. Seeing that everyone still wasn't convinced, he quickly clapped his hands to signal the soldiers. He ordered to bring the things we had prepared here. 2 soldiers were carrying something heavy and rectangular, covered by a layer of cloth. Duhai Guy excitedly pulled out the cloth to cover himself so people could see what he had prepared. He happily beamed and said loudly, everyone, this shows my determination. It turned out that it was a sign with the new name of the Iron Guild, merged by many small factory owners. The guy loudly read the name, MANHUA Iron Guild. Everyone below looked at the sign and everyone was shocked, surprised. The guy continued, if you all agreed to come and work for me, then you guys would have created the name MANHUA Iron Ward. The crowd was extremely noisy at this time. Everyone agreed, shouting in unison, I agree. Luckily, we will make MANHUA Iron Ward become the best in the world. When the guy saw that everyone was very happy and responded to his call, he felt somewhat reassured. He immediately left the remaining matters to his father, who should explain to everyone. All of you are here, Mr. Dushun replied, I know. Having said that, the guy turned around and left, extremely happy in his heart. He smirked smugly, thinking to himself, this is the art of speaking and persuading opponents, honey. The guy, Duhai, walked into the room. The old general saw that and immediately bowed his head respectfully. Duhai Guy coldly said hello, General Manager. The General Manager replied, yes, Ward Master. Duhai Guy continued, let's arrange half for the period of the mountain. Hearing that, the General Manager immediately wondered, if it was KY Sun CAC, would the ward owner want to improve the carriage? Duhai Guy smiled and replied, yes. Then he painted a vision. It was time to build a new carriage, comfortable and reasonably priced, something that Trung Nguyen had never had before. If we bring it to market, it will be a real revolution. We will take over the entire market of horse-drawn carriages. Hearing that, the General Manager was extremely surprised. He bowed his head and respectfully said, I can only admire the ability of the Guildmaster. Duhai Guy breathed a sigh of relief and asked, phew, have you totaled all of today's expenses? Be fully prepared. The General Manager replied, I have already prepared everything. Hearing that, the guy smiled and gave the General Manager a very affectionate look. He thought to himself that he had indeed chosen a talented person in business. The General Manager hesitantly asked again, well, can I ask how long it will take? Duhai Guy replied with a serious face, I can't say how long it will take. Before reaching the goal, I won't turn back. This is a long road with an unknown destination date. The General Manager worriedly said, so if there is something important that needs to be decided, I cannot delay it until the Ward Master returns. Hey Guy folded his hands behind his back and replied, there is a book that records a few things that I predict will happen. You can refer to it. The General Manager bowed his head and said, I will handle everything according to the instructions taught by the Ward Master. The next morning, the sun rose to the top of the mountain, illuminating all trees and plants. The 2 brothers, Duhai Guy and Du Hui, rode horses to the southern palace. As he rode, the guy was constantly worried. He thought to himself, I'm more used to riding horses now, but there are still times when I want to fall off the horse's back. He turned to look at his brother and saw that he was riding a horse and still able to read a book. He was also jealous and thought about it in his heart. He didn't expect that guy to ride a horse so well. Then he stared at the book that Du Huyen was reading in his hand. That thing seemed to be Wanderer Van Van Luke. It was said that this was a book written by Gia Cat Du Van Uncle, to record 1,000 years of history, of martial arts. Duhai Guy looked tired and asked Big Brother, was that interesting? Du Yun coldly replied, yes. Hearing that, Duhai Guy sighed and thought to himself, oh my god, please destroy that guy's dream of martial arts. Duhai Guy immediately turned around to look at Duhai Guy with a puzzled look on his face. Du Hyun closed the book and asked with a serious face, now in your heart you are secretly thinking about cursing me. Du Hai Guy heard that and his face darkened, as if he said it right to his heart. Diyun continued, even though I was you, I couldn't do anything for you, so all this time, you couldn't see the real me. To be honest, I still can't believe it, you are my biological brother, my younger brother is not that smart. Hearing this, Guy was speechless, his face sweating. Diyun continued to talk about the doubts in his heart. He persuaded the older blacksmiths and other blacksmith guilds. He was like a monster from another world. Among the people I knew, there was no one who was good at eating, as you say, but... Speaking of this, Wien hesitated. It doesn't mean that because you are so excellent, I will live a life of indulgence. Du Hai Guy was startled and looked at Du Yun and thought to himself, what is that? Why are you suddenly so serious and trustworthy? Well, thinking about it, the two of them continued riding in silence. Du Hai Guy stared at Du Yun's body and scarred hands and then had a different view of him. Up until now, I thought he was always imitating him in novels. He continued to speak, and it turned out that I have also trained myself a lot. Hearing that, Du Yun's face was cold and he didn't say anything. A moment later he spoke again, if you swing your sword, you can forget a lot of things. Du Yun raised his face to the sky, sighed and said, that year of poor harvest, do you still remember? Du Hai Guy replied, are you talking about 10 years ago? That year when there was a serious crop failure, the government's relief food was stolen by bandits. Du Yun recounted the story of that day. His father was beaten to a pulp by bandits. Do you know what I was thinking at that time? Wien's face was extremely angry and said, at that time I only wished I could protect my father, and my younger brother. I will not let anyone in my family be beaten by others again. Du Hai Guy was extremely surprised when he heard that. It turned out that his big brother was a person with such great ambitions and dreams. Then the guy raised his hand to show his determination and looked at the Hyung and said, you can definitely do it. Du Hai Guy grabbed his arm tightly. Du Hai Guy felt uncomfortable and immediately pushed his brother's hand away and said, let go, oh my god. Du Hai Guy laughed loudly all the way. The mountain and forest scenery here is so beautiful, a bastard uses his tongue to cover people's eyes. The two brothers leisurely walked through each forest path. The ancestors of the Jiao family were laughing loudly all this time. They were laughing in the face of the Jiao guy. What a foul-mouthed guy. Hai Guy is not happy at all to be judged like that by the ancestors. The ancestors even mocked the young man, a descendant of a great family, but could only establish one iron guild. Wow, just looking at him makes me tired, but he's better than his father. Just thinking about him, I feel so angry all over again. Hai Guy was so angry that he didn't dare argue. The fairies were still busy judging Hai Guy. That's right, but this guy is the same. No, 100,000 times better than that guy. Hai Guy is not suitable either, he arrogantly retorted. What he left behind for his descendants is this. There are no jewels but there is a lot of scandal. The fairy master is angry. What is this? This bad word sounds like he is cursing. Is it a jewel? This boy, do you know how precious a precious treasure is a heavenly blood jade? Du Hai Hui blamed the fairy, but it was only in his mind. Who would have thought that the fairy knew everything? He was panicked, he could even read his thoughts. Immortal is very arrogant. What should I say? Your boy's soul is already in my territory, although it has not yet been connected to the chain of blood jade, but recently I learned that that soul has been tied tightly with the rotation of the meaning of heaven. The ancestors definitely made Hai Guy speechless, so the spiritual connection is also obvious. Seeing the conversation of the ancestors, Hai Guy guessed, there are 8 people in total, right? The ancestors laughed and praised, it is true that your mind is also smart, so quickly you can distinguish our voices. Hai Guy thinks differently, no, what is this? Usually you only need to listen a few times to realize it. I'm also surprised about Hai Guy, you kid don't know how smart you are. Hai Guy fell into contemplation, how smart, who knows? I only know that I have been praised for being good at speaking and having a good memory, but this is the first time I have been praised for being smart. If I were really smart, I would only need to take the exam once to pass the civil service exam, must. The fairy smiled lightly and said to the young man, it seems like you think it's a joke that your soul's core has increased, but only with his spiritual personality can't explain his intelligence. Maybe that's it, is a characteristic that only reincarnated people have. Another fairy agreed, yes, even the things he applied in his iron ward, clearly not something that belongs to this world. The other fairy also nodded, I was also very surprised about that. The ancestors made a decision, he was not a suitable person to become the overlord to inherit strong virtue. He was surprised to hear this name, Mon Duk. Could it be that he is a scoundrel in the romance of the 3 kingdoms? The ancestors of the Du family were also scoundrels. The master appeared to deny Hai Guy's previous thoughts, am I your ancestor? It's a myth, the cow family originally appeared a long time ago, it's just my father, he was once the adopted son of a eunuch, just raised me to be someone else. Hi Guy is skeptical, what a tyrant. Another ancestor repeated Mon-duk's words, but in any case, he was still better than other juniors. Mon-duk was just bored, he was just a benefactor, how could such a person deserve to be a benefactor, king? Hi Guy is irritable and dissatisfied, oh well, if you pay them money they call it that, otherwise what can you do, maybe you call it a slave, or hypnotize them to make them call it that. The ancestor scolded and spoke to the great-grandfather like that, it was too noisy, hey, the arrogant guy argued back, but I said it wasn't wrong. Turning to senior brother Du Yun, he was immersed in martial arts on every page of the book, that's right, who exactly is the sword god? Hi Guy was curious and didn't understand anything, what's wrong? Wien was excited, it was crazy, it was unbelievable. The character in Du Wien's book personally defeated the 8th generation leader of the Dark Demon sect, only needing 6 times to cut off the leader's neck. That character was very cool, cutting off the leader's head. Hi Guy was surprised, the Dark Demon religion, Du Yun added, the current demon city is their descendant. Hi Guy realized, ah so. Hi Guy pondered, Tian Ma Tin is the strongest place in the 3 evil sects including Tian Ma Tan, Black Tian Lotus, Sichuan Hoi. Did he personally destroy the sect that created such a powerful organization? Did he really do that? Du Yun diligently talked more about that character. In history there has never been a martial artist who could do this, only the nickname of the sword god was saved, that person's name was not saved. Du Han grimaced a bit, because he had a family, he left it to his children, or what happened to him at the end of his life, it's all unclear, there's only one anecdote whose truth is unclear. Du Yun turned the book around for him to read the important part, look, there are only 2 volumes of the martial god Tu Ma Tian Tue's record, but the sword god's record is only 3 pages, why is it so absurd? The family's ancestors had doubts, hey, have you ever doubted? Hi Guy, I don't understand, what's going on? The ancestors replied, the descendants of Mon-duk are called overlords, how can they live without knowing anything? Hi Guy was dumbfounded, I don't know anymore, no one is rich with 3 surnames, is it any different for royal people? My grandfather explained to Hi Guy, Mon-duk has never neglected his duties in his entire life, the assets I left behind already amount to 100,000 francs, but after Mon-duk, the history of Nyetjia's urban city still remains, how much is left in this world? Hi Guy was shocked when he heard it, 100,000 francs, if converted to a modern figure, it would be about 375 tons, which is a very large number. Master made a bet, will you make a deal with me? Hi Guy was confused, what a deal, why did you suddenly mention that? The master is stern, they are still very powerful, but if they have our help, they will also be able to compete to be at the top. Hi Guy asked again, what about them, who are they? The ancestors clearly stated that what Meng-duk wanted was for the Shema family to be destroyed. The guy was a bit suspicious, sometimes he saw him mention Shema, because of them, he developed such hostility, but the current Shema. Oh Hi Guy scratching his head hurts so much, no, please say something reasonable, they are the first family in the world, descendants of martial gods, the owner of a small iron guild like me, how can we destroy them? The master is looking for someone to help Hi Guy, I'm sorry, this master replied, yes, master, the master asked me to pass on my martial arts skills to this kid, the master said yes, agree immediately, if the master has orders, I will try. Hi Guy was confused again, oh who is it? This fairy appeared in front of Hi Guy. He looks so cool, that's the god of swords, the heir to the sword god who wins. Du Yun, who was reading a book in the back, suddenly burst out laughing, oh if the secret of the sword god was discovered, it would be a big deal. The master again called another person to teach another sect for Hi Guy, Yang He, yes master, thanks to the ancestors, can you pass on the secret technique of one vein to this kid, ancestors, Gang Dong right now, as long as the descendant of the villain hasn't died because of the dark merchant, then it's possible. Looking at Tianjia Gang's interface, Hi Guy is a bit shy, this person looks bloody. The old man said seriously to Hi Guy, I can also see the world that you sometimes remember. The civilization and knowledge of that world are very astonishing, a world that we cannot imagine. Hi helpless guy, oh my god, even seeing that, it's no different from stalkers. Hi Guy, if you combine that new knowledge of yours with our strength, you can completely stand up and fight, now do you have any intention of trading? Hi Guy was hesitant, he seriously thought about it, after a while, Hi Guy made a decision, he agreed with the master, we will make a deal. The sky is clear, the sunlight is bright, the vibrant and bustling space of Nam Kung Town is completely different from Hai Gai's rural hometown. The crowded people were excited to go to the market. Hai Gai was attracted when looking at the scene here. He remembered the crowded scene of the modern city, then he looked at the people laughing and greeting each other in the ancient space. Looked around and assessed that this neighborhood was like a living giant creature. Diyun also admired the scenery here and exclaimed excitedly. Diyun noticed the crowd in front of him. He quickly went to ask the old man, "Old man, is this opera?" This old man with white hair and beard smiled and replied, "What a naive young man, this is your first time coming to see an opera." Duyan innocently smiled and admitted, "Yes, that's right, I come from Feng Tai Wian." The old man exclaimed, "So you had to go a long way to get here?" Watching the old man's response, Hai Gai has great sympathy. "Every time I feel that the people here talk to each other without any reservation." He excitedly introduced himself, "Old man, I am also from Feng Tai Wian." The old man replied friendly, "There are 2 kids from Feng Tai Wian Company." The command flag was raised, the opera began. One side is Na Nok Blood Demon, the other is Tian Tian Swordsman. Hai Gai quickly realized, they want to use the life story of the Nam Kung Tian Gung Su, the head of the Nam Kung family, to do business. He is the idol of MANHUA people. Wian stood there watching and was also very excited. "Oh, my love for the swordplay." The actors rushed to throw tricks and counterattack each other. The audience cheered happily. There are a few people from famous families who watch operas and laugh at them. Are these nonsense plays still the same? The teammate of the leader criticized more clearly. "That's right, the barbarian family's elder said that the person who destroyed the Nam Nok Blood Demon was not the heavenly swordsman but the heavenly lightning swordsman. He did not announce this, on the rivers and lakes, wind, clouds, and stars." The other guy laughs sarcastically at opera. "These guys have never read precious books and books like The Wind and Clouds of Gypsies." "That's right." Then they burst out laughing together. When the opera watchers heard these words, they were upset and turned around to scold them. "Who are those people and who dares?" Then they quickly saw the logo printed on the shirts of the 3 gangsters. The audience was shocked and angry but did not curse anymore. They were afraid of their unsavory family background, so they all quietly let it go. The old man intended to teach these 3 men a lesson. Before I could say anything, the Hyung galloped up and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" Go to the guy instead of Hyung. "Hey brother, what are you doing?" Diyun was not afraid. He firmly questioned him, "Who are you?" The 2 brothers leisurely walked through each forest path. The ancestors of the Jio family were laughing loudly all this time. They were laughing in the face of the Jio guy. What a foul-mouthed guy. Hai Gai is not happy at all to be judged like that by the ancestors. The ancestors even mocked the young man, a descendant of a great family, but could only establish 1 iron guild. Wow, just looking at him makes me tired, but he's better than his father. Just thinking about him, I feel so angry all over again. Hai Gai was so angry that he didn't dare argue. The fairies were still busy judging Hai Gai. "That's right, but this guy is the same. No, 100,000 times better than that guy." Hai Gai is not suitable either, he arrogantly retorted. "What he left behind for his descendants is this: there are no jewels but there is a lot of scandal." The fairy master is angry. "What is this? This bad word sounds like he is cursing. Is it a jewel? This boy, do you know how precious a precious treasure is a heavenly blood jade?" Du Hai Hui blamed the fairy, but it was only in his mind. Who would have thought that the fairy knew everything? He was panicked, he could even read his thoughts. Immortal is very arrogant. "What should I say? Your boy's soul is already in my territory, although it has not yet been connected to the chain of blood jade, but recently I learned that that soul has been tied tightly with the rotation of the meaning of heaven." The ancestors definitely made Hai Gai speechless, so the spiritual connection is also obvious. Seeing the conversation of the ancestors, Hai Gai guessed, there are 8 people in total, right? The ancestors laughed and praised, "It is true that your mind is also smart, so quickly you can distinguish our voices." Hai Gai thinks differently. "No, what is this? Usually you only need to listen a few times to realize it." I'm also surprised about Hai Gai. "You kid don't know how smart you are." Hai Gai fell into contemplation. How smart, who knows? I only know that I have been praised for being good at speaking and having a good memory, but this is the first time I have been praised for being smart. If I were really smart, I would only need to take the exam once to pass the civil service exam. Must. The fairy smiled lightly and said to the young man, "It seems like you think it's a joke that your soul's core has increased, but only with his spiritual personality can't explain his intelligence. Maybe that's it, is a characteristic that only reincarnated people have." Another fairy agreed, "Yes, even the things he applied in his iron ward, clearly not something that belongs to this world." The other fairy also nodded. "I was also very surprised about that." The ancestors made a decision: he was not a suitable person to become the overlord to inherit strong virtue. He was surprised to hear this name, Mon-duk. Could it be that he is a scoundrel in the romance of the Three Kingdoms? The ancestors of the Du family were also scoundrels. The master appeared to deny Hai Gai's previous thoughts. Am I your ancestor? It's a myth. The Cao family originally appeared a long time ago. It's just my father. He was once the adopted son of a eunuch, just raised me to be someone else. Hai Gai is skeptical. What a tyrant. Another ancestor repeated Mon-duk's words, but in any case, he was still better than other juniors. Mon-duk was just bored. He was just a benefactor. How could such a person deserve to be a benefactor? King. Hai Gai is irritable and dissatisfied. Oh well, if you pay them money they call it that, otherwise what can you do? Maybe you call it a slave, or hypnotize them to make them call it that. The ancestors scolded and spoke to the great-grandfather like that. It was too noisy. Hey, the arrogant guy argued back, but I said it wasn't wrong. Turning to senior brother Du Yun, he was immersed in martial arts on every page of the book. That's right, who exactly is the sword god? Hai Gai was curious and didn't understand anything. What's wrong? Wien was excited. It was crazy, it was unbelievable. The character in Du Wien's book personally defeated the 8th generation leader of the Dark Demon sect, only needing 6 times to cut off the leader's neck. That character was very cool, cutting off the leader's head. Hai Gai was surprised. The Dark Demon religion, Du Yun added, the current demon city is their descendant. Hai Gai realized, so. Hai Gai pondered, Tian Ma Tin is the strongest place in the 3 evil sects including Tian Ma Tan, Black Tian Lotus, Sichuan Hoi. Did he personally destroy the sect that created such a powerful organization? Did he really do that? Du Yun diligently talked more about that character. In history there has never been a martial artist who could do this. Only the nickname of the sword god was saved, that person's name was not saved. Du Han grimaced a bit, because he had a family, he left it to his children, or what happened to him at the end of his life, it's all unclear. There's only one anecdote whose truth is unclear. Du Wien turned the book around for him to read the important part. Look, there are only 2 volumes of the martial god Tu Ma Tian Tue's record, but the sword god's record is only 3 pages. Why is it so absurd? The family's ancestors had doubts. Hey, have you ever doubted? Hai Gai, I don't understand, what's going on? The ancestors replied, the descendants of Mon-duk are called overlords. How can they live without knowing anything? Hai Gai was dumbfounded. I don't know anymore. No one is rich with 3 surnames. Is it any different for royal people? My grandfather explained to Hai Gai, Mon-duk has never neglected his duties in his entire life. The assets I left behind already amount to 100,000 francs, but after Mon-duk, the history of Nyetjia's urban city still remains. How much is left in this world? Hai Gai was shocked when he heard it. 100,000 francs, if converted to a modern figure, it would be about 375 tons, which is a very large number. Master made a bet. Will you make a deal with me? Hai Gai was confused. What a deal? Why did you suddenly mention that? The master is stern. They are still very powerful, but if they have our help, they will also be able to compete to be at the top. Hai Gai asked again, what about them? Who are they? The ancestors clearly stated that what Meng-duk wanted was for the Shima family to be destroyed. The guy was a bit suspicious. Sometimes he saw him mention Shima. Because of them, he developed such hostility, but the current Shima. Oh, Hai Gai scratching his head hurts so much. No, please say something reasonable. They are the first family in the world, descendants of martial gods, the owner of a small iron guild like me. How can we destroy them? The master is looking for someone to help Hai Gai. I'm sorry, this master replied. Yes, master. The master asked me to pass on my martial arts skills to this kid. The master said yes, agree immediately. If the master has orders, I will try. Hai Gai was confused again. Oh, who is it? This fairy appeared in front of Hai Gai. He looks so cool. That's the god of swords, the heir to the sword god who wins. Du Wien, who was reading a book in the back, suddenly burst out laughing. Oh, if the secret of the sword god was discovered, it would be a big deal. The master again called another person to teach another sect for Hai Gai. Gyang He, yes master, thanks to the ancestors, can you pass on the secret technique of one vein to this kid? Ancestors, Gyang Dong right now, as long as the descendant of the villain hasn't died because of the dark merchant, then it's possible. Looking at Tianjia Gyang's interface, Hai Gai is a bit shy. This person looks bloody. The old man said seriously to Hai Gai, I can also see the world that you sometimes remember. The civilization and knowledge of that world are very astonishing, a world that we cannot imagine. Hi helpless guy, oh my god, even seeing that, it's no different from stalkers. Hi guy, If you combine that new knowledge of yours with our strength, you can completely stand up and fight. Now do you have any intention of trading? Hi Guy was hesitant, he seriously thought about it. After a while, Hi Guy made a decision. He agreed with the master, we will make a deal. The sky is clear, the sunlight is bright, the vibrant and bustling space of Nam Kung town is completely different from Hi Guy's rural hometown. The crowded people were excited to go to the market. Hi Guy was attracted when looking at the scene here. He remembered the crowded scene of the modern city, then he looked at the people laughing and greeting each other in the ancient space. On looked around and assessed that this neighborhood was like a living giant creature. Diyun also admired the scenery here and exclaimed excitedly. Diyun noticed the crowd in front of him. He quickly went to ask the old man, "Old man, is this opera?" This old man with white hair and beard smiled and replied, "What a naive young man, this is your first time coming to see an opera." Duyan innocently smiled and admitted, "Yes, that's right, I come from Feng Tai Wian." The old man exclaimed, "So you had to go a long way to get here?" Watching the old man's response, Hi Guy has great sympathy. Every time I feel that the people here talk to each other without any reservation. He excitedly introduced himself, "Old man, I am also from Feng Tai Wian." The old man replied friendly, "There are 2 kids from Feng Tai Wian Company." The command flag was raised, the opera began. One side is Na Nok Blood Demon, the other is Tian Tian Swordsman. Hi Guy quickly realized, they want to use the life story of the Nam Kung Tian Gung Su, the head of the Nam Kung family to do business. He is the idol of Manhua people. Wian stood there watching and was also very excited. "Oh, my love for the swordplay." The actors rushed to throw tricks and counterattack each other. The audience cheered happily. There are a few people from famous families who watch operas and laugh at them. Are these nonsense plays still the same? The teammate of the leader criticized more clearly. "That's right, the barbarian family's elder said that the person who destroyed the Nam Nok Blood Demon was not the heavenly swordsman but the heavenly lightning swordsman. He did not announce this, on the rivers and lakes, wind, clouds, and stars." The other guy laughs sarcastically at opera. "These guys have never read precious books and books like The Wind and Clouds of Gypsies." "That's right." Then they burst out laughing together. When the opera watchers heard these words, they were upset and turned around to scold them. "Who are those people and who dares?" Then they quickly saw the logo printed on the shirts of the 3 gangsters. The audience was shocked and angry but did not curse anymore. They were afraid of their unsavory family background, so they all quietly let it go. The old man intended to teach these 3 men a lesson. Before I could say anything, the Hyung galloped up and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" Go to the guy instead of Hyung. "Hey brother, what are you doing?" Diyun was not afraid, he firmly questioned him, "Who are you?" Duyan strongly refuted the name of the family. "I am a lover of the world," and as he said, he took out a book to prove it. Diyun told the truth that he knew from reading the book. Of course the Tien Thunder Taoist was the one who directly took away the head of the male snail blood demon at that time. No one dared to comment on that truth. Diyun continued arguing, but when the great sword master of Hung Tien disappeared and returned to the family after half a year. What is the crimson handprint engraved on that body? Is it not the hand of a great tribulation of blood? Duyan tried his best to teach that guy. Even though he was injured by the blood demon's most powerful swordsman, he still won and returned. That's the truth that everyone in Anhui knows, are all known. A few guys from the cat family were silent. Duyan still calmly said, "I really respect Mr. Hu Van, the Manbok family, but no one is perfect." Seeing that spirit of Du Hui, Hai Guy also had to admit that he was indeed a true martial artist. But then Hai Guy was scared again. "Wait, the other side is a noble family, the 5 great families." The 3 men from the noble family arrogantly questioned you. "Have you seen it?" Du Han is confident, "Yes, the young swordsman and the knights of the Southern Palace family are lying." The leader is still stubborn. "No matter what, this rumor is still spreading throughout Anhui. Our barbarian family elder has invited Tan Tien Kiem Haep to his house to confirm the truth." Not accepting it, that invitation naturally came from the male palace family. Diyun was speechless immediately. He was confused. What does that mean? The name of the people boasted, of course, as an elder of the northern barbarian family. The Tan Tien swordsman really defeated the Namok blood demon after the battle, or was he knocked unconscious by the great blood Tien swordsman? Then after regaining his composure and returning to the family, you already know that. Hyung was angry. "What did you say?" "I'm trying to defend my point of view." So did the barbarian family directly see the Tien Tien Taoist beheading the head of the blood demon Namkok. He cut off the head of the Namkok blood demon and then took it away. The old man standing next to him laughed, then beheaded him and left. The unlucky subordinate's eyes were burning with bitterness. He raised his voice and threatened you. Even if you are a commoner, you still have to be responsible for your words. Hey, the guy standing outside heard it and was scared and his face turned pale. He quickly ran to Du Wien's place to relieve the siege. Hai Guy hugged Du Wien's neck and smiled and reconciled with the team. The heroes, this brother seems to have lost his mind. He is crazy. Let's go, come on, why are you running out like that? Go home and play with the dog. Hai Guy tried to cover his brother's mouth and pushed him out of here. Let's go, this crazy guy, you're crazy, like that. The two brothers successfully escaped. The street space was also cleared. Darkness gradually fell in the room where Hai Guy lived. Hai Guy sits and scolds Hyung, if you don't cause trouble then. Hai Guy kept talking and scolding me. Luckily there were many people watching in the center of the market. Do you want to receive money to pay your respects? Words, not but. Hai Guy, interrupt me right away. It's not that it's not. You've clearly promised not to open your mouth. So what? As soon as you arrive at Ho Fai, you're already causing trouble with the nobles, holding a wooden sword. I thought I was holding a diamond sword. Hai Guy, the more he scolded me, the more grumpy he became. Didn't you say that because I'm talented, your life is not good? Diyun was sweating, so he sat silently and admitted his guilt. Hai Guy lost his temper. If anything happened, the martial arts league leader would probably have been beaten by you too. You're really crazy. Hai Guy immediately grabbed the cup of tea on the table and drank it in one gulp to calm his anger. Du Hyung doesn't really care about Hai Guy's scolding. He's still excited to greet the guests. Concubine brother, over here. It's the third young master who's about to leave. He's confused and doesn't know what's wrong with Hai Guy. What's going on? Hai Guy brushed it off. It's nothing. Please sit down. Hai Guy, get straight to the point. I want you to tell me everything you know related to the male palace family. I hope you can help. Li Gyang-gi was a bit startled. Is the Namkung family. Seeing Li Gyang-gi hesitate, Hai Guy showed urgency. Brother, I know all the information I can get from the information dealer or in the gangsters. What I want is the personalities and activities of those people. Important people in the South Palace family include the current homeowner, their personal goals, interests, conflicting relationships, and bad things they are hiding are just such things. I'm so confused. Let's see, brother, the information you want is important information that even news dealers can't buy or sell. Hai Guy is depressed. Is there no other way? Gyang-gi ponders. It's not like there isn't any. Hai Guy suddenly brightens up. Is there a way? Gyang-gi seriously talks to Hai Guy. Better than the main gang is Night Butterfly or Lunar Summer Forest. If it's that giant information organization, it will definitely have the information you want. The third young master of the merchant company like me has no way to meet them. Even if we could, it would be a waste for them. It's also very expensive. Hai Guy, look at the two names, Da Deep and Nguyat Ha Lam Ah. John Gi provides more information. These are legendary information organizations in the Wanderer. Li Gyang-gi also doubts such rumors, but whether they are actually true or not is still a mystery. Hai Guy, after hearing this, he pondered and thought about it. Regular information organizations have already offered unreasonably high prices. Hai Guy turned around and asked me, if I requested an audience, how long would it take? Li Gyang-gi sighed again in frustration. He replied, how many people send greeting cards to the Namkung family in a day? Hundreds of people, even the face of the 7-year-old master of the Namkung Bik internal garden. I couldn't even see the bowl, so I had to turn back. Hai Guy was shocked when he heard this news. Every day hundreds of people. The third young master said in more detail, that's right, if you ask for an audience, they will give out tickets according to the guest's identity. The masters and soldiers will receive golden chamber tickets, people in the Jianghu will receive silver chamber tickets, of course those who others will be excluded, at least one must be the heir to the family to be accepted. Hai Guy guess, and then there is. Continuing that conjecture, those related to the male palace family receive the same allowance, including the family's relatives and those who provided food, clothes or weapons. Hai Guy is surprised and curious, what's next? The tension still hasn't stopped, of course it still does. Next are those who want to join the family will receive red furniture, which is to constantly increase their power, and finally the merchants who want to open new trade, and those who ask for help like you, those who want to ask for help, will receive loss. Hai Guy, listening to this makes my stomach churn, honeysuckle and red copper at the end. I felt sad and confided, if it were us, we wouldn't have received anything else, even if we were the Fire Dragon Company, we still had to wait. Before, it took our parents a month to see it, the face of the host. Hai Guy judge, as expected they are vile and expensive. The information has been gathered. Hai Guy expressed his gratitude to you. Thank you for taking care of me. You also seemed a bit sad. Sorry for not being able to help you. What do you plan to do? Hai Guy is still determined. First we have to meet. Tomorrow I will go to Namkung family. There's no other way, I can only wish you good luck, Guy. Night had fallen under the roof of the inn where Hi Guy lived. Very quickly a night passed and a bright new day dawned. The harsh sunlight shone straight down on Ho Fi. The sunlight penetrated the foliage and entered through the crack in the door. Do Hyung woke up early, he prepared to go out. Let's go practice in the morning, and Hi Guy, still lying straight on the bed, replied, yes. I praise you, Hyung, you really work hard. The immortals in the blood jade also woke up and said, wow, when will the swordsman leave? Hi Guy didn't say anything, he lay still and looked at the glowing blood pearl. Then even if he didn't want to, he had to get up, his voice tired, he had to go to the sword center. Ancestor advises Hi Guy, those who have not gone through swordsmanship will not be able to fully understand my swordsmanship. I have told you many times but you don't understand. Hi Guy sighed and argued, Elder, for ordinary people it is very far, at least it takes 4 or 5 months, you know, I have many things to do here in Manhua. The elder criticized him and got angry, go quickly, do you think my sword learning is as simple as that? If this sword god from Du Sun teaches this unique martial art, then it will be a secret that can be passed on to future generations. There. Hi Guy still doesn't want to go. The sword god said is the border between Shanxi City and modern Gansu City. If you go to those two cities it will be very far. Based on the map, Hi Guy analyzed, it would take at least 5 months. No, if you encounter a bandit or an injured horse, it could take even longer. It's all about money and time. Hi Guy, I've thought it through, but I can't let the opportunity to have the sword god teach me martial arts slip by. Hi Guy promised the elder, I will come to search for insects as quickly as possible. The elder asked again, when will I go? Hi Guy explains, we still don't know how things will turn out for the male palace family, it'll be another month or 2 months. The ancestors were panicking, it was too late, the disciples of the Ming family had started training since they were 5 or 6 years old. Don't you see that you are 20 years old, now your bones and blood are gradually hardening. He criticized me for being in a hurry, so I can't, even if I have to consume my spiritual energy, I will still borrow your body for a while, so prepare. Hi Guy surprised, borrowed my body. The elder said to him, I will increase my spiritual power and borrow your body for a while. Hi Guy tried to refuse, no way elder, wait, don't. The elder commented that of course he didn't stop, he successfully entered Hi Guy's body. Hi Guy is currently being controlled by the elder, he can't move anymore. Just like that, Hi Guy sits quietly. When it was finished, the elder criticized him and said it was an inferior body. Next, he told Hi Guy, the time to control the body is less than half a second, so I will use good immortal true energy. Hi Guy cried out in panic, Elder, if it was a good fairy with true energy then. The elder shouted at him harshly, it was too noisy, I don't understand what the elder did, but the guy's muscles flared up, tearing all his clothes. Hi Guy shocked, what is this? Yes, he was amazed at the beautiful 8-stroke engine he owned. The sweat on his body kept pouring out, he raised his hand and looked at the drops of sweat falling down. Hi Guy seemed quite satisfied with his body and appearance. You know, by using good immortal true energy, my tendons, bones and veins will be opened. But then Hi Guy turned pale again and asked the elder, Elder, as far as I know, if you use good immortal true energy, you will have a better chance of survival. The elder seemed unimportant, what's the big deal about a reduced lifespan of about 10 years? Hi Guy is so scared, what, 10 years? Knowing that he would lose 10 years of his life, he couldn't help but cry and cry, no, because it's not your body, that's why you talk so nonsense, right? The sword god Du Chan immediately said, if you can inherit and perfect all my swordsmanship, things like longevity, you don't need to worry at all. After saying that, he closed his eyes, raised his hands to take his soul out of the guy's body and said, so now, I will give it back to you. A small beam of light emitted above his head, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself back in his body. Du Hai Guy suddenly widened his eyes, he screamed loudly in pain, and knelt down on the floor. Ancestor Du Chan in the blood jade couldn't help but criticize, his mind was so weak, he could only scream loudly with pain. At this moment, the guy couldn't pay attention to what he said, he hugged his chest, his whole body aching and sweating profusely. Ancestor Du Chan saw him like this and did not blame him anymore. He advised that because he had consumed too much spiritual energy, I could not talk to you for the time being, but you must definitely improve your physical strength and spirit. After some time had passed, the motionless guy on the ground now moved. He sat up, holding his head in shock. His hand raised, golden spiritual energy appeared on him, making even himself surprised and thinking, amazing. In addition, my eyes, I have read this story many times in books. My blurred eyes suddenly see everything clearly. To verify this, the guy rushed to the window and looked into the distance. He was surprised that he could even see very far. Looking at that palace, each floor had clearly visible silhouettes of people. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly is this? This is not the eyesight of ordinary people. And in front of the guy's chest, a bright vortex appeared. He silently judged, could this be an internal attack? To confirm his thoughts, the guy immediately snapped his fingers, his hand swung with force, and immediately a long streak emitted. Duhai guy happily looked at my hand and said, now I understand why, he is obsessed with martial arts. Then he clenched his fists in silent determination. I don't know what level I've reached now, but I'm sure this will help me a lot in my daily life. Duhai guy reached out to grab the new shirt and put it on, planning to go to the male Gung family first. After making the decision, the guy quickly set off. Outside the city, the sunlight shone on every corner. I don't know how long it's been, but by this time the sky was getting dark. The sunlight was replaced by the gentle light from the moon. At a male Gung family, a large crowd of people rushed in. Among them were two people named Wei and a No Hai guy. The older brother saw this scene and opened his mouth and let out an exclamation. The receptionist outside the door pointed in one direction and gave instructions, invited them to fill in the visitor list, and then went to the reception area. The two people, No Hai guy, quickly came forward to do the same. His name was filled in on the book number, No Hai guy, and Hui Iron Ward. He suddenly glanced at the receptionist and saw him smiling an incomprehensible smile, but then he didn't think too much, quickly turned around and pulled his big brother away. Let's go, trying to echo back, I'm an uncle, also a martial arts practitioner. The person welcoming the guests couldn't help but look at the two of them sarcastically, looking like idiots. Inside the courtyard at this time, there were many tables and chairs, and the people who had entered earlier had already crowded the tables. Diyun looked at this scene, his eyes couldn't help but blush. He kept babbling, you see, just filling in the list to visit, but I also felt pressured. I heard that the Nam Gung family is true. It must be from the backyard onwards. I don't know how many people are here. Hai guy listening to what he said could only nod in agreement. That's right, that's right. Duhai guy grimaced and sighed in his head, too. If everyone present here received an invitation, then I came here today in vain. Then he immediately thought, is there a way to stand out? In the crowd, there was a gaze following him. The old man slowly approached the two people and said, how could it be like that? Yesterday it was all the villagers who bought it. Seeing him appear, the guy was also surprised and exclaimed, old man, old man. Then he and big brother quickly clasped their hands together and said, because of something that happened yesterday, they said goodbye before saying goodbye. Du Hyung asked, what happened to the old man coming to the Nam Gung family? Seeing him standing still without answering, the guy felt a bit confused. Suddenly, he turned in one direction and scolded, how could he entertain guests like that? A person quickly ran to the old man, bowed his head and asked, what do you need, sir? Senior Bu Hun Gi immediately gave an order, gave these two people a golden invitation and led them to the backyard. Go. When Du Hai guy and big brother heard him say that, they were startled. The other person heard that and asked incredulously, according to the principle, they had to wait here until they received an official invitation. Moreover, not all outsiders would be brought to the monastery to meditate and discuss, not internal people. Star Hospital. When the old man saw that he was still wondering and asking so many questions, he couldn't help but angrily point his finger and shout, bold, you kids these days don't know how to respect your seniors at all, you always pretend to be busy. These two young people, who protect the male Gung family from the scoundrels, I was about to invite them for a drink, but you dare to stop me. Having finished speaking, he coldly snorted. When the other person heard him say that, he quickly accepted the order, please listen to your instructions. The two people, Du Hai guy and big brother Du Huiyan, turned to look at each other with wide eyes for a moment, then Du Hui happily hugged his big brother's neck and shouted, brother. At the back garden of the southern Gung family, in the reception room. The two people were already seated. A maid came in and suggested, sir, let me pour you some more tea. Du Hai guy immediately replied, there's really no need. Suddenly, the blood jade on his neck suddenly glowed with a voice, isn't that calligraphy from the ancient times? Hearing that, the guy couldn't help but think to himself, are the paintings from the Grace period? If it's the Grace period, then the paintings are from the Bronze Age, surely it's not a mistake, right? The jade blood ancestor immediately scolded, you kid, you dare to doubt the eyes of the great scholar of that time, why travel? He quickly whispered, I'm sorry. The ancestor saw that and did not pursue it any further. He coldly snorted and continued, that thing is definitely an ancient method, It is definitely a method discovered by a great scholar of the Han Dynasty, and offered it, for the royal family. It is definitely a peach blossom mixed star map, it cannot be wrong. Duhaigai came closer to the painting, the peach blossom mixed with stars. The ancestor continued to explain that the calligraphy was not a painting of a waterfall, the blooming peach blossoms were painted with rooster blood, the stars in the sky were painted with powder ground from white stone, the tree trunks were painted made of charcoal, so no matter how long it takes, the calligraphy will not change color, but, I didn't expect it to be preserved so well, it's really surprising. Even though I don't know who the owner of this painting is, I really want to give a reward to that person. After listening to his ancestor's analysis, the guy suddenly raised his hand to his chin and exclaimed, "Peach flower mixed stars map, really curious, a picture painted with rooster blood and white tulips from thousands of people, years ago, yet there was no change in color." At this moment, a crashing sound from the teacup rang out, breaking the silence of the room. Senior Bu Hungi was so surprised by what he just said that he asked, how do you know the peach blossom mixed star map?" His face could not hide his emotions as he expressed that Anhua's most talented scholar, even the most talented person in calligraphy and painting today, did not know anything about this painting. It would have cost the old man 80 years, it's a new year, today is a day full of surprising things. He quickly approached him and asked, "Boy, where is your master?" Duhaigai felt guilty and sweated, thinking to himself, "Master, why am I suddenly babbling like that?" The ancestors in the blood jade immediately reassured you, "There is nothing to worry about, just say that you are a descendant of 10,000 thoughts." Hearing that, he couldn't help but wondering, "Who is that?" The ancestors said, "That's my nickname in the Wanderer." Duhaigai quickly introduced himself, "I am a descendant of Van Tuong Tao." Hearing the answer, the old man was surprised and asked again, "Van Tuong Kao, Te Seo Hak, Van Tuong Kao that you mentioned is that person, could it be that he is a great academician, living 300 years ago, descendant of star travel?" As expected, that's true, if you are a descendant of that great scholar, then this is the greatest blessing of the Central Plains. Suddenly, two other people stepped forward, the taller-looking one asked, "What's going on?" The other shouted, "Oh Gu, is this person brought by you?" When Duhaigai saw the two of them, he immediately bowed his head and paid homage to his predecessor, "I am Duhaigai." When my senior brother heard that, he was surprised, "Oh, you finally found your disciple." Bu Hungi Sr. immediately waved his hand and denied, "That is the descendant of that Thousand Thoughts Tao, how dare I?" The old man immediately asked, 10,000 Thoughts Tao, who is that?" The old man Bu Hungi exclaimed, even if he thought it was nonsense, he didn't know. This senior brother of his did not care much. He continued asking, "So this person is not your disciple?" Bu Hungi Sr. replied, "That's right, but what's the matter?" The old man immediately grabbed the guy by the neck and laughed, "So this kid will be mine." The person with the highest status here, Tianjin Dam, only then spoke up and questioned, "Water flows from high to low, how dare you in front of me, robbing the person who has opened all the meridians?" The old man who was grabbing the guy smiled wickedly and replied, "Are you also keeping an eye on this kid?" His eyes suddenly flashed with yellow light, observing his whole body, his mind couldn't help but be filled with doubts. It was truly strange. Just looking at his hand, he could see that it had not practiced swordplay. Looking at its appearance, it was not someone who had practiced fists and kicks. Could it have escaped from its normal physical body and opened up all its meridians and blood? When the human body reaches a certain level, if it can be reincarnated, then it can break the limits of the normal physical body, that is, a transformation. After clearing the veins, it can try to open its veins, but its body has not yet reached the super peak level. Those who have reached the super peak can know the opponent's realm just by looking. Old Tianjin Dam, after observing together, commented, "It seems like you have increased your strength many times in just a short period of time. Up to now, I have never seen anyone increase their strength so quickly. You." The old man next to him probed his meridians and saw the golden vortex in front of his chest and confirmed that it would take others at least 30 years to be like you. "It seems like you have already made a pill." Old man Tianjin Dam sighed and admitted, "This old man has not yet achieved the pill formation. Just with this internal skill, you can become unparalleled in the world." Senior Bu Hungi heard this and was very surprised and said, "If I have reached the pill formation, why didn't I recognize it? If so, isn't this child the most suitable person to practice to greatness? The ultimate realm, that is the highest realm that no one has achieved, except Qin Mu Gua, the strongest person in the world today." Elder Tianjin suddenly laughed loudly and denied, "There was no such thing. It couldn't have been that easy." The old man next to him looked at him suspiciously, "But if you think about his age." The guy whose shirt was grabbed was a bit awkward and asked, "Everyone, could you please put me down first? My body is not very comfortable." The old man then smiled and let him go. Old Tianqian Dam suddenly came forward to stand close to him and proposed, "Don't you think about having a family name? As long as you are a direct relative of the Namgung family, you can use our Namgung family name, too, as your family name. I will consider you as my adopted son." Hearing this suggestion from Tianqian Dam old man, Du Haigai couldn't help but be surprised, but opened his mouth and thought to himself, "So, I will be a male Gung Hai guy. If I add the last name Namgung, then nothing will happen, that I can't do it all, that's not too good." Reading his thoughts, the ancestors of the royal family and the blood jade could not help but scold angrily, boldly, "You dare to celebrate? Oh, look at his excited face. It turns out you want to celebrate. If you die, I will immediately take over your body." When I heard the ancestors say that, I felt a little scared. Your big brother, Du Yun, immediately knelt down on the ground and prayed to him, "Old man, why did you mistake Namgung Yun? I will be loyal to the family all my life, and become the sword of the family, please." The nobles in the blood jade heard him say that and snorted angrily and disdainfully, "Look at that cheap guy, he is the eldest son of the family." Old Tianqian Dam looked at his brother's performance and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, you are also brave, but let me consider, there is no shortage of disciples like you in the world, do I need it?" Before he could finish his sentence, the elder brother bowed his head and assured him that he would try his best. Du Haigai looked at his big brother like that and shook his head and asked, "How could you so easily give up the family name given to you by your ancestors? I can't do that, I'm sorry." When Tianqian Dam heard him say that, he turned away and didn't care about him anymore. The thief was too lazy to say anything. Why are these talented guys knowing everything like that? It's really annoying. The ancestors and the blood jade also happily agreed, "Yes, don't do that, that's how it should be." Tianqian Dam old man looked at him with regret and thought, like he is a rare talent that only comes once in every 500 years, it would be a shame to miss it. After a while he asked, "Because you have to change your family name? That's why I refused." Du Haigai nodded. Seeing that, he immediately suggested, "Then let's become an anonymous disciple." Anonymous disciples here, that is, disciples who are similar to the disciples of the 9 sect families, can learn all types of martial arts except hereditary martial arts, and can be considered sworn brothers. Du Haigai pondered and thought. He decided to discuss with the ancestors and the blood jade, "The ancestors, this should not be a problem, right, but also need the male Gung family to join forces." Ancestors hearing that, "Let's think together, anonymous disciple, in our time, this Namgung was just an unknown place, but now it is also a famous family in the world, right? Well, if so it's okay." Receiving everyone's agreement, Du Haigai also agreed to Tianqian Dam old man. He knelt down on the floor, bowed his head to the 3 monks Tianqian Dam old man, and bowed to Du Haigai, extra. Elder Tianqian sat in the center chair and began to say the rules. First, you are not allowed to defame Namgung's name. Second, when the family is in danger, you are not allowed to back down. Third, you must agree, do you dare to practice the commandment command? Du Haigai bowed his head as an angry guarantee. The disciple swears. Hearing that, Mr. Dam said in a satisfied voice, "Okay, stand up." The old man next to him immediately asked, "Now, answer, how did you practice internal energy like that without a master?" Suddenly mentioning this issue again, the guy hesitantly replied, "This." When old Dam saw him opening up like that, he sternly reminded him, "Don't even think about lying to me. Why do you think that as soon as we met you, we already knew you were no master and wanted to fight over you? Martial artist, the gong in your body has no form." Du Haigai's whole body felt cold and guilty, so he asked the god Du Chan, looking for the fairy basket, "How should I answer?" The fairy in the blood pearl was silent and didn't say anything. Du Haigai also didn't dare to say a word, afraid of being exposed. Tianqian Dam immediately guessed, "Perhaps you have ever taken spiritual medicine, internal medicine, or some other powerful spiritual herb. Even if you have taken the elixir, if you do not have the internal mind dharma to gain its power, it is useless. If you have practiced the internal mind dharma, then you have a master." His second junior brother standing next to him also agreed, "And that's right," old man Tianqian continued. "Moreover, just by absorbing the luck energy of the elixir, you were able to open up your veins to speed up your internal energy. Is there any magical technique in this world that is so powerful?" His second junior brother suddenly suggested that if he were a young man representing divine martial arts, the esoteric martial art of our family. Hearing that, old Tianqian Dam raised his hand to stroke his beard and thought, "Not sure yet, although I haven't practiced it yet, I can't be sure, and someone taught you such powerful magic, and yet if I don't teach you this move, this kid definitely doesn't understand anything. Seeing the chaos of the discussion, the guy couldn't help but swallow his saliva and think to himself, hey, I was about to say it, but these old men are too smart. I can't reveal the secret of meaning in blood pearls, so difficult. The ancestor in the blood jade coldly snorted and exclaimed, this ordinary guy dares to use his naive mind to understand my descendants. Seeing them talking, the guy immediately asked, looking for the ancestors, are you okay? The other person replied, it's okay, he used too much spiritual energy so he should take a break. Hey guy, hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief, luckily, what should I do to get out of this situation? Ancestor Sordo Chan suddenly spoke up to help him, because, without any descendants, the master had no reputation, he just met a strange fate and inherited the true tradition of the old masters. Hearing that, Duhai Guy quickly answered his master, in fact, I have met a strange fate and learned the true transmission through the secrets left by the ancient masters, but, internal energy, mind dharma this master's skills are too advanced, so just learning about mind techniques is too much, so I still haven't learned any moves. When Tianqian Dam heard him say that, he frowned and asked again, the true tradition of a master, you've read too many gangster novels, haven't you? Then he angrily said loudly, you can tell me that when you say that, which cave is it in, show me the way, I have to learn it too. Duhai Guy quickly explained, the disciple was telling the truth. Old Tianqian Dam immediately shouted loudly, boldly, but the master's moves that you have learned through secrets, you have memorized them all in your mind. Duhai Guy immediately replied, sure, of course. Hearing that, Mr. Dam suggested, then show me the performance. Duhai Guy was suddenly confused but still made up a reason, because of the disciple's strength, enough. Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Tan interrupted, very well, you have learned martial arts through secret tricks. Do you think martial arts is a joke? It's all just a product of the imagination of those who brought it up. Well, if you can pass on secrets with a few pieces of paper, then why do sects still exist? Seeing this, the guy quickly explained, but Shaolin also kept the secret in the capital. Old Tianqian Tam immediately objected, internal martial arts and profound techniques, no matter how detailed they were recorded, without a teacher to teach them, it is impossible to pass down the martial arts to future generations, is a way to promote lost martial arts. If you only learn that secret, you won't be able to reach the master's realm. Listening to him babbling all this time, Du Chan Tianan lost patience and said angrily, why is he so talkative? There is no need for a long explanation, tell him to discuss martial arts. Duhai Guy can't help it, think about martial arts competitions. Martial arts competitions are oral competitions, not physical competitions. In the end, he decided to follow through and say, if you want to trick guys like that, you have to argue with them to convince them, right? If the master really doesn't believe the disciple, then please argue with him. Martial arts with disciples. When Tianqian heard that, he frowned and asked, discussing swords, do you know the sword moves of the family? Duhai Guy replied, the master doesn't know the disciple's sword moves, so the disciple will use Luke Hop Fist and Tam Tai Sword. For martial arts, the disciple will use 7 stars to fight back. In terms of strength, each side will use 10 years. Hearing that, everyone in the room gasped in surprise. Elder Tianqian finally agreed, okay, I will also use those martial arts to fight you. Duhai Guy agreed. The old man suggested that since the adults had made such a concession, they should go ahead and show off their talents. When Duhai Guy starts, the disciple will use the most greedy path to aim at the master's upper body. In the imaginary space of sword discussion, Duhai Guy swings the sword. Elder Tianqian Dam uses his sword to fight back. After using the 7 stars as retreat to avoid, I will attack the middle of your body with a giant dragon out of the sea. Duhai Guy dodged his fist and said, after using the evil self-determination of the 7 stars to weaken his master's attack, use the self-determination speed to stab the right side and aim at the pole gate point and brain. The acupuncture point is equal to Tianhe Lo. After discussing the sword for a while, old man Tianqian Dam raised his hand to stroke his beard and thought, it's really strange. The most basic connecting technique of the 3 skills of constructing the Dharma is that after using the 2/3 and 2 lines, you will using a straight line. If he moves back, it is truly a 1 line ascending to heaven. If he doesn't move back, then it is a 2002 line. Continuing the battle in the imaginary space of martial arts, old Tianqian continues to fight. The rest will use quick self-determination to attack. After sealing your right side with quick self-determination, use immutable and severe cutting to aim at your acupuncture points. Duhai Guy also immediately responded, using all his 10 years of strength, then used his self-determination to defend, then used his flying eagle to aim at his master's neck. At this point, old Tianqian laughed loudly and said, "You finally used your strength, very good, I will also use all 10 years of strength, and the clouds of the 7-star department." But suddenly, he felt something strange and stroked his beard thinking, wait, that can't be true, earlier it used internal attack to block his attack, but now it started using internal attack, force, in a match, you have to link up to 3 moves before you can change moves, now it doesn't use one hand to retreat, but also has to think about changing moves. He immediately changed his mind, no, I will not use the method of self-determination, I will use self-determination to retreat later and use cold to bring and destroy. When Ancestor Du Chan saw this, he couldn't help but cross his arms in dissatisfaction and say, look at him, does he think sword reasoning is a joke? In real Xian, there's no way to withdraw a move like that. Du Haigai also let out a sigh and expressed, Master, you already know the rules of swordplay, why do you still do so much? You can't use the martial arts you already use. Hearing that, old man Dam suddenly hesitated, his face darkened, after thinking, he decided to use the old trick, after using his luck to retreat to the left, I will use all my strength to target the upper body of the man, you and cast a giant dragon out to sea, approaching you with speed and then using the cold and insect spear to connect. In front of his fist, the guy quickly bent down to dodge the attack. The boy replied that his disciple would also use all his strength to perform the Wu self-determination. After capturing the master's lower body, he would use Ascension one way to cut him down. At this point, it can be seen that old man Tianqian was hit. The old man couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise and assess, it's impossible, Big Brother's heavenly sword immortal would give up after only 4 rounds. The other 2 senior brothers were just like Bu Hungi, this kid, not that he didn't know any moves, moreover he had the sole intention to attack the weak spot, not hesitating to unleash the killer move. At this moment, Tianqian damn old man burst into laughter and said, you're quite good, I was distracted, I was slow to develop my internal energy, that's why it was so troublesome. Then he tremblingly raised a finger and suggested, can we have another round, I want to see your strength more. Du Haigai also immediately agreed, okay, but instead, please fight with all your might, like a real battle. Old Tianj agreed, of course, I will also try my best, and will not give in to you any more, where? Seeing that, you have nothing more to ask for, let's begin. Tianqian still continues to give in, anyway, I should let you make the first move. Du Haigai also not politely accepted, he made the first move, so Do decided to use his self-determination to skewer the master's left side. I don't know how much time has passed, but by this time, old man Tianqian Dam looked miserable, sweating continuously, breathing heavily from fatigue. His junior brother looked at him and couldn't help but chuckle, Big Brother fought like he was actually fighting, but he could only endure 7 rounds. Old Tianqian continued to smile wryly, he crossed his arms and praised, indeed, very talented, the road of immortality you performed at the end was truly a very skillful move. He continued to ask, could he play one more round? Du Haigai agreed, his master continued, I will let you go first, that's all, there is a saying that the first player wins, if you keep doing that, then we will be at a disadvantage forever. When Du Haigai heard that, he slowly replied, so this time, the disciple let the master go first. Another period of time passed, this time after the match, on the chair, old man Tianqian clenched his fists, his whole body trembling to control his anger. He pointed again, challenged him to a duel, came again, went again, just like that, the two continued to argue for many hours. After quite a while, at this moment, the old man sat slumped in his chair in disbelief and blurted out, losing 13 times in a row, am I dreaming? Surely I am dreaming. His brother immediately said, maybe it's because you're not familiar with the 3-talented sword, let's stop here, brother. Tianqian heard that and got angry and shouted, shut up, brat. Then he turned around and said to No Haigai, pretty good, you must have studied each of the 3 swords very carefully, right, so it's only fair to give me time to learn the 3 swords. Hearing that, So Hai the guy immediately asked, so what should I do? Elder Tianqian thought for a while and then answered, well, even though the 3-talented sword is the lowest level martial art, it takes about a month of studying to understand it, right? He did not want to make things difficult for him, so he agreed, okay, then a month later, we will continue to discuss. Tianqian heard that and stood up and instructed, okay, you must not be afraid, you must come, talk to the nursing home. Having said that, he immediately left quickly. Seeing him so enthusiastic, the guy wondered, if he knew that the opponent arguing with him was a sword god, what kind of expression would he show? Suddenly, a hand hit him hard on the shoulder. It's your big brother. he asked with a solemn face, "Who exactly are you?" In his head, he couldn't help but think, the 3 talented swordsmen that I practice the most diligently. I still remember the entire process of swordplay in my mind, but, is that guy a martial arts genius? No, it feels like me, is facing something much stronger, and even conceals its internal strength. Seeing that Big Brother was full of doubts towards him, Hi Guy sighed in reassurance, later I will explain everything to you. Bu Hun-gi Sr. stroked his beard and smiled, thinking in his heart, I'm just planning on getting into the habit of drinking with him, but that doesn't seem right. Let's see, Goa is already married, that's right, we're still hot. Just thinking about this, his junior brother quickly spoke up, what do you think about the most beautiful flower in the Namgung family, Namgung's second book? Du Hun-gi quickly replied, of course the women of the male Gung family are beautiful, but no one seems to know anything about Onhui. The old man didn't seem to pay attention to the last part of his sentence. He smiled proudly and introduced, that's my granddaughter, come on, let me introduce her to you. Bu Hun-gi Sr. immediately raised his hand to stop, no, brother, he already has a fiancée. Bu Hun-gi Sr.'s senior brother put his hands on his hips and said dissatisfiedly, who dares to get engaged to my daughter? Bu Hun what the senior immediately replied, Hoa Sun Tu Long. When the old man heard that, he was not satisfied and replied, who said he was handing over my granddaughter to that beggar Taoist? When senior Bu Hun saw senior brother like that, he couldn't say anything back. The story didn't know how to continue, he just saw the guy walking around, he looked around to examine the situation and couldn't help but think, something is very strange, even though the senators were kind, it's a good thing for me, but I'm forced to stay with them for half a month, actually, I should go back and develop my business, but now I'm stuck at Kien Tong, but when will I have to go to that little girl? When he came to a place where a zither was placed, he sometimes exclaimed, it looks so magical. He moved closer to the guitar and thought, this dark and cramped place, like the underworld, can still be used, right? Du Hai Guy put his hand on the strings and started to play, to his surprise, oh, Kung Tianj, Jiak, Chuyen, Vu, according to modern music, it's Do Me Son, ha. As if he had found something to entertain, the guy smiled with pleasure and tried to play a song. In his mind, he thought, that's it reminds me of when I was in college, I also used to play the recorder, ta. Suddenly, a female voice spoke, how come? When he heard that, the guy was startled, he opened his eyes wide to see who had spoken. The girl who just spoke is the daughter that senior brother Bu Hun-gi Sr. mentioned, Male Gung So. She widened her eyes in surprise and asked, how did you do it? Du Hai Guy quickly clasped his hands and bowed his head and said, I've been rude. Namgung So didn't pay attention to this, she asked intently how to make that sound. Her cheeks were pink, and her eyes were filled with wonder. By blocking 3 strings with overlapping sounds at the same time, she was able to create that sound. When singing, she would often combine sounds from many different types, but thinking of this, she immediately shouted out a request, please teach me how to make that sound. Seeing her enthusiasm, he didn't hide it and said, it's not difficult, I wonder if you can help me tune the remaining 2 strings to the pitch I want. Namgung So immediately walked up to the guitar and asked, if you want to adjust the pitch of the strings, then there is no sound that I can't adjust, how do you want to adjust the sound? Du Hai Guy immediately replied, if you Thu helps us tune 1 string to a sound between the pitch and the toy, 1 string to a sound between the Vu and the bow. Namgung So did as he said, and at the same time asked again, if it's the sound between Dak and Dai, do you want to be gravitate or miss? Du Hai Guy suggested, can you try teaching it to me, or not? Namgung So started strumming, the first sound rang out, Hai Guy shook his head and said, not this sound, the second sound, he happily confirmed, it was this sound. Miss Namgung confirmed that it was Yin Trong Lu. She continued to play, and when he saw that he said it was this sound, she explained, this sound was death. After finishing tuning, the Du Hai Guy begins to strum the guitar, then teaches and combines suitable sounds together, called harmony. Miss Namgung asked again and again, harmonizing, Du Hai Guy replied while playing the guitar, yes, starting from the Z chord. Hearing the sound of the instrument, the male Gung So showed an excited face and shouted. Then he asked again, but what is the say chord? Hearing her question, the guy felt a little guilty and hesitantly said, that. He couldn't help but think to himself, how to explain this, I don't know how to explain it either. After a while of struggling with thoughts, the guy decided to ignore this issue. He continued to play the guitar to distract his attention. Her idea, next is the Dai chord. Hearing the sound, The male Gungso immediately shouted, "Ah, it's him, I heard this music just now, this sound is so beautiful, more, more." Her grandfather saw the two of them discussing happily and immediately thought, "What should I do? How did that name suddenly fall here?" Even when he meets noble and elegant gentlemen from other families, he still shows an arrogant expression. Why is he so happy to meet him? Returning to the two of them, the male Gungso asked, "Young master, just now you were plucking the yin bow and yang at the same time, right?" Duhaigai immediately answered, "Yes, and if combined with chords too," Duhaigai said while playing the sample, but it seemed because he was unfamiliar, he forced a smile and admitted, "My strength is still lacking, left." Nam Gungso immediately said with interest, "Let me try." When he heard her playing music, he felt that the melody was a bit familiar, as if he had heard this somewhere before. He suddenly remembered, it sounded like the love of Marin Phi. What a musical genius. Miss Nam Gung finished fighting and exclaimed, "In the world, this thing." Before she could finish speaking, the guy interrupted her and embarrassedly admitted, "I had indeed pulled the axe over the worker's eyes, it was embarrassing to do so in front of the young lady." The old man, who had been standing and listening all this time, suddenly burst out laughing and praised, having heard the sound of this excellent instrument, how could he hear the sounds of other piano masters in the future? "That's right, you see my daughter, how?" Seeing him walk up and ask like that, the guy was surprised. "What is that? I have seen all the most beautiful big stars of the Republic of Korea, but, to be honest, I am still moved by this. What about this girl?" He didn't directly answer his question, just replied, "The sound is wonderful." The old man looked at him and smiled meaningfully, making him shiver a bit. Finally, he bowed his head and said, "I would like to take my leave first." Miss Nam Gung's grandfather saw this and asked, "Are you going back to the nursing home?" Hearing that, the guy smiled wryly and replied, "Yes, the master told me not to wander around, to wait for him there, I cannot disobey his words." The old man laughed loudly when he heard what he said, "This kid, he really doesn't know anything about him. Do you want to bet with me?" Duhaigai also quickly agreed, "So let's bet." The sky gradually turned to a quiet night. In his room, when Big Brother Du Hui was fast asleep, Duhaigai sat on the chair calling for his ancestors and sword god. The human voice in the jade blood rang out, "Why is it like this?" Duhaigai immediately asked, "What exactly did you do to my body? Why are the people of the southern Gung family so panicked?" Duchan Kiem then replied, "I only transmitted the great divine sword technique, my unique mind method, into your body." He continued to ask, "Isn't that great?" Sword God did not explain clearly but asked the opposite, "What do you expect the answer to be?" Haggai expressed, "This is what happened to my body, shouldn't I know, now the fear in my heart is also spinning dizzyingly." Duchan Sword God explained, "Because you have opened all the meridians, of course your internal energy will also quickly increase, no need to worry, within 3 years you will be able to successfully form pills." When Duhaigai heard him say that, he put his hand on his chin to rest, saying that, "Is my internal mind technique, even stronger than the Tan Tien Dai Lin divine technique of the head of the Nam Gung family?" Hearing him ask such an unreasonable question, the sword god couldn't help but get angry and shout in his ear, "Who do you think I am? If you want to compare it with my sword angel technique, then there is only the great angel technique of master wisdom, and the Tai Chi divine technique of the three winds, and the infinite chaos element technique, that's all." Duhaigai continued to ask, "According to reputation, aren't Hoa Sun's 2 Ha divine technique and Tien Demon Tan's divine technique the most powerful?" Duchan Kiem then crossed his arms over his chest and contemptuously reminded him, "Don't mention such nonsense as demonic magic anymore, this is the first time I've heard of the purple magic technique, I've never seen that kind of technique." Duhaigai raised his hand and scratched his head, looking as if he couldn't believe it. Could it be that in his time there was no Hoa Sun sect? The sword god ancestor replied, "Yes, but there is no mind method called Zi Ha Badi Gong, it is probably a mind method created by later generations." Hearing that, the guy didn't ask any more questions, he smiled excitedly and said, "That's probably it, after all, it's similar to the 5 great magic techniques, but the mind dharma I learned is more advanced, thank you sir." When the sword god heard him say that, he smiled dangerously and replied, "After all, you increased your internal energy too quickly, so you will soon have to suffer side effects, so there is no need to thank him." Duhaigai asked in panic, What are the side effects?" Ancestor Duchan frowned and repeated, "Isn't that a matter of course? Do you know what stages you've gone through, what you've been through?" Duhaigai can't help but wonder, what stage? The sword god then explained, "If cultivating divine art is as simple as that, then everyone on the river and lake will have a peerless internal power, All I do is use the overwhelming power of innate true energy, helps you clear all your blood and meridians, and forces you to accept the Great Sword Heaven technique, that's all. If you meet people of the same level, you will definitely win countless battles. That is the biggest side effect. The sword sect cannot solve this problem. If the sword sect does not accept it, then you are just a child. The kid's mouth still stinks of milk, and he has the strength of an adult. When Du Hai Guy heard that, he sighed and thought, if I finish the job, I will immediately go to the sword sect. The sword god sympathetically advised, the faster, the better. The night passed like that, and early the next morning, in the room, the old man was sitting opposite someone, seemingly arguing. The other person asked with a haggard face, Father, please let me go now. Tianj Qian Dam still continued to ask, quickly tell me the next move. The man saw that he intended to let him go, and just sighed and said, after capturing his father with the 7 stars self-determination, he attacked the upper part with a giant dragon coming out of the sea. When old Tianj Qian heard him say that, he immediately shouted, you idiot, why did you choose the giant dragon to leave the sea right away? That was the reason for the warning. His son was angry when he heard that, but still tried his best, repressed. Old Tianj Qian Dam continued his sword discussion and said that after using all his strength to attack with Tu Kui, he must attack below with Ascension 1 route. How about that? The man opposite bowed his head and admitted, I lost. Hearing that, the old man laughed loudly and said, yes, that's normal, that's right, of course I won, right. Finally, his son couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up with determination. He couldn't bear it. I'm really going now. Today is the second day I haven't been able to see the children's faces. The old Tianj Qian Dam huffed and remembered, that guy used the 2 heavens and 2 roads as if they were his stars and moons. This method is based on irregularities and irregularities, called inevitable events. Thinking of this, he was startled to realize, yes, it was 8,000 pounds. There must have been a support from a high-ranking person, so the situation of 8,000 pounds appeared. His son saw him suddenly shouting like that, also panicked, 3 great sword techniques. The son's face became solemn and he continuously asked who it was, the one who made his father become like this with the 3 great sword techniques. Tianj Qian Dam old man bowed his head, with a sad face he replied, it's a new disciple. Tan Long group leader heard that, surprised and asked again, what, you, disciple? Old Tianj Qian Dam's face darkened, he looked extremely embarrassed, he sighed and recounted, having lost 13 times in a row, I still haven't won against that kid once. The leader of Tan Long group was stunned and froze, took 5 seconds, extremely shocked and said, what? The Green Dragon group master frowned and said loudly, you have accepted someone with the strength of one of the 7 martial arts as your disciple. The old Tianj Qian Dam was sweating, his face sullenly replied, what kind of martial arts training? If I lose to a martial artist of such caliber, do I need to be so sad? My disciple is not even 20 yet, that age. Master Tan Long found this unbelievable. He was confused and asked his father, who was extremely sad, he wasn't lying, right? The leader of the Tan Long group still felt a little doubtful. His ardent spirit pulled out the sword he was holding in his hand and shouted loudly, pulling the sword out. Hearing that, the old man could only stand and sigh. Tan Long Don asked with an aggressive face, where is that kid right now? Tianj Qian Dam old man replied, he must be at the old nursing home. Having said that, the Tan Long group leader and his father, Tianj Qian Dam Lao, quickly went to Tan Lao courtyard to see what this person's face looked like. In the royal courtyard at this time, the disciples of the old temple were gathered together in groups and were talking loudly. What, the heavenly sword immortal lost to a young man less than 20 years old, is that true? One disciple appeared quite agitated upon hearing this information. His face darkened, his eyes turned cold, he gritted his teeth, and growled and said, then this kid. Du Hai Guy sat on the chair with an extremely worried expression because of the many discriminatory eyes directed at him. Du Hai Guy looked at the group of people in front of him. They were full of murderous intent, frowning, baring their teeth. He sweated and asked, hey, what mistake did I make? Suddenly the heavenly sword immortal and the blue dragon group master boldly entered. The disciples then spread out in both directions, bowing respectfully to their master. They spoke loudly in unison. To see Master Sword Immortal, Hai Guy also stood up and said hello, looking for the old man. Tianj Qian Dam old man sat down on the chair and said, okay, are you ready? Hearing that, everyone calmly stood up. The guy returned to his seat, sat on the chair facing Tianj Qian Dam. He sighed and replied, there is nothing to prepare, the disciple is just waiting for the master, let's go. Tianj Qian Dam old man heard that, he was speechless, he stood up and said, okay, Can I go first? Hai Guy coldly replied, please master. The disciples standing around seemed very surprised when they heard that. They looked at each other and asked, is the sword fairy going first, huh? Suddenly, the guy's face turned extremely serious and he spoke loudly, before starting, the disciple had a wish. When Tianqian Dam heard that, he lingered, sat down on the chair and asked, do you want to bet? The guy smirked and replied with an interested expression, if the master says so, then just consider it a bet. Tianqian Dam old man replied with a serious face, okay, what do you want? Hey guy pulled a book out of his pocket. Tianqian Dam old man let out a confused sound, not knowing what this guy was planning to do. Hai Guy flipped through each page of the book. Inside was a map. Tianqian Dam said in surprise, this is a map of Hefei, what are those dots? Hai Guy said gently, the red spots are the places where the disciples want to open a hotel. Tianqian Dam old man's eyes widened, confused and not understanding anything, asking himself, hotel guest, do you want to do business? Then he clicked his tongue, his eyes were cold but also a little scared, and he gave the condition that if he lost, the master of the internal courtyard would give you the Tianqian sword card. In return, if I win, you will have to change your name, and become the family's liar. The guy was extremely interested when he heard that. He clapped his hands on his chest confidently and said, okay, that's it, please let me know. Standing next to Du Chan, hearing this condition, he was extremely angry, he clenched his fists, his eyes were sharp, and he cursed and threatened, what an arrogant guy, daring to arrest someone from the family for them. Today, I will teach him how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Tianqian Dam's face was angry, he snorted and said in a harsh voice, after capturing your back with his own determination. Having said that, everyone evacuated to the fighting arena, and the disciples of the old academy also happily gathered around to watch. The two disciples looked at each other in bewilderment and stammered as they said, what, as if they were listening to instructions or instructions. Hai Guy's cold eyes were full of determination, thinking in his heart, he used 8 points of his power, then used self-determination to take back his master, using a flash to break through the mountain to aim at the Fate Gate point. Having said that, old Tianqian Dam held his sword and rushed towards the guy. Seeing that, he jumped up high to avoid his master's move. Secretly happy in my heart, if I use fate to avoid it, then I will use open Tian Tian Toa Toa Chow Chow to perform the sword artifact. Hai Guy used his hands flexibly to block all of Tianqian Dam old's moves. If you use evil self-determination to avoid, use the 2 acupuncture points of Ni Tian He Lo, the brain protection acupoint and the KY high acupuncture point. Old man Tianqian's face turned dark, he was sweating, he was angry and thought to himself, so all moves of fate and evil have been blocked, Hai Guy smiled arrogantly and said, half a moment has passed, master also knows the rules of swordplay. Old Tianqian Dam heard that and was extremely angry, he waved his hand and used his energy to launch a move towards Hai Gu, he shouted loudly, quick self-determination, and then thought to himself, I will use quick self-determination in the opposite direction to escape the attack, yours. The disciples stood around, extremely admiring, laughing happily and cheering loudly, oh, sure enough. The disciple uses 8 parts of his power, waits until he has used up half of his self-determination just now, uses the combined steps to display the entire power of the self-determination, and then ends it, by using the flying eagle behind his master. He thought that if he used this move, he would be sure to win, but no, Tianqian Dam was blocked by Hai Guy. The old sword fairy sat down on the ground, his arms and legs hanging down, tears streaming down his face, extremely embarrassed. He thought to himself, the gap between him and it was too clear. Tianqian Dam old man sighed, raised his hands in surrender, this boy, I have lost, let's use this game to decide the winner. Tianqian Dam was still not convinced, he continued, but he could still play a few more rounds. Hai Guy did not hesitate and generously replied, of course. Tianqian Dam was extremely grateful, replied, thank you very much. The disciples frowned, grimaced and began to gossip, feeling like he was asking to learn. Tianqian Dam old man pulled out his sword, channeled his energy, and rushed towards the Hai Guy. The Hai Guy was still very calm at this time, his cold eyes looked at his master, then he made a few punches to block the old Tianqian Dam's moves. Tianqian Dam old man, his eyes lost and desperate looked at this guy. Hai Guy stood proudly holding his sword, his hair flying wildly, full of pride, this is Tai son. Tianqian Dam old man dropped his sword to the ground, making excuses, standing in front of Tai Mountain, my swordsmanship began to scatter. The sword fairy's eyes glowed like stars, he let out a loud cry, perhaps he had found a new technique to deal with the High Guy. Tianj Chen damn old man sat on a chair, closed his eyes and channeled energy. His entire body radiated blue spiritual energy. The master of the Tan Long group saw this in surprise and said loudly, "Could it be that you have already become enlightened?" Then he quickly ordered his disciples and Dharma protectors to quickly protect him. Immediately, this group of people gathered around Tianj Chen damn old man. The guy stood in a corner and thought to himself, how stuck together. Night had fallen, people still gathered there to watch the intense and dramatic fight between the two teachers and students. When Tianj Chen Dam woke up, he lazily opened his eyes and looked around. Suddenly he frowned, opened his eyes wide, his pupils turned blue, his whole body radiated blue spiritual energy. Looking so full of energy, he growled a few times. The master of Tan Long group happily asked, "Have you just completed a great attack?" Old man Tianj Chen Dam sat on the chair and said calmly, "After the third move of Tianj Kung's no-love sword, I have already reached the first part." Seeing this, the disciples cheered endlessly, happy for the old man, congratulating him. The atmosphere was extremely bustling and cheerful. Then suddenly, the guy smiled sarcastically and said, "You're trying to figure it out and you're enlightened." Everyone turned to look at him, frowning, full of murderous intent. The old Tianj Chen Dam then laughed loudly and said, "I have to call you master." The guy asked, "Master hasn't forgotten the Tian Tian sword card, right?" Tianj Chen Dam old man put his hands on his hips and solemnly announced, "From now on, you can use the name Nam Gung to do everything. I will tell the head of the inner courtyard." The guy was extremely happy when he heard that. He clasped his hands together, he bowed his head and respectfully responded, thanking his master. Old man Tianj Chen Dam said with a stern face, full of admiration in his heart, "I don't understand. I have never met a martial arts genius like you in my whole life. Do you really just want to be a businessman?" Du Hai Guy smiled and replied, "The master said so. How can one learn martial arts without food?" So the disciple asked permission to go to the master of the inner courtyard. Hearing that, Tianj Chen's sword fairy immediately asked, "Are you leaving now?" Du Hai Guy replied, "Yes, there's still a lot of work to do." Also, he said and turned around to look at Du Huyen. Du Yun walked up to him. Du Hai Guy continued, "Can the master accept his disciple's big brother, become a martial arts master of the family?" Du Yun was startled when he heard that, stunned and looked at him passionately. The guy continued to explain, "In terms of qualifications, the disciple is unclear, but his enthusiasm for swords and martial arts is beyond dispute." Hearing this, Tianj Chen Dam old man immediately called out loudly, "Tan Long Group Master." Tan Long Group Master quickly clasped his hands and bowed his head and replied, "Fish here, please Tianj Chen Dam old master of the temple to give orders." Elder Tianj Tan ordered, "Accept that boy into Tan Long Don Academy and teach him." Tan Long Don Master respectfully responded and obeyed. Du Hui's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. He was extremely touched by Du Hai Guy's recent actions.
Du Hai Guy walked up to Du Huyen, put his hand on Du Huyen's shoulder and asked, "Are you satisfied?" Du Hui looked at him with teary eyes, chokingly said, Hai Guy, I. Du Hai Guy laughed and continued asking, "Maybe, we won't see each other in the next few years. Will he still be okay without you?" Du Hai Guy tensed his body and replied strongly, "Sure, of course." "Hey Guy, I advise you, don't forget to stop by Tiat Phuong to visit your parents from time to time." Du Huyen replied, his face was full of concern and questions, "Of course, but where are you going?" he said, and then Du Hai Guy smiled, turned around and walked away, saying as he walked, Later, brother." Du Huyen stood silently looking at Du Hai Guy's back. As soon as they opened the door and stepped out, a group of disciples of the forum were all kneeling, clasping their hands to worship, and said to each other, "Young knight, let's discuss swords with me, please teach me a trick." Du Hai Guy coldly walked away, not paying attention to this group of people, their faces darkened, earnestly begging, calling your name, young knight, please." The next morning, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the wind was gentle. The scene and atmosphere at the house at this time were quite peaceful. The general manager stood with his hands behind his back, full of thoughtfulness. He thought to himself, "Since the first time we met, I have seen that he is different." He recalled the memories of Du Hai Guy. Du Hai Guy confidently said, "Of course you can't use money to please the elders, but I will make their hearts come alive again." The general manager was still a bit suspicious when he heard that. He asked again, "What do you mean by that?" Du Hai Guy replied, "Our Tiat Phuong Du family." While reminiscing, suddenly a familiar voice spoke up, "General manager, are you okay?" It turns out that the guy has returned. The general manager was extremely happy and cheerfully said, "Ward master."
Du Guy smirked and held up the card only for the heavenly sword for the general manager to see. The general manager was extremely surprised when he saw this. His eyes were wide and his mouth was open. He said, "Oh my god, I love the sword, we have to set up a new workshop." Du Guy said coldly, "That's not all." The general manager was stunned and quickly said loudly, "Ah, forever playing cards, we can finally sell weapons." Du Guy gave the card to the general manager and said, "I have gone to see the boss, please hang it up." The guy calmly continued to talk about the upcoming plan. In 1 month, about 5 to 6 carts carrying iron ore fibers will arrive here. The warlords will personally support those carts. The general manager asked, "Are you sure we won't? Is there enough money to buy iron ore?" Du Guy replied. The general manager just calmly calculated. The general manager panically replied, "Oh." Du Guy's eyes lit up, his face full of determination, and said, "MANHUA brother, we will turn this MANHUA into a kingdom of iron." The general manager laughed loudly and said, "You've really done it." Du Guy humbly said, "I haven't done anything yet, now it's just the beginning, you just leave it to my father to take care of building the new factory, he will be able to do it himself." Weapon production, well, first of all we will name it Bin Sun CAC, the general manager usually takes care of arranging light manpower. The general manager continued, "With the output of our iron guild, we can forge hundreds of swords a month, is there any place to sell the goods?" Du Guy pulled out an envelope from his pocket and said, "This is a handwritten letter from the Lord Ward that I will send to the general's palace. For now, you can provide free weapons for an army." After hearing this, the general manager was startled, stunned, and asked, Soldiers, free of charge?" "Hey Guy," said as he walked, "trial goods are not enough to make the general move, we have to create weapons that can convince all the ironclad doctors. Until we can do that, then don't deliver the goods, and we need an independent trade group to exclusively supply goods produced in our area." The general manager's face turned dark when he heard that, sweating, and said, "Isn't the merchant concubine of the Fire Dragon Company already taking on that task for us?" Du Guy closed his eyes, his face filled with excitement, and replied, "I mean this is an independent trading company." The general manager was surprised and asked again, "What, our own trading company, are you planning to set up your own trading company?" Du Guy nodded in confirmation, "Yes, with the Tian sword card, there is nothing to hesitate anymore." The general manager of the river was so worried that he stammered, "The ward master, but..." He interrupted and asked, "Until now, the Fire Dragon Trade Group has monopolized all transactions with our Iron Guild, so how much benefit will it gain?" The general manager clasped his hands in confusion and replied, "Yes, the benefits that our Iron Guild gets are not as good." Hey Guy said, "That's twice as much as us, you can't help but be surprised, twice, with an investment of 60 taels of gold, the Fire Dragon Trade Group has earned about 1,000 taels of gold in about 8 months, a profit figure that is too large compared to the investment." Li Ge River hesitantly expressed, "After all, the third young master is also a brotherhood with the ward master," so High Guy sat down and sighed, "That's all we have, I've done my best." Transactions between merchants are based on the principle of equivalent exchange. It is impossible to maintain a transaction in which one side unilaterally suffers losses for a long time. He knows better than anyone else, that's clear. I always warned him about this fact, but there was no attractive solution, so I had to end the transaction. Moreover, up until now, we have only unilaterally endured the trading losses due to those gold bars. If we can guarantee the iron ore, then we don't need to bear those losses anymore. The general manager should also take on the position of head of the merchant group. As soon as he said it, the general manager of the river stood still. Let's try to find out, if the general manager were to operate the exclusive trade group and distribute our ironclad's products, how much profit would he earn per month? After listening, he also tried to close his eyes and think and calculate. After a few minutes, he gave a number, 1,000 taels of gold. Du Guy frowned and wondered why. Li Ge Sung explained that first, he had calculated the profit of the current trading goods to be 5 times higher, because of using iron ore as raw materials, in addition to the benefits gained from operating the online trading company. Continue there. And after completing the production of the products being developed in Ki San CAC, the expected revenue is 700 taels. Du Guy directly reminded, ignoring Mr. San's message. Because the guildmaster has set high requirements for the perfection of the weapon, if it is a weapon that makes all the guild ironmen with high self-esteem nod, then it seems that at least it must be focused on developing in the future, half a year, for generation excluded from revenue. After the development, if the transaction with the general's palace is successful, the general manager will fall into deep contemplation. He suddenly exclaimed, 5,000 taels, Expected to be 5,000 taels of gold. Duhai Guy then smiled and praised, just like I predicted, very good. The general manager of the river looked at him and silently assessed, oh, there was no surprise on his face, a year worth 60,000 taels of gold. Suddenly, the guy took out a piece of paper from his pocket saying, now we can start a new business, that is. The paper was opened, it was a map with a few green and red dots on it. The general manager asked suspiciously, isn't this a map of Hefei? The guy reminded me, I ordered the development of a small horse-drawn carriage in Kizan the other day. No, it should be called Nyan Sa, that's right, remember. Hearing that, he remembered its shape in his mind and asked again, ah, you mean something called a bicycle? That's right, after completing the development of bicycles in Kizan, it will be produced, 500 units produced and stored in warehouse. The general manager rubbed his chin and thought, 500 pieces, how much warehouse would be needed to store this? When do you plan to sell it? He smiled mysteriously and said, until I prepare, besides, the bicycle absolutely cannot be sold. Not understanding what he meant, he was a bit bewildered. He suddenly asked, hasn't the general manager ever thought like that, if someone were to deliver delicious dishes at the guest station, wouldn't it be good? Li Driver tilted her head wondering how to deliver it. What is it? Ah, it means someone will take it and bring it to her. At that time, General Manager Ji Sung gasped, could it be the guest station business that the ward owner had mentioned before? That's right, wherever there is a small road, no matter where in Hefei, we can deliver food to station guests. We have thought about how station guests deliver it. Look at this map, these hundreds of green dots are the current traffic tables. Every morning here, our station staff goes out at the designated time and takes customers' lunch and dinner orders. Payment is also made here. As soon as the order is received, the employee will write the delivery location and time on the applicable board. Li Ji-sung listened to his analysis and was surprised. Then our delivery person will go there to confirm the current table, then return to the customer station and deliver the order. When the food is brought out, then each person will go to the area I took over, and started delivering. The general manager suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked, what about bicycles? Hey Guy replied, fast delivery, it's a groundbreaking invention to complete the delivery before the food gets cold. After hearing his analysis like that, the general manager exclaimed a few times with excitement. He also wondered, so among the green dots, these 8 red dots are, that's right, they are our station guests, ta. Li Driver couldn't help but nod and rub his chin thinking, it was a new business. Moreover, even if competitors wanted to imitate, they couldn't do it because they didn't have bicycles, so the new do not sell bicycles. But he is a little concerned, however, the price is too high, don't we have to hire hundreds of people to deliver the goods? Hey Guy said, even if it's expensive, you still have to force them to eat. I think the food here is so bad, it has no taste. After all, who said that Chinese food is the best? Because sugar and salt are expensive, the food is bland and bad, the spices are too few compared to modern times, compared to people's tastes. My taste, when I was a modern person, was not delicious at all. Thinking about it, he jumped down from the table and advised, buy a large amount of salt and sugar in Jiangnan. The general manager was skeptical, why sugar and salt? He expressed that we will cook a new dish. If everyone feels the appeal of sweet and salty taste, those who are addicted to it will still buy it even if it is expensive. Salty and sweet, will we prioritize new business development over development? Probably, yes, I will do my best, the general manager replied and then left. Duhai Guy was alone at this moment, smiling strangely and thinking to himself, oh people of the Central Highlands, I will show you what wonderful modern taste is. At the southern palace, the inner courtyard. The head of the inner courtyard, Nam Kung Bik, is sitting and looking at scrolls. Reading a part of the report, he suddenly frowned. Kim lost guests, Cao Jia Tiat Ward, Cao Hui, Tianj Tian earned cards and delivered letters. Duhai Guy from the Cao family's Tiat Ward, Nam Kung Bik muttered, who is this guy? He asked me to give him 3 or 4 Tianj Tian sword cards in a year, while on a business trip to Ha Nam. I gave him what else? Who exactly is it? After thinking for a while, he continued reading, and felt sorry for the old master of the monastery. At this point, his anger could no longer be contained. He frowned and gritted his teeth, scolding, strange, disregarding society, disregarding order, and disregarding family law. 3 months ago, when I brought a young man here, I tried to stop this brotherhood, giving the Tian Tian sword and card to a nameless and ageless ironclad. I couldn't help it. Having said that, the male palace went out in anger. Arriving at a store, the deserted scene surprised him. But why was there no one at the metallurgy factory? Now is the best time for training, where has the dragon group gone? While walking, he suddenly noticed a place, in the yard, many people were gathering. What were they all gathering here for? Someone saw him and immediately came to pay their respects to the head of the inner courtyard. Nam Kung Bik frowned and asked, "The Green Dragon Group, are all gathered here, what's going on?" The other person replied, "We are discussing martial arts." When he heard that, his face darkened. "As far as I know, discussion is prohibited during working hours, perhaps I understood wrongly." The young man was a bit scared, but still explained that the group leader had given permission. The male palace was startled. The group leader, has the family's activities and traditions collapsed like this? He angrily waved his hand and shouted, "Swordplay is a lifelong practice, you people don't know that, so what are you doing here, dare to make fun of me?" The master of the temple met us directly at the temple, so what did we see? After discussing the sword, Elder Tan Master awakened and reached the realm of clear eyes. Nam Kung's eyes widened in surprise. Is that true? The heavenly eye is a trait that appears when the family practices swordsmanship at the highest level, in the history of the family, achieving unsurpassed heavenly eyes, more than 10 people. The group was now full of excitement and told that yes, we had seen it. He immediately thought, an expert who reached the same level as the homeowner who had practiced a great scene appeared. It was difficult not to argue. After thinking about it, he asked, "Who is the object of your discussion?" "The homeowner." That person replied, "The object of the search is the unnamed disciple of the abbot, the unnamed disciple, an anonymous disciple of that age, the name will be in serious trouble." Who was the person who became the disciple? He was the young knight of the Cow family. Nam Kung was stunned. Was he that guy called Hai Hai? On the other side, the guy still doesn't know what happened. Nam Kung Bek's face darkened and he shouted. Immediately, a person dressed in black appeared with subordinates. He immediately issued an order to quickly investigate the person named Du Hai Gai of the Cow Jia Tiat ward, and obeyed the order. In the palace of the Nam Kung family, Tian Chen Dam old man put the cup of tea on the table and said happily, "I just came to visit my grandfather now, the homeowner is too busy." The person opposite him was the head of the Nam Kung family, the Gungsu male swordsman. His hand was clenched so tightly that he was trembling as he tried to say, "Today I read the essay that you gave me 3 days ago." Tian Chen Dam old man laughed and said, "You must be very surprised, that's right." Nam Gungsu replied and then thought to himself, he must have used 4 to 8,000 scales, Dihoa and Mach 3 swords, and 3 stream swordsmanship, like martial arts. The 3 talented sword and the sword record up to now is a unique martial art technique that I have ever seen, a realm that I have not yet reached. It is Hoa Sun, Purple River Sword Saint. The number 1 swordsman in the galaxy, although at the same level, is someone I cannot defeat. Tian Chen Dam shook his head, it wasn't him. The head of the Nam Kung family frowned. If so, who would it be? On the opposite side, Mr. Tan suddenly took a deep breath, his eyes seemed to exude strength. Slowly you will know, I hope the homeowner can understand something more. Seeing this, the male Gungsu could not help but stand up happily, "Uncle," congratulating the great success. That afternoon, at a restaurant, while everyone was eating and drinking happily, suddenly someone came in. The young man politely bowed and invited them objectively. A group of people immediately noticed, Hoa T Sword Gate, Hoa T Sword Gate, what kind of sword gate? Hoa T Dog 2 has one. Hoa Seo my young, Hoa T's dog. As soon as he entered, he clapped his hands to attract attention. All the heroes of the noble families are here. Cha De Uan was also in this restaurant. When he saw him, he immediately asked, Hoa Tio Heap, are you okay? Hoa Seo my eagle pretended to be surprised. This person isn't the little knight who criticized De Uan. At this moment, the voice of the second lady inviting guests rang out again, inviting guests. Outside the door, a number of men walked in together. Hoa Seo Myung immediately turned around and greeted warmly, "Miss, you are getting more and more beautiful," she just politely replied, "Long time no see." Dang Ho frowned dissatisfiedly and said, "Still so casual, Dang Ho brother. The little sword master and the little cat are together, it's really a big banquet for the little dragon." Dang Ho's face darkened. "If it weren't for the family's orders, I wouldn't have needed to talk to you, forcing me to go to Shanxi with those who defiled my father's name with their pens." He said, "After breakfast, we will leave immediately." On the other side, the guy seems to be having some sort of dispute with the restaurant staff. "So what do you want, kid? Whatever you want is what you want." The sound of arguing attracted the attention of the male Gung So. She turned to look and was surprised. He hid the young gentleman. On the other side, the chef angrily questioned, "Why should I give you my recipe?" Hey Guy bit his lip and cursed, "Damn it, even though I've humbled myself so much, if no one tells me how to operate a guest station, my plan will be ruined." The other guy saw his unpleasant expression and was filled with pride. He didn't know where this rich man came from. Did he think I didn't know you wanted to open a guest station? Suddenly at this moment, Lee Dong-ge rushed in, "Brother, my loyal brother, Brother Dong-ge." Without having time to breathe, he raised the piece of paper and asked what this was all about. Hai Guy twitched the corner of his lips and thought, sure enough, the general manager worked very quickly. Lee Dong-ge angrily asked, "Do you know how long I've been looking for you? You suddenly ended our transaction without saying a word. Is this your true nature?" Hai Guy finally opened his mouth, "Brother, things are really like that. What is it like?" His eyes were red with anger. He even crumpled the paper in his hand and shouted, "Even the merchant would not do this. How could you not let the merchant company that had done 1,500 transactions with you? Every month we have an opportunity to negotiate, unilaterally ending the transaction like this. We are not even brothers." Hai Guy calmly said, "I really respect you, but we have to be fair and private." Lee Dong-ge was so disappointed that she stepped back. "Niadi." He continued to say, "You said it like you didn't give me a chance, but in reality you gave me how many chances? I told you every day about that. The monthly profit that you get when trading with me is 120 taels. As a businessman, you know very well how big that number is." When he heard that, his face turned pale. Did he know the profits we got through trading with MANHUA at Ward? Hai Guy's face darkened and coldly said, "Brother, you said it well. Tell me if there is any brother who gives you 120 taels a month. It's not brotherly love, it's robbery, it's not bribery." This time, it was Lee Dong-ge's turn to awkwardly explain, "That's not true. Do you know that in order to provide money for me, you must be loyal?" Suddenly, he reached into his pocket. A golden card was taken out. When he saw it, he panicked, wondering if he could come. Lee Dong-ge immediately collapsed. The deal ended. The guy who had just argued with him was scared and stammered out a plea, "Oh my God, my lord, the people have been disrespectful to you." Hai Guy didn't understand what was going on, so Dang Ho stomped his foot and came forward to ask, "Who are you, and why do you have this family's gold card?" Hai Guy rolled his eyes and clasped his hands to introduce himself, "I am a cow family, no, Hai Guy of MANHUA at Phuong." Dang Ho frowned, "MANHUA at Phuong, show me the gold card." Nam Gung so quickly stopped, "Senior brother, young Knight No Hai is now the most prestigious person in our family. The golden plate is definitely from the family. I'm surprised to hear that. How prestigious." She recounted, "You just finished the retreat yesterday, so of course you don't know. Later you should ask the old Abbey Master Tien Chien Dam. No, you just need to meet the group masters to know." Dang Ho asked doubtfully, "Did he send this master a great martial arts technique?" Nam Gung so laughed, "No, this young knight has very strong martial arts skills." He unconsciously looked at the guy and silently evaluated his martial arts skills. His hands were slender and his eyesight was not sharp. "Are you kidding me? This person is definitely not a martial artist," Nam Gung so cautiously replied, "This." But he was able to win against his grandfather. Immediately, he was startled, his father. The two of them argued dozens of times, but the father lost, whatever. Furthermore, our ancestors even accepted him as a registered disciple. Even though he is a registered disciple, in terms of status he is above us. You should not treat him like that. The more he listened, the more shocked he became, clenching his fists. "Disciple, you said that a person who doesn't know martial arts belongs to the elders of the family. I won't accept this until I see it with my own eyes." Nam Gung so frowned and reminded him, "Please go back to your family and ask, it's too noisy." Hey Guy standing over there is depressed, "I still have to deal with my brother's matter. If I get entangled in this matter again it will be even worse." Thinking so, he immediately made an excuse to leave. "I will consider that Miss Nam Gung so helped me confirm the gold token. I will ask for permission." Lee Dong-ge also took the opportunity to celebrate. "I once met you from afar. It was an honor to meet the little sword master. This is the Fire Dragon Merchant Group." But he didn't care about him. He shouted loudly and stood there. The guy stopped and turned around to ask, "Do you have anything to say?" He frowned and said, "The golden token represents the prestige of the family. You own the golden token but I don't know who you are. This matter cannot be underestimated." He raised his eyebrows and asked in return, "Didn't Miss Nam Gung so already confirm it for me?" Dang Ho didn't bother to listen to his explanation. He directly picked up the sword and declared war. I command on behalf of my family's head, you must prove it to me yourself. The people here were immediately surprised, not just the male Gung So. There are also Seo my flowers that I like, and I often criticize them. The sword god in the blood jade suddenly said, this kid is interesting. A sword master with high martial arts skills, it is difficult to reach his level at this age. Duhai Guy was a bit surprised, the sword god elder had never said good things to anyone, he liked him. He cracked his knuckles, grinned with excitement, and said that if he crushed him, it would be very interesting. Duhai Guy twitched the corner of his mouth, what, crush him? Ducheon explained, I think in your world's terms, he needs to be taught. Hai Guy looked at the crowd around him and quickly stopped him, he needed to be taught, wait a minute, oh my god, you can't do that here, he said. He didn't listen and ordered, be quiet, that's what he wanted, just go ahead. Hai Guy sighed helplessly, hi, I give up, then turned to look at the person in front of me and asked, so what you want? Dang Ho without thinking said 2 words, sparring. The goddess inside the blood jade ordered, tell him exactly what I said, don't add any unnecessary comments. Listening, Hai Guy questioned with a serious look, Nam Kung's swordsmanship focuses on strength and silence, why do you focus on speed and show off? Dang shouted in surprise, what? Hai Guy continued speaking, you must have practiced acupressure techniques, please don't practice martial arts so carelessly anymore. Although it is natural for a swordsman to practice his eyesight, he should not rely too much on what he sees. Dang was so embarrassed that he became angry and shouted loudly, what the hell do you know? On the contrary, Hai Guy still calmly analyzed, regarding acupressure techniques, when he broke out his internal force, it also came with extremely harmful effects, although he must have been born with the ability to sense blood pressure. But regarding the acupressure technique, when you practice it with the method of the Nam Kung family, it will cause conflicts in the two that I am afraid to feel right now. Dang Ho's eyes widened in surprise, he was asserting that he was very talented, but was he going in the wrong direction? Don't accept this truth, grit your teeth and shout, shut your stupid mouth. Hai Guy pointed straight at Dang Ho's face, raised his voice, don't you agree, how big is your obsession with holding a sword, when your hand is in such a state you still don't know? Dang Ho was startled, his eyes looked down at his arm, what's wrong with my hand? Hai Guy directly exposed, isn't your right arm a bit longer? And looking at the swelling of his shoulder muscles, only his Yunman acupuncture point is growing, when he moves to point at another person's acupuncture point, he is also the first to be affected, the internal force of the aftershock will be from destroying his arm. His personality is typical of a swordsman with a strong attachment to wielding the sword and having to defeat his opponent by any means. The traces on the rock revealed its nature, even though it did not break even in the most terrible storms, in the long run it would have to break. Dang Ho, my whole body went cold, the immutable rock was also destroyed. Hai Guy's sound echoed again, the way the divine dragon punished the rotten world, as if it despised the world and tolerated all living things. The flying dragon ascends to heaven, the true nature of the blue sky is used for kneeling people, although it can be powerfully suppressed, but it cannot crush everything in the world, the emperor of all virtues. The path of a sword master is one of constant fighting, with no room for mistakes or failure. Tan Tien looks down on the world with arrogant eyes, but in her heart is filled with compassion. In the 200 years of history of the Nam Kung family's swordsmanship, there is no trace of this fast and violent control technique, that's all. Having said this, suddenly the guy was startled, silently screaming in his heart that it's not okay, it's gone, I'm too into the role and said everything the sword god said exactly the way he said, what should I do now, surely I will beat myself. At this moment, Se Myung's cold voice rang out, 400 years later. At this moment, the whole person was immersed in thought, heavenly book, he was simply talking about the basic swordsmanship of the Nam Kung family, but, I had forgotten even those basics. Dang Ho bit his lip, feeling overwhelmed with shame, so when did I start having such a scary obsession? I couldn't keep up with his agility. Tens or hundreds of years of swordsmanship from different families, small dragon flower mountain, all together forever. I clenched my fists outstretched, in order to defeat him, I spent the past 3 years cultivating, and at the same time pushing my body to the limit, but my heart became sensitive, rough and more brutal because I'm afraid of him. Dang Ho looked straight at Hai Guy and asked, you said the person's name for Hai Guy, right? Behind him, the male palace number panicked, is the big brother speaking politely. Hai Guy nodded a little scared, yes, Dang Ho said quietly, you scolded me like a father. Hai Guy stammered to explain, about that. At this moment, Nam Kung raised his hand holding the sword forward, respectfully saying, I, Nam Kung Dang Ho, am not a stupid person who does not know etiquette, I no longer doubt your abilities, even though according to hierarchy I should consider you as a master. However, I am still a young homeowner, so please understand, I can only speak politely. Hi Guy looked at Dang Ho with admiration, thinking in his heart, damn, that's really the behavior of a character in a famous political faction, that's amazing. Hi Guy also clasped his hands in response, laughed loudly and said, you don't need to worry about that, your grandfather almost forced me to become his registered disciple, please just talk to me normally. Looking at the two people in front of him, laughing and chatting happily, thinking about the hatred, the young sword master was showing respect to the Cho Hai Guy. Lee Dong-ge walked up to Dang Ho, said in a flattering voice, I pay my respects, this is Lee Dong-ge, Cho Hai Guy's sworn brother, I am also the third son of the Fire Dragon Company. But Dang Ho didn't pay attention to him, turned to Hai Guy and suggested, if it's not rude, can I invite you to have tea with me? Hai Guy didn't refuse and replied, it's an honor, but let's drink wine. Dang Ho nodded and replied, okay. I couldn't let my relationship with Hai Guy end like that. Lee Dong-ge quickly shouted, wait a minute, at least complete this for me, Hai Guy. Hai Guy glanced at him, his face clearly showing discomfort, Dong Jio, please don't overdo it, isn't the treasurer of the Fire Dragon trade paid? Lee Dong-ge smiled wryly and said, I'm not 10 times faster than them, no, 20 times faster than them, why do we need them urgently? Hearing this number, Hai Guy clasped his hands towards Dang Ho and said, excuse me, please excuse me for a minute. Dang Ho is also very comfortable saying, it's okay, just mind your own business. Received the list, Hai Guy opened it, 5 cart roof stones, 288 kilograms of herbs, 1,536 kilograms of metal, 474 kilograms of ink ingots, charcoal 288 kilograms, cloth 3,200 rolls, silk 380 rolls. Hai Guy turned around and asked Lee Dong-ge, if there were a total of 8 or 2 items in the purchase book, then the total purchase price would be 4,873 taels. Did Lee Dong-ge ask for 4,873 taels? Hai Guy nodded firmly, yes. After that, Lee Dong-ge received the notebook back and said, thank you. Hai Guy curiously asked, Hui Nu Eta Mu Omicron Alpha has quite a lot of fabric this month, have you just found a cheaper place to buy or sell, or, where is there more demand? Lee Dong-ge quickly put the notebook away and said, we're not just buying inventory because they're cheap now. Hai Guy said with an angry look, see, look at me, that's why from the bottom of my heart I'm just a dealer, I never show all my tricks, and deep inside I'm filled with anger, full of greed, I had a business plan but didn't show it to you, how can I trust you? Patting the horse's butt, Lee Dong-ge smiled happily and said, next time, I will pay attention, thank you. After saying this, Lee Dong-ge quickly left here. Suddenly a ray of light flashed past my head, it was so funny, how could this happen? Realizing that Hai Guy had finished his work, he was shouting to step forward, it was time for us. Hai Guy nodded, okay then follow. Ki Ga Uan immediately loudly questioned, how is that possible, how did you do it? Hai Guy thought uncomfortably, hi, what else? When asked, there were 82 items of varying weight, totaling more than 3,600 kilograms of items and 3,000 rolls of fabric. How can you do mental arithmetic so fast? Are you a god of calculation? Even in the Juga family, the scholars there spent their whole lives learning arithmetic from a young age, no one can do mental arithmetic so fast, how the hell can he calculate that fast? What arithmetic method are you using? Calculation? No, how can someone with nothing in their hands be able to do it so quickly? It's a kind of calculation based on memorization, right? Being criticized and questioned continuously, Hai Guy was sweating profusely, what the hell is she talking about? I want to explain to her, but how can I explain modern mathematics? The biggest difference between modern mathematics and the arithmetic of this era is the concept of zero. Even when there are many items that need to be calculated, I can also use polynomial or exponential form to calculate easily. Why does she treat such a simple thing like a supernatural power? Anyway, I have to say something, try it. Hai Guy give an example to explain. If you try multiplying 5 and a number with nothing, how much will you get? The Gaga was dumbfounded and asked, how can 5 times 0? Hai Guy asked, have you never thought that nothing can be a number? My head is full of questions, what do you say? My head is spinning, full of questions. Asked, isn't there such a thing as a number? What kind of weird definition is that? If a number has some value, that means it exists, how can it become a number when nothing exists? Hai Guy let out a sigh, I knew this would happen. Hai Guy waved his hand and said, okay, forget about it. Watching Hai Guy leave, I immediately ran after him, wait, please tell me, how can 5 times the same as nothing? Hi Guy turned around and explained, because he couldn't cause it, there was still nothing. Ki Ga Uan still asked regardless, why, what is that? Because a number cannot be multiplied by nothing, so the number 5 is still a natural number and must remain. What kind of strange calculation is that? Hi Guy is so bothered right now that he can't keep calm anymore. Hai Hui gritted his teeth and cursed. His head was dumb, he was dumbfounded. His head, what did you just say? Hi Guy quickly turned his head, shyly waved his hand, nothing. Dang Ho next to me at this time interjected, if you can't explain yourself with your own understanding, then you won't consider other people's understanding. Turns out that's the nature of unsatisfied people, isn't it, God of love? Looking at the Dang Ho in front of his eyes, Hi Guy suddenly felt a chill down his spine. No, he had just radiated a righteous aura, but why did it suddenly happen? Che Ga Uan let out a sneer and said, I only see a bunch of idiots, considering the sword to be everything and slandering the other disciples. He shouted full of courage, held his sword forward and declared, I'd rather bite my tongue and die than live as a weak-minded gentleman who only knows how to do petty things, living my whole life as a martial arts master, day in and day out, practicing swordsmanship as a true seeker. Chi Ga Uan coldly snorted and turned his head and said, that's why I took on Hui's words as a joke, I didn't want to waste my brain power. Dang Ho pretended not to hear. What, you whispered, too bad I didn't listen, talking so softly. So stood there watching them argue, couldn't help but shout angrily, just silly, please stop. Being reminded, Dang didn't accept it anymore, signaled to everyone, humph, sit down. Samyang laughed loudly and replied, with the little sword master and little sand lady here, how could there be no peach blossom princess? This is okay, senior brother, can I sit down? Look at the person coming, Hi Guy surprised, this guy is. Sure enough, even though I only saw him from afar, he was the man my father and I saw when we came to Hoa T Sword Gate, Hoa Samyang. Hi Guy clasped his hands in greeting and said, meeting my brother, I am Du Hi Guy from Kao Jia Tiat Ward. Samyang nodded and said, is that so? Even though on the outside he appeared to be okay, in his heart he still held a grudge. Boy, he swallowed 2,000 tails and still doesn't remember. Samyang smiled and said to So, I still can't forget your performance at the Duang ceremony last year, I don't know when I can see it again. The So didn't pay attention to him, focusing his eyes on the Hi Guy sitting in front. So stood up, clasped his hands and greeted Hi Guy, because it was too urgent, I didn't greet him properly, it was rude, thank you for your advice. Hi Guy also politely replied, no problem, please sit down. Dang Ho glanced at his sister and asked, do you also want to practice martial arts? So looked annoyed at his older brother, his brother only had martial arts training in mind. Dang Ho asked in doubt, what did you learn? So was lost in the dream of expressing his plans, a song of extremely wonderful artistry, with a sound so profound that it cannot be found anywhere else. Musical art, sound law, Dang Ho frowned and asked. Che Ga Uan looked at Hi Guy in surprise and asked, are you also skilled in music? Hi Guy shyly waved his hand and replied, I'm just a businessman who manages the district. He couldn't believe it, his whole body was sweating, thinking who he was. A man who did not know martial arts defeated the whole Nam Kung Dang Ho, a master of calculations that surprised me. Now what, music, he just said he was a businessman. The best thing I did in Hefei was meeting this guy. A fan was brought out. Che Ga-un brought the fan in front of Hai Guy and suggested, this is the golden phoenix of the 4 families, I would like to invite you to the family as a distinguished guest. When you have a chance, I hope you will visit. If you show them this, it's like seeing me. A strong hand slammed on the table. Dang Ho looked angrily at Ga Uan in order to put it away. Dang Ho looked disinterested. Why do I have to do that? Dang Ho said seriously, harming the young master who is the owner of the gold card, is not an outsider to the family, which means he is not someone you can play tricks on. I'm not weak replied, so what, is there a rule that cannot invite masters from other sexes guests? What is this law of the gypsies? Now is not the time for the gypsies to be active, interacting with each other. I really wanted to invite him to be an honored guest, but it was considered a trick. Dang shouted loudly, took out his sword and shouted, what's going on, you bastard? The 2 people next to him quickly ran out to stop. Please calm down, little sword master, no way. The person mentioned, Hai Guy also spoke up at this time, telling me the young knight's heart, but I don't dare to accept it. There's no other way to criticize Ga Uan. With a regretful look on his face, he bit his lip, what a pity. Dang shouted again at the opportunity to be proud and his face raised to the sky. Dang Ho looked towards Hai Guy shyly said, sorry for making you lose your mood. I would like to invite you to have a drink next time, eat quickly and leave. You can choose to follow me or not. Hi Guy followed the auditorium nodded, ah, okay. Dang Ho looked over and said, eat quickly and leave, you can choose to follow me or not. Sammy Young followed behind, senior brother, come along. Dang Ho did not refuse to answer, yes. Hi Guy looked away and asked, do you have any official duties? Che Ga Uan replied, we will attend the Tu Long Dai banquet in Hoa Sun next month. Hi Guy was surprised, Tu Long Dai Ban banquet. I think I've heard it before. It's said that the Festival of Martial Arts Heroes is held every 3 years. There will be a martial arts and martial arts conference from all sects, in addition to teaching, painting, music, calligraphy, and a festival of exchanges on many topics. As if realizing something, Hi Guy suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, Hoa Sun. The sword worm that the elder sword god had talked about was located in Gansu, the border between Gansu and Shanxi, Huashan in Shanxi province. Hi Guy made a request, can I go with you guys? I will pay for this unexpected participation. Hi Guy analyzed in his mind, they are people that you can trust, take the opportunity to travel to Hoa Sun, and become close to the 5 great sects and the 5 great families. Che Ga said cheerfully, welcome young knight to accompany us, and said with a smile, don't worry about expenses. A few days later, sunlight filtered through the trees, creating an extremely poetic mountain and forest scene. At the foot of the mountain, a group of carriages was moving forward. Inside the carriages were people attending the small dragon banquet. Sammy Young rambled on and told stories. I don't want to exaggerate, but our Hoa Ti sword sect has a career that you can't imagine. Hi Guy laughed and said, of course I know the famous Tian Trang and Hefei. Sammy Young laughed proudly, of course, there were not only famous and beautiful Tian Trang, Kai Duong Tu department, Quan and Bok Ni, some incense sticks and shops, but also hundreds of trams. Hi Guy replied, it's surprising, isn't Kai Duong Tu Bureau the biggest one in Anhui? Moreover, Bok Ni restaurant also has a different scenery when viewed from the top of the tower, the number of visitors is countless, so. The smile on Sammy Young's face became even deeper, you know all about that, you are truly a very knowledgeable person, Hi Guy humbly said, having a small guest is enough to make me satisfied. Sammy Young laughed even harder, you don't need to be modest, you're right, Red Traveler and Marigold Traveler. Glancing at his proud appearance, the guy thought, I just praised him a little, but he's already boasting. At this moment, a sound was heard outside the car, little homeowner, something happened, sir, asking, what's going on? The subordinates immediately reported, there was a flag in front, they shouted in annoyance, what are they? The subordinates said the name of the Big Tiger Camp, the chanting mumbled the name of this Big Tiger Camp. Thinking in my head, I heard that Dai Ho Camp is the weakest camp in the 6 Forest 7 and 12 mountain camps. Dang Ho immediately opened the door, rushed out and shouted loudly that they dared to get in my way. Ki Ga always knew there would be this scene, let out a breath, look, it's not a wild beast, do you have to come out, you don't know how to think. Dang Ho suddenly turned around and asked, what? Ki Ga Uan analyzed and said, think about it, Big Tiger Camp is not a bunch of idiots, how could anyone find a way to die like that? They saw our flag, and raised the flag of they. Hi Guy added with a serious face, meaning they are confident with their strength and the strategy they have outlined. He nodded and said, that's right, Zhonghu is not a simple place, and Hui Bang Jia. Dang was so angry that he gritted his teeth, silently cursing in his heart, this bastard, he kept mentioning on Hui Bang's family background. Dang Ho said firmly, after all, things are getting complicated, not only the scholars guessing this and that in the martial arts alliance, but also the evil sects trying to cause trouble, they are all damned bastards, damn. Suddenly he noticed something, wait, look at the flag, it's a bear. There is only one mountain camp that uses a bear flag in Luke Lam. The red flag is the seal of Tiat Hung Bo, the famous Luke Lam Great King, which means that now the great Luke Lam Great King has arrived here, or at least his disciples, or his subordinate guards, have arrived. Dang shouted with wide eyes, the whole person was immersed in panic. Tiat Hung was not a 7 martial master but someone with a reputation equivalent to that person. I immediately got out of the car and complained, I don't know what kind of unlucky situation that was, if I had just rushed out, I would have been beaten to death. At this moment, a group of people in black clothes suddenly jumped down from the cliff. The station's eyes were always looking down at the wind. The monsters are known to be a fighting organization under the guidance of the great king of the 6 forests, and a single company has the power equivalent to a sect. At this time, the Red Wind team had arrived in front of the crowd. Dang Ho refused to be weak and gave orders. The main Nam Kung fought. All the people of the Nam Kung family took out their weapons, ready to take up fighting positions. His feet stomped hard on the ground, his body rushed upward. He stood at the front of the formation and gave orders, quickly forming a battle. Che Ga Uan waved his hand to give orders. The guard arranged the stone guard, the 10 wood cards, the sandstone, and set up a mesmerizing array behind. Upon receiving the order, the subordinates immediately obeyed and took out many wooden sticks. The wooden sticks were pinned straight to the ground. Che Ga Uan announced and expanded. If you see that there is no chance of winning, then immediately enter the battle. If you enter the living gate, let me know. I said I don't want to argue. If you don't want to listen, that's fine. If you lead them, you must also, responsible for reducing loss of life. Standing above, nodding and saying, yes. Looking at the formation in front of him, High Guy couldn't help but be surprised. It was so terrible, so surprising. Was the formation upgraded from the 4-like array? Even more surprising, were the mages with the ability to overcome superior to him and are combining to form a battle. Inside the blood jade, the master praised and said, meaning that all of them completely understood the world's enchanting array, and were indeed descendants of Confucius. Dai Nam Kung rushed forward, leading the people of the Nam Kung family to rush forward. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, wait! From the cliff, a giant figure jumped down. High Guy looked in surprise at the person who appeared. The figure stomped on the ground. A fierce face appeared in front of everyone. He spoke fiercely, said have fun. Dang Ho asked a little panicked, you are Tiat Hung Ba. Hearing this name, the person in front of him directly opened his eyes. What? He angrily shouted, what, you're talking too much. How old is the age difference between me and that old Lao? Don't you have eyes? High Guy immediately asked him, how old are you? He smugly said his age, I was 17 years old. This number, High Guy was so surprised that he was speechless. What, 1 year younger than me? I still believe it if I say 40. Dang Ho also didn't believe this age. He said with a serious face, humph, you're joking too much brother, if you want to try us then. When his age was questioned, he exploded and shouted, damn it, I'm angry, why does everyone see me as an old man? I'm a teenager, why is there no one else, believe? High Guy coldly thought in his heart, that guy must have never washed his face, let alone looked in the mirror. Why do mountain bandits wash their face? Let out a breath, open the umbrella and say, about this, you have to say something for me to believe it, don't talk nonsense, quickly reveal your identity. He looked at the Chi Hung Tai Fan team behind him and ordered, are you really crazy? Kang Di Hui won't help me, why aren't you like the clear sky? There is no other way. Kanda Dui introduced everyone and said, if you say your name, this person is the eldest disciple of Luke as the great king, in the name of the Tio Heap, please be polite. Dang In Rai he reintroduced himself unsatisfiedly, I haven't bowed to that old man yet, I told him I'm not a disciple so why do you keep saying that, I only fought with Lao, no, I shouldn't say his age, shall we let them know? Kang De Dui calmly said, since you have received the green blood robe, you are definitely the great king's disciple, please respect yourself, and again, the age of the little king is. His eyes were filled with fireflies, you're playing with me. Kang De Dui seriously declared, our little king is definitely 17 years old. Hearing this assertion, he suddenly turned his face like a flower into the crowd and said, see, did you hear, did you hear, did you hear? So Su's eyes opened wide at this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, cute. High Guy with a dark face looking back, is this her type? Chi Ga Uan slowly walked forward, looking angry and said, who would say they weren't stupid mountain bandits, why don't they fight for a while and say, are you kidding me? Do you know how much it costs to set up a battle? Hey, forget it, you said you are the king's disciple. Dang In Rai he immediately objected, saying it was not true. Don't even pay attention to Ga Uan and get straight to the point, okay let's hear the reason why we are doing this ridiculous thing, it's clear that your actions are hostile, you guys intend to attack we are right. Kang De Dui replied, don't you know that conflict with the talented political factions in this 9 realms mountain region is a stupid thing? Ki Ga Uan angrily retorted, what, people with noble statuses would do this, do you know that 20 miles away, there is a Ha Nam branch of the Martial Arts Alliance? Kang De Dui said, we are only following your king's orders, there is no other reason. Che Ga Uan immediately asked, your king's orders, what orders? Kang De Dui said softly, protecting the emir, it is our duty. Dang In Rai he retorted, Kang De Hui seems to have said the wrong thing, I suddenly want to raise the flag and go down the mountain, yet they followed. Che Ga Uan's face was solemn. Then I have to talk to you, disciple of the great King Luke Lam. Dang and Rai, he angrily said, I told you I'm not a disciple, I'm Dang and Rai him. The two of them couldn't watch Ga Uan and Kang de Dui and felt extremely helpless. There was no other way but to compromise, and ask Ga Uan, okay, thank you Mr. Teo Hayab, even if you are young, you should not raise a flag to threaten us, you must take responsibility. If we were one step late, there would almost be someone dead or injured on both sides, you think gangsters are dogs to play with. Being scolded, his whole body stiffened, he quickly explained, no, I'm just, consider it an official request to talk, disciples of talented and famous sects like you will definitely stand still. What if you don't swing your sword, as soon as you see the flag of Luke Lam, you will already be in a commotion, you dare to increase your reputation as a talented person, it's the talented hero of your faction who caused the trouble, us a long time ago. Dang shouted angrily, picked up his sword and shouted, the so-called martial artists live by robbing, or demanding travel taxes, including innocent people and women, so these people are black people and cannot avoid being punished, extermination. The so-called black gang behind him had dark faces and didn't look very happy. He shouted, pointed his sword to the sky, and declared, okay, come, today I will take you black people to the grave, the emperor will end the world. Looking at this scene, High Guy helplessly thought, so childish. Later, High Guy also has to stand up and advise, first let's talk, you must say a few more words. Dang Ho refuses, firmly says, I have nothing to listen to. Dang and Rai, he mockingly said, that's why prejudice is so scary, hey, that noble male palace, do you know what the highest ordinance of the 6 forests is? It is impossible to point the sword at the green people who work outside the gypsy and merchant groups. 200 years have passed since the decree that the mountain emperor established while living in this green forest. Che Ga Uan glanced at him and said, you thought the political sect would care about Luke Lam Lu's ordinances, they didn't even teach their descendants that Luke Lam was too lenient. This is very good for talented people to use it as motivation, when they see us as enemies, they cannot teach young people to deal with demons from heaven and earth immediately. Dang Ho still pointed his sword forward and said, stop talking nonsense, merchants aren't good people, basically your cruelty will never change, wow. Dang and Rai, he smirked contemptuously, look at that unreasonable name, brother. Among all the trading groups of the Central Plains, let me know a trading company that is not directly or indirectly tied to the government or the gangsters that sent it, then I will recognize that Luke Lam is a den of evil. Dang Ho directly speechless, what, say it again. Dang protested, intimidation and robbery, those acts are also justice, the basis of evil never changes. Dang and Rai, he put his hands on his hips and said, it's a good place to live, if you want money then plant a knife, put up a flag, take over all the places with good wood, if there is damage then slander us, it seems there is still an empty place in Namkung that fits, right? Chi Ga Uan explained that our nature of taking things with legitimate force is different from your mountain bandits. Threats and robberies are bad omen. Dang and Rai, he asked and retorted, okay then I will ask a question. A rich merchant opened a large hotel station in Hop Phi, attracting hermits, doing good business, advantage, who will be the first to occupy that station? Dang was speechless, unable to speak. Dang and Rai, he continued, even though your method is different from the evil sect by sabotage, but you have shown your force, and made it impossible for that person not to rely on you. If you don't have your protection, you will support your competitors, or mobilize the government to apply pressure. Aren't you all doing this to rob? Isn't the owner of that shop a citizen, if according to your theory, you only need to have money to do business, so why do you live off of a citizen? A series of lightning bolts passed by, shouting in shock, what, clinging to life? Dang and Rai, he said explosively, you say so, we are cruel people, we only touch businessmen who have connections with the righteous sect, you guys are for profit, not I should say it's honor, aren't we constantly fighting with other sects? As far as I can see, we are pimping and robbing, no different from those who are secretly fighting for profit. If that's the case, who knows, maybe they won't want to hear such words from your 5 great families. High Guy looked at the sharp reasoning of the person in front of him, his eyes immediately changed. Normally, a mind like this would be retarded in development. Van Tuong Kao said in the Blood Jade Claw very clearly, but this theory is similar to Luke Tong Thu's clone records. High Guy, take a breath, then stand up to argue, your words have a big flaw. Dang and Rai, he frowned tightly and asked, hole, what hole? High Guy points the finger of analysis, first of all, what people call rules are still flawed. Dang and Rai, he widened his eyes in disbelief, is there still a mistake? High Guy said, You talk about laws from 2000 years ago, but only 7 years ago, during a time of bad harvests, bandits stole all the food to relieve famine, which the government officials distributed to the common people. Dang and Rai, he was speechless by these words. Hi guy, if the incident happened the other day, the above group of mountain bandits said Kaohsiung was in Anhui province, Fondai district, we called them Cao Hung mountain bandits. At that time, those bandits killed civilians and stole all the food, of them, who are living on food to relieve hunger, without repentance. My father is also one of the victims. Based on what I have investigated, at that time, the leader of Cao Hung mountain camp, Dan Chong, definitely belonged to the 7 or 2 Luke Lam mountain camps. You can still say that Luke Lam Luit can rule over tens of thousands of mountains, camp under Star Chief. In such a small area, and something like this happens so often, what kind of mistakes do you think we would find if we spread it all over the Central Plains? If the most important rule of an organization is already half-baked, if that's the case, how can it be called a law? Even now, the title of Green Forest Bandit is still being used by others to oppress the weak, so your argument that we are the same type of people doesn't make any sense. You say that the main faction doesn't have to change the rules because of you. Of course they will do that. Why should they pay attention to those who haven't changed and always do bad things like you? Dang and Rai, he stammered an explanation. Wait, that's because the world of Green Forest is so wide. Hi Guy directly interrupted. Moreover, the method of making profit is also different. Okay, maybe they are a bit similar. The righteous side will force it to increase the power of the clan and take over. Business deals are no different from bandits wielding swords and rushing at others. But do you possess a generous heart, helping those who have done wrong, or do you help people in times of need? Have you seen the faces of the people of Ho Phai, when they talk about the Namkung family? Are their eyes filled with jealousy, fear and dread? No, you will see in the eyes of the people, filled with admiration for their help to everyone, along with the deep respect that the people have for the generosity and justice they defend. No one can force the people to have these feelings, that contact is not. Dang and Rai, he frowned tightly, a bit unnatural. He raised his head high, a proud smile on his face. Hi Guy continued, I'm not talking about the Namkung family. There aren't any arrogant bastards, there are also people who use their power to satisfy their own greed. But they have taken care of those who needed help, for a very long time, with the poor overcoming hardships and sharing joys and sorrows, which are things that you do not have, generosity and justice. Hi Guy finished saying this and angrily thought, after blocking the road, he also used his sword to threaten to collect tolls. What nonsense philosophy of justice do they want to talk about? Just kill Kwok and that's it. Dang and Rai, he put his hands on his hips and glanced at Dang Di Hue behind. Now you know why I tried to avoid meeting and talking to them. I really hate being a bandit. Dang Di Hue panicked shouted, young king. Dang and Rai, he immediately tore off the robe on his body. The crowd was scared. Oh, he threw away the green robe. Dang and Rai, he didn't understand. I don't understand why this robe is so important. I wear it simply because the old man gave it to me, and it looks quite sturdy. Go and report this to the old man. I will leave the mountain camp. The people on the dike felt thousands of lightning strikes, stammering, young king, young king. Dang and Rai, he walked towards the group of people. Hi Guy, what do I need to do to join the Namkung family as a martial artist? Hi Guy thought dumbfounded, this kid, he changed his attitude so quickly. Dang Di Hue was still in panic, he couldn't believe it. He threw the green blood robe, one of the 3 treasures of the green forest, to the ground, as if it was just such a worn-out shoe. The young king commanded 10,000s of Luke Lam mountain bandits, want to withdraw from Luke Lam and join the Namkung family. Dang Ho took back his sword and said, the mountain bandit wants to join the Namkung family. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, Dang Ho said with an excited look. You saw it too, right? I just stopped being a bandit. Hi Guy feels extremely helpless, with his muscles and body like that. It's clear that he's a mountain bandit and it's hard to change. Not paying attention to the big guy in front of him, Dang Ho directly turned around and said, if there's nothing more going on here, then let's go our separate ways. Enter the Southern Palace family. Dang Ho turned around uncomfortably, and saw Dang and Rai standing with his hands clasped and saying, I, Dang and Rai, would like to officially declare my desire to join your family as a martial artist. Sighed, Dang Ho resolutely said, Luke Lam is a part of evildoers, and my family has no place for evildoers. Dang and Rai, he objected, but I left the mountain camp. Okay, seriously, the discipleship relationship is not so easy to break, it's not something you can just give up if you want to. Dang and Rai, he angrily clenched his fist. Damn, are you deaf? Don't the righteous side always say turning around is the way to shore? I've never even practiced the monk worship ritual. Dang Ho smiled evilly as a condition. If you bring here a letter with the seal of the Luke Lam King, proving that you have left the mountain camp, then I will consider your joining the Nam Kung family, or, you can choose to ask for a letter of recommendation from someone directly related to the male palace family.
At this moment, the number behind him enthusiastically raised his hand. I will write a letter of introduction for you. Looking back in panic, number, what are you doing?
Dang and Rai, he laughed loudly, directly tearing his pants leg. Please quickly write me a letter of introduction before he changes his mind. He gave the piece of cloth to So and asked, oh, do you have a brush? Well, I guess we can cut your hand and write with your blood. So shyly accepted the cloth. Hi Guy silently scolded in his heart, damn mountain bandit. He took out a pen and gave it to So. Please use this. So replied with a smile, thank you, and still stood there as if standing still. Sir, Hi Guy. Hi Guy pointed to Dang and Rai. He signaled, look at this guy's attitude, he looks like he's about to bite off your sister's hand. On the other side, standing there, he excitedly stared at the recommendation letter that the number had written. Dang Ho sighed and accepted this result. Dang Ho gritted his teeth and said, I guarantee you will hold the position of the lowest ranking soldier for the rest of your life. Dang and Rai, he doesn't care, cheerfully said, no problem, as long as I'm not a bandit anymore. Dang shouted and turned around to order his subordinates, let's depart quickly. They quickly bowed their heads to receive the order, yes sir. On top of the cliff, helplessly watching his young king just walk away. The subordinate next to him asked, Captain, are we really going to let them go like that? The others are also extremely worried. If we let the young king go like that, we will die if we return, and he has ordered us to come and protect the young king. He is leaving the mountain camp now. Okay, what should we do now? Dang Dahoe proposed, well if that's the case, should we fight those people in a landslide or not? But if they light flares or something, then we'll have to fight with them. The Tianlong battle team of the Ha Nam Martial Arts Alliance is not okay, the subordinate asked, so what should we do? I'm very scared. Dang Dahoe said, let's pick up the green blood gem first, change clothes and chase after them. Does anyone still have the human skin mask? The royal family's motorcade continued on the road. There was now more than one person in the carriage. The station boss asked uncomfortably, a person who had just joined, wasn't he just a lowest level soldier with no status? Why was he sitting in the carriage together, with us? Dang Ho was so angry that he couldn't say anything, thinking in his heart, if it weren't for my sister's strange aesthetic eyes, I would have kicked him off the carriage. Che Ga Uan looked at the person in the corner and said, you look very healthy, maybe you are going down for a walk. Dang and Rai, he countered, my physical strength is not that good. He sighed and said in disbelief, come on, don't make such ridiculous jokes. Looking at the person he likes being pressured, So retorted that he may be the lowest ranking soldier, but we must recognize his status to be proper, not to treat someone who used to be disrespectful, the great disciple of the Luke Lam King. Isn't it appropriate? Hai Guy heard this and secretly protested in his heart, wait a minute, aren't you a member of the righteous side, supporting the future leader of the Green Forest world? Is it okay? So interested to ask, by the way, how many brothers do you have? Hai Guy glanced at it. Are you already gathering information? Dang and Rai, he said honestly, there are a total of 7 of us. After all, my father is quite strong. He asked, don't tell me your second brother is in Rai. Dang and Rai, he smiled and said, you are also smart, and the youngest is Chu Rayam. Hai Guy secretly exclaimed, his father didn't even bother to think of names for you guys. So continued to ask, oh, so he only gave birth to sons. Suddenly he shook his head, no, the third brother is a girl. So asked, so her name is still Ryong? Dang and Rai, he said, no, because she is a woman, her name is Bong, so the Samadhi's name is Dang Sam Bong. Dang gasped loudly, then closed his mouth to hold back his laughter. Hai Guy asked, he was laughing right? He laughed and said, it seems like that. So asked suspiciously, but why did you attack us? There must be some reason, right? Ki Ga Uan turned around and said, I was going to ask you guys for help. Ki Ga Uan was skeptical and asked, how can I help? Dang and Rai, he shyly scratched his head and said, I really want to join the Young Dragon Guild, but I can't think of a way to join with my identity. Ki Ga wriggled his face and asked, did you do all that just to join the Young Master Dragon Association? He smiled and said, sorry for the trouble. Hai Guy also froze, wow, he's really very nice, be frank in talking. Se Myung exhaled and said viciously, first of all, we will treat you like a soldier of the Southern Palace family, and if you are really 17 years old, then you are not someone who should be addressed formally. For all of us, not paying attention to such formalities makes you look like someone with no manners. Dang and Rai, he asked, how old are you guys? Ki Ga Uan said, except for Miss Soso, everyone is older than you. Dang and Rai, he smiled and said, understood, I will do the same because now I am on the righteous side. His eyes glowed like stars, looking at Hai Guy, senior brother. Hai Guy shivered and shouted, don't do that. Being harshly rejected, he turned around to look at Dang Ho, senior brother Nam Kung. Dang Ho gritted his teeth, if you say another word, I will slit your throat. Standing in Rai, he looked over and criticized Ga Uan, Jia Cat brother. Ga Van's father shouted, don't do that. In the end, there was only love left. The two of them looked at each other with eyes filled with love, like brother and sister. Half a month later, the convoy finally arrived. So stretched out and said, I really want to take a nice bath. He said, we're almost there, we'll soon reach the first meeting point. Hideout Guy, the first meeting point. Che Ga Uan said, although Hoa-sun is very large, it will be difficult for them to take care of all the martial arts people suddenly coming here. The 5 great families will gather at Huan first. We will soon saw the flags of other clans on this road. Se Myung looked outside and said, I think we see them already. His eyes were focused on the leaves of hearts in the distance, the yellow flag and black turtle, and he said in annoyance, I can't believe I have to live with that brainless bastard. Dang and Rai, he wondered, wow, who are they? Even in Luke Lam Mountain Camp, it's hard to see people with muscles like that. This is the young master of the Pa Eng clan and Ha Bok, Tan Dao King. Pa Eng guard. Pa Eng sat absent-mindedly in a corner and thought, men must be strong, the sword is truly the best weapon with great strength. Luan. He believes that swords are just another type of spear. Using a variety of moves and even hidden moves are just a few moves for the weak. Pa Eng remembers the past, 3 years ago, because he couldn't fully utilize his own strength and sword techniques, so I lost to this bastard, the young dragon of Hoa-sun, in the end. Pa Eng's face turned sad, that bastard deceived my eyes with that apricot sword technique, this time I will definitely defeat him, I will make him realize that strength is the only truth in the world, the method of cunning in swords is the ultimate. While he was engrossed in thought, Pa Eng's subordinates ran to report, young master, the gents and the Nam Palace are here. Pa Eng calmly replied, no need to worry about the gents and Nam Palace. Then suddenly Pa Eng was startled, he looked at the guests coming, he thought, Nam Kung family. Pa Eng pondered, is there someone in their family who looks like a big man like that? The master of the river was happy to meet Pa Eng, your body is good, arm wrestle with me. Pa Eng was bewildered, why arm wrestle? Pa Eng was filled with fighting spirit and continued, don't use internal force. Lord Yang smiled faintly and replied, if I used internal force, I would break your arm. Pa Eng lost his temper and swung his sword across the tree trunk to assert himself, this is nonsense, look here. It was so strong, the tall tree fell to the ground. Pa Eng put his hand on the tree trunk and urged him to rush forward, boy. Lord Yang happily arm wrestled, honestly, I really like it. Pa Eng asked again, is it just one match? Master Yang replied, are we children or something? Let's have 3 matches. Pa Eng is interested, truly a man. People around were excited to watch the arm wrestling and then shouted, it's a fight, they're arm wrestling. Hey guy, I really don't understand, he complained, why the hell did they do that? He replied with a sigh, he behaved like someone from the Pa Eng family would do, that's what they are. The number on one side was excited about this, she exclaimed, it's so cool. Master Yang tensed all his facial muscles, trying very hard to win. Pa Eng's side was no better, he looked grimaced and screamed his heart out. Pa Eng put all his internal energy towards his arms. Sure enough, he defeated the Lord of the River. Pa Eng's brothers shouted, it was our young master, the new Dao King. The Lord of the River was not willing, did you use internal energy? I didn't think you would cheat like that. Pa Eng's subordinates were also skeptical and a bit disappointed, really, did you really do that, young master? Other people also stopped praising me, I'm so disappointed, really. Pa Eng was embarrassed so he turned around and begged Master Gyang, can we have another match? Gyang and He was angry, no way. Hai Guy looked intently at the Lord of the River, he had a different view of Gyang and Ong. He couldn't believe he defeated the new Sword King, is he real? Hai Guy's family's ancestors also asked, judging, thinking about it, that guy must be a descendant of the rude Sword Emperor. Sword God Du Chi-on commented that the righteous faction and the Wanderer very rarely valued external work more than internal work, they were one of the few. Hai Guy asked the Sword God again, why is external work more important than internal work? Sword god Du Qian explained, train the body before practicing internal energy to have a body with extraordinary strength, or practice internal energy to clear all meridians before training the body to be strong. There is no exact answer to these questions, these debates have existed since the beginning of martial arts. Sword god added, the important thing is to maintain balance, not to forge something first. Having too heavy an attachment to one side will cause that person's mind to be limited and become rigid. That's why can't we surpass Shaolin? Even though Shaolin's external skills are the pinnacle in the world, they cannot neglect cultivating internal skills, above all. The sword god Du Qian continued solemnly, their biggest problem is that they feel that holding a sword is inferior. Therefore, they have an abnormal attachment to the sword. With such a wrong mindset, it is difficult to completely master any type of martial arts. Hai Guy calmed down and asked again, what does this mean? 100 days of learning spearmanship, 1,000 days of learning swordsmanship, and 10,000 days of learning swordsmanship, are they just nonsense? The sword god replied, do you think it only takes 100 days to learn how to use a spear? Trong Fai has lived her whole life, going through all the hardships and trials with her snake spear. Even if Trong Fai uses a sword, you think about whether his enemy can cross Trong Ban Bridge or not. The sword god sighed again, it is true that the sword has a lot of power and flexibility in its moves, however, it is shallow to think that only the sword can become the king of all weapons. The reason why there are so many sword sects in the rivers and lakes is because the technique of punching and kicking has not yet been developed in the Central Plains. The sword god criticizes it more clearly. A sword cannot be combined with the technique of punching and kicking. Yes, only the sword is suitable for all types of punches and kicks. Hai Guy wondered, isn't what you just said has the best sword meaning? The sword god smiled meaningfully, it sounds like that. Hai Guy also laughed happily, not too surprised. If the sword god doesn't believe that the sword is the best, that's a strange thing. The sword god shook his head, no, it's just because in the early days of martial arts there were many boxing techniques because people imitated the moves of animals. Without the development of those moves, we would still be here. They're all using bows and arrows. After all, bows were the most powerful fighting method before punching and kicking appeared. The sword god asked Hai Guy, why do you think Trong Tam Fan, the person who founded the martial arts sect, converted the Tai Chi that he created into sword technique? Tai Chi enlightened sword technique. It's because he couldn't do that with Tai Chi Kai Min Dao. Using the knife there was no way to use it in conjunction with Tai Chi. The sword god added, although not only the sword can become the king of weapons, but that name was inevitably given to it because of the cultural history of martial arts in the Central Highlands. Hai Guy doubted, the king of weapons. Overhearing this sentence from Hai Guy, Pa Eng's face was hot. Surely do you also believe that weak swords are the best? Hai Guy was startled and didn't expect Pa Eng to be watching him. Gang Ho spoke up to help Hai Guy. He told Pa Eng, please ignore what he says. Pa Eng was burning with anger. Why did he need to go to Hoa Sun to gather his energy? The battle was inconclusive 3 years ago, so it was decided here. Jang Ho stopped me. How could someone who had just lost to a newly joined soldier of our Nam Kung family dare to challenge me like that? Ga Uan patted Pa Eng's shoulder and teased me, life has its ups and downs, sometimes it's very difficult, cheer up. Pa Eng immediately chased away and fought, go away, evil devils. Suddenly a large vortex arose and surrounded Pa Eng. Che Ga Uan's voice rang out reminding Pa Eng, last year I lost to your illusion magic and was trapped in your 9-hall illusion matrix for 3 days, how much pain and discomfort that makes me feel. Just thinking about it now makes me want to rip your head off. After threatening, he asked Pa Eng, forget it, why isn't the Tang family here with you? Pa Eng obediently replied, they left, they said they would stay at another inn. The Ga Un ordered everyone, the Sima clan also said that this time they would not attend, so there must be enough people here, let's start, everyone agrees, okay. The sky was so high, the clouds floated by, the line of people led by the master was trying to climb the steep mountain. Thinking about the scene of normal people living there, Hai Guy was surprised, how could they live in a place like this, don't they care about trading or keeping in contact with others? After climbing a bit, the master looked at Pa Eng and said, you look so tired, do you want me to carry you? Pa Eng loudly affirmed, I am not tired, I will carry you. The master of the river smiled happily, for me this is just like going for a walk. I'm so tired of the lottery, I hope that the next Shaolong conference, the 5 great families can organize it. Se Myung saw that So-So was tired so he showed gallantry, Miss So-So, let me carry you. This proposal will only make So-So hate him and chase him away, you should stay away. So-So refuses, but instead criticizes Ga Uan for liking him. He jumped on Mi Myung's back and hugged him tightly, let's go, So Myung shouted, grumpy, Get down quickly, complain about the station, don't discriminate against men, go away. Look at the two noisy things behind you, shouting helplessly, these weak bastards too. Gang Ho accelerated, leaving the two guys far behind. Pa Ang is also competitive, okay, do you want to compete with me? It's better to lose than lose, you rush forward, we won't lose. The place of Hoa Sun sect appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone is tired. The receptionist from Hoa Sun sent out to greet everyone, welcome, you must all come from the 5 great families, thank you for coming all the way here. Che Ga Uan comes forward respectfully, this is Chi Ga Uan, I would like to pay my respects to the elder of the Hoa Sun sect. Elder Hoa Sun also warmly replied, you look very familiar, you are someone who attended the Shaolong conference 3 years ago, how could I not recognize who young Master Ga Uan is? The elder quickly invited everyone to come in quickly, Hoa Sun is a pretty good place for everyone to dispel fatigue on the journey here. Ga Uan was leading everyone so he answered for everyone, yes elder. The large hall of the Hoa Sun sect was crowded with people. The sects are greeting each other. And hi, the guy from the group is looking around this place. He leisurely walked alone in the flower garden, under the romantic falling cherry blossoms. Hi guy exclaimed, not large but very elegant and quiet. The sword god also felt that atmosphere. The peach blossoms had endured a cold, dry winter so that when they began to bloom, it was also the signal that spring was coming, and so was the scent of peaches for many years. The master of the river also happily went sightseeing around, wow, look at this scenery, it would be great to bring a gourd of wine to climb to the top of the mountain and be enchanted in the lyrical scenery. Hi guy expressed his dislike, you're already an alcoholic at just 17 years old, the master of the river grinned and replied, shouldn't people be drinking strong alcohol and laughing at the age of 17? Hi guy just sighed and commented, no wonder he's a bandit, that's very suitable. The master of the river suddenly remembered and asked hello guy, but who are you? People from the Nam Kung family said they were protecting you, so I thought you were from the Nam Kung family, but you don't look like him, with them. Hi guy replied lightly, I'm just a businessman, the lord of the river was bewildered, what a businessman. The master of the river asked more in-depth questions, that trader, what are you selling, that means you have a lot of money, right? Hi guy felt a bit annoyed so he didn't bother to reply, the river owner also forgot about this, he was worried about other things, climbing the mountain all day made me so hungry, it will probably be a while before they serve up food, right, why is cooking in Gypsy so complicated, it's grilled, stir-fried, and fried. Hi guy said for the Hoa Sun chef, they can't present any poorly cooked food to distinguished guests from the 5 great families, the lord of the river doesn't care, and is still arrogant, in the old days, food was supposed to be just a piece of meat with the bones still grilled over a fire and eaten directly, I don't understand why they keep making things complicated. Hi guy was also speechless, he felt bored in his heart, he was truly an arbitrary mountain bandit. Suddenly Hi guy discovered something, but wait. His face was full of excitement, why didn't I think of that? In addition, there are also lettuce and ketchup, although there are no tomatoes, there are many other types of sauce that can be substituted. I think the road is already available. Hi guy proposed a deal with Lao Chu Gyang, do you want to do business with me? The landlord was stunned, doing business, really? Hi guy warmly gave the confirmation, it's nothing too big, I'll tell you the details later, you certainly won't regret it. The lord also eagerly agreed, okay, now I'm also on the righteous side, now I don't need to plunder to make money anymore. But Hi guy chuckled because Lao Chu Gyang was so easy to fool, this guy was so naive, it would be good if this world was full of simple-minded people like him. Then, Hi guy pretended to laugh and continued to discuss with the owner of the river, here, this thing is called a trade contract, Gyang Rin Rai he admired, wowed, sign the contract. Hi guy offers all attractive conditions, nothing special, the important thing is the salary, 50 taels of silver a month, what do you think? Gyang Rai was extremely surprised, 50 taels of silver, he thought to himself without daring to believe it, if he was unlucky, the whole village wouldn't even earn 30 taels of silver a month, yet he wanted to pay I 50 taels of silver. Lao Chu Gyang should still ask again to be sure, are you really going to give me 50 taels of silver every month? Hi guy, let's get straight to the point, don't talk too much, if you don't intend to do that then I won't say anything. Lord Rai, you're suspicious, now that I'm an honest and righteous martial artist, you're not planning on telling me to kill people or anything like that, right? Hi guy promised him, you just need to stand in one place, he was even more surprised, just standing, that's still called work. Hi guy smiled friendly and calmed down, just take it slow, I will gradually explain to you. In the main hall, a famous person stepped out, Everyone was noisy. Xiaolong Hoa-sun, the new strongest martial artist in the world. Xiaolong Hoa-sun walked out to the admiration of everyone. Hai Guy looked at him and realized that the aura around him was indeed special. Sword God Qian provides more information. The peach blossom kung fu they possess is also known as peach blossom birth gong, the only transformation kung fu that cultivates internal kung fu, also known as a person's internal force, is Tai Tan 2. The Dharma and peach blossom transformation technique of the martial arts sect is truly a wonderful practice. As he followed the group of people in, Hai Guy asked the divine sword again, is it even better than the great sword cultivator I learned? The sword god did not reply at all. Xiaolong Hoa-sun came in front of Gang Ho and greeted him, thanking him for coming all the way here. Gang Ho was also polite. Truly Xiaolong Hoa-sun, he looked more elegant than before. Xiaolong Hoa-sun replied prettily, actually you impress me even more, your meridians are really extraordinary, they have improved quite a lot. Faced with Xiaolong Hoa-shan's hidden innuendo, Gang Ho was unhappy in his heart. His way of speaking is what I hate the most. But he is also human. The sword god cursed on talking about this gun number general, this arrogant guy, he has fallen into the deep and arduous path of arrogance. Sword god said more clearly, because he possesses special talent that can now reach the peak, but he is too immersed in his own swordsmanship, which is dangerous. The god of swords and curses seems to dislike that general gun number Xiaolong Hoa master, he wants to destroy him. What the hell is the Taoist of Hoa-sun doing? I will crush that guy myself. Hai Guy panicked and intervened, you can't crush anyone, this body belongs to me, please stop now. The sword god doesn't want to listen. If I don't correct him now, then the future he will be the one who brings disaster to the wanderers. On the gun number side, he talked endlessly with everyone. I heard that the rewards given by each faction are also very large. I hope that everyone will perform well. It's only fair to say, it's a pleasure to meet you, you're in the same boat, it's been 3 years since we last had the chance to meet again. Xiaolong Hoa-sun Sun Ga Uan Stone again, it is always my honor to meet you, young master. I hope this time you will also be worthy of the title of humanity's treasure, the ultimate strategist, nobles of the world. I guess from the perspective of the great Huashan sect, the 5 great families are just ants. The influence of the 9 great sects has remained the same for many years. Great, that's great. Guanzhou waved his lips, you misunderstood what I meant. How dare I speak ambiguously in front of the person who is also known as the ultimate strategist of the noble families. If what I said made you feel that if offended, please forgive me. His criticism was so obvious that even his apology was full of provocation. It's Pa Eng's turn to speak up aggressively. A weak person like you who only knows how to use flowers and feathers has said more. But Miss Long Hoa-sun ignored Pa Eng. He was busy with the lottery. She greeted him, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but what are the wonderful rewards of this year's Young Dragon Congress? Guanzhou replied to So, you know the 7 treasure pills and then Mo Bo, right? Because our sect leader said that those will be the rewards for the next Qi Xiaolong Congress. Guanzhou added, next, it's the Divine Yang Sword and the Silver Ice 10,000 years from now. Everyone was extremely surprised and discussed among themselves, weren't they all treasures that had no longer been found since the Great Martial Arts Border War? Guanzhou agreed with everyone's doubts, that's right, the Divine Yang Sword and the 10,000 years Silver Ice are both treasures of the Divine Yang Palace and the North Sea Ice Palace. When Ga Uan was skeptical, Gun Number understood Ga Uan's meaning, so he smiled and replied, yes, the martial god's family brought them here as a reward for this conference. Hai Guy, after listening, he wondered, what is the family of the martial god? Is he talking about the Shema family? The others excitedly asked, does that mean the Shema family will also attend this congress? Gun Number replied, no, they have informed us that they will not be able to attend as usual. Okay. The brothers all breathed a sigh of relief when a strong opponent was not present. As for Gun Number, they are full of contempt for other sects. They are so afraid of the Shema family. Do they think they can overcome the Hoa-sun sect? Hai Guy standing behind suddenly spoke, now I understand. Is the sword god in the body? Hai Guy is shouting loudly and scolding the name Xiaolong Hoa-sun. That kind of narrow mind and boastfulness of yours should never appear in a person who studies Taoist martial arts, core martial arts. At the core of the Hoa-sun sect, an evil must never be allowed to grow in this sacred land of Taoism. The Gunsu glared at Hai Guy. Hai Guy blamed himself, I didn't mean it like that, I couldn't overcome the threat of the sword god so I had to say it. Hai Guy approached the Gun Number and said to his face, it seems the influence of the demon god has reached the Hoa-sun sect. The Gun Number and the disciples of the Hoa-sun sect were both confused and unhappy, glaring at Hai Guy. When it comes to the demon god, there is the name Tu Min Ma Than, the first demon god to appear in the world. He is the first leader of the demon sect and is also the symbol of the ultimate evil. His martial arts are called death magic, and the righteous martial artists curse that martial arts, because his body is always covered in purple magic fire every time he appears on the battlefield. However, the sudden appearance of the Hoa Sun sect's inner strength seems similar to the purple magic. Purple magic, the overwhelming power makes people tremble, the infinite internal strength and even the purple fire are too great, similar. Secret rumors spread everywhere, and in fact the Hoa Sun sect went to other sects and the Wanderer to verify what kind of martial arts the death demon divine Dharma was. At that time, the most respected martial artist in the world, the sage Liang, confidently declared in the Taitan Palace of the martial arts sect, he declared that the two-min divine Dharma of the Hoa Sun sect was definitely correct, meaning, there wasn't any magic power in the purple magic that he saw. The gun number was a bit trembling as he justified, "That's something we solved 100 years ago. I can't believe this is being mentioned again. Your guts are big." The sword god angrily said, "Go away, High Guy doesn't understand. Why do you keep telling me to go away? This is my body. If you offend everyone standing around here, how can I explain it, with him okay?" I couldn't help but laugh and laugh to relieve High Guy. On such an important occasion, why did the two of them behave like that? There will be many opportunities in the future to determine high and low, right? Gun number doesn't care. He asked by name. High Guy, quickly say your name. Gang Ho steps forward to protect High Guy. He is High Guy, a guest of the Namkung family. He is still very inexperienced, that's why he behaves like that. Please forgive me for this. High Guy is not happy. In the blink of an eye I became an inexperienced person. It's all thanks to you, sword god. Please don't be angry anymore. I will give you the opportunity to do what you want when there is no one around. Besides, I don't like that name either. Ga quickly dispels the tension. Okay, greetings are over, so let's all go to our respective rooms. Late at night on a high mountaintop, a mysterious person is standing in front of a room of the flower sect. He admired his own body. This body is more useful now. This person looked at the demon mine that was in front of him and flew towards him. Some demon disguised as a martial artist just landed. The sword god also landed to meet him. He walked briskly in the quiet space. Next is to boldly walk closer to the demon's mind. On the demon's mind, that is the gun number. He was startled. Who was giving off such a bloodthirsty aura? Gunso stood facing the unknown person. Gunso asked him, "Who are you?" But the sword god only glared at the gun number. He reached for the sword without using his hands. Holding the sword, he appeared very powerful. The gunman was startled. His spirit sensed stars. Even a master couldn't do it at that distance. This sword god orders gun number, "Show me your moves." So angry that he gritted his teeth. He also pulled out his sword and was ready to attack the mysterious person. "If you want to see it that much, I will give you the satisfaction." This sword god smiled with satisfaction. As expected, you used your life force to cover up your aura. No wonder you were able to fool everything in the world. This person added, "Even if you can hide everything, it still won't change your true nature, right? Your last battle must have been with the ghost soul and the twin flame bodies." Gunso was confused. How could this guy know the twin flame body technique? That hidden person despised the gun number. "In the end you still can't block my sword with just your twin flame bodies." He raised his sword and initiated the move. Thousands of other swords appeared and flew towards the gunman. He shouted loudly, "Prejudices flowed, the world stars flowed." Gun number stood still, waiting to die. He grimaced, struggling to resist. He also launched a counter move, apricot sword, heavenly witness condensing incense. Apricot blossoms and spring rolls, all vanish before the moving heavenly sword. Gunso extremely scared. "Oh my god, this is it." He has no way to retreat anymore. Sharp swords pierce gun number's limbs. The sword god said to him, "I have extinguished your twin flames. What do you do now? Do you have any reason to fight the real person hiding inside you?" Gun numbers are licked. After all, the sword of Hoa Sun is not an evil sword. The mysterious man in black is indifferent. So what? I don't know how the sword god did it, but Gunso was extremely confused and shouted, "What are you doing, oh my body?" With his sword, the magic sword is pulling Gunso's soul out. It seemed extremely painful. Gunso screamed fiercely. Sword god said to Gunso, "Can you really go against my will now? Show me the truth about the divine body that people still praise." Gun's body was covered in streaks of fresh blood. He was in extreme pain. The sword god mocked him, "How pathetic are you now?" Gunso stood up and glared back indignantly. He shouted and shouted, "Shut up, "Stop talking nonsense, shut up you bastard." The gun number had revealed its demonic mind and was clearly seen by the sword god, so, it was the demonic mind, the Taoists who should have had a wish for a peaceful life, but were swallowed up by trivial desires like so. Gun So's body now looks like a dead body. He is like a body without a soul. Floating lost. The magic sword hugs Gun So's body. He looked at the demon's mind that had just escaped from Gun So's body. And then, this person took the body of the gun and left Hoa Sun. Hoa Sun returned to the quiet late night space. Inside the hall, the 28th generation sect master of Hoa Sun Tu Ling Sword Dan Chan Gyang was intently writing something down. He heard a strange sound outside the door. His face suddenly changed color and became worried. "What is that?" A voice from a stranger rang out, asking the sect leader to quickly reveal himself. A strange aura has entered the body of Chan Gyang's sect leader. He looked around his body and trembled. This aura was. The sect master was controlled out of the room and he knew clearly that he was being controlled. Telepathy, a vague state that forced me to go there. Surely this person must be a noble sage. Then the sect master Chan Gyang quickly opened the door. "I will go to meet the noble sage." There was something before his eyes that surprised him to no end. Looking at Gun So's miserable defeat, the sect master ran over in panic and called out, "Gun So, this bastard." The sect master scolded the sword god whom he considered a sage. "What have you done? How could you act so cruelly?" That sage sternly reprimanded the Chan Gyang sect leader, "A person who wanted power and infected his disciples with evil things like you, and yet dared to discuss evil or not with me. Don't hesitate, stand still and listen." The other sage continued to teach, "No matter how much you practice religion, you are still human, you can be swayed by 3 desires that go against morality, however." The sage called about his swords. The sword has just removed Gun So's evil heart. Sharp sword of purification and justice. The sage sternly said, "If you are truly a cultivator, you must end your greed, lust and suffering with death." He shouted loudly, "But you dare to corrupt the succeeding generations as well." Sect leader Dan Chan Gyang stood still and received punishment. He vomited blood and had difficulty thinking. Just the sword energy emitted from his sword had interrupted my meridians. The sword energy transformed. I couldn't resist. The sect master acknowledged the power of the sword god. He was like a god, such a person could not interfere with the human world. After thinking about it, the true sect leader regained his authority. "This is the matter of our dynasty, why should the fairy world interfere with our affairs?" The sage glared and said again, "I am not a noble sage like you think, I am just a person bound by blood jade. Meddling in your affairs is really not a good idea." He continued to speak to the sect master, "However, I will speak up for the sake of martial arts, and moreover, I have taken over this body, so now I am also a human being. In the name of my predecessors, sir, I ask my junior again, will you be able to give up your ambition and demonic mind?" The sect leader shouted, "Who are you to dare?" Without saying much, the sword god struck and destroyed everything, then the earth and sky shook. The sect leader Dan Chan Gyang was startled. Even his palace was devastated and collapsed. The terrible explosion exploded, lighting up the entire mountainous area. Dan Chan Gyang's sect leader's face looked like the end of the world had come. But then he realized that all the horrors just now were an illusion. Hai Guy reminded him, "If you dare to continue pretending to be someone who preaches morality to the Hoa Sun sect, do you think you will survive the wrath of my sword, or not?" The sect leader thought seriously and trembled in fear. In the history of martial arts, there was only one swordsman with such great power, the heavenly swordsman, the perfect sword in the world without any weaknesses. Chan Gyang's sect leader howled and realized, "What a sword god." The other sword god added, "Even though I warned you, your attachment to the demon path is too great and it is almost impossible to even have a way to return to the right path." The sword god scolds the sect leader, "The black incense and apricot flower is still burning in your body, show your remorse once, there is still a chance for you in the Hoa Mountain sect." Chan Gyang's sect leader is mentally disturbed. Apricot blossoms spread the space. The sect leader sat and his mind gradually calmed down to goodness. He closed his eyes and recalled his ancestors. Apricot blossoms bloom in the heart of the Chan Gyang sect master. The sword god was also excited about this event. The black apricot flower had finally bloomed. The sect leader was moved. "This matter must have happened to me." He reached out his hand to catch each petal of the apricot flower and could hardly believe it. The sword god told him, "This is like a new beginning for you with the welcome of creation. It congratulates you, sect master." The sect leader Dan Chan Gyang's tears flowed. "Oh my god, the legend of the mountain flower, passed down for 300 years, the black apricot flower has bloomed. The sect master enlightened himself in his heart. Now I can finally see clearly, he has transcended the mortal realm, has become an immortal. He turned to ask the sword god, "Really, are you really the sword god?" The sword god just smiled without answering. The sect leader has been enlightened, and now respectfully, I would like to thank you for your words of guidance and salvation. Without responding, the sword god just quietly left. Only the sect master Dan Chan Gyang and his disciple Gun So remained. He stretched out his hand to catch the gun. Warmly hug the gun number in your heart and then feel sad. I hope you will forgive me. The scene moves to the Hoa Sun space outside. It is unclear how the sect master handled the gun number. Back to Hai Gai's room. He returned to his room after looking for the god to borrow his body. He still couldn't believe what he witnessed. God, just a single word had a weight of thousands of pounds. Hai Gai marveled, the person who defeated Hoa Sun in just one blow. Moreover, that sword god also defeated both General Gun Number and the sect leader of Hoa Sun, the strongest person in this dynasty with just sword energy. Will the soldiers and emperor be strong enough to confront the sword god who has the power to level a sect with just a single blow? Hai Gai made up his mind, I have to convince the sword god, so that he can no longer interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. If there exists a demon named Tu Ha in Hoa Sun Mountain, then it can only be a demon. Signed a contract with Hai Gai. Painted flowers the next morning. The headmaster of Hoa Sun Dan Chan John stepped onto the stage and shouted loudly, the tournament began. Gang Ho clearly expressed his determination, this time we are determined, but he looked sideways and wondered, where was the gun number? Lao Master Gang excitedly came over to say hello, Gang Ho brother, did you sleep well? Gang Ho was irritable, I warned you. Gang Ho grimaced but only scolded in his heart, don't call me big brother with that face, it's really annoying. Hai Gai is engrossed in asking about Ga Uan, I want to hear more about Eternal Ice Star. Ga Uan happily, allow me to explain. When Gang Ho heard it, he rushed to the painting and left it to me. Ga Uan frowned, don't you realize that you are hindering us? Gang Ho diligently explained to Hai Gai, regardless of the station's discomfort, the Eternal Ice Crystal is a treasure of the Northern Sea. For those who practice ice kung fu, it is like a heavenly treasure. Ban, it is also a very good medicine for women with incurable diseases. It can be said that it is truly a priceless treasure. Hai Gai curious, what does it look like? Gang Ho shared that we have never seen it with our own eyes, but we heard that it is shaped like an ice coffin, a very ideal place to practice ice kung fu. Hai Gai suddenly said loudly with surprise, is that like an endless source of ice? There is information that it appeared after the war but, according to northern legend, the ice star has existed for 1,000 years. He's surprised, 1,000 years. Hai Gai thought, it's true that the reputation is not bad. Then he asked about today's story, so what aspect of this rivalry is fought on? Ga Uan seemed not to understand, well, the organizer decides everything, I don't have any clue. Gang Ho replied cheekily, you keep standing still like that because you only know how to think but don't know how to do it, don't you know how to turn thoughts into actions? Gang Ho excitedly asked a Hoa Sun Taoist, this Taoist friend, I come from the Nam Kung family, can you explain to me the rewards of this competition? That fellow monk is happy, I have heard a lot about you, it is a blessing to me. Then he enthusiastically answered, the reward for the winner is the treasure of the Mo Gong. He continued passionately, the Japanese sword will be given to the family that wins the military training battle. Hai Gai breathed a sigh of relief, luckily I don't need those things. Then he interrupted the question again, so there are thousands of ice crystals left. The fellow also enthusiastically replied, it will be given to the winner of the academic category. Hi curious guy, I have never heard of it, what is it? Ga Uan quickly explained that it was a debate about calligraphy or painting. If you don't have literary talent, you can't win. In other words, it's the death point of martial artists and Taoists. Dr. Hai Gai, excited, how can we participate and when does it start? Ga Un shows that it is not easy to win. Academics are not like other competitions. Whenever the judges debate, the academic competition begins. Hai Gai laughed, oh is that so? So last year's winner was, Ga always accept, that's right, it was me. Hai Gai silently pondered, ignoring his mediocre drawing and writing skills. If he wanted to take advantage of the elder Seo's knowledge, he had to aim for an ideological debate. Ga always looked towards a certain person and felt worried. I think it started. Some dude stepped forward with confidence. If anyone feels capable enough to debate academically with me, please step up. It seems quite interesting, should we try it? But the couple was quicker, she came forward, I asked to challenge her, the young man was a bit surprised, a young lady. He accepted, inviting the challenger to choose the topic. Confident in the lottery, I chose Han Fai Tu's 5 Riddles, Ngu Riddle, a book about the 5 worms that destroyed the country by Han Fai Tu. After hearing that, the young master was a little angry. How dare you defend that corrupt school? So explained, I just wanted to criticize Confucian teachings. What better topic could there be? The other guy was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What did you say? I'm sure everyone here knows that Confucian utopianism has led to countless ruins. I want to advise you that the Qin dynasty, the dynasty founded on the basis of legalism, has collapsed in just 20 years. Let's change the subject. Miss, you can't win. Hi guy who has been standing and listening all this time is about to open his mouth. He stepped forward to join the debate and argued that the reason the legalist school collapsed in the Qin dynasty was because legal sanctions only focused on controlling and oppressing the people. If the legal system had justice been implemented fairly and honestly, the Qin dynasty would not have collapsed so easily. Ga Yuan argued back incomprehensibly, not flinching from money and status, treating everyone fairly, that is the ideal of the legalist. What do you mean? Hai Guy argued, who doesn't know that? The problem here is that pursuing it is impossible. The Qin dynasty forbids adultery. If a man is caught having an illicit relationship with a woman who has had a husband, he could have been executed on the spot, but ironically, who knows how many women the emperor himself had had affairs with. The young man of that family began to argue, how could an emperor, who held the fate of the entire nation, have to suffer like a commoner? Hi guy is bored, another justice hero. The dude doesn't understand anything. What is a justice hero? Hi guy explains, what is the basic doctrine of Confucianism? Whether in heaven or on earth, everyone is equal. Whether he is the emperor of a country, or a farmer plowing the fields, there is an immutable truth that they are all human. Hi guy firmly asserts, isn't that just basic Confucianism? But you think that the emperor and commoners cannot be compared. Do you mean one is a human, and the other is an animal? Star. He added that Confucianism once said that a country is simply a family. The emperor is the father responsible for caring for and protecting everyone, and the subjects are the emperor's children. Hi guy said out loud angrily, that is the reason Confucianism deserves criticism. Swapping doctrinal concepts for one's own benefit is just a form of offering privileges to the emperor. At least the lawyer is still honest. Taoists are confused. Confucianism is demagoguery. Those are the teachings of Confucius. And So felt very proud of Hi Guy's speech. Hi Guy didn't give up. He spoke loudly. In other words, saying the emperor is the father of a nation is just a justification for special. It's just the emperor's authority. Isn't that right? Hi Guy glared, approaching the station. Now I will ask again, can you loudly refute that Confucianism teaches that all people are equal and that the emperor is the father of the nation do not conflict with each other? Is it really not in conflict but only complements each other? Seeing that he was speechless, he turned to the young man and overwhelmed him. If you say everyone is equal, then dividing the emperor and commoners into 2 different classes is completely meaningless. Or are you saying that the emperor is a non-human existence and should enjoy special privileges? The number enthusiastically agreed, that's right. Hi Guy didn't let the station and the young man argue any further. He told everyone, I repeat once again, the reason why the Qin dynasty collapsed was because the law was not applied fairly to everyone, regardless of status, and that is the consequence of enforcing the law with extremely harsh penalties. The young man wondered, do you mean there is still another way to carry out the emperor's orders other than applying punishment? Hi Guy explained to him, there is nothing wrong with applying punishment, but the problem is that those punishments are too harsh. Death penalty for adultery, torture by pressing a hot iron on the face, and even spit out his tongue for lying. Hi Guy asked the dude, do you really think those rules are fair and equal to everyone? No, only the weak and powerless is the one who has to bear all that. Hi Guy affirmed, that is the reason why the law must identify serious crimes and misdemeanors. Not only that, but also have to distinguish between penalties such as confiscation of property or physical punishment, and legal enforcement must consider effectiveness. Effective. If it is not effective, then what effect does the law have? Hi Guy's rigorous and convincing arguments left everyone stunned. I don't understand, so what are the criteria to distinguish between mortal and venial sins? Hi Guy also calmly say clearly, it depends on each country, but in my opinion, if a person endangers the lives of others in any way, it is a serious crime. The rest is light. That's how we distinguish. I admire this guy. He follows the school of legalism, but his understanding of Confucianism is not ordinary. Hi Guy, to clarify more carefully for everyone to understand, misdemeanors can include stealing other people's property, mocking, insulting another person's honor. Everyone gathered around Hi Guy and listened attentively to what he said. The former crime can be fined and detained, but the latter crime. Hi guy keeps talking like that, also because he proposes laws that are too convincing. Next is the electorate part. Each citizen must be free to vote, without being controlled or controlled by any law or person. Binding, the country must have the responsibility to implement correct governance policies to protect its people. Long talk. Hi guy realized, that's it seems like he's gone a bit too far, so he announced, let's end here. Ga Uan and everyone thought about what the guy just said, the people own the country. Ga Uan is a bit unsatisfied, I agree with all of that, but I still don't understand the last sentence, putting such a huge benefit in the hands of civilians, that's too dangerous. Hi guy asked the opposite, why do you think like that? The young man's name was also a bit squirming. Hi guy, that's right, ignoring that argument, how can you leave the fate of an entire country in the hands of the common people, not even knowing how to break a word in half? What do those people know to control the country? Hi guy immediately recognized this dude, here he is, the condescending bunch. Hi guy, calmly answer him, I respect your education, but that doesn't mean you can consider everyone else as a bunch of uneducated and ignorant people. The value of a person does not depend on whether that person knows how to write or draw pictures or not. Hi guy, for example, a farmer knows early in the morning what it is to respect his parents, he knows enough what it is to love to protect his wife and children. He also knows enough what it means to be brave enough to fight against bandits, and he knows enough what it means to be kind to share grain with his neighbors after each harvest. Hi guy shouted and scolded the young man, but you dare say that these are just a bunch of uneducated and ignorant commoners. The lowest opinion of an intellectual is to think that commoners are just stupid people. Ignorance always needs to be taught and enlightened. Said at the top of his breath, Hi guy is proud of himself, oh my god, it's so cool. Seeing all reason, the young man madly demanded, calligraphy, I will fight calligraphy with you. Hi guy, my face is so short, it's not over. Refrigerator, do I have to separate from you from here? At the moment of danger, an emaciated ancestor appeared and told him to stay away. Hey guy happily said yes continuously, the way is yours. The blood jade flashed, then his eyes changed, it seemed that his ancestors had replaced his soul to participate. Okay, how do you want to compete? Che Ga-un opened his fan and came forward to express, I will also join, let's talk about the first page of great elegance in the scriptures, the 10th literature. The Du Hai guy in his body at this moment was the soul of his ancestors. He quietly closed his eyes and thought, 10 stars of Van Vuong. A second later, he opened his eyes and suggested, can I borrow a pen and paper? Che Ga-uan immediately turned to his subordinates and ordered him to bring it here. He politely bowed his head in, thanks, and the servants quickly prepared paper and pen in front of him. Du Hai guy knelt down and started grinding ink. Not long after, I asked for a pen. Elegant handwriting was quickly written on the paper, it seemed to radiate power, making everyone who looked at it feel pressured. Some people even opened their eyes wide in shock. His hands were shaking so much that he could hardly hold the fan and blurted out, what is this? Someone who is only in his 20s, how could he have such skillful writing skills? It's impossible. Even though he didn't want to, he had to admit that he had lost. Everyone around him was surprised, complaining that he had always admitted defeat. He didn't expect that he hadn't even touched his pen yet, but he admitted defeat. The whole person who challenged me before was also sad, I lost, sir, can you tell me your identity? The numb ancestor escaped from his body. When the guy regained consciousness, he happily blurted out the refrigerator. The other person thought that was his name, so he clasped his hands respectfully and said, Mr. Refrigerator, today you have truly opened your eyes, just as the ancestors always said, if there are high mountains, there will be higher mountains. Du Hai guy's face turned red and he quickly waved his hand to explain, I'm not a refrigerator, I'm Du Hai guy, ah yes, Mr. Du Hai guy. Just like that, an afternoon passed. It was getting dark, the light from the lamp was still on in that room. Chung Gun So sat blankly on the bed, looking into the distance. Master Hoa's son Dan Dang Chan came in to ask, are you awake, Master, are you feeling better? Yes. He couldn't hold back his tears at this moment, the tears fell one after another. He held his hand to comfort him, there was no need to hold back. Chung Gun So finally burst into tears, Master. Dan hugged him and patted his back reassuringly, feeling like a martial artist had lost all his internal strength. How could I not understand? I will help him recover like before. In his pain, he still angrily said, that is not the swordsmanship of the Namkung clan. He frowned and advised, it's best for you to stop investigating in detail, and let go of the hatred in your heart. I know this is not easy, but you have to learn to forget. Together, I was filled with anger and gritted my teeth, swearing that I would practice with all my might, at any cost. The Hoa Sun sect master sighed, his eyes flashing with golden light. In space, the pieces of starlight gradually stopped. Before long, a sword formed in front of him. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is, Master, the one who has reached the realm of practicing the mind of the sword." He nodded to confirm. "That's right," he exclaimed, smelling of peach blossoms. He slightly rolled his eyes and said, "Even though I have reached this level, I am still not confident enough to be able to deal with him." Chung Gun So's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. Sect Master Dan Chan Dang frankly expressed that the realm he has reached is beyond that of mortals. It is best not to harbor evil thoughts in your heart. The next day, at the resting place of the Tianlong Hoi, Dang Ho slammed his hand on the table angrily and asked, "Give up. He dares to run away with his tail between his legs like that." Seeing him burning with anger, the guy was a bit speechless. The sword saint played with blood like that. It was strange that he wasn't shocked. At this moment, the general gun number entered. "You were a bit surprised, you recovered so quickly." As soon as we arrived, the gunnery general immediately clasped his hands and apologized. "I was forced to withdraw from the battle for personal reasons, I hope you understand." Dang Ho couldn't help but get angry and scold him. "Why did you have to give up the Young Dragon Summit?" He answered without concealment, "There is a problem with my martial arts." "Do you mean internal martial arts?" He avoided eye contact and replied, "It wasn't that bad, but if you looked closely." Chung Gun Su's eyes still showed a tired look. Hearing that, Dang Ho didn't make it difficult for him. "Fortunately," he expressed, "you don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. I don't avoid you, please calm down. Next time we meet again, I'm sure we will, I will not refuse to compete with you." Saying goodbye, while speaking, suddenly an arm tapped on his shoulder. Chung Gun So jumped and turned around. The person patting his shoulder was the guy. He asked with concern, "In this world, anything can happen, you must have been prepared." Chung Gun So was scared, his face turned pale. He quickly pulled his hand back and shouted, "Get away from me." The guy's face was full of confusion. "I was talking to you normally." He fell to the floor, his reaction became more and more extreme. "Go, don't come close to me." The people in the shop immediately widened their eyes, not understanding what was going on. They didn't have an appointment and glanced curiously at the guy, making him pale. Che Ga Uan frowned and asked, "What did you do to make him react like that?" "Hey guy," he started arguing, "you mean I only know how to cause trouble at night? I'm sad." Che Ga Uan's eyes were filled with clear judgment. "No, it was just that there must be something wrong with this matter." He teased him. He must have dragged him into some dark alley, and then gradually fought him out. He was so unjust that he couldn't say it. "It wasn't me, he was a sword saint." Dang Ho couldn't help but keep staring at him, trying to find any loopholes, but he just loyally looked away and denied, saying it wasn't me. He bit his lip and thought, "I don't understand." A martial arts genius who can confront the immortal sword. A vocal talent that can surprise the number one beauty in Hefei, Nam Gung So So. A genius in arithmetic can overcome the great strategy of the clan. A thinker can change the outlook of scholars. And also a genius who can put emotions into every word. Who he really is. Hey guy sighed and lamented, "God, now I will leave the mountain. I'm so surprised, right now." Dang Ho tilted his head provocatively, "The match hasn't even started yet, you're afraid of me so you should run away." He frowned in confusion and said, "You are a genius swordsman of the Namkung clan, of course I have to avoid you, are you crazy to fight with you?" He bit his lip and silently assessed, "It's not much like I imagined." Hey guy just turned around and left. The guard quickly stopped him, so he just left like that and didn't stay any longer. He walked to the table, where there was a person with his head down as if sleeping. He called, "Young Master Dang." That person woke up from a daze. What is that, young master? Haven't you already agreed to work with me? You must clearly understand the contract you signed." He took the paper out of his shirt. After reading it, I happily exclaimed, "Oh, rank, is that a position?" "Hi," the guy said, "just understand it like that, if you do well, your rank will increase very quickly, the higher the rank, the higher the salary, the higher." Young Hayap Dang heard that and shouted excitedly, looking at him like that. He had a little thought, if he knew what he had to do next, he wouldn't be able to smile happily like that anymore. Then he advised, "I don't know when I will come to Ho Fai, so please arrange the other side of the Nam Kung family first. I will send you a letter. When you receive the letter, go to the place I requested." "Okay, hi guy, shake your finger to correct it, boss, say it again." He immediately corrected it, "Boss," so hi guy happily gave a thumbs up to express his praise. Then he turned around and said goodbye to the others, thanking him for accompanying me. I had learned a lot, waving his hands. Since you wanted to leave, there was no other way. See you at the next meeting. Hey! What are you planning to do with that 10,000-year-old crystal? He then remembered, alas, carrying that debt, how can I find a grave? Duhai Guy confusedly asked, can I send it to the Namkung family? He replied, yes, but I have to give it to someone to receive your belongings. Che Ga Uan immediately stepped forward and proposed, I will do it. He couldn't help but be happy, thank you very much. After saying goodbye, Duhai Guy soon arrived at Kam Tuyen Nyai Dao, Shanxi. He was currently sitting on a rock resting his feet. He picked up the blood jade, looked at it, and muttered, Sword Saint. He hasn't said anything for 3 days, so how do we know where to find a grave? Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps coming. I don't know where 3 brazen thugs came, their faces were full of danger. Who is this? The guy was startled and turned around to look. He immediately frowned, these guys are the Red Blood boss. When they saw that he recognized them, they were startled and surprised. That guy, how did you know? No High Guy widened his eyes and exclaimed, why is everyone I meet always this sudden type of person? The bald guy swung his fist fiercely and cursed, shutting the dog's mouth. He had no choice but to curl his fist and fight back. The two people's fists blocked each other, emitting great power. The bald man gritted his teeth, this bastard is not ordinary, you are trying to show that you are different, but when you encounter a group of evil sects like us, your life is over. At this moment, the guy was also angry and asked, are you dealing with only me? How many of you guys are there in total? You still dare to call yourself a man like this? That's right, that's all there is to uneducated bush bandits, daring to fight 10 against 1, who would ever do that? Just sit down and calmly drink tea and discuss for the benefit of both parties. Why, this woman? Right at the climax, one guy cleared his throat, that's enough. In the crowd of people parting on both sides, a man with two-piece hair and a muscular figure walked forward. Duhai Guy couldn't help but sweat. He is the leader of the bloody tyrant, and we are destined to meet each other. What is that expression of yours? Hey Guy's face darkened. He snorted and said, you are really tough as a leech, now the entire land of Shanxi is filled with all kinds of evil sects. The boss sneered and said, the martial arts competition conference in Hoa Sun is about 25 miles away from here, so no matter how loud you scream, no one will come to save you. He couldn't help but curse, damn, these pig-brained mountain bandits, why are they not only less ignorant but also more stupid? Someone like me who has only been to MANHUA once or twice, has no reason to make enemies, holding grudges with people in the gang, I'm different from you guys. Then he took out the gold card and saw what he saw, I was the honored guest invited to the Namkung family's noble residence, and also the owner of the heavenly sword. He listened but was stunned and didn't have time to react. Precious, what, you cursed again, you bastards, please squeeze your brain as small as a pea and think, if you dare to touch a strand of my hair, the famous male palace family will leave it alone. The old man's red eyes threatened, if I tore your body apart and scattered your limbs all over the mountain animals would surely have a full meal. Seeing that he couldn't convince him, he bit his lip helplessly, these evil black bastards, why do they talk about tearing people apart like a feather? But to save his life, the guy had to be patient and say, so you think if you kill me, you guys will get your wish? Just a little brainstorming and you'll understand right away, you're acting like this thanks to a certain ice master who offended the Namkung family, but using such a primitive and barbaric method, it's definitely impossible to solve the problem, no problem. The bald man lost patience and asked, boss, are you going to just let him talk nonsense like that, if we are led by his wagging lips? Suddenly, the guy threw a bright silver coin forward. It rolled on the ground, just in front of him. Without missing a second, the bald guy immediately bent down and grabbed it. Seeing that, the guy immediately chuckled, hey, the most effective bait for short-brained people like these guys is the sound of money. Another guy was also holding a knife and was about to rush in, damn bastard, what do you want? The guy used money to throw it at him. Immediately, he threw the knife away and used his bare hands to catch the coin. When the boss saw this, he shouted and cursed, you useless people, you guys dare to pat your chest like this and consider yourselves members of the famous Green Forest Bandit Alliance. Duhai Guy unleashed a big move and directly took out a sparkling gold bar. When the old man saw it, he wanted to whisper, that is, a gold coin, you dare to seduce the notorious bandit leader of the mighty gang, with just that gold coin, I want it. He snapped his fingers and passed the gold bar into the bandit's hands. In the blink of an eye, the boss's face changed like a rice paper. He gently asked, what do you want? Guy raised his bag of money in front of him and suggested, I will leave all the money I have, as long as you let me go. Receiving the thick bag of silver, they immediately compromised, no problem. A few juniors still excitedly asked, Boss, do we have a share? Wow, how much is this treasure worth? Is that kid so rich? After giving all the money, Guy tried to suppress it until he trembled and said to himself, Confucius taught, a gentleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too late. He couldn't help but sigh. Only 3 days had passed since the day he disobeyed Confucius's teachings. Why did the sage's teachings always have to pop out at times like this? Could it be that life is a series, unpredictable events repeat over and over again? Suddenly, the blood jade on his neck rang out. Do you really feel like that? What did the elder suddenly say? But after that, blood jade had no more words. He was a bit skeptical, what was going on, but, right now, he needed to leave, so suddenly the guy asked, So, can we leave now? A few mountain bandits were engrossed by the pile of silver, directly waving their hands to chase people away. Okay, let's go, see you soon. He left in anger, his whole body seemed to radiate a dark aura, silently swearing, I will definitely meet these shameless people again. No Guy left alone without money. He remembered what the sword god said, I will never appear before you again. Look at this old man, deep in thought, but he's getting more and more outrageous. If he were in a game, he'd probably be a grandmaster. Normally I should say bad things like this, then he should have started making a fuss a long time ago. Could it be that he is angry? The ancestors and the blood jade urged us to quickly reach the precious Autumn Valley. Precious Autumn Valley, where is it? Just go straight in the direction of the birch trees, follow the entire mountain ridge, you will see the edge of the forest, climb up that mountain. Guy immediately complained, You want me to climb the mountain again, sir? I just repented of a big sin, this body of mine is up to you to handle. If it were you, I would definitely come, get something precious in the Autumn Valley in just one note. The god of swords was angry because he talked so much that he became angry and shouted, Talking so much, the sun is about to set, you should go quickly. He had to collapse and obey orders. Time passes, I don't know how much time has passed, I just see the sun has reached the top of the mountain. At the high mountain, the wind blew people's spines coldly, and the guy was standing at the edge of the mountain looking down. He turned pale and muttered, This is too much, too scary, why do you force me to climb this mountain? Du Qian reminded us again, when the sun goes down we're in big trouble, when it's pitch black, you'll think you wished you'd left earlier. Guy doesn't dare to argue, he can only keep the hatred in his heart, this hatred must be repaid, it's just a little bad talk, so stingy, this old man is definitely torturing me on purpose in this way, off that he knows. As if knowing that he was speaking ill of him, the sword god immediately shouted, Shut up, your determination has this much value, what value can I use? You are always talking about this revenge that, but you don't have the will to climb over a mountain. These words directly hit his mind, he immediately remembered the look on the bandits' faces when they robbed him of his money. Not knowing where the strength came from, the young man enthusiastically climbed up. When he stepped on a tiny protruding rock, unfortunately, it could not bear the weight of his body and broke. Guy immediately fell down. But fortunately, he was saved by a large protruding rock. He breathed a sigh of relief, luckily, he landed on a cliff. Very quickly, he continued to climb. Both hands clinging tightly to the cliff. Use all your strength, constantly trying to hang up. Keep climbing like that. Finally, the guy reached the top of the mountain. He hung up panting, his hands stained with blood from the wound he had suffered while clinging, and it was also sunset. Guy looked ahead and asked, Is this place really the tomb of the sword? The sword god confirms, Yes, your enlightenment about this sacred place depends entirely on yourself, don't bring dirty tricks, just step forward firmly, goodness in your heart. He asked confusedly, what he was telling me was, is there someone in here? There are still traces left. Traces of stars, what we discovered in the upper sword tomb are the sword seals, those sword seals hold the core value of this tomb. Guy took out a torch from his luggage, lit it and wondered, wait a minute, elder, I don't know even the most basic martial arts, you want an ordinary person like me to become an ultimate master, just with those sword seals. Du Qian immediately shouted, disrespectful, even though I don't know which predecessor created the seals, you are not allowed to consider him as a human being. Isn't he immortal, so, is he a god or something? Exactly, and those blades are the traces left behind by a true god, even though the Sword King is also considered a god, he never dared to think of defeating him. In the martial arts world, the concept of perfection does not exist, that's what I was taught. However, his swordsmanship is truly perfect. How could the son of a mortal achieve it, to such a perfect realm? Duhai Guy held the lit torch and went into the cave, muttering as he walked, how good that senior was. As soon as he entered, countless Matrix-like characters immediately met his eyes. Duhai Guy's eyes widened in surprise, it couldn't be. The sword god was surprised and asked, can you read those fairy tales? I have tried copying hundreds of copies and showing them to countless scholars, but no one has ever been able to decipher that ancient language. Even the Ohai Guy is very surprised right now, that on the cliffs filled with physical formulas, vector values connecting points, instantaneous acceleration, free fall motion, he calculated all the basic moves of the sword, technique using physics, then divided by internal work to achieve an instantaneous freefall speed, and even created a formula to calculate gravity, based on the weight of the sword. Wait, could it be that the person who knows these formulas is definitely a person from the modern world, and is also a Korean? Du Cheon gasped and asked, what, you are saying that the person who left these ancient words is someone from your old world? Duhai Guy asked again, yes, when was this cave discovered? It's been at least more than 1,000 years, he thought to himself. A modern person came to the Central Plains more than 1,000 years ago, but with just one person's strength, he could hone his swordsmanship to this level. Did that person really make a mark in history just because of this ruin? The sword god expressed, I have also wondered about this for a long time. The last sword mark he left is no longer the product of humans, such a great realm of swordsmanship, yet it has never been passed down. Any reputation in the gang is a bit strange. Hey Guy wondered, was that the last sword wound? He repeated, do you know that the terrain in the Autumn Valley is very strange? Now that I think about it, it's true, the valley usually has winding curves, but this valley has a straight path. The precious Autumn Valley is the last streak of his sword. The clear image of the valley is indeed a long straight line like a sword slashing down. Now recalling that image, the guy couldn't help but curse, one sentence, damn it. That terribly deep valley, 4 kilometers long, is the product of humans. He couldn't help but continue to learn those formulas. After 24 days and nights of studying the wall, I found that he had eliminated sword techniques that could not be analyzed physically. For example, he had ignored fields such as culture, demons and the like, then sort out the moves that can apply vector products with the first variation of direction, moves that need a substitution coefficient due to the second variation, and finally were the most complex moves, capable of causing optical illusions, and after synthesizing all the formulas, 100 days had passed. The guy couldn't help but admire, this man is truly persistent. We come from the same world, but not at the same time, what a pity. After 120 days of studying the wall, the basic swordsmanship techniques of the various sects had all reached a higher level of perfection than the final technique, although, there were still exceptions, and the magician's trick of opening the double consciousness sea is one of them. Opening the double consciousness sea is a technique that maximizes the value of a function containing variables. Dividing consciousness into 2 parts, in order to be able to use 2 types of sword skills at the same time, according to mathematical explanation means that more than one variable can appear at the same time with a constant function, is the technique for first. This technique needs to be studied more carefully. After 139 days of studying the wall, the only thing that remained in my mind were points, lines and planes. Why did the lines bend at a certain point in the move? To reduce the deviation to a minimum at the contact point, instead of the center of curvature, we must use a linear transformation. Let's change. Even though I've tried, my bones and tendons aren't strong enough to withstand it. The plan to use gas is also gradually reaching a dead end. Am I that stupid? I just realized, the reason because it bends is because, the limit point of movement can be represented by the human body. After 180 days of studying the wall, according to physics theory, it was possible to perform at the speed of light, but the problem is that the mortal body cannot regenerate during the execution process. Formula, no matter how perfect the formula is, if the body cannot tolerate it, it will all be in vain. Why don't we realize this simple truth? After all, we still have to train the body first, forge a body that is capable of surviving and regenerating after going through that formula. After 487 days of studying the wall, I once again realized how fragile the human body is. I placed a random moving point around the wall, and tested how much I needed to penetrate. The sword strike must hit exactly that point. 720,642,020 times. It took us 2 years to reproduce a simple motion vector connecting 2 points A and B. So are those formulas possible? With an imperfect human body, this is not something that can be achieved by diligent physical training. We need another method. The guy looked at the wall marked with identical symbols and wondered, is this guy still human? After 4,685 days of studying the wall, I realized that trying to compensate for elements that cannot be eliminated by physics is truly foolish. It is not natural that Tao and Tao exist, Buddha. That's because, if you only cultivate the body and not the mind, you won't be able to completely control the body. Ironically, the only way to cultivate the body to the level of a god is to cultivate the mind. By envisioning the hell-like earthly world, I was able to smoothly observe my entire sea of consciousness. From deep within our minds, we can actually separate ourselves into tiny atoms, or turn ourselves into an entity larger than the universe. And finally, in our visualization, all movements of points, lines and planes have been recreated in a complete form. I don't know when, the boundary between our imaginary world and the real world has been blurred, because even when we don't eat, drink, or even breathe, we still don't die. After 6,932 days of studying the wall, my body is now capable of reproducing and performing all the formulas perfectly. No, that is not enough. We can already see through the nature of all phenomena, like Neo in the movie Matrix. The laws of Mother Nature have been completely integrated into our abilities. Am I still considered human? I can feel the eyes of the great saints looking at me. High Guy suddenly woke up. Before his eyes, the image of that predecessor seemed to be recreated, making each delicate and perfect sword move. The sword god opened his mouth in shock and exclamation, "Impressive, so impressive, it took me 7 years to be able to see the star with my own eyes, yet you have already seen that starlight." He asked, "Heaven and earth meteor sword, exactly." The sword god couldn't help but admire, so impressed, having comprehended so much in just 15 minutes. Furthermore, feeling the heaven and earth meteor sword and the stars at the same time was the ultimate realm of heaven and earth meteor sword enlightenment, which had completely merged into this brat's soul. Genius, that sword is still not strong enough to reveal it all, fate. So heaven has prearranged this kid's destiny, and I am the bridge to that door of destiny. Countless rays of heavenly light kept flying to blend into his body. Somehow the guy fell into the world of consciousness for 3 years without even realizing it. That was the birth of the genius sword god. In Hefei on a beautiful sunny day, the young owner of Cam Ga Dang, Kim Duk-san, happily came here to visit. At this time, someone brought a carriage to him. He looked at him in panic and reminded him, "Hey, I told you to take it slow. Do you know how much this Tian van carriage is worth? It's an easy business." After saying that, he snatched the rope from the other person's hand. He quickly bowed his head, apologizing to the young master. "I'll go get the reins right away." Kim Duk-san angrily scolded him, "Shut up." Then, before getting in the car, he carefully brushed the dust off his feet. Didn't wait for a servant, drove the carriage directly. As he walked, he happily muttered, "Since I bought this carriage, I have finally been able to go to Ha Long." While walking, I suddenly stopped in front of a store or something. Is it because of the heavenly heart? The female employee of the restaurant saw a customer and showed a standard smile asking, "Hello guests, welcome to the family's restaurant, what do you want to eat?" Kim Duk-san awkwardly ordered food, meat patties and black tea to cool him down. The employee maintained a smile and said, "I understand, please wait a moment." At this moment, he suddenly thought, "Luckily I came to Ho-Fi." Not long after, the food was brought out. "Sir, here are the guests' things, a total of 99 francs. Kim Duk-san took out the money to pay. "Here, a silver coin," and thought to himself, 99 francs, why don't you take the silver coin as well? But there is 1 silver coin left over, but I still feel like I got what I said. Yes, the girl took the money, "Thank you very much, and have a good appetite." He received the food and immediately opened the bag. Inside was a hamburger in the present. Without thinking twice, he immediately put it in his mouth and took a big bite of this flavor. Then take another sip of tea. The feeling of refreshment immediately rose. It was wonderful. It's so delicious, but it's less than a silver coin, so cheap, it's truly impeccable. Kim Duk-san continued his trip, still holding the pot of black tea he had just bought and drinking happily. At the end of the road, a building shining like a flashlight appeared. That was the world of Halao, and outside there was a long line of people waiting to get in. He looked at it and exclaimed, "It's great. The world is flashy and magnificent." People coming in and out were bustling. Kim Duk-san looked dumbfounded. This carriage is a limited edition. The number of carriages of this type produced per year can be counted on the fingers of one hand. At this time, from the luxurious carriage, a relative wearing a yellow shirt stepped down. Immediately someone came to say hello. "Welcome you, young master, today I will serve you." That person immediately asked, "How are the flowers today?" Mr. Ri smiled brightly and replied, "Don't worry, the flower lady is very excellent today." Kum Duk-san looked at Ri's name and commented, "Lee Seo Ri, with a name like that, he must be very good at fighting." And as soon as he stepped down from the carriage, someone came to serve him. "Young master, today I would like to serve you. My name is Hong Gombo. Have you chosen your own old Naguyat yet?" San asked with a pale face. "Which old man is Naguyat?" Gombo rubbed his hands and explained, "You must be here for the first time, Mr. Naguyat is the one who will match you and will be responsible for pairing you with a beautiful woman. If so, objectively just trust me, please come, just follow." Having finished speaking, he immediately turned around and told the servants, "This is the young master's carriage, take care of it carefully." As I was walking, I suddenly noticed an argument nearby. Why was that gangster allowed in, but I wasn't? Oh, so this is the mysterious forbidden place of the Halal world that people have rumored. There is probably a scandal because the Pang family's do and Ifai is not allowed to enter. In front of that drunken man causing a ruckus, the waiter of the restaurant still very politely bowed his head and replied, "No, please excuse me sir, please come back later." But it seems that the drunk man still doesn't care. "You know what you're doing, but you're a liar. Do you know who I am?" Immediately, the waiter's expression changed. Objectively, he made me feel a bit awkward. "If you're drunk, you should go home before we can cause trouble, otherwise, I'll punch your back cartilage on the spot." When that guy saw him cracking his wrist, he was startled. At this moment, a person came. "Is there something wrong, Dungu?" The waiter replied, "It's nothing, I'm sorry you're worried, Mr. Dang." "No, it should be the owner Dang right now." On the other side, Kam Duk-san saw this castle owner and was surprised, he was so big. The owner was filled with murderous aura, threatening the drunk guy with cold eyes. "I just got promoted yesterday, so while I'm in a good mood, I better get my ass back home." That guy was scared to death. "Quickly run with all 3 legs and 4 legs." After he left, the castle owner loudly reminded everyone to pay attention. It was past the hour of death, no longer accepting guests for free. Clear. When Kum Duk-san heard this, he turned around and asked, "It's free, so it's free until before the dog's hour?" The other day the guest smiled and replied, "Well, this rule does not apply to male guests, young master, only to women." That's right, all female customers who arrive before Christmas time will receive 3 jars of wine and free breakfast. The castle owner quickly noticed their location. He waved and called, "Gumbo, yes." The two of them whispered to each other, "Isn't that affable, he came by carriage, sir." With just this sentence, all the movements of the two people seemed to stop. The owner of the mansion immediately shouted happily, "Who are you?" preparing to welcome distinguished guests. Inside the flower garden, lights of all colors flickered continuously. People, regardless of gender, danced together to the music. The flower shop is no different from a true bar of modern times. When Kum Duk-san first came in, he was still not used to the loud music. He gently rubbed his temples and professionally asked, objectively, "Do you want me to take you to a private room? If you want a beautiful lady to serve you, if you're excited, you'll have to use a private room." He refused. "Okay, just choose a table for me." No reminder, prices depend on the location of each table, sir, really. On the stage, a beautiful dancer danced and swayed gracefully. He pointed to a nearby table and introduced, "Do you see the closest seat facing the stage? That table is the most expensive, but it's worth the money. Objectively, I want to choose that place." Kum Duk-san immediately opened his eyes and closed the application. "Okay, great." After sitting at the table, the waiter brought out the menu and asked, "What kind of wine would you like?" He bewilderedly called out, "Give me a bottle of Tan Chao." He immediately changed his face and said gloomily, "You're joking too much. Objectively, do you think a beautiful woman would follow in the footsteps of someone who can only drink azure pearls, sitting in this position? At least can I order 2 jars of iced chrysanthemums?" Kum Duk-san looked at the menu in confusion. "Really, 2 jars, but 20 taels of silver." Suddenly, jubilant music played. A person nearby shouted loudly, "Today our young master Seo has called Tuat Hoa Tan Chao," and turned on the music. After that, a group of beautiful women came over carrying a small jar of wine and asked who young master Seo was. Once the person was identified, the jar of wine was quickly put down. Kum Duk-san looked at the opposite table and wondered who that guy was. And right now, that young master Seo is surrounded by young girls. Young master Seo calls him Tuat Hoa Tan Chao. "What are you doing here, sir? You are so handsome." Suddenly that guy glanced over. Seeing Kam Duk-san, he curled his mouth and smiled smugly and provocatively. He immediately got angry, gritted his teeth and cursed. He was a bossy dog. Give me 1 bottle, no, 2 bottles of Snow Hoa Tan Pearl. I'll remind you, that's 100 taels of gold per bottle, young master, you still have to pay in advance. Even so, he was still determined. Don't worry, bring the wine, he happily said. Yes, please wait a moment, I'll bring it up right away. In one corner, the castle owner could see the whole thing. He gently waved a flower. What is it, castle master? I'm busy. He leaned over and asked quietly, have you seen that person? Please serve that person carefully. The flower girl glanced at him and asked, what is the reward? 200 taels per bottle. She immediately smiled and replied, closing the order. Then he quickly went to his table, met with a friend from the Cam family, and less than a month after arriving here, he was empty-handed. At the Du family's business headquarters, the general manager was happy to announce that the key person had arrived. The Du Hai guy walked in and immediately waved his hand. Everyone sit down, no need to be polite. Everyone quickly settled into their seats to conduct the meeting. Du Hai guy seriously asked, how is the progress of rebuilding the ice? The man in blue replied, I think that's a failure. He immediately frowned, what a failure, how much did we invest in it? Explain. It seems that the larger the area of the ice chamber, the less effective it is. We tried creating ice in one of the restored ice chambers, and the efficiency didn't increase much compared to the original. You mean it takes more time to freeze? That's right, before it only took half a person, now it takes a whole day. It seems like at this rate, we can only do it for about 700 years, just 10 pounds of stone. Hey guy couldn't help but grit his teeth and hold his head. Damn it, the first law of thermodynamics, the total energy in a system remains constant, even though it can be converted from one form to another. Modern people modernity can forget this, the amount of stone we use is increasing, it's bad. Then, he sighed and asked about something else, what about Coca-Cola? The person in charge of this section trembled and offered the vase, here it is. Hey guy picked it up and took a sip. After that, he angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, what is this? Even worse than last time, you went all over the hot springs, just to get this pathetic carbonated water. The other person awkwardly admitted his mistake. Yes, I know my mistake, go back and write 20 self-criticisms. Being punished like that made him cry in tears. Du Hai guy asked again, what about the world of halal? The owner confidently replied, our profits have doubled, sir. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. At first, I was only going to use this guy as a door greeter. But it turns out, he is a business genius, teaches one thing and understands 10, has the power to attract customers day after day, he deserves his current position. Well, making Coca-Cola is of course not easy, right? Suddenly, the castle owner was expressing, Big brother, I have something to say it. The perpetual ice element is the treasure of the Northern Ice Palace, and this item is extremely useful in creating ice and is effective for martial artists practicing ice techniques. Therefore, Big Brother can invite back any expert who is already a master in this field, it doesn't have to be someone from the Northern Ice Palace. I don't understand why you have such an obsession with ice. There's no need to spend money every month on these useless things. Instead, if you keep getting these 10,000 ice crystals, they will automatically come and want to work for you. Besides, martial artists are not, it's not the same. Make a deal with them so they can practice ice, and in return, they have to create ice for themselves. Wouldn't that be better? After hearing this, the guy seemed to wake up. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a genius. He silently pondered, what have I done with the 1,000-year-old freezers of the North Sea? I'm so ashamed of myself. I can't believe I bullied him by saying he had no brain. At this point, I can no longer deny the rumors that he is a genius. Hai Guy impatiently stomped his hand on the table and asked, does anyone want to go to the North Sea? Faced with this question, everyone ignored it, pretending to know nothing. On the other side, in a cold mountain, there are two lonely people walking forward. That is the North Sea, a very far place in the north. From here it takes a whole year to go back and forth. This place was only owned by indigenous people during the medieval period and World War I. After that, the Satman family brutally swept the Bok Hai Ice Palace. They captured and escorted the Bok Hai king to be shamed in front of the public, tied him up and left him to die. At this time, Hai Guy offered a price, 1,000 taels of gold, which would be the reward for the person who discovered the ice-making technique. Hearing 1,000 taels of gold, he suddenly stood up and shouted, Big brother, let me go. Hai Guy without hesitation shook his head and replied, you can't do that. He thought to himself, I need him to stabilize the cable room first. So, who could it be? Hai Guy looked around. Suddenly, He was startled and asked, "What are those bastards doing now?" Li Gi River asked in confusion, "Bastards, who are you talking about?" "Hi guy, explain more. Those big guys have red bear tattoos all over their bodies. You told us to lock them up to prevent harm to the people, so we locked them in the prison of this house. How long has it been? Okay, have they recovered yet? It's been half a year." "It's been so long, bring them here, okay." On a clear, sunny afternoon, Li Driver brought the bastards in front of Hai Guy and said, "My subordinates have brought them here, they are waiting in the outer room." Hai Guy replied, "Just let the leader in here." "Yes." Soon, the leader slowly walked inside. He was tall and fierce as he walked in, making him unable to help but look at him in surprise. He shouted loudly and asked, "Kang brother, is it you Kang?" Suddenly I knelt down and burst into tears, "Sir." Suddenly he ran closer in panic, "What's wrong, brother, what happened?" Hai Guy looked disgusted and said, "That's enough, stop acting so frivolous in front of me, stop crying and come here now." These words made Dang and Rai look surprised and think to himself, there is only one reason why Big Brother behaves like this, that is someone has harmed him. "I'm sure you will do it again, what's going on?" At this time, Kang de Dui slowly walked closer towards Hai Guy. Realizing that, Hai Guy looked disgusted and said, "I order you to go to the North Sea." Kang de Dui hamily replied, "But the North Sea is..." Before he could finish his sentence, Hai Guy interrupted, "It seems like you still want to eat man-to and hold your breath." He remembered the miserable days in prison. Why did they give us man-to every day? Kang de Dui replied, "If we complete this task, you will release us, of course." "Okay, so we accept." Hai Guy, who likes to threaten, "If you dare to run away in the middle, you already know the consequences." Faced with this threat, Kang de Dui angrily silently exclaimed, "If we could escape, we would have escaped a long time ago, damn trickster, evil, inhumane monster." After that, he shouted loudly at Hai Guy and showed his determination that there was no such thing. Night falls under the dim shimmering lights. In a certain deserted southern palace, cold in the middle of the night, not a single person passed by. Nam Gung Gu looked tired and sighed and said, "Again." The old man secretly thought, 3 years before I had the chance, I would have destroyed that 1,000-year-old ice tundra. No matter how I touched that brat, nothing good would come of it. The merchant sold us that cold brew tea to cure stomach aches. And even that carrier could arbitrarily bring them into our manor. Because of their popularity, even local mandarins and powerful people lost their jobs and complained everywhere. Not stopping there, the customers who received the food gave something back to the delivery person. Then the carrier delivered the goods to the recipient, causing the influence to spread further and further, so even the target department suffered losses. That's not all, they also created a new type of horse-drawn carriage called a car, which has completely changed the current horse-drawn carriage and trading industry. He also created the Go Jia brewery and dominated the entire beer-making market in Hefei with just a glass vase. He also built a restaurant that sold rice cakes, Coke, and the 6-layer double cake that overwhelmed the entire food industry and food business. The problem is that every time he starts a new form of business, he waves that token everywhere. That's why so many people flock to Nam Kung Jia Trang. We have tried to calm people's emotions, trying every possible way for the past 3 years. But the thing that annoys me the most is, as I was deep in thought, someone walked in and interrupted, "Sir, the food from the shop has arrived, do you want to eat it right away to make it hot?" Nam Kung Bek replied, "Yes, bring it here, go." The old man picked up the wine bottle and shook it well. After that, enjoying every drop of essence, the feeling of euphoria was indescribable. Nam Kung Bik silently exclaimed, "I was completely addicted to the taste of Du Jia's food." Suddenly, a slave rushed in and shouted, "Sir, I have something to report, and there is another group of people coming to look for you." Nam Kung Bik angrily asked, "Why is this the right time?" He replied that his subordinates thought it was about drinking. "I almost forgot, those damn pubs." Also, the male palace asked impatiently, "What else?" The subordinate quickly replied, "The sect master of Hoa Ti Sword sect has come again." Nam Kung Bek sighed with a headache, "Damn, Hai Guy again, what have we done to the sword gate? Why do they always want to cause trouble with us? And, my God, what else is it this time?" The young master also came to visit. He came here to meet his friends, so just let him in. Why would he bother reporting it to me? He didn't come here as a friend. So what is it? The male palace's expression suddenly became more serious. The subordinate replied palely, "He came here as a mid-level inspector of the Martial Arts Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, Nam Kung Baek stood still in terror and shouted, "What? I'll go see him right now." The subordinate replied, "Yes, I will send someone to bring him there immediately." Nam Kung was confused and silently exclaimed, "What is all this about?" Soon, the subordinate invited the guests inside. "Sir, the inspector has arrived, sir." Nam Kung Baek quickly walked out and responded warmly and welcomed. "I respectfully greet you, sir, it's been a while, are you still well?" Nam Kung Baek politely replied, "I am very healthy. By the way, have you reached the position of inspector? This young master is truly a wonderful person, please come and sit here." Che Ga Uan replied, "I will go straight to the main part." "Feel free, but I'll take the liberty of asking a question first, please." 3 months ago, a police officer came here. Logically, it should have been another 2 years before the next visit, but what was this? Before these words, Ki Ga Uan smiled and thought quietly for a moment. Then he replied, "A few days ago the chief inspector visited Hefei, and he had some suspicions. What was it? He suspected that the Du family's strong business was under the control of the Nam Kung family." Having finished speaking, Nam Kung Baek shouted in panic, "Aren't you his friend? You understand better than anyone else that the business of the Du family is a completely independent organization. How can you say that?" Che Ga Uan replied, "You still don't understand the alliance's intentions, is it possible? Hefei's population had doubled in just 2 years, and would soon equal, no, even exceed that of Nanjing, so that was the intention of the alliance." Nam Kung Bak thoughtfully replied, "I understand. But, we are just a small branch." Che Ga Uan explained that Huck Chan Dang's whereabouts were extremely suspicious. Huck Chan Dang, hearing this name made Nam Kung Baek surprised. Che Ga Uan said, "Because of them, Hefei has now become a battlefield ready to sacrifice his life. If only we can own the strong business of the Kwok family and Hefei, with that huge amount of wealth, we will be the best in Sambo Chan. But the Du family's business is still very ambiguous right now. They are located between the two boundaries of good and evil. This is an extremely dangerous action. The alliance wants to get their treasury. You should lend a hand, to benefit both sides." At this time, Nam Kung Baek pondered for a moment and sighed tiredly. The old man asked that the man in control of the largest and most powerful trade group in Hefei was not part of the alliance, so how could he receive support from the alliance? In the worst case, he could be a man. The royal family will have to face adversity alone. "I know it's difficult, but you have to make a choice." Nam Kung Bak replied, "How much time do we have? The secret guards have been eliminated. Right now, the temporary alliance has no eyes or ears. We don't have much time left." Nam Kung Bak angrily slammed his hand on the table and silently cursed. The situation on both sides was obviously broken. Was this nothing more than a declaration of war? He said, "I will call Hai Guy here to discuss immediately. The alliance has already sent him a message. He will probably come soon." Suddenly, the male palace's face turned gray. Outside the male palace, sparkling lights were lit. Sect leader Qin Tian and Hai Guy have arrived. They walked to the front door. There was already someone waiting there. The subordinate saw that and politely said, "We have orders to waive the identity check with you. Please go this way." Hai Guy replied, "Okay." The sect leader Qin Tian advised, "Hoping that you will behave wisely and properly." Hearing that, Hai Guy quickly raised his hands together and replied, "Take care." He silently wondered, "Properly, what does this mean?" On a clear day, sunlight spreads all around. In the hall, every representative was present. When Hai Guy walked in, he silently exclaimed in fear. It seemed like everyone had gathered here. Among them, the father and son of the head of the Nam Kung family were present here. In addition, there is also Nam Kung Seong Chan and the inner court master Nam Kung Jia Nam Kung Baek. Men who are gung-ho and hate Ga Uan all contribute to the fun here. Che Jia Uan stood up and took out the sheet music. Speaking loudly, the representative of the Du family and the alliance has a few words to say to you first. I finished my request, finished reading it, criticized the station, so I folded it up and filed the letter. Hai Guy silently pondered. It sounds very complicated, but in fact what they want is very simple. What they want is just to put the business family under the control of the male palace family. They want me to accept supervision, and controlled by the martial arts alliance. Of course, our monthly income will be whatever number they want. Otherwise, there is no reason for the alliance to protect us. This martial arts alliance that considers itself a righteous sect is no different from a street gang. Hai Guy said mysteriously, "It seems like the alliance elders are misunderstanding something." Che Ga Uan wondered, "What do you mean, misunderstanding?" Hai Guy replied, You guys are judging us based on the current situation in the world, right? What do you think I can't turn into male bones? These words made him say in surprise, what? I am a businessman, accepting risk in exchange for profit is common sense, but there are too many people who want to take away the little wealth I have built with my blood and sweat. In this situation, any businessman would think like me. Which side will benefit more? Nam Kung Bek shouted angrily, what are you talking about? Are you ready to become a dog to make money at your feet? Hi Guy calmly said, so what else can I do, when everyone wants to profit from me? Human greed is bottomless, sir. What have I done to affect Nam Kung's business, family yet? What, are you kidding me, if you've ever seen one of our businesses? No, 3 years ago, Hefei's population was about 86,000 people, now it has reached 17,000. I will ask you again, have I done anything to affect the business of the Nam Kung family? These words made Nam Kung Bek speechless. Hi Guy said loudly, if the elders in the family have spoken up and want to give way, I am very willing, even if I have a different last name, I am still truly a member of the Nam Kung family. It's not from the alliance, go back and tell your alliance master, I have no intention of leaning towards a good or evil faction. Nam Kung Su spoke up, standing neutrally. Throughout the history of the Wanderers, the number of people who have done so can only be counted on the fingers of one hand, and those people all have a few things in common. Hi Guy smiled and replied, you're right, someone I know also told me the same. Those who fall into the mire of compromise will always be those who stand on the brink of weakness, risking their lives to protect their own values and those around them, is the only way to become stronger. At this moment, Hi Guy's eyes suddenly became scary. He slammed the table and shouted loudly, I will follow that path to become the strongest. The blow caused the ground to shake violently, causing everyone present to raise their hands and hug their heads. The entire world that I see is equivalent to a schema, this is deeply ingrained in my brain, even though I was not used to it at first. The time spent immersed in the pleasure of enlightenment felt like it had only happened for a moment. But when I woke up, my clothes were all old and torn, and the sword god told me that 3 years had passed. He was extremely happy for me, calling my transformed body the Sword King's almighty flesh, although at first I had a bit of trouble with my devil-like white eyes. Witnessing the scene unfolding before his eyes, Nam Kung Su exclaimed in surprise. But that is the state when the soul and morale are completely integrated into the eyes of the martial artist. Except for special martial arts moves like Peach Blossom Move, this phenomenon is proof of having reached the ultimate level. How could a young man reach that state so soon? The old man laughed loudly and said, he calls himself his disciple. Nam Kung Su secretly thought, even if he is your disciple, this is still crazy, detective, can you feel it? That person was at the highest level. He suddenly stood up and said, the ultimate level. Nam Kung Su continued, even among the 9 great sects, there are only 4 people who have reached this level. You have to try to convince the leader or deputy leader to change their mind. Che Ga Uan confidently replied, I will return to the alliance. Having finished speaking, he immediately turned and left. Nam Kung Su said, in your heart, what is Nam Kung? These words made Dang Ho confused and pondered for a moment. Hi Guy laughed and expressed, just like my uncle, an uncle will be willing to protect me when I cause trouble, which I am extremely grateful for. By a fool, I mean someone who will give me everything I want if I'm in a deadlock. Nam Kung Su smirked, like family, what do you think about adding this brat to our family tree? Nam Kung Bik arrogantly raised his head and did not answer. The old man said that if you want to include a person who does not belong to the legitimate descendant line in your family tree, you must meet one condition. Sir, what condition? As a marriage, this will be approved if this kid agrees to get married to a girl in our family. Hearing these words, Nam Kung Su glanced over to look at Dang Ho standing next to him. Tacitly understanding his father's intentions, Dang Ho quickly shook his head and replied, impossible, father. So was completely in love with Dang and Ryam, to the point that she cooked rice for him every day. Speaking of this, the male palace couldn't help but feel bored and bored. The old man said, we still have our socks, right? Making the male palace secretly exclaim in fear, oh my god, that's a bit much. Dang Ho expressed, father, I mean, homeowner, Somi has just been in her 19 Green Springs. Hi Guy shouted angrily, what the hell, these old guys, are you trying to associate me with someone? I don't want to become the floor. Hearing the words floor made Nam Kung Su deep in thought. Hi Guy shouted loudly, anyway, no, never, not even in my wildest dreams would I agree. Seong Chan said, if you don't want to accept the position we give you, it's better to return the sword god order here. Are you kidding? Hi Guy silently exclaimed, it sounds great, you guys just want to tie me up next to you, right? Seong Chan replied, didn't you just say that you consider the Nam Kung family as your own blood? You can still continue to run that huge business of yours, our family will not interfere in the slightest, so, life and death are like this, what is it if it's not family? Hi Guy sighed and nodded and replied, yes, this family is so great, I can't escape it. After that, he firmly declared, so, I agree, but I do not approve of getting married. Hearing this, Nam Kung Soo pondered for a while. He said, gather all the elders and other members of the family here for an emergency meeting, shouting and wondering why and what for. To change the family rules, what else can I do? Hi Guy quickly stood up and said, can we leave now? Having finished speaking, he immediately left the scene. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out and placed it on the Hi Guy. Nam Kung Bik rushed to stop it, but for a long time, Hi Guy asked confusedly, what was it this time again? Nam Kung Bok shouted loudly, don't you see that we have a distinguished guest? Hi Guy replied, because I got here in such a hurry that I didn't pay much attention to them, is there a problem? All the influential people in Manhua province have gathered here, it's all because of your restaurant, what's wrong with my restaurant? It's extremely problematic, most of the scions of the Gypsy family are currently hanging out in your pubs, you know, they don't focus on grinding history anymore but now like to indulge in debauchery. Do you think that before getting married, what men and women often do, organize bachelor parties? Do you know how many marriages of families have gone up in smoke, thanks to that pub of yours? Before these words, Hi Guy was speechless and could not say anything more. After that, he got angry, but I didn't force them to spend money on expensive food and drinks, if they were already spending money like trash, then I don't know what else I could do. Nam Kung was so angry that he was speechless with Hi Guy. He expressed that he should stop doing business for a short period of time, in order to chase away those young diners, he must know his limits. Okay, then from now on, the businessman will stop doing business for half a month. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone angrily shouted, what are you talking about? Just close the restaurant, why should you close all other forms of business? Everyone started to panic and kept screaming, my bakery, the hotel, and the brewery were all innocent, right? Hi Guy explained that we cannot just stop one form of business, we have to be fair, if we stop one business but the others still operate, then it is too unfair, you want to make the workers undiscouraged. Nam Kung Bik replied, if you increase the salary, more people will come to apply, isn't that right? Why do you think we have to close? The Nam Kung family will be responsible for spending more money to pay the workers. Do you know that if we only stop business for one day, our business will have to pay? How much loss? Nam Kung Bok was scared and quickly reassured him, no, calm down, for the young knight. Seong Chan expressed, I can't survive a day without cold tea from our guests. Nam Gong Gu continued, if without dried meat, my beloved son will miss meals and live without it, in such poverty, I would rather die. Nam Kung Soo spoke up, what about that limited edition carriage, will we receive the goods soon? Hi Guy asked, you mean Tien Van carriage? Nam Kung Soo replied, yes, that's it. Well, if I remember correctly, it will arrive in about 2 days, 2 days. Nam Kung Soo thought about it, so where's the distinguished guest you mentioned? Nam Kung Bok replied, he is at the Tan Long group. I will return after luckily practice and increase my spiritual energy. Witnessing that scene, Nam Kung Bek trembled and silently exclaimed, what is wrong with our family? On the other side, Che Ga Uan was sitting pensively on the steps. He sadly thought that I had planned 1,000 situations that could happen when I heard the news that Ho Fai was coming, so I had also thought of a few solutions, but now all my efforts have been in vain. But isn't that too terrible? Who knew he could be so strong at just my age? Even though he's not a member of any branch of martial arts, he still is a very successful businessman. His knowledge is profound and his calligraphy is also very beautiful. Is he still human? He was angry and complained, Master, why is God so unfair? As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, Hi Guy suddenly appeared in front of him. Hi Guy shouted loudly, do you remember how much I paid you for that design? 100 taels of gold, 100 taels, don't you feel guilty? Why did you just come back after having a place in the alliance? Stabbed me in the back. Suddenly, from the small house behind, a scream rang out, startling them and they looked up. Hi Guy brushed it off and said, don't pay attention, I want to hear your defense first. Che Ga Uan replied, now that I am a member of the alliance, I am not allowed to make any decisions on my own anymore, I can only do what is assigned to me from above. Hi Guy, impatiently asking, I knew you would say that, perhaps your plan is to sabotage my business. Please calm down, no matter what, I am still an inspector of the Alliance. Hearing that, High Guy calmly thought, but what else can a lowly employee do other than listen to the boss's orders? It makes sense to say so. He said, anyway, don't cause me any more trouble and report back to the Alliance, that way I'll leave everything to you. And you thought about my previous suggestion? I haven't. Che Ga Uan shook his head and replied, I thought I told you I couldn't. High Guy asked further, why, if you accept the position of deputy head of the business family, you will receive a salary of 100 taels of gold a month, much more than the amount the Alliance pays you, isn't that right? Money is not the problem, young master, the Alliance and the nobles are. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and stomped hard. Dang Ho shouted loudly. The young master made High Guy startled and turned his head to look. Dang Ho expressed that he wanted to follow the master to study religion. High Guy asked in surprise, what is it? I thought it was all resolved. Dang Ho explained that because the homeowners and the head of the inner courtyard had all given permission, in other words, from now on, he would have the same authority as the elders. I would like to ask the elders for more guidance. I still can't believe that someone my age can reach that level. I'm really impressed. These flattery words made High Guy confused. Dang Ho bowed respectfully and said, compared to you, I still have many shortcomings, but please don't underestimate my will, don't ignore the sincerity in the swordsman's words. As soon as he finished speaking, High Guy replied, okay, then follow me, cheers happily, thank you very much, young master. In a martial arts arena, there were many people around. Dang Ho held the sword tightly in his hand. He shouted loudly, now, please teach me, High Guy shouted in response, come up. Just like that, the war between the two of them began. Dang Ho uses 2 money beheadings, combined with the power of the emperor. Slashed towards High Guy. But the blow didn't hurt him at all. Dang Ho whispered in panic, shifting shape, no, not teleporting, there is an illusion behind. High Guy used lightning speed to approach the coral. Realizing the upcoming dangerous situation, Dang Ho couldn't help but panic. I just saw High Guy calmly making moves like lightly surfing the surface of a wave. Each precise blow makes the opponent constantly defend. As expected, Dang Ho was seriously injured. He secretly exclaimed, he destroyed the royal cave as easily as the back of his hand, how the hell did he do it? Those eyes, he is looking at my chi, could it be that he can destroy my move by looking at the flow of chi? If not this, then there is no other explanation. Can mortals really do that? While Dang Ho was thinking, High Guy took the opportunity to attack him. It's the same trick again. Making Dang Ho feel confused, it was that trick again. When he was about to attack, High Guy disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dang Ho quickly used the ultimate royal sword move, the ultimate beheading, and the emperor shook the sky to attack. Nam Kung Su shouted in panic, no, don't, you're not good enough to use that move yet. At this time, High Guy calmly observed the situation with his white eyes. This made Dang Ho shiver with fear. It seemed he was lost in some dark world. And High Guy used one hand to slash at him. A light flashed across the sky. Dang Ho fell hard and faced difficult challenges. Faced with continuous attacks, he could not react in time. Everyone on one side tensed and shouted loudly, shouting, little sword master, little sword master. In the rubble, only a figure was seen collapsed on the ground. Dang Ho was seriously injured and vomited blood. He said, the technique you used, may I take the liberty of asking its name? Suddenly High Guy's eyes became sharp. He replied, the move I just used is the Heavenly Sword, and this sword is called the Galaxy Sword. The whole stadium was now completely silent. Nam Kung Su was skeptical, how could such a martial arts genius exist in the world? Seong Chan replied, how could that guy be a genius? Dang Ho is the one we should call a genius. Even though it's not as strong as others, it's very smart, and it's extremely young, so what's the name for someone who can defeat a genius with just 2 moves? Why don't you go and explain yourself? Nam Kung is confused, what do you mean? Seong Chan replied, just observing with mortal eyes is not enough to describe that brat. Even if the strongest martial art on this continent appears, nothing will change, with just one step, that guy has dethroned the head of our family, one of the 7 great masters, on the Wanderer. This means that the problem is not just martial arts talent. Although that boy's sword strokes look very harmonious, within those sword strokes there is something that does not belong to this world. How should I explain it? Something that is not within reach of humanity. Nam Kung Su said, so it turns out that when you showed me the sword Luke S.A., this kid is the person you were talking about. Do you think you can withstand those attacks? Seong Chan shook his head and replied, not sure. Its swordsmanship is flawless. Nam Kung Bik secretly exclaimed, he always said that even the Sword Emperor was not up to the standards, yet he praised that kid's swordsmanship as perfect. The beauty of the sword includes every movement he can make, completely controlling the space and blocking every attack of the enemy. Therefore, it is a sword skill so perfect that it forces the opponent to only defend, just defend. If it performed this sword skill, it would be a little more solemn. Then he must be a sword god. Seong Chan expressed that we cannot call that name a genius. The word genius is only used to refer to a person with endless talent. Fairy, every time I look at it, it reminds me of the 3 kisses. Nam Kung Bik thought to himself, this kid is definitely a bright candidate to succeed the 3rd position, we can't let him get away. Tian Qiam Lu, a sword that reaches the realm of gods, although naming it like that is a bit arrogant, it is truly a good sword. At this moment, Dang Ho sat and pondered something. Seeing that, Hai Guy looked disgusted. He put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly. What was he still sitting there doing? He quickly stood up and obediently replied, yes. Che Ga said nonchalantly, I have something to say. First of all, I will not return to the alliance anymore, I want to. Before he could finish his sentence, the crowd spoke up, slowly. Stepping out, Diyun angrily walked towards Hai Guy, making Hai Guy silently exclaim in surprise, Big brother. Du Hui asked loudly, who are you? At this time, Hai Guy sensed something unusual from afar. It seemed like someone was watching the two from afar. Diyun chided, when you took over my father's store that was about to collapse, and even when you started all kinds of strange businesses in Hefei, I still convinced myself that it was just my suspicions, because you are inherently very smart. These words made a person like Hai Guy look down in self-consciousness. Diyun shouted loudly, but martial arts are different. How could I, your big brother, the person who watched you grow up, not know anything? You are not my younger brother. Hai Guy smiled and thought, he has become a more experienced martial artist, now he can even see his strange aura. He sighed and replied, if I remember correctly, it was when I was about 10 years old. The sunset that day was very beautiful. At that time, Du Hui was angry and used his hand to hit the tree trunk next to him. Hai Guy quickly reassured me, I don't understand why you started crying and pounding on the tree behind the house. When I saw the tree trunk full of blood stains, I thought you were crying because of pain. When Du Hui heard this, he was surprised. Hai Guy continued, but the older I get, the less I understand why a man like you cried that day. Could it be because of his father, who passed away because of bandits? Or maybe because the mother was so sick that she fainted in the corner of the kitchen, or... Hearing this, the Hyung was angry and his face turned dark. He shouted loudly, it's true that I want revenge, but that's not the reason I'm crying. Then, after 2 months of living in the woods to hide from bandits, she became weaker and weaker each time she got sick, and now, just a cold can leave her bedridden for weeks. Diyun used sharp eyes to look at Hai Guy. He shouted with emotion, and you, my little brother, had a hole right in the middle of his stomach. It turned out that at that time, Hai Guy was stabbed through the stomach with a spear by bandits. At that time, he himself witnessed everything with his own eyes. He burst into tears and said, I can't even protect my younger brother and younger sister. After that incident, I practiced for a day, and... Having said this, he was so emotional that he couldn't continue talking. Hai Guy closed his eyes and thought, so it's because of me. After that, Hai Guy took off his jacket and said, but I'm fine now, hey, not a single scar. Du Hyung shouted loudly at you, are you impersonated by someone? Hai Guy laughed and replied, do you think there will be a second person besides me who knows the moments in your life when you want to go into a trap, you dog, this? What is that martial art, how can you perform it? Hai Guy happily replied, I still don't understand why or what. I'm a genius, after all. Damn it, okay, let's go home now, why are you in such a hurry? Du Hyung explained, it's because you're taking things too far, don't you think that if you don't worry, you'll incur so much resentment, with you guarding the door, I can feel secure. Shameless. After saying that, the Yun immediately turned his back and left, Hai Guy silently in his heart, big brother is still the same, isn't he? After finishing talking, he glanced back. Hai Guy said, I'm so embarrassed, you keep going, Che Ga Uan replied, since you are a member of the Nam Kung family, I think we should discuss this issue with the head of the Nam Kung family as well. After that, they went to the southern palace together. Nam Kung Su asked loudly, tell me, what's going on? Che Ga Uan said, "Sir. I was originally planning to go back and report to the Alliance, but after watching the martial arts match just now, I changed my mind. I want to join Hai Gai." Nam Kung Su asked, "Have you thought carefully? This is not an order from the Alliance, right?" "Yes, if you fail, you will be severely punished. I will take full responsibility for this." "So you want to jump into the great realm of ramming feet? That's brave. So what's the goal?" Che Ga Uan expressed that although he is an extremely talented martial artist, he is still not very famous in the world. Unlike most martial artists of the Nam Kung family, he can do many things and come to many places, so. "We can't underestimate the Alliance's secret police team. Surely there are still people hiding something from the eyes and ears of the hidden guards of Huc Chan Dang. We are planning to rescue them. If I can get my hands on the information they've gathered so far, that would be even better, and if possible, I'm looking to rebuild the spy team." Nam Kung Su asked, "Do you really think that's possible? The place you want to aim for is Nam Chang." Che Ga Uan replied, "He is an invincible expert that is still unknown, but, even if I allow it, if he doesn't want to go, won't it be all in vain?" Hai Gai expressed, "They are bad people who want to rob us of money, there is no reason to cooperate, but rebuilding the Alliance's secret police team, ridiculous." Che Ga Uan replied that it would be of no use to you to rebuild the secret police team, but you will benefit from the information they have collected, right? "Who knows if there are any spies in your business right now? If you agree to cooperate with me, you will be able to find them, so why hesitate any longer?" Hai Gai nodded, "Okay, I agree, it's just a test of will, now you just need permission." Nam Kung Su expressed, "I have one condition." Che Ga Uan said, "If the Lord wants to ask us to take his beloved son with him, then I have to say that he is impossible." Nam Kung Su wondered, "What is the reason?" Che Ga Uan said, "He is too honest." "It's the same for you, the noble families are also famous sects and equal to my family, but me. Don't tell me you're different, in my eyes, you both come from the same background and have no experience in the world." The old man turned to call, Dang Ho. Hearing that, Dang Ho quickly replied, "Yes, father." Suddenly, someone interrupted, "Don't you have a very good teacher who can teach you about evil sects?" Dang Ho thought to himself, "So dad knows how to print on him." At this moment, he suddenly turned his head to look. The Gung So male asked with a dark face, "You hang out with so many young masters of those sects, do you think you can still keep a secret from me? Have you ever wondered why that hot-tempered and impatient forest king has never set foot on my family's land in the past 6 years?" Before he could say anything, he warned him, "From now on, you are not allowed to hide anything from me anymore." He quickly bowed his head in apology, "Yes, father." After educating his child, the male palace owner came over and told the guy, working as a spy, which means always putting yourself in the dragon's pond and the tiger's den, "All of you, go ask Dang and Rai Mr. Teo Hayap about everything about paganism, it's clear." That afternoon, after returning, the three of them went to the master's room. Seeing a shadow of someone, he grumbled, "I'm very busy, why are you guys here?" But after seeing the acquaintance clearly, "I was surprised, why are you also here, has something happened?" Dang Ho blushed and said embarrassedly, "We came to ask for advice on how to behave." "Yeah, I am. How can I look like a member of a pagan cult?" Dang and Rai he slightly tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Are you a member of an evil cult?" Che Ga Uan stood up to explain, "The thing is, we are about to prepare." After understanding everything, he thought for a while. Then suddenly he clasped his hands together and suggested, "So I really hope that you will first leave my room." The two people did not understand anything but politely replied, "Okay." But the next second, Dang and immediately shouted angrily, "Even the most basic element is not there. Every time he meets someone, he treats you with courtesy, and you respond the same way." Dang Ho couldn't help but wonder, "It's not like that, people respect me, I also have to respect them back." Dang, speechless, tapped his head and cursed once, then said, "You guys have to stop that bad behavior right away, this is also pretending to be a cult, what you're missing is written on your forehead, you're a famous person, just the sect." Che Ga Uan gasped and turned around, stuttering, "But, I also behave the same way with Nam Kung Dang Ho." Dang and Rai he then repeated the clasping hands movement as before. Criticized the station and Dang Ho out of habit and do the same thing again. Then realizing that they were the same as before, both of them couldn't help but feel guilty, even though the guy next to them was watching but was also helpless. Dang sighed and said, "Okay, you guys should give up, the righteous aura of the sect is in your blood, it's not like you can change it with just a few days of practice." Hey Guy just spoke up, right now, there are people who want to use force to take our inheritance. We have to stop those bastards. Hearing that, Dangan immediately asked, who dares to be grateful? The castle owner couldn't hold back his voice and exclaimed, feeling grateful, how could those evil, cold-blooded bastards dare to think of such a thing? So everyone here is trying to help save our inheritance. Okay, then I will shape you into human beings in exactly 4 days. Especially you, dang bro, stop shouting moves in the middle of the match. Why the hell do you have to shout out the name of the move like that? It's like saying, I'm about to attack you from this direction, so don't dodge. Dang Ho embarrassedly lowered his face and thought, but, that's cool. Dang and Rai, he said, it's not far off. Right here there is also a cunning, two-faced bastard. Do you know what his forte is? Which is to silently throw hidden weapons at the opposite person, while pretending to smile and say hello to people. He is the best example I can think of. How could a martial artist be so shameless and shameless? So, have you ever heard of the spirit-sucking ghost? Legend has it that it has an extremely pitiful, childish face, yet it can absorb all the power of benevolent people who come to comfort it. Also, you also have to be careful with someone who has a bad reputation. That's just a pretender. Hundreds of masters have had their heads crushed by his magic iron kick. After hearing this, the guy exclaimed, and none of them were normal people, they were all a bunch of crazy people, laughing and saying, after all, the most obvious identifying feature of the cult is that. Hi guy continued, someone stabbed someone in the back, right? That's correct. Dangan nodded and explained, do you understand why the previous masters of the evil cult were so cold-blooded and cruel? Because without a heart as cold as ice, it would be impossible to survive, floating in that dangerous place full of traps. There is only the rule that one person stabs another person in the back, followed by another person stabbing another person in the back. Now, if you blame me, he's startled when he's reminded. With his hands on his hips, he reminded him that he was not allowed to hold the fan like that, nor could he look like an intellectual like that. Che Ga Uan jumped up and asked, wait, why not? Dangan sighed and said, I'm a noble, I'm a famous scholar, I come from a rich family, you want to continue to be so obvious. Anyone who follows the evil path of pagans will have a miserable life. You think it's difficult for people to come and find food, so can you still think of going to a proper education, of being a noble man, of returning home, a wealthy family? Speaking of this, he suddenly took a deep breath. Then he continued to clear his throat and loudly provoke, these stupid, righteous sect boys, if they continue like this, they won't be able to survive, give up, go home and breastfeed. Che Ga Uan and Dang Ho, hearing it makes me want to draw my sword, you bastard. Dangan took advantage of the situation and pointed a sarcastic finger. Whenever someone was insulted and their first reaction was to draw their sword, 80% of them were from the political sect. The two people who were said to were angry but could do nothing, playing around, that's enough, you crazy guy. He continued to explain that a true cult member would never be provoked by just a few insults, they would only coldly observe their opponent's eyes and hands. Time to listen, the opponent's babbling is more than enough to distract the enemy, and quietly unleash the killer move. Duhai guy smirked confidently, I was probably born for this subject. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he pulled out a short sword. He leisurely said, that's terrible, but, can you guarantee that you won't get mad when you hear someone else insulting your parents? Now I will start the training. Cheers you, curse you, sit down opposite each other and shout every curse you can think of at each other. If your body trembles, you purse your lips, or any other reaction will be counted as a loss. After that, Duhai Guy and Dang Ho sat down opposite each other. Dang Ho spoke first, you blind businessman because of money. Duhai Guy just replied, fuck you too. Dang Ho continued to curse, the dog gnawed, he still didn't change his face and said, fuck you. Just these 2 times, he couldn't help but stand up and scream. Dang and Rai, he was surprised and silently exclaimed, why would such a talented person waste himself in such a place? I think Big Brother doesn't need training anymore. Hi Guy raised his face proudly, this is nothing compared to the curses of netizens. Dangin thought about it and said, why don't you try to keep your mouth shut, brother, don't get involved in any fights, just cover your face with a hat, and pretend like you're just passing by, just road. Che Ga Uan agreed, that's a good idea, let's just think of him as just our pepper master or something. So Hai Guy crossed his arms and expressed, I can't think of that. Dang Ho trembled and clenched his hands in unwillingness, why am I still sitting here doing this nonsense? I should have decided from the beginning, when will I leave? Hai Guy suggested, first just announce that we will be absent for a while, then after arranging a few more things, we will depart immediately. Okay, then when you're done, just send me a letter and I'll be there right away, okay. Having finished speaking, he walked away absent-mindedly, but the guy turned around and said, I heard that there are at least 8,000 martial artists in this area. Well, half of them are already in Nam Suang, so how can we trace Ung Bong Ryong in Nam Suang, when there are still a lot of highly grateful experts there, especially with experience, our little experience. Che Ga-un spread out his fan to suggest ideas. The ultimate skill of air bending can see the disguise of any person or object. The ultimate technique of heavenly sound can increase hearing sensitivity to the maximum level. He can hear sounds thousands of miles away, and his celestial eyes help him see through every blood vessel of the other person. He can defeat more than 100 experts at the same time, more than 30 great experts, or even 5 great experts. We can take advantage of this overwhelming advantage. Do you want to hear me continue? A body that is invulnerable to poison, regardless of heat or cold, has an iron skin, and is impenetrable to swords and spears. Then there's the sword shifting, the sword flying. Listening to him keep talking all this time gives the guy a headache, that's all. He pursed his lips and clicked his tongue, thinking, hundreds of poisons don't penetrate, knives and spears don't penetrate, who knows what's so evil. Che Ga-uan expressed that all the strategies and plans proposed were not even a fraction of his intelligence, which was what Che Ga-sindi feared the most. More importantly, unless your allies are in danger, you can easily escape from danger alone, which is already the most powerful blade on our side. If only there were one, if any problem arises, you just need to push it to the Alliance or the Namkung family. He raised his eyebrows and said, it sounds like we are eating porridge, right? Well, that's partly correct. Hey guy, he's speechless. Does this kid think he's a time bomb? Then he sighed, you think too highly of me, because you are an invincible expert. Not every invincible expert is immortal. I'm just a mortal. Why do you keep worshipping me like a god? Che Ga-uan explained, because, unless another expert appears who can defeat him, then he is immortal, divine, that's right, the only existence that can make people criticize him. Ga-sindi is afraid, no matter what wonderful plan you have, you won't be able to defeat him. The sword god in the blood jade suddenly spoke up and said, this child worships your half-baked invincible martial arts too much. Hey guy just sighed, that's exactly what I thought. After a moment of determination, he decided to say, it seems like you're misunderstanding something. I am not the invincible master that you have always worshipped, I firmly affirmed. But the head of the Namkung family said so. What do you mean by that? To be honest, my concept of transcendence is a bit different from others. Other transcendent masters initially purified their internal energy and trained their endurance through hidden magic, and they used this effective method for a long time to hone themselves and overcome the realm. They must use external techniques to bend the limits of transcending the normal balance threshold, and at the same time must maintain a stable soul and mind to avoid being possessed by ghosts, cultivating ideas about struggle. It's fair and logical. After spending all that time and effort, on the top of the wall of despair is a plateau, and there is the transcendent realm. However, with my school, I don't need to spend much time or effort. I have reached a transcendent realm without any integrity, thanks to the Tomb of the Sword. The current me has all three an expert. Confucius mastered the 4 sword techniques with great speed. The body of the almighty heavenly shield and the heavenly sword river were comprehended in the upper sword tomb. Therefore, the things that Shiga Uong praised as being erudite or unbeatable, as well as things like the light and lightning body, the footwork, sound transmission, translation, or stopping time all proved that he knew nothing about these basic knowledge, that he was only a half-baked transcendent expert. This strategy is set up as if you bet all your faith on yourself. If you do that you will lose. Thinking of this, something suddenly flashed in the guy's head. Slowly, this misunderstanding all came from the mouths of the male palace elders. Then, just push all the responsibility to the elders and that's it. Then Du Hai guy suddenly spoke up and advised, from now on, keep our distinguished guest here. We need to prepare a few things. I'm always wondering, from now on, how long will it be? Who knows? Will it be possible? Probably a few times a month, maybe even a month. Che Ga-uan exclaimed enthusiastically, then it's dangerous. The current situation is already very urgent. We don't have much time. He frowned, so let's go straight to Nam Suang. He loudly threatened, I only give you 4 days, not more, otherwise your family will turn into ashes. Hey guy replied with closed eyes, I will try my best. That day, at the Namkung family, the Namkung So family was in the garden enjoying flowers. Suddenly at this moment, Du Hai guy stepped forward to break the atmosphere, the homeowner. As soon as he saw him, he immediately asked, had that difficult training course ended? He clasped his hands and answered honestly, it was all over. Hearing that, the homeowner smiled and said with satisfaction, then I guess I won't be able to see you for a long time. even though it's you, I'm very reassured, but still need to be very careful, kidney. Duhai guy had been quiet all this time and didn't say anything. Seeing that, the Namkung homeowner was a bit confused. At this moment, he suddenly looked straight at him and asked, "Do you really think my martial arts have reached the level of superstars?" Namkung Su frowned and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden? Your martial arts have clearly reached the plateau. If that isn't transcendence, then what is?" The helpless man had to explain. After entering a state of unconscious meditation in the upper sword tomb, he could indeed make people afraid, but, I will tell the truth, I actually touched him, reached the transcendent realm by a different method. However, I have never studied scriptures or any martial arts. I don't even have basic knowledge. Patriarch Nam Kung couldn't help but ask, "What were the sword skills you showed us in that match?" He hesitantly remembered. "At that time, I just moved quickly to avoid the attack." Now, the guy looked straight at him and said, "I will explain later. You have declared my status in the family, equivalent to that of an elder. So how many of the men's martial arts are I allowed to learn, family palace?" This time, it was the turn of the patriarch Nam Kung Su to answer confusedly, "With the authority of the elder, you can learn everything, except the master's secret skills." Hearing that, the guy patted his chest and expressed, Please teach me the martial arts of the Nam Kung family." "What kind of martial arts do you want to learn?" "Everything, from the most basic. I want to learn everything that is accessible." Patriarch Nam Kung laughed and accepted. "Okay, if this kid goes wandering around using my family's martial arts, I will be happy because the family's reputation is enhanced, but... Okay, then I will personally teach it to you." Hai Guy bowed his head slightly, "Thank you." Immediately after that, the male palace owner started the lesson. He moved step by step, leaning down gracefully with each movement, calling out each move as you do it. Tian Wind Set, 1 consciousness, Great Cold Wind Wheel, 2 consciousness, Return Spirit Wind. 3 consciousnesses, Great Chewing Wind, 4 consciousnesses, Flash Light Wind. Every time he moved, every smallest movement was remembered in his eyes. 5 forms, Domineering Style. After these 5 moves, he finally stopped and said, "This is the martial arts of our family. What do you think?" Duhai Guy closes his eyes and synthesizes his memories. Just a few seconds later, he opened his eyes, immediately recreated all the moves. Turn around and move quickly, only to see the afterimage. And the end result is a tornado. The homeowner Nam Kung was surprised. "Don't say, this is Tin Kai Fan." The characteristics of Tin Kai Fan are the illusions and the tricky way of moving. This is an escape technique used to escape in the dark, dangerous situations, by creating wind and blinding the enemy. But it can also become an attack itself. After completing the whole thing, the guy landed on the ground. He looked at the ground with every bump he created and felt guilty. Duhai Guy quickly bowed his head and apologized. "I'm so sorry, I was so excited to try it." The Nam Kung homeowner waved his hand. "It's okay, by the way, what you just did was really pure karma." "That's right, why is it so different from the trick I taught you?" Hey Guy blushed and didn't know what to say. "I eliminated all unnecessary movements and added movements to increase perfection. But how dare you explain it like this?" He just had to do the movements again. Nam Kung Su looked stunned. Only 1/10 the speed of the original move. Impossible. It was like he was admiring a completely different move. Can the highest techniques in the world be comparable to this move? Even though I have practiced this move all my life, I have never thought of changing its movements in this way. This too. Hey Guy explained, after adding some physics, the movement looks like figure skaters, right here too. This method requires more energy, unless it is very urgent. We do not recommend using this method. Patriarch Nam Kung watched in amazement and thought, I should not be sympathetic to the idea of changing the original technique, but I did not feel that way at all. He suggested, "Can you do it again, slowly?" "Okay." Duhai Hui agreed, then performed each move one by one. He gracefully moves forward and back, tilts his body up and down, recreating everything slowly. Right at a certain point, the male palace owner raised his hand to stop. "Stop, wait, that movement, what the heck is that movement? How can it connect them together? Doesn't it look like spaces? Why don't they connect together on the same straight line?" Hey Guy sweating and thinking, you have to study physics to understand this. He quickly made up an excuse, "It was just a habit, just consider it that way and teach me the next part." "Okay." Time passed, soon it was 4 days later, the scene was peaceful. Suddenly, an unusual mutation appeared. Elder Tianchen Dam looked at him and burst out laughing, while the elder next to him wondered, "Big brother, what are we looking at?" "Look, It feels like the swordsmanship transmitted over 4 centuries from our Nam Kung family is being gathered, to form a new sword skill. People often say that the sky is limitless, but now I feel like I can feel the limit of the sky, that glowing sword flying in the sky. It feels like there is nothing in the world that can compare to it.
The second elder trembled with emotion and asked, "Is that a martial art of our family?" But, I love Tien Dam, patted his shoulder to comfort him. Ordinary people cannot imitate it.
He jumped up and protested, "Normal, how can you consider us, the elders of the family, to be ordinary people?" Old Man Dam said, "Don't judge that flying thing by the standards of the mortal world. I can feel a certain source of power that does not belong to this world." "What do you mean?" "Something that mortal eyes cannot see through, something that breaks our worldview from past to present. Have we ever experienced this feeling when we were in the time of the 3 nobles?" The second elder was stunned and sweating and exclaimed, "What a miracle!" Elder Dam said, "Now I'm sure, that kid is the next eternal honor." After finishing practicing the move, the guy also put his sword back. The male leader Nam Kung Su Bao, "I have taught you everything, including the family patriarch's secret skills." He bowed his head before him, thanking him for his teachings. He clenched his fist. The inner turmoil is constantly stirring. The king is looking for power. I want to transfer this technique to him as well. If it were him, he would definitely be able to grasp this technique in the most correct and appropriate way possible. Old man Tien Dam suddenly walked over and patted his back and shook his head, "No way." The guy's eyes were dark and tired and he looked up and asked, "Can we go now?" "Okay, you did a great job, this way please." The sky that day was clear blue with bright sunshine. In a room at the Nam Palace, the guy stood with his hands behind his back and stood in front of a map. The general manager pointed in one direction and said to the coach, "Young master, on this side." He also saluted, "Young master." Du Hai Guy waved his hand and invited everyone to sit. "Now, before departing, let me hear your plan, and see whether it is in order." Che Ga Uan asked confusedly, "Didn't I tell you that we will follow the spies?" Du Hai Guy smirked. He clenched his hands and placed them on the table dangerously, saying, "Are they really lucky? So we will meet the spies, then what do we do next?" Che Ga Uan expressed, "Of course, we will receive all the intelligence that person has collected up to now. Are you underestimating their power? We can not only track down every single person, their budget, manpower and supply sources are nowhere to be found. If they catch them, they will also be able to get a list of the masters who will be involved in the next plot and the time they will carry out that plot. That is completely can change the preparation method of the martial arts alliance." Du Hai Guy frowned and asked, "After we present all the information to the alliance, then what?" He replied, "If the alliance lost Anhui province, the ancestral land, to them, then the alliance would be forced to live close to tigers. To prevent that, they would definitely send more troops. At least 3 to 4 strong armies will be dispatched to Anhui province." "There are only 4 armies, isn't that too small? Doesn't the alliance have 15 armies? The alliance's enemies aren't just them. The alliance still has to defend the border between Don't Let Ho Nam and Kui Chao fall, and in the near future, the Nam Kung family will also send many soldiers, right?" Du Hai Guy rubbed his chin in thought, 4 armies from the alliance, plus troops from the Nam Kung family. So let's assume the alliance will win, then what? At this point, Che Ga Uan immediately stood up to analyze. Considering the character of the general, it can be seen that they will put a lot of pressure on the enemy, but at the same time, they will also prevent as much fighting as possible. The best possible feat would be to negotiate with the north of Jiangxi and incorporate them into the alliance. Moreover, Du Hai Guy suddenly interrupted, "In short, after wasting so many resources and manpower, the biggest benefit is just to merge a part of the Black Sky Lotus." Che Ga Uan's face darkened with fear, thinking, he was famous throughout the country as a big boss. Could it be that he didn't know how strong his Tian Lin was, so he asked such a stupid question? Hey Guy saw this reaction of his suddenly quiet for a few seconds, then he waved his hand and said, "So, I decided not to accept help from the alliance. You can go home now." Che Ga Uan rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" He immediately repeated what he just said, "I said I refused." He jumped up and protested, "It can't be like that. I just said that the spies in the alliance have been killed. The alliance has assessed the situation and guessed 9 out of 10 that there will be a possibility, the Black Lotus will attack Hefei. In that situation." Hey Guy interrupted, "That won't happen, so you can rest assured and go home." He tried to persuade, "What do you mean? I know you have the help of the male palace family behind you, and you are also an undefeated master, so being confident is understandable, but inside, there is darkness, thousands of great chess masters, and among them, there are up to 20 undefeated masters. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, I'm not interested in revealing my secrets to outsiders. If I reveal them to you, then you have to stand on the same front line as me, then at that time, don't bother coming back, again. When Che Ga Uan heard that, he panicked and stammered, Sir, are you going to lock me up? He laughed and tilted his head and said, I don't need to do that, you just need to help me carry out the plan, but you can leave the alliance, no way. If you don't want to listen, then quickly go back to the alliance, this guy just flat out chases away guests. Che Ga Uan couldn't help but be stunned, biting his lips, clenching his hands until they trembled. After struggling with himself for a while, he finally held his head and knelt down in submission. Du Hai Guy smirked with satisfaction. He reached into his shirt and took out a piece of paper. He said, I have never heard anyone make a verbal promise in my life. Sign quickly, here, and here, quickly. Being prodded, the Gaga hurriedly picked up the pen and signed, That's it, tell me quickly. The guy smiled sarcastically, Look, he's so impatient when doing inspection. If the family leaves Hefei, what do you think will happen next? Before he could answer, he continued, I have never considered myself a merchant who sells goods to make a profit. Che Ga Aunt's face showed confusion and asked, So what do you call the trade you have been doing since then? Lin raised his hand high and proudly replied, I sell culture. His words were like a thunderbolt in his ears, causing him to vaguely think, this is an obvious myth, but why did he say it so convincingly? Perhaps, maybe this guy can really reach that realm. Du Hai Guy began to explain, culture is something immutable, deeply embedded in the lifestyle of a part of people, from black water, cold tea, to the lifestyle, transportation, vehicles, and ice, snow, and wine that are unique to Hefei. What if those things suddenly disappear? People who have experienced those things, can never forget, and those needs, keep our business afloat, but his business, controls those cultures. I will sell those cultures to Jiangxi, what, but unlike what you think, doing so does not mean we are controlled by them. The power of the Black Lotus sounds scary, but once they dare to touch us in the slightest, we will immediately withdraw our business from Jiangxi. Can the people of Jiangxi endure our withdrawal from their place? Furthermore, do you think that without us, the warriors of the Black Sky Lotus can survive? Once we manipulate culture, no one can interfere with our family's business. Black Tianlin, even the Martial Arts Alliance can't touch me anymore, the Gaga suddenly asked, could it be that you intend to? You admit, yes, I will put them all in my mouth, then chew them little by little, I will make those black celestial rags who want to take advantage of me, kneel at my feet and worship me like a dog. Looking at him right now, I can't help but tremble in fear. If he had big intentions like Vyaja, he should have done it quietly, and reserved a huge amount of capital. Yes, I think I need 100,000 taels, 100,000 taels of silver. Look like you're looking down on our family's business, what? Du Hai Guy looked at him with disdain and arrogant eyes and said, I don't say silver. Che Ga Uan's eyes widened, he gasped and exclaimed, 100,000 taels of gold, how much do you guys earn each month? Not only the gas station, even most of the surrounding people, think that their main business is running hotels and motels, but in fact it is not. Half of the family's income comes from the furnace, forging in Manhua. Manhua Forge is the only place that supplies weapons to the army, consisting of 30,000 troops in Manhua. The amount of money Manhua Forge sells weapons to that army within 6 months is up to 50,000 taels, gold. Not only that, adding in the money to repair the army's existing weapons, we also earned an additional 20,000 taels. That is the amount of money our family earned working for the army in Hefei, just within 1 year. If you add in carriages, farming tools, mining equipment and other items, no one can imagine how much money an Manhua blacksmith makes. The reason why we were able to acquire Hefei for 3 years is because we used the money we earned to invest in other businesses. I plan to invest 100,000 taels of gold. If it's not enough, it doesn't matter if I invest 2 or 3 times as much. I've already decided, if I spend that much money, I'm sure they'll be confused. So now, why don't you stand up so we can discuss further? Having said that, he reached out to help the manager stand up. He just read the agreement and reacted and said, what, aren't I going to be the general manager? Even the salary is only half of the previous offer. The guy proudly put away the contract paper and said, the price depends on the time. At that time I wanted to attract you at all costs, now it's different, don't play dumb with me. Che Ga Uan expressed his displeasure, at least show me your numerical algorithm. How about numerical algorithms, right? At this moment, the general manager came in to report, sir, the young master has arrived. Following him were 2 tall figures. Hey Guy promised, then I will teach you on the way to Nam Trung. he replied, I look forward to it. The two figures just now were Dang Ho and Dang and Rai. As soon as they entered, they immediately greeted, sorry for being late, hello big brother, are you here too? Suddenly, he made a gesture of clasping his hands as if in ceremony. Che Ga Uan jumped back slightly in surprise. Du Haigai didn't react at all. Seeing that, he laughed out loud and said, you're so patient. He asked, what happened that brought you here so early? Dangan replied, it's just that I really can't bear to let you go like this. How do you know how wild they are? No one understands them like me, please take me along, with. Du Haigai is a bit hesitant. He persuaded me, if you care about managing the inn, then why don't you give the hotel a chance? Isn't it okay? This name has never had any future. Well, I'm saying, he's good at management and a lot of business. Believe me, I'm very good at looking at people. In the end, the guy could only agree, okay, if you insist, then let's take care of the manager while you're with me. Having said that, he looked around at everyone and exclaimed, this looked like a dirty A squad. Che Ga Uan wondered what that vein was, but the guy just laughed and didn't explain. Then the pioneer boy went ahead and asked if he was ready to throw money out the window. Outside, on a certain roof, a woman wearing a red dress let her long hair flutter in the sunlight and wind. Below, the man looked on with irritation and said, that bitch is still the same, just standing on the roof with her hair down as if she were some kind of great beauty. The woman was standing silently, hearing the man say insulting words to her. His face immediately turned dark and he glared, his hand tightening on the whip. Her whole body was gloomy for a moment, murderous aura emitted. Seeing that, he decided, yes, it must be that disgusting, it suits you better, I don't want to talk to you either, don't stay there and play crazy tricks, get down here quickly. The lady slid down from the roof. She stood on the wooden railing in front of her, turning her head to stare at him. Her hand stretched the rope of the whip and growled, you say it again, the deaf man who is not afraid of guns commented contemptuously, look at your pale face, you might not even be able to bleed after being stabbed by a knife, exactly like the zombies, disgusting to death. Having finished speaking, she immediately swung the whip in her hand, the strong force of the whip made him step back, while whipping her and cursing, if you're good, say it again, you eunuch, this slut. Are you being teased by some girl again? Why do you keep venting your anger on me? The man was also not satisfied, so he raised his weapon to fight back, looking at the unmarried woman like you spewing cruel words, no wonder no one dared to pick you up. The woman gritted her teeth and said quickly, what are you doing here? If I don't listen, I will castrate you. The two finally stopped fighting. The man said, goblins had appeared at Po Dang. The woman frowned, a demon. Ron San Rock announced with a serious face that the Golden Devil had appeared in Ba Duong Lake. Din Ga Hui asked in doubt, Kim Devil. What you mean is that someone is harassing Ho Ba Duong? Ron San Rock replied, I don't know, I'm just reporting to you what I heard from my superiors, besides, that person has bought a lot of money, lots of land around the lake. Din Ga Hui smirked evilly, buying land, I'm sure after being robbed a few times, he will run away, people like him are not rare, we need to pay more attention, really. Ron San Rock countered, it's not rare to buy 20,000 hectares of land. Din Ga Hui was also surprised and exclaimed, why, 20,000 hectares? Din Ga Hui put his hand on his chin and speculated, so I think this person is another official in the royal court. Ron San Rock said with a disdainful look, even the servants were eliminated, after being beaten to a pulp, who else would dare to come here? Din Ga Hui laughed loudly and said, it's ridiculous, what do they think they can do by buying so much land? Ron San Rock shook his head and replied, I don't know, anyway, the superiors want us to meet that man. Din Ga Hui asked in surprise, why? Ron San Rock replied, I heard he wanted to buy our land. Din Ga Hui is dumbfounded, our land, you mean he is still using money to offer to buy Black Tianlot's land? Ron San Rock affirmed, yes, Din Ga Hui was he knocked out of his mind or something? Hearing this, Ron San Rock's whole body got goosebumps and said, you barbaric girl, why do you have to use such a disgusting description? Din Ga Hui held with wide eyes and retorted, but you were the one who attacked, their heads are golden. Seeing that the appointed time was approaching, Ron San Rock waved his hand and said, okay, get ready, they're about to arrive. Din Ga Hui was surprised, we are coming, right into the center of the Black Tianlin's territory. Ron San Rock nodded and replied, yes. Din Ga Hui threw his head back and laughed loudly, his hand pointing to the thing on Ron San Rock's waist, oh, then remember to lend me that chain later, I I want to slit his stomach, see how his intestines, liver, lungs will spill out like that, any. Ron San Rock exclaimed, "Oh, how cold-blooded," Din Ga Hui retorted, "Do you want to call other people to vote to see who is the most cruel and cold-blooded person?" Ron San Rock was said to be angry and shouted, "Hey, you there, vote for that nonsense, just show others that you're crazy and abnormal, Din Ga Hui doesn't care and sighs, leave, where will they wait for us?" Ron San Rock said the location, at Ngu Hung Lao. Right now at Ngu Hung Lao, 4 high guys were here early. The 4 people's faces were cold, their eyes glanced around to observe. At this time, Ron San Hok finally appeared at the door, looking at the person coming. "I was guessing, I thought it was this person." As soon as he arrived, Ron San Cart launched a preemptive attack, continuously rotating the anchor, throwing it straight forward. Immediately, the anchor pinned straight to the table, where the high guys were sitting. Ron San Rock looked cruel and asked, "Is it you, the one who wants to buy back our land?" "Hi guy, negotiate gently, sit down first." But he refused. He smiled and said, "Oh, look how brave this kid is, you know who I am but you're not scared at all." But at this moment, the person behind him hid and shouted, suddenly radiating oppression. Ron San Hok immediately retracted his confident smile. "Oh, so that's why you're so calm." Hi Guy saw that he had stopped and also spoke up, "Having personally come here, it seems that you also intend to listen to what we have to say." In response, Ron San Hook boastfully kicked one foot down on the table and barked. Che Ga Uan still calmly took out the map and said, "I have to open the map to speak, can you lift that thing off the table?" With an unwilling look on his face, Ron took back the climbing hook. "Okay." The map was spread out on the table. Ron San Rock glanced at the map and said, "Don't tell me that you want to buy all the marked places." Che Ga Uan replied affirmatively, "That's true," Ron San Rock said in disbelief. "What kind of nonsense is that, are you all crazy?" At this moment, a terrifying laugh suddenly rang out outside. Suddenly he turned his head and immediately discovered Din Ga Hui hanging upside down outside the window. "Oh my god." Hi Guy turned pale and thought, "Who is this woman?" Ron San Rock was equally scared, angrily shouted, "Ah, you have to appear like that to be satisfied, this devil, it almost gave me a heart attack, why do you like to swing on the roof so much?" Din Ga Hui turned around and jumped inside from outside the window. She smiled devilishly and said, "If we keep killing them like that, their money will be all over my hands, it's a bit difficult for me to handle all of them alone, can you give me a hand?" Ron San Rock leaned back and sighed helplessly, "You stingy woman, discussing murder right in front of your target like that." Right after that, Din Ga Hui took out his DOI. As if she was crazy, she immediately whipped her whip at the table. "Shut her mouth, this racing dog, tell her if she's on our side or not, then get out," Ron San Rock cursed and said, weaving. After that, he also took out his climbing hook and shouted loudly, "You stupid woman, your weapons cannot distinguish between friends and enemies. Look here, is it clear, like this, aim properly," the javelin shoots straight out towards the table, pinning it straight down there. Immediately, the table in front of Hi Guy immediately shattered into many pieces. Hi Guy raised his hand and gently radiated spiritual energy. Immediately, the anchor and the whip were simultaneously grasped by the Hi Guy. Hi Guy glared at the two of them, "These bastards are no longer human." Ron San Rock's mouth twitched, could this be the real final boss? In his mind he was surprised, he should have stopped my Asura Iron Demon limit with just one hand, that girl was as strong as me, yet blocked her evil 7 magic immortals at the same time. His eyes lowered, looking straight at the Hi Guy. Hi Guy commanded in a serious voice, "Sit down immediately." Ron San Rock obediently sat down. "Yes." Hi Guy's eyes glanced at the remaining child, and the other one, Din Ga Hui replied in fear, "Yes." Hi Guy's eyes glanced again at the second child standing to the side. Jun He immediately bowed her head and smiled to please. Objectively, "What do you want to order?" Before he could answer, Ron San Rock said, "Goldfish soup, fish with dang duk sauce, fish cake as main dish, fish cake and meat cake to fill the stomach, and bring us a few bottles of strong wine." Seeing that he was not obedient, Hi Guy angrily shot out a pebble. The pebble rushed forward, hitting Ron San Rock directly on the forehead. Hi Guy looked at Chunhee cautiously, "Destroy everything, just need 2 bottles of bamboo leaf water." Ron San Rock held his forehead and protested, "But, you are rich," Hi Guy shouted, "You idiot, if it were you, would you want to give up? Is there money to spend on entertaining and delicious food for someone who wants to kill at first sight?" Hi Guy glanced at Din Ga Hui and shouted, "What about that devil, why are you still standing there? Din Gahwei replied, because there are no more seats. Ron San Rock breathed a sigh of complaint, are you showing off? If someone broke the chair, who would come in here? Ha, mother, seeing her in the middle of the summer gives me chills. Dang and Rai, he glanced at him and shouted, ha, this son of a bitch talks too much, big brother, let's kill him. Looking at the giant body in front of him, Ron San Rock panicked, ha, who else is this? I thought you were just a carriage driver. Hi guy wagging his fingers. A chair immediately moved next to Ron San Rock. Hi guy, let's get to the point, stop beating around the bush with us, sit down. Din Gahwei replied, thank you, then sat down on the chair. Looking at the two guys in front of him, the high guy shouted, hey! Where are the people who have left the Black Sky Lotus, where are they hiding? Ron's face turned black, you bastard, you must be a member of the righteous faction. Dang Ho from behind was heartbroken, his whole body became stiff, and he was sweating profusely. While still wearing his shirt, he smiled confidently, he opened his shirt, are you blind or something? We look so much like the righteous sect. On his back is a giant tattoo of a ferocious bear. Ron San Rock's eyes glowed and he laughed loudly, there was a red bear tattoo, so he was from Nakla Lam. As if realizing something was wrong, Ron San Rock questioned, wait a minute, why are the people from Nokok Lam asking our side's human resources? It's almost the flood season, shouldn't you guys go find a place? Is it any different? Why does it have to be about buying our land? A bold thought suddenly appeared in Ron San Rock's head, wait a minute, he meant that Koklam would wait until the floodwaters rose in the midsummer rainy season, and switch from being a mountain bandit to being a pirate. Where is our connection to Ba Duong Lake? MANHUA, Koklam is planning to sail across the river during the flood season, and attack the Nam Kung family in MANHUA. Dang and Rai he was worried but still tried to act calm, I was only following the instructions of my superiors, how dare I disobey orders? Ron San Rock said, ha, standing like that, you guys keep fighting, then stop, then fight again, to be honest, it's hard to predict the weather and rain, mother, Dang and Rai he laughed loudly, how can we consider yourself a black person if you can't put aside your personal hatred for a greater cause? The hand slammed down on the thigh, firmly saying, then, if you have been ordered to buy this land, then it is easy for me to understand, let us use the city as a place to set up camp, a very important base for you, and mobilize an additional 7,000 soldiers, along with 3,000 of our young men, if you agree, if you want to help, surely my superiors will agree to sell the land to you. Next door, Din Gahwei spoke up, but that stingy commander of ours is the type of person who, even if half of the lake was drowned in a sea of blood, would still not give up. You guys claim that you are people of Nok Koch Lam, but that dog guy, her eyes looked at Che Ga Uan sitting there, I mean, that brother, why did you ask about the soldiers of Black Tianlin? Hi guy, explain, we just want to test you, it's very difficult to believe whether you are really a person with authority in the Black Galaxy or not. The two Ron San Rock looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. That's interesting, the two of them turned to each other, not looking at each other, we don't have any problems. Che Gaon suddenly realized that something was wrong, not good. 7,000 people from Muan Ge Lam and 3,000 soldiers of the Black Sky Lotus, a total of up to 10,000 people, all of them will go down the Jiang River to attack Anhui province, then there will be a great battle, the war saved the lost history books. We must return to the alliance and tell everyone this bad news immediately. Dang and Rai he took out a table, Hi Guy said, now both sides know who the other person is, let's get to work, shall we? Looking at the two people in front of him, Hi Guy spoke up, you must have come here with the power to decide the best branch for the Black Heavenly Lotus, it was the foreman who sent us here, so I believe so. You must have seen the map, that land, how much do you want, name the price. Ron San Rock replied, the foreman didn't tell me anything about any business, Hi Guy with a black face, this scoundrel. Ron San Rock lowered his head, looking like he had no way to speak, I'm not lying, the foreman only told me what kind of person you are, he didn't tell me anything about selling the land. Hi Guy said, so you have the authority, but you can't decide whether you sell or not, if so aren't you just a hunting dog? Ron San Rock panicked, what, and Din Gahwei next to him laughed loudly, hunting dog. Being despised like that, Ron San Rock angrily shouted, that insolent guy, do you think I don't know how poor and Chom Lam is, where did you get the money to buy the whole Lake Ba Duong, you worthless bastard, have you gone crazy again? Quickly answer me, that brave and cunning man of Nak Lam, above there is a martial arts alliance, below there is Tam Bok Shuyan to witness for you, You intend to take care of the food of all the people in this place. What's with that small area of yours? We already know that your family has nothing to eat. Are you planning to fight back like there's no tomorrow? Ron San Rock pointed straight at High Guy's face and said, how can this little guy, who has not come to you, be able to easily withstand attacks from our side? Do you think you are invincible? What? How can someone like you be in hiding? I've never heard of you before. Even if we pretend to follow you, we should at least say it in a reasonable way. You brat, who do you think you are, you scoundrels? Looking at the person in front of him pouring out a series of words, High Guy's eyes turned cold. Has this bastard gone crazy? At this moment, the second young man also brought 2 bottles of wine. Here is the wine. He bowed his head and said with a smile, wishing you all a happy time. With inertia, Dang clasped his hands in front and said, thank you. While saying, thank you, his body suddenly became stiff. The 3 High Guys looked over with wide eyes. The 2 Ron San Rocks had the same expression, their bodies frozen, extremely surprised. After reacting, the 2 people, Ron San Rock and Ding Ga Hui, immediately turned around and ran away, so they really came from the right sect. Don't say anything else, now the only option is to get married. Bright sunlight shines down from the sky. In a forest not far away, a head emerged from the ground, smiling innocently. Dang and Rai, he observed the rock-solid rock buried in the ground, puzzled and said, these scoundrels can still laugh in such a situation. They have really gone crazy. I have met many crazy people in this Goat Mountain, but people like this have truly been witnessed now with their own eyes. On the ground, Ron San Rock screamed frantically, you bastard, after all, you're already 6 miles underground, so I'm just trying to be optimistic. Ron San Rock looked at the person opposite him, even more miserable, but why was I buried right next to this girl? There are things that people should and shouldn't do. Are you planning to do that? Glare at me to death or something? It looks so creepy. Din Ga Hui tilted his head to the side threateningly, shut up eunuch, your breath is so bad that I don't think you're human. How do you think I like this situation? High Guy's foot stomped hard on the ground and said, well, this girl is pretending to cause trouble with him, while the couple escaped here. On the ground, Din Ga Hui screamed in pain. High Guy shouted angrily, don't you feel tired? Don't you know when to surrender? High Guy beat me for a while. Din Ga Hui cried bitterly and begged, stop, I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. High Guy said menacingly, ha, you demon girl, the number of times you've said that is uncountable now. Behind him, the Gaga was running anxiously, oh great hero, the rain is about to fall and we have no choice, now we have to hurry to the Martial Arts Alliance. If things go badly, the Nam Kung restaurant will have to face tens of thousands of evil sect troops alone, we should deal with them and leave. Dang and Rai, he said a little worriedly, they said that they are the disciples of the 8 to Black Thousand Lotus, are you sure you want to deal with them? Will they send someone to scout out our whereabouts? If I deal with them, are they here? Dang with a gloomy face pulled out his sword, I don't have time to think about that, we can't waste any more time here. Looking at the sharp sword in front of him, Ron San Rock was scared, but still spoke boldly, are you scoundrels still human? Are you discussing whether to kill us or not? Right in front of us, it's me, right now the bad guys are you, not us anymore. Ha Li Dao Ron San Rock, he achieved the title of Black Assassin at a very young age, he ranked 200th in the Black Tian Lotus, is a seal guard of the main district, unlike his cunning tongue, deep in his heart is a cunning and extremely cruel man. Ding Hong Li Zi Din Ga Hui, also known as the Ghost Assassin, she is in the 250 rank of the Black Lotus, her position is Evil Assassin, it is impossible to understand the character of the assassin, oh ta. Hi Guy, as soon as he read the information, he frowned and asked, hey, why can't I find your personality? Ron San Rock countered and said, you don't see anything, she's just a girl with a mind full of flowers. By the way, where did you buy that information? Why would anyone dare to sell it? News from the Black Sky Lotus, those people must be crazy. Looking at the 2 guys in front of him, High Guy said dejectedly, they are only ranked roughly 200th, do you really think Black Tian Lin will send people just to help these scoundrels? In fact, he analyzed that their ranking on the outside was indeed low, but that was because they were still young, their true internal strength was much deeper than their rank, because their leader was the only one, if they can handle them, I think they will soon trace their whereabouts. Hearing this, High Guy pondered, if we let them go, and let them leak all our information and identities, it would be like letting the lake go back to the forest, but if we kill them here, it will be a headache for us to be sent by He Tian Lin again, if it rains soon, the He Tian Lin and Nat Ka Lam alliance will go together to MANHUA province across the water. High Guy's eyes lit up, angrily looking towards Dang Ho. High Guy looked angry and admonished Dang Ho, why can't you stop, tell me, Is it really difficult? Dang Ho can't refute. Bow your head down and admit your mistake. Hi Guy's eyes looked back at the man on the ground. Hi Guy's foot stomped down hard in front of Ron San Rock. Why are you guys? His feet pressed tightly against Ron San Rock's neck. He screamed in pain and begged, "Oh, okay, I don't dare hide anymore." Din Gahaway glanced at Hi Guy and said, "I need to pee, should I do it right here? There is no other way." Hi Guy had to agree, "Okay, let you out." Hi Guy waved his hand. Two people, Ron San Rock and Din Gahaway, flew out from the ground. The two of them quickly landed on the ground. Din Gahaway quickly ran to solve his sadness, and Ron San Rock was pinned down by Hi Guy. "San Rock, you scoundrel," he gritted his teeth, "what do you say?" Hi Guy said with a disapproving face, "Just now you called me 1 time brother and 2 times hoy, why don't you call me that anymore?" Ron San Rock shouted, "I'll leave you alone. You think it's someone else from the Black Sky Lotus. Would someone from a righteous sect like you be called a brother?" Hi Guy's hand flexed, releasing energy that threatened Ron San Rock. Ron San Rock had no choice but to say, "Big brother." Hi Guy nodded, "Very good." Hi Guy said smilingly, "San Rock, I'll give you a proposal." Ron San Rock muttered, "A proposal?" Hi Guy smiled friendly and said, "I won't kill you." Ron San Rock breathed a sigh of relief, "Really?" Hi Guy smirked, "However, I have one condition." Ron San Rock was sweating profusely. "One condition?" Hi Guy took out a book from his pocket. "You have to mark it on the map to see where the Black Tien Lotus's wealth and wealth are: silver, medicinal pills, weapons warehouse, and all other things, places that you know. Check them all here." Che Ga Uan shouted in surprise, "Is that right?" Hi Guy nodded, "Yes, you understand the problem." Che Ga Uan thought, Yang East meets West, distracting them from behind, because now the experts of the Black Tien Lotus are all gathered elsewhere. Out of 36 strategies, this should be the best strategy, but Dang and Rai, he speculated and said, "Those evil scoundrels are all a bunch of people who love money. Boss thinks they will leave the place empty. I'm sure there will be many experts guarding those important places." Che Ga Uan agreed and said, "He's right, I guarantee that there must be at least 1,000 soldiers guarding that place." Hi Guy's mouth slightly raised. "They don't know what it means to rob an empty place. I will show them what it means to control Tianj Dan Win." Hi Guy declared with his hands on his hips, "My target is not the soldiers of the Black Galaxy. I'm always curious, so what are you aiming for?" Hi Guy declared with greedy eyes, "We will bypass the experts guarding that place, and just break in and rob them of their resources and money." The Gaga was surprised, "What do you say?" Dang Ho asked, "They will definitely guard that place very carefully, so how do you plan to bypass those guards?" Hi Guy confidently affirmed, don't worry, we have the strongest Dan Win." Dang Ho doubted and asked, "Dan Win, what is that?" The sword flew out of its sheath and flew straight into the sky. "After learning martial arts from the Namkung family, I finally realized why the Namkung family was able to demonstrate such excellent martial arts when facing a much larger number than them, times the royal sword attacks of the Namkung dynasty. All attacks cover a very large attack range." Hi Guy puts his hand forward, releasing energy. "What if I, someone who can use swords from a distance, use those sword skills?" The sword rushed quickly through the air, flying straight into the sky in a crackling pattern. In the sky at this moment, a blue light shined brightly. Ron San Rock widened his eyes and opened his mouth to look up. Dang Ho on this side was equally surprised. The heaven and earth were blue and the sword was clear. After flying high into the sky, the sword rotated once, then gently returned to Hi Guy's hand. Hi Guy said, "Do you think that range is enough?" The crowd stood there blankly watching Hi Guy perform. Suddenly he exclaimed, "That's impossible." In his mind, he thought, "How is that possible? He's only the same age as me, so why is the distance so far away?" Dang Ho said with his eyes shining like stars, "I think that's about more than 300 meters, it's truly the pinnacle of sword fighting, it's really very absolute." At this time, Din Gahaway also went to resolve the sadness. Looking at the whole group of people standing dumbfounded, Ron San Rock's whole body trembled. Din Gahaway tilted his head and asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Not paying attention to her, Ron San Rock was still immersed in surprise, unable to resist. In the demon sect so far, there are only 4 masters who have reached this level of invincibility, the 4 emperors of the demon sect, people who can be on par with the 7 martial arts seats of the main sect, the masters of heaven, Demon Tan, Yin Tian Ma, Thatch joined forces, head of Black Tian 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 Dai Sat, Li Kuang Khan, abbot of Sacheon Pagoda, Yin Huang, Doc Company Shang Shuyan, and the number one assassin from the Wanderer, the acupuncture point master, Mak Vu, the person standing in front of me, is really on the same level as those four. Having been ignored until now, Din Gahwei angrily shouted, "Why, what's going on? Answer me now, you pig brains." Then he glanced at the mad person behind him and shouted, "You pig-brained bitch, I told you I was invincible." Din Gahwei muttered, "Undefeated, jokes are not funny at all." Ron San Rock looked at his pig teammate, gritted his teeth and admonished, "Your head is just for growing hair. I just witnessed the sword balancing act from a distance of 300 meters, seeing it with my own eyes." Din Gahwei was stunned and stammered, "So, then I'm doomed." Hai Guy looked at the station and said, "Let's calculate, suppose we run back to the Alliance now, inform them of this news and wait for them to bring troops to Ho-Fi, then think about how long it will take." He mumbled, 2 months, maybe a month and a half. He said worriedly, "But, the rainy season will start in the next 2 weeks. Waiting for the river water to rise will take about a week. Unlike the Alliance, they are already in attack mode, so it is possible that they will immediately launch war from MANHUA, time from hours until the rainy season begins, waiting for the floodwaters to rise high enough, and the speed at which the navy and ships will move. If you add them all up, they will arrive at their destination almost at the same time as the army, the Alliance's team reached Hefei." Gi Gai said, "But that's just a hypothesis. If the water level rises faster than we predict, it will take less time. In the worst case scenario, maybe they will reach Ho-Fi sooner, martial arts training for 2 weeks." Dang Ho's face showed concern and asked if they really had to wait for the rainy season to come before they could attack. Che Ga Uan explained that because of such a large number of ships fighting, it would be impossible to pass through an area covered with trees, unless the flood water rose high enough. Che Ga Uan sighed and said, If I had brought even one messenger bird, I could have sent a message back to the Alliance." Hai Guy looked towards the group of people and said, "What I want to know now is, if we create a diversion from behind, will they delay their advance into Hefei?" Dang and Rai he replied, "Compared to other factions, their greed is terrible, so if we continue to destroy their supplies and burn their food, they will be forced to turn back." Din Gahwei smiled and said, "Of course, soon he will be a fish that will fit in the net, but if that grass is open, it will already be a piece of fat hanging to the mouth. No crazy person will accept that kind of trade-off, when you don't know what your chances of winning are." Ron San Rock angrily shouted, "What the fuck, why are you acting all out like that?" Din Gahwei didn't care to say, "You just said that the translation blocked the sword, which means this guy is stronger than my master." Din Gahwei said expectantly, "Do you know how scary that old man's perverted eyes are? I want to see his face chopped into pieces." Che Ga Uan suggested, "Then can you point out, where are the important locations of the Black Sky Lotus?" Din Gahwei said arrogantly, "Giving money and scooping porridge." Looking at this confidence, Hai Guy looked over, "Oh, it seems like this girl is quite likable, doesn't she? She knows how to do business like that." Hai Guy gave the first number, 100 dong. Din Gahwei turned his head away, looking disapproving. Hai Guy smiled and gently added another word, gold. Din Gahwei changed like a pinwheel, enthusiastically pointing at the map. "Over there, have you seen that river yet? Northwest of this river, there is a mausoleum for great heroes, and also a top-secret safe haven for the mighty Dao King. All the wealth we earn from the fishing business is hidden, it's all there. I just want to ask if there's anything else." Din Gahwei continued, "On the east coast of Anhui province, there is another mountain called Ngu Tien Sun. At the entrance to the valley in the mountain is the ancient manor of the Iron Fist King. There." Watching his accomplices confess everything, Ron San Rock gritted his teeth and cursed, "This dog." Hai Guy pulled out his sword and threatened, "You should be honest and tell him everything." In response, Ron San Rock left a word, "fuck." The sword in Hai Guy's hand rotated. Hai Guy's whole body radiated energy as he stared at Ron San Rock. Ron San Rock was scared. Ah, damn it, the legendary diamond sword must have been swung so lightly like a chicken feather. Hai Guy holding a sword and bayonet, his whole body radiating murderous aura. "You are so useless, just die." Hai Guy holding the sword, step by step walked towards Ron San Rock. Ron San Rock was afraid to step back, slowly. Ron San Rock was so scared, those terrifying eyes, he would probably cut me in half without any hesitation. Why does the political faction also exist like that? I will declare. Din Gahwei had the opportunity to laugh and mock. "Stupid, see if I can still make money." Ron San Rock cursed loudly, pointing to a point on the map. "This place is the largest warehouse in the mainstream. 20% of the agricultural products in the Yangtze Delta crop are gathered here. As for this place, although I don't know what's here, there are always many groups of experts next to the strict room. so I guess there must be something in here. Hi Guy sighed in his heart, so the difference between the scoundrels and those with positions of power is this: the difference is in the amount of information they know. Ron San Rock turned his head to look at Hi Guy expectantly. 200 gold coins. Hi Guy's face darkened, his hand was already on the sword. Hi Guy's finger extended, from the tip of his finger, a stream of spiritual energy shot out. Immediately, fireflies bloomed behind Ron San Rock, and he screamed in pain. He looked at Hi Guy with tears in his eyes. "Oh my God, Father, why are you blocking my internal power?" Hi Guy glared at him. "Talking too much, shut up." Hi Guy looked at these two people. Looking at her fragile appearance, Din Ga-Hui thought, directly touching a woman doesn't seem very polite, right? Hi Guy bowed and raised his finger to release spiritual energy. Immediately, Din Ga-Hui was similar to Ron San Rock but was blocked internally. Hearing her moans, Hi Guy turned pale in fear. "You intentionally let out those moans, right?" Din Ga-Hui smiled brightly and said, "No, I say that because it feels great. This is my first time, it's really good." Hi Guy helplessly wrote a long poem. Hi Guy, tell the people over there, since these guys are still effective, send escorts to follow us, young master and young master, send them to continue buying more small lands from merchants, and you Dang and Rai. He stood up and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Hi Guy didn't answer right away but said, "Come with me." Dangerously, he smiled and said, "Okay, I'm tired of playing around with the cunning tricks of the merchants." Hi Guy took out the whip and said, "Tie them up first." Looking at the thing in his hand, Hi Guy, hanging in the hand, he frowned and asked, "Use this?" Hi Guy nodded and said, "Let's go back for a while. I've already blocked their internal attack, but it still doesn't look very good. They won't submit that easily." The whip was swung out, immediately tying Ron San Rock. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Og, damn it, so humiliating." Another whip was thrown, tying up Din Ga-Hui. Hi Guy walked forward and said, "Okay, now let's go." Dang and Rai, the judge, said, "This girl is really unusual. Hey, let's go quickly." But Din Ga-Hui, his whole body suddenly trembled, his mouth kept laughing loudly. Looking at this crazy person, the two people who were wearing glasses, Mr. and Ron San Rock, both had black faces and felt uncomfortable. Unable to bear it anymore, he suddenly came in front of Hi Guy to complain, "I can't do it." Hi Guy could only sigh helplessly. As if remembering, suddenly he asked, "Oh, and what's more, big brother, I'm going to come first." Hi Guy, the corner of his mouth smiled slightly. Receiving the handle of the whip, Hi Guy told me the location, to the biggest warehouse. The next morning, the sun slowly rose, illuminating all of Manhua province. On the streets, people were still moving around bustlingly. On the cliff not far away, Hi Guy was cultivating with his legs crossed. From Hi Guy's body, tens of thousands of streams of spiritual energy emanated, hovering around him. Looking at the huge flow of energy surrounding Hi Guy, Din Ga-Hui exclaimed, "Wow, this guy has reached the level of converting external forces into internal attacks. He is true Vu Hoa." True Vu Hoa, the realm when mortals have the ability to create the form of each blood vessel only within the Dan Deen, is called No Dan. Then that person's entire body will become Dan Deen, so every time you use internal energy, the energy will radiate out in the form of protective energy. After practicing for a while, Hi Guy's eyes lit up. Hi Guy, stand up. Slowly step forward, looking down at the scene below. Hi Guy exhaled a breath, followed by a white smoke. Hi Guy took out his sword. 7 success, 8 success, 10 success. Hi Guy pointed his sword at the sky, a ray of light radiated from the sword. The intention was that the guy held the sword and stabbed straight forward. The air seemed to be torn apart. The atmosphere gathers silver, the sword tip flies straight forward. Straight up into the sky. The sword moves faster and faster. Tianj Kuang used his second form to chew the sword, and Tianj Kuang used his dragon claw to cut the sword. The tip of the sword stabbed straight into the building. The powerful force destroyed the building, and the soldiers guarding it were also blown away. Right after that, the tip of the sword rotated back. With a snap, Hi Guy held the hilt of the sword in one hand. Hi Guy turned around holding his sword. The tip of the sword was released from Hi Guy's hand, tearing through the air and flying forward. The tip of the sword flew straight. Tianj Kuang entered the three-way sword. Tianj Kuang shook the world. Following the tip of the sword were a series of streams of spiritual energy flying. The sword rotated around and destroyed the second building. The people inside called for their fathers and mothers, unable to resist the attack. The fire burned, turning everything into ashes. The two people Ron San-rock and Din Ga-hway stood frozen as they watched this scene. Ron said, gritting his gloves, "It's so unfair, there's no way to avoid a surprise attack like that." Looking at the citadel below covered in a sea of fire, Ron San-rock sighed in his heart. Suddenly a blast of force from a sword of heaven and earth struck down on his head. Who could have been careful? Din Ga-hway smirked smugly. His martial arts were truly unique. The leader of the Black Sky Lotus faction, whose martial arts had reached its peak, did not know when he would admire the legendary martial arts. "I wonder if we will feel a shiver like this inside the Blood Pearl," he said with a smile. "I was surprised by the way this kid handled the problem, not his strength." According to common sense, the self-esteem of a martial arts master who has reached the invincible realm is unfathomably high, so their arrogance is naturally far different from that of ordinary people. However, even though it has the ability to use that ultimate technique, why does it choose to use this method to attack the enemy? Considering the level of self-esteem of martial arts masters, an action like this is difficult, that can be imagined. Hi-Guy's hand retracted the hilt of his sword again. Hi-Guy once again threw the sword forward, maybe 16 or 17 times would be enough. The sword flew straight into the sky, once again completely destroying the next building. Lightning struck, the building turned into rocks and trees. Another burning fire in the sky. Ron has a black face and waist, really crazy. Hi-Guy panted and turned back to ask, "Where is the next important place? I hope it's not too far from here." Ron San-rock's whole body trembled and replied, "There is a mountain in MANHUA, all the assets the Iron Fist King took are kept there." Iron Fist King, Shubo, one of the 8 great kings of the Black Heavenly Lotus, as his name suggests, he held the power of the entire demon sect with just his fists. His reputation in the martial arts world is very great. This is true. This is directly proportional to the amount of wealth he has scrounged up, partly because he is the one who holds the command card, commands the Mak Long warship fleet, and dominates the entire Ba Duong Lake. The lives of many people passing through the Dang River were also in his hands, belonging to the senior leaders of the Black Tianlin. Hi-Guy smirked and said, "Then it seems a bit more difficult to eat." Soon the sun went down on the mountain, and the whole citadel was plunged into darkness. Hi-Guy looked at the citadel below and asked, "Is this place?" Looking at the crowd of people gathered on the wall, the guy exclaimed, "Oh wow, they have already arranged their troops, and that's right, now there are no messenger birds in any area. The speed of chaos is faster than the foul wind. They must have been informed about today's events." Hi-Guy's eyes lit up. 1 foot stepped back, hand shot out a flying sword. The sword pierced straight up into the sky. The sword circled around, like a giant arrow piercing straight into the citadel. From the end of the galaxy, the sword radiated spiritual energy, following the shape of a fish bone and spreading throughout the citadel. The energy crashed down, destroying the buildings. Hi-Guy still hasn't stopped, his hand is still aimed at the stronghold in front and raised his hand. Hi-Guy's eyes widened, pouring all his internal energy into his palms. The spear in the chest chews the sword, in front of the 4 consciousnesses, on the far bones form vortexes of spiritual energy. Wu Tin Tien fired the cannon, the spiritual energy circle fell from the fish bone, like meteorites falling all at once. The soldiers below shouted in surprise. It was Wu Ling Tian's thunder cannon, then simultaneously fired bayonet arrows to block. The arrow flew like flying in mid-air. The fire arrow stabbed straight into the pile of prepared items. Hi-Guy said, "Wow, look how quickly the chickens react." Inside the citadel, a loud scream rang out, "Male Palace, mother of yours, how dare you call yourself a male swordsman of the same body, after doing such a terrible thing?" Hi-Guy took back his sword and looked at Ron San-rock, who was shouting, "There is the Iron Fist King." Hi-Guy gave him a pop in the head and said, "You are truly a dog that needs an owner." Ron San-rock angrily looked at Hi-Guy and shouted, "Fuck you, why the fuck do I have to be loyal to you?" Hi-Guy smiled and said, "I know I got to this place, thanks to you, it's come to that point, but still dare to admit that he is not a traitor. I wonder if I told the Iron Fist King, there would be some good drama to watch." Ron San-rock was speechless and couldn't refute, damn it. Hi-Guy looked at the expressions of the people below and thought, but these guys think they are the head of the Namkung family. That's right, the Namkung family has been a rival of Black Tianlin for decades. Surely just by looking at your sword flag, they will recognize it immediately. Below, the Iron Fist King continued to scream, "Namkung Su, your little mouse. How dare you hide like the vilest band of thieves. In my entire life, I have never seen a situation as humiliating as this, a martial arts swordsman sitting on the ground, dogs laughing in his face." Standing on the top of the mountain, Hi-Guy spoke up, Perhaps you said these words to insult me, but I have no reason to fight you. Hai Guy thought in his mind, why fight so hard? I heard there are two famous masters over there, I still have to fight and protect my boss, who has the spare time to go fight? Bullshit with a dirty old man. Hai Guy looked towards Dang and Rai and he advised, take these two guys with you to the guest spot I told you to go to first, the place where I arranged to meet him. Dang and Rai, he worriedly asked, why, then what are you planning to do? King Iron Fist is a man rumored to be as strong as that great king. If we had a duel, I believe you could win, but there are more of them. Hai Guy smiled confidently. He walked over and patted his shoulder and said, no need to worry. I'm a no Hai Guy. Hearing these words, he happily replied, okay, big brother, then, take care. After that, he dragged Ron San Rock and Din Ga Hui along. Quickly, Ron San Rock bitterly exclaimed, damn it, and Din Ga Hui kept moaning. On the other side, after finishing the instructions, Hai Guy immediately jumped down the mountain. He used the Heavenly Wind Quartet of Lightning Wind. Rushing forward like the wind. Hai Guy silently thought to himself, I know you guys are very well prepared, but still. With a torch in hand, Hai Guy lit a fire on the pile of firewood. The fire quickly burned fiercely. The sound of the explosion and the flying fire and smoke alarmed the nearby family. When Uncle Cow saw it, he angrily shouted orders to stop that bastard immediately, even if he threw himself at him. Hearing the order, the subordinates immediately rushed over. Some people brandished swords, others chopped firewood. The scene was chaotic. Sparks flew high into the sky, creating a scene of ashes and smoke flying in the middle of the night. Cleaning took a lot of effort. Some people could not help but get tired of standing and wiping sweat, constantly swearing. Suddenly, at another moment, there was an explosion and the fire flared up again. Cao Ba had no way to go into battle himself. He curled his fist and performed a succession of moves, transforming into a scene. Flame Magic Iron Fist, Flame Sky 9 Dragon Altar. 3 dragons created with spiritual energy flew out, opening their big mouths towards the place where the fire had just broken out to prevent the fire from spreading. On the other side of the big city wall, witnessing that scene, Hai Guy burst into laughter and exclaimed, he is fierce, but let's see how long he can stop me. Without saying much, Hai Guy immediately took action and lit a few more fires. Cao Ba looked forward and saw 2 fires burning. The man's eyes widened, his whole body was filled with anger and blue veins, thinking in disbelief, how could such a strong martial artist be so despicable? His background was from the First Sword Sect, the Southern Palace. In my family, a gentleman must have self-respect, and even if he were the 4 kings of the demon sect, he would not do such a despicable act. Uncle Cow immediately gave an order, he couldn't let him cause any more trouble. Where were the assassins? Let's go into battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people wearing black cloaks immediately jumped down from the city gate. They chased after Hai Guy one after another. Cao Ba shouted ferociously, Nam Gung Su is here, catch him. Hai Guy immediately accelerated and ran away. Uncle Cow and his subordinates behind him mocked, you coward, where do you think you're going? Chasing Hai Guy somewhere, they immediately stopped. One of the men in black pointed his finger in one direction, sir, down there, Kubo angrily shouted, what? From the direction he pointed, the figure of the young man shot straight down. His speed was so fast that only afterimages were clearly visible. With the sword in hand, the guy thought to himself, he had to reduce his inertia. Then he slashed down with a sword, with just one stab causing the entire citadel to be pierced. Loud explosions rang out continuously, everywhere was severely damaged. Looking at the destroyed citadel, the crowd could only watch without being able to do anything. Cao Ba was bitter and couldn't hold back his anger and rushed straight down from the cliff. Seeing that, the assassins quickly urged each other to quickly follow him. He landed strongly, and as soon as he got down, he looked around. But when he got closer, the figure of the guy had disappeared and he was gone. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, from behind, a light flashed, and Cao Ba felt something unusual and turned around. On the mountain where they just stood, a guy who didn't know when appeared, standing with his sword raised high into the sky. Cao Bo shouted in terror, he was right above our heads. At this moment, the calm guy showed a strange smile and swung his sword down. A second move split into 5 straight lines of spiritual energy. Without wasting too much effort, he easily defeated the assassins. Cao Ba was so angry that his eyes turned red and he yelled in anger, you dare, you despicable, shameless beast. At that very moment, right in this place, the ruler of the entire valley was deposed. Early the next morning, Everything became calm as usual. Standing in front of the ruins, Ku Bo shouted helplessly, "That bastard!" It turned out that the 6 monsters Buddha statue worth 10,000 gold coins bought from a high priest had melted. The 10,000 tael white porcelain vase also turned into ash. The first royal palace's painting of the bowl of birds and water has also been shattered into pieces. The word Kam here means bird wishes, meaning the painting has both landscapes of mountains, water, plants, trees, and animals in harmony. The handsome horse of Tian Li, which General Tuk Tuk Mon loved the most, was also burned to death in the fierce forest fire. And most of all, this manor was designed by Din Seo Han himself, built with all his heart and soul in 3 years, a place that preserves so many things we treasure from the years of hardship, all 6 decades of our lives. Now they have all been destroyed by you. Cao Bo's eyes were filled with tears, filled with hatred, and cursed, "Nam Gung Su, you bastard! Hurry to the main hall, immediately." At the main hall, everyone was fully present. The group of people came and knelt in front of him. The leader Li Gongdin asked in a low voice, "The biggest warehouse had burned down." They replied in fear, "Yes, teacher." Hearing that, the leader became angry and shouted loudly, "And the field of more than 20 hectares of the Devil's Field was also burned." The assassin trembled and replied, "Yes." And the entire fleet of ships on the carved port was sunk. They all answered in unison, "Yes, one of the 8 kings was also defeated. Look at them, they're already rebelling at the slightest bit of fame." The assassin quickly replied, "Everyone sent a report about being attacked by people from the Nam Kung family." Hearing this news, Li Gongdin suddenly frowned. This voice was very cold and uttered 2 words full of resentment, "Nam Palace." The entire large warehouse area was burned down. Based on the testimony of witnesses, the main cause was a technique called the sword translation, a sword skill that belongs to the category of strong swords. Suspected to be sword art belongs to the Nam Kung family. A martial artist has reached an overwhelming level, standing in the ranks of the 7 martial arts seats, currently under the most serious suspicion of being the swordsman of Tianqian. Demon Slayer Don Seo reported the situation on the Duong River. 2 people died, 77 people were injured, 8 warships were seriously damaged, all merchant ships were destroyed. Perhaps the damage was created by moves that belong to the ultimate scene, such as shifting shape and permutation, Ling Kong ascending to the sky, bending the air well, 1 latitude river, Deet Kang sword, and Vin Vin sword. Surely these are the moves of the Nam Kung family, and they can use all of them skillfully. Besides Tianqian's swordplay, there is no one else. Nam Gung Su. The old cult leader thought to himself, if the intelligence is not wrong, this will be shocking news. Even the cheapest worms in the cult would not use such dirty and inhumane tricks. How could a martial artist in a desperate situation act like that? Someone as noble as that Gung Su guy threw his reputation away like a bunch of trash. Those famous people from the political sect who value honor more than life, it turns out they also have this side. The male palace family's face has now been thrown to the dogs. Thinking about it, he turned to ask, "How much was the total damage on our side?" That person clasped his hands and replied, "About 200,000 taels of gold in total, because we cannot calculate all the personal assets that each of the 8 emperors owns, we can only give such a rough figure." Li Gongdin curled his lips and smiled coldly, 200,000 taels of gold, that's enough to buy 4 plots of land in prime locations. I didn't expect that just that guy alone could cause such a big loss. The power of despair when throwing away honor is truly immeasurable. Then he waved his hand and commanded. "Pass down," ordered all armies to stand still and wait for the rainy season to arrive, and dispatched the 5 subjects and messengers in each region to spread rumors about the swordplay of heaven and earth, and do it quickly. The old sect leader silently wondered, indeed, our side had suffered a lot of losses, but for some reason, my mood did not deteriorate at all, and was even quite pleasant. 200,000 taels of gold in exchange for that arrogant swordsman's reputation was worth it. Losing money is a small loss. Only 200,000 taels of gold will be able to make up for it all within half a year. It can be even faster if you order to increase the exploitation of the merchants and fishermen around here. Thinking of this, he suddenly burst out laughing. But losing honor is a big loss. The image of one of the 7 great martial arts is not something that can be bought with money. Suddenly the door opened. Uncle Cao with a resentful expression called out twice, "Sect leader. Patriarch, please let your subordinates take control of the ghost spirit killing squad. I will definitely single-handedly destroy the entire Nam Kung family clan." The sect leader calmly asked, "Was your place also attacked?" He angrily replied, "Yes, that Gung Su man was so despicable and shameless, his subordinates couldn't bear it any longer." "What did he do to you?" After that, Cao Ba told him all the things that Nam Gong Su had done to him. After listening, the old sect master suddenly burst into laughter. He exclaimed to himself, "What a scandal! How could a good man from the world do such a thing while still in the martial arts world?" Hearing stories like this about famous sectarians makes me quite satisfied, but that's it. He spoke up, "I can't leave the special demon spirit squad in your hands, after all it's almost the rainy season. Our army will arrive soon, so just leave it to them." Unable to bear it, Uncle Cao shouted angrily, "I have to burn that whole southern palace to ashes. If not now, then when will we attack? The manor that his subordinates wholeheartedly cherished has now burned to the ground, already." Li Gongdin darkened his face and asked in a cold voice, "Are you disobeying this order?" Cao Ba couldn't control his whole body from shaking with anger and shouted his name, Li Gongdin. A murderous aura radiated from the old cult leader. "Have you lost your mind?" Realizing that, Ku Ba was startled and quickly knelt down on the ground crying and said, "But my subordinates' manors were burned down, including the remains of my masters." Suddenly, there was a huge source of energy emitted. The ceiling of the building exploded, causing dust to fill the entire room. The old sect leader implicitly understood something. He said, "Could it be?" As a heavenly swordsman, a large hole had been punched in the ceiling, and the sword silhouette was floating in the sky. Suddenly, a claw like a dragon's claw completely covered the sword. The old monk's eyes glowed. Around him, countless arrows like dragon scales surrounded him. The old man waved his hand, thousands of arrows rushed towards the sword, the 5 most skilled assassins of Mo Longya. Cao Bo quickly warned that the ceiling was about to collapse, so run quickly. Thousands of black arrows soared into the sky. The bandits and assassins looked up in confusion, hearing the sound as if they had gone far away. After that, the Li Gongdin sect leader and the others immediately followed behind to examine the situation. Flying up onto the roof, they looked around in confusion. In the distance, there was a big fire burning. Li Gongdin asked, "Did he pull his sword back?" "More difficult than activating the sword energy is gathering it back, even I have to risk my life to do that." Yet he didn't even need to rest, he immediately attacked the Black Heaven Palace. "No, that means the previous attack at my place was just a bait." The old man pondered for a while, using both moves related to transformation. "It's not that I can't do it, but, after using it, I will have to be bedridden for at least 2 or 3 months. At the same time, suddenly a sword shot up high. Then they quickly split into 2. Then split up and fly in 2 different directions. The old sect leader widened his eyes in surprise and said, "No, how could that be possible? His body certainly wouldn't be able to bear it, and yet he still used 2 swords to move. Even if it was a desperate situation, that's also impossible. One up northwest, one down northeast. The weapons warehouse is located in the northwest. Hundreds of cannons are being stored there at the request of the emperor's relative. Gunpowder for detonation and raw materials for making bullets are also there. If the weapons warehouse is damaged, if we destroy it, everything will be over. We must stop that sword at all costs, even if it means losing our lives." Without further hesitation, the old sect leader quickly pulled out his sword. Use the ultimate sky killer bullet to attack. The 5 slaughter demonic heavenly slaughter spells were unleashed. Black smoke spread out to cover the sword, but it melted away like an illusion. The old man exclaimed in surprise, "Was it a feint?" Then from behind, an explosion rang out and a fire burned. Li Gongdin quickly turned around to look. He shouted bitterly, "The Black Heaven bowed out." The leader of the Black Heaven Palace looked sideways and vertically and shouted loudly, asking, "Where are you? Where are you hiding?" The scream echoed throughout the world, but there was no response. On a high mountain, Hai Gai is pensively observing the results he created. Du Hai Gai said with a satisfied smile, he looked so angry. Du Hai Gai couldn't help but exclaim, "The Witch Clan's martial arts are truly top-notch." The first senior to arrange the sword, he devoted all his heart and soul to creating this dual mind magic, a type of mind magic that allows the user to have 2 separate minds to do 2 different things. However, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. "You stand up now." There were 2 swords in his hand and he said to himself, "It seems like I need to practice more." Having finished speaking, the guy stomped his feet to gain momentum and rushed down. He shot it like a high-speed missile, holding 2 swords in his hands. But right now it seems to be a bit difficult, the sword body seems to have cracks. Du Hai Gai clicked his tongue, "Damn, have I reached my limit?" In the haunted palace there is a warehouse of weapons, gunpowder and the assassin's personal belongings. There are still many important places that I need to destroy. if this continues, I won't be able to stand it. I have to calm down, just stop it. First, I will attack the armory. The top information seller in the martial arts world. I spent 1,000 taels of gold to buy this information from the Night Butterfly. They said that the armory is the fatal weakness of the Black Heavenly Lotus, and according to their information, those crazy people have connections to the royal family. Cannons and gunpowder were strictly controlled by the royal court. Those royal family members stole them and stored them in the warehouse of the Black Lotus. They risked their lives to steal them, just in case war against the royal family broke out. If this story were exposed before the people of the world, they would definitely be accused of treason. This is truly a bunch of evil, cold-blooded demons, but the greater the risk, the higher the benefit. Duhai Guy suddenly thought, destroying this place is the only plan. With such a huge amount of gunpowder, it will create a huge stir, and will definitely be investigated. If Jiangxi assassins come here, all these secrets will be exposed to the people, and when that happens, the royal family can put pressure on the martial arts world. We cannot let that happen. Can happen. I must take advantage of this opportunity. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. Use sound transmission to send a message to the Black Sky Lotus group. I want to negotiate with you. When Uncle Cow heard this, he angrily shouted, "You bastard Nam Gung Su, I will tear you into pieces, wherever you are, show yourself, you coward." Duhai Guy immediately scolded him back, "Shut up, you hunting dog, I want to negotiate with your leader. The more you listen, the angrier you get. Did he just call me a hunting dog? I am a member of the Black Galaxy." He couldn't help but punch his fist hard on the roof and roared provocatively, "Where are you hiding? Come out here, you bastard. Doing something like this, and you still consider yourself a gentleman? You have a salary, empty mind." Duhai Guy sneered in response, "What the hell are you talking about? A petty person who, for money, does all sorts of bad things like gambling, pimping and killing people like you, and yet you dare to judge me. Animals and beasts have no human nature, but you dare say something like that. Shut your mouth, and your sect leader will come and negotiate with me." "Hey, you bastard, come out here. Are you trying to show off because you are the leader of the religion? If you don't come out here, I will blow up the Emperor's gunpowder warehouse." The leader couldn't help but blurt out, he knew about that. How could this be possible? Duhai Guy asked a question, "If I continue to attack, how much do you think your wealth will be left?" The leader of the sect, Li Gongdin, bit his lip and thought, but still did not answer. You immediately gave him a condition: get out of Jiangxi, or I will tell the Jiangxi patrol office. No, he and you are definitely of the same family. I can just report directly to the Emperor. The leader of the Black Heaven Absolute Palace was drunk, his face gritted his teeth, and he was struggling internally. If I were caught with the gunpowder of the royal family, the promise that the river water would not violate the well water of the court and the martial arts world would be broken. If that happens, I guess the royal family won't care about the so-called famous sects or evil pagans. He clenched his fists. You bastard is crazy. Do you want a fish to die in a torn net? From the sky, two swords descended. The place they aimed for was the gunpowder warehouse opposite the eyes of the leader Li Gongdin. He was frightened and quickly shouted and stopped. Duhai Guy stopped the two swords and asked, "Will you leave Gyang Te or not? We're talking about 8,000 martial artists lives here. Don't try to negotiate things like this. You don't want to compromise. Do you think your 8,000 subordinates will still be safe even if I blow up the warehouse? Are you sure you can handle it?" Li Gongdin's whole body trembled. I wanted to kill him, but, is he really a highly virtuous male Gung Su? Although his martial arts skills are equally profound, this way of doing things reminds me of a third-class soldier in The Wanderer. He used nonsense when talking. It was impossible to guess his age. After thinking about it, he negotiated. "First show yourself. Do you want me to negotiate with an invisible person like this?" Duhai Guy sneered and said, "There is an Iron Fist king and an assassin by your side, and you want to negotiate with me face to face. Do you think I don't understand people like you? Hey Iron Fist, you can't find me. Don't waste your time. Are you trying to buy time to find me?" Then, the two swords suddenly glowed. They suddenly turned in two directions. Sect leader Black Heaven Absolute Palace quickly chased in the direction of a bar. "No. That's right, there's a high possibility that this is just a trick, but it's a trick, so other than stopping it, we have no other choice. Because if it were a real attack, it would be over." Heavenly Tribulation Dragonia, the move was released. A purple-black dragon appeared at the tip of his sword and countless shiny black skirts, hitting towards that sword. But that sword quickly disappeared. It was just a false move. Then behind him, the remaining sword blew up the house behind him. Li Gongdin got angry and shouted, "You bastard." He almost went crazy. In the burning firelight, His power exploded. Okay, bastard, let's see if your spiritual energy dries up first, or this place collapses first. Charge forward. Everyone, gather and go to the gunpowder warehouse. The subordinates quickly received orders. Yes, my lord. The gunpowder warehouse appears quiet. Soon, hundreds of people lined up to guard strictly, under two circles of people, on the floors and on the roof. They are all masters of the Black Heavenly Lotus. Hey Guy was somewhere hiding and observed everything. So, they were just guarding the gunpowder warehouse. They even decided to burn the boat. For the sake of the Du family, it's best that Jiangxi province has no owner, but if that's not possible, I guess I'll have to find another way. After thinking about it, you continue to use voice transmission to negotiate. Okay, I'll lower the price you must pay. Let's talk. I want three things. First, disband the nobles you made friends with in the crossroads and cancel the alliance with the Green Forest world. Second, bring all your business in Jiangxi under the control of the Du family. Third, sell land to the Du family. They can buy as much as they want. This is my biggest concession. If you don't complete these three things, I will definitely attack the Black Sky Lotus. Li Gongdin was so surprised that he suddenly became afraid. He knew everything, even about the alliance with the Luke Lam world. I did everything to keep this a secret, I'm sure, even the martial arts alliance. I don't know about these things either, but how could he know? The family's business, that huge business, is why we do this. According to the information we have collected, the Du family earns about 700,000 taels of gold per year. If the current plan is successful, we will almost own the entire Jiangxi. But he wants us to allow the Du family to start business in Baduang Lake. Wait, thinking about it carefully, I don't see how that would bring any disadvantage to Black Tianlin. Hefei has now surpassed both Sodu and Hangdu. If it appears in Jiangxi, shouldn't we celebrate? And, if they start doing business in an evil cult area, I'm sure the martial arts alliance won't like it. Is that the reason why he continues to develop the Du family's business? I wonder how the martial arts alliance will react. If the great Nam Kung family allies with the Black Tian Lotus and starts trade in Jiangxi, very interesting. After thinking about it, he decided to agree. Okay. His subordinates panicked and stopped him. No, sir. Li Gongdin turned back to ask, do you have any other plans? At that time, he could only bow his head and say nothing. The leader of the Li Gongdin set out conditions, but if the martial arts alliance prevents us from doing business in Hoba Duong, you must promise to help us find a solution. Du Haigai replied, of course, if that happens, I will punish the martial arts alliance. Li Gongdin was stunned and couldn't believe his ears, so he turned back and asked his subordinates, punishment? Did he just say punishment? Yes, my lord, that's what the subordinates heard clearly. He grinned. The great male palace family punished the martial arts alliance. Nam Gungsu, have you really gone crazy? Things are getting interesting. Then he took the sword back to the person who responded, okay, that's our contract. Du Haigai achieved his goal and smiled very satisfied. The next morning, the scene was peaceful as if nothing had happened last night. In that restaurant, 5 people are gathered around the table enjoying a meal. Ron San Hok ate and talked. To me he just looked like a kid. Nam Kung Dang Ho frowned and asked, are you talking about me? It's early in the morning, what nonsense are you talking about? He continued, but it didn't make sense. You looked like you were only 20, but that middle-aged guy called you big brother, so there were 2 possibilities, either this middle-aged guy is hiding, or this old guy is wearing the skin of a teenager. Suddenly he looked around and asked, where is the middle-aged guy? Ron San who pointed at him and said, I'm telling you, why do you call a young man like him big brother? When Dang In was called old, he got so angry that his eyes burned and he stood up and cursed, this bastard. Che Gaon quickly explained that he was only 23. Ron opened his eyes full of disbelief. What, don't joke. You're really only 4 years younger than me, how difficult is his life to have such an old face? Din Ga Hui also enjoys teasing, it's a bit creepy, that's the face of a 23-year-old. Dang In angrily retorted, I feel more disgusted with you, you damn ghost, no human, no ghost. Just like that, the two of them glared at each other and cursed, I despise you, you old bastard, why are you always in a state with no blood left in your face? At this moment, there was the sound of footsteps coming. Dang Ho quickly noticed. Si Ho Hai Guy. He immediately stood up and clasped his hands politely to greet him. He reminded, stop, you really can't stop doing that, if one day you don't do that, you'll suddenly get a rash. Having finished speaking, he walked to the dining table, threw down a stack of papers, and asked curiously, what was that? He also picked up a piece of paper to read. When I looked at it, I couldn't hold back my surprised expression. This is it. Hundreds of land ownership contracts, all from the Black Lotus, but, wait a minute, aren't all of your checks kept by me? Du Haigai smiled brightly and said, Hak Tian Lin, voluntarily surrendered all their land deeds to me. Che Ga Uan's face changed in surprise. No one expected that this guy would make such a decision. He had probably manipulated the biggest idiot in the gang. Meanwhile, at the Southern Palace, the homeowner, Nam Gung-soo, read the report and his face darkened and he exclaimed, What the hell is going on? I've never stepped foot out of this place, but what's with this nonsense? It's a good thing that the Black Heavenly Lotus's internal turmoil is happening right now, but the problem is who caused this. Wei and Fai's swordsmanship, visible sword energy, and other magical powers were used to destroy Black Tian Lotus's massive property. If he was simply showing off his martial arts skills, it would be fine. The problem is that he didn't even appear when he made the move. Next, there was an ambush. Rumors spread that Tianqian Kiem Heap was the culprit. He couldn't help but look up and sigh. 10,000 people. The Martial Arts Alliance did not even know the news about the alliance between the Heresy and the Anonymous. I was surprised when they knew about this, but still chose to disband their soldiers. That was truly a team, huge army from MANHUA. They can even threaten the entire Nam Kung family. This time he really made a great achievement. The title of hero and the reward from the Martial Arts Alliance may not be enough, but still. Lost in thought, until the wound in his chest recurred, pulling him back to reality, Nam Kung Bok called out worriedly, Master. Nam Gung-soo reassured him, I'm okay. What should I do now? I don't know what Black Tian Lotus will do next. Rumors have spread everywhere, even to MANHUA. In the end, rumors that someone has impersonated me will spread throughout the country. Lake. Nam Kung Bek timidly reported, Sir, there is still another letter. What news is this time? Okay, give me the letter and finish it all at once. Nam Kung Bek gave him a letter. It was from Dang Ho. The homeowner Nam Gung-soo picked up the letter and read it. In an instant, his face darkened and he cursed. This bastard, old man. In the letter, Dang Ho recounted that there was no one in the Wanderer who did not know that the Du family was controlled by the Nam Kung family, and yet, they dared to use the name of the Du family to buy back all the residential land. Gang Tae, it seems that the guy is planning to take over all the land there, and turn Nam Tianj into Hefei. The Nangong family's business must be concentrated in the center of the cult's territory. If we start a business, we must share the profits with the Black Sky Lotus. I'm sorry, father, it's all my fault. Nam Kung-soo frowned. This was a serious matter. It could cause the Nam Kung family to be eliminated from the Martial Arts Alliance. No, I have to go to Nam Tianj. Get everything ready for me right away. Nam Kung Bik quickly stopped me. Old man, please calm down. He roared, What does it mean to be calm? You tell me to stand by and watch bad things happen. There's nothing we can do. The house owner Nam Kung Bik has no choice but to order, General Manager, go arrange our luggage. No need to bring anyone. I will go with the house owner. Yes, the house owner. That afternoon, in the pavilion in the middle of the lake, I couldn't help but wonder, what are you thinking? Haigai replied, I'm wondering if people in the Central Plain can live close to each other. Living close together, what do you mean? I am asking for your opinion on the construction. According to the knowledge you have, with our current capabilities, how many times and how high can it be built in the Central Plain? Che Ga Uan continued to ask, what is the limit of our construction resources? There is no limit. Everyone will be in the court for a long time, of course. So we think we can build 5 to 6 floors, and if we try hard, we can build a 7th floor. Haigai asked, what if the construction material is not wood but iron, and not only iron, but steel can also be used? I was calculating in my heart, using steel as the foundation material to build the castle and the pillars. I couldn't imagine the huge amount of money that would have to be spent to build like that, but if I had the ability, there. He spoke up and said, I have to calculate carefully to get a more accurate answer, but I think doubling the amount of wood is enough. The strength and weight of steel are completely different, so tell me, what if using steel, can you build 10 floors? Yes, of course it is. Du Haigai smiled with satisfaction. Good 10-story steel building. Let's start sketching the construction from today. Che Ga Uan was a bit confused. Oh, but why do we have to do that? Building 10 buildings with 2 to 3 floors, wouldn't it be more effective than building one 10-story building? Wouldn't it make sense? Du Haigai looked ahead and declared, I will build more than 20 steel towers at the edge of the lake. What? Just open the window, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery by the lake at all times, admire the majestic scenery of nature from above, the beautiful scenery of rivers, lakes and lawns welcomes us to the world outside the family home. After listening, I feel confused right now. What do you mean? Wait a minute, you mean you want to build a castle for everyone to live in? He replied, first, I have to check your sketch, but right now, I'm thinking of building 2 houses on 1 floor, but that's it. The first floor will be the Du family's inn and bakery, the second floor will be the Du family's store, specializing in selling products produced by the Du family. People who live in this 10-story mansion don't have to go far to buy cold tea and sandwiches, nor do they have to go out to buy alcohol, they just need to go downstairs and see the huge fortune of the Du family. Che Ga Uan suddenly felt like a breath of fresh air was blown into his mind and silently exclaimed, I have never thought of the idea of a family like this is evolution. He excitedly said, I'm sure a building that long will be very high class and competitive, people will fight to win it, the guy reminded, because it is built from steel, the price will be quite expensive. Being able to admire Ba Duong Lake will also contribute to rising prices, people always live near rivers and lakes, humanity cannot resist the attraction of rivers. We can decide its price after the construction is completed, the only problem is, we have to build the floor in accordance with the area ratio. Che Ga Uan's sparkling eyes looked at him with adoration. This man was a saint. There has never been anyone like him before, and there never will be in the future. A great man would bring to this era the idea of the first residential area in history. The ancestor of the Du Haigai family thought to himself, I have always followed this kid, the achievements he has achieved during the past 7 years are truly hard to put into words. Starting with a small shop with a lot of debt, yet being nimble and flexible, knowing how to stretch and shrink, gradually holding the entire Hefei market in the palm of his hand, now it's not just Hefei, it also took over Anhui province. It hasn't stopped there, his recent trip to Jiangxi has made this old man's eyes bright. Sober and rational, smarter than others, determined and steadfast, and also knows how to be cruel at the right time. And the thing that impresses me the most is that even though in the end the Duanjia do and it is the side that benefits the fishermen, all the rumors and speculations from now on will only focus on the Namkung family, which is too pragmatic, keeping a cool head and accepting the elimination of less important things to achieve the goal, including honor, are the qualities of a monarch. But what pleases me the most is that there are many talented people around Hai Hui, including the young master of Namkung family, Nam Gong Dang Ho. The chief disciple of King Mak Xie Lam, currently in his Rai, the young master of the auspicious family, Che Ga Uan, evil scythe Don Dan Rock of Black Tian Lin, Dak Hong Li too came out of ghosts and entered the spirit, also from Black Tian, Lin, Din Ga Hui, they are like water and fire, the future of both good and evil factions will probably converge on the key element, which is the Oh Hai Guy. Whether people admire or fear his martial arts ability, it is impossible to deny this kid's business talent and strategic vision, all of which will have to revolve around his existence. That person, cruel, cold-blooded, scheming, the world describes me with the harshest words, but who would have thought that the person with the most powerful talent force under his command is this old man? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh and say, you must really be the reincarnation of a savage. Hey Guy asked confused, what do you mean? The master wondered, this kid has no intention of building his own army. He was startled and replied, army? Do you think this martial arts world is big enough for you? Even if you achieve all the achievements that people in martial arts dream of, this place is still just a very small part of the vast world. Hearing these words, the guy pondered and thought, what the heck, does this guy mean he wants me to become king? The master continued, the richer and more powerful you will attract more attention, this is inevitable, so the only way to get rid of all those troubles is to sit on top of the world. Are you talking about the Witch Clan? The Witch Clan is just a drop in the ocean. As long as we are still in the same world, the Wu Clan cannot reach further, and the rise of the Wu Clan is precisely because of that. The guy asked impatiently, what could that be? The master said that even the current saint has no way to know, a non-human existence, something that can monitor, explore or even determine life, although there are many ways to describe it, descriptions vary, but in general, everything is still very vague. Before these words, the guy frowned and thought deeply. He further explained that this gem, too, is the inheritance they pass down. It can be said that everything is influenced by that existence. Maybe now you and I are both playing around under their eyelids. Du Qian replied, even I, who has already earned a name in the upper echelon, is still just a child compared to them. We mortals should not touch them, even when you have reached a desperate situation, you should never look at their faces and run away immediately. He thought to himself, they once flattened the entire Hoa mountain with just one kick, but what about people at the same level as them? No, even if they were even higher. While thinking about it, suddenly the Gon walked in and opened the door. He walked up to the desk and said, I'm planning to start drawing the blueprints, can you help me? The Do-Hi guy replied, I'm not much of an expert in this field. But you are better at calculating than I am, so it's great to be able to help. First, I estimated the resistance of the steel we plan to use, and built the layout in the form of square blocks like this. Thinking back, we see that this is the most feasible way to build a high-rise style house. But the biggest problem here is water. People living on the top floor will have many difficulties when they want to transport water for daily use. Hearing this, the guy was startled and exclaimed, oh, that's right, this world doesn't have elevators or escalators, so clearly water is a problem. Ga Uan said, I think we can solve it by making a large water tank made of leather, then designing a pipe system to lead down to each floor, perhaps that will solve the problem. Hey Guy frowned and replied, now that there's also the problem of underground water, I really want to install a modern toilet in this 10-story building. I'm only used to using wall-mounted toilets, but more importantly, are there any potters in this era qualified to make porcelain toilets? It's probably not a big problem, but... Speaking of which, temperature adaptation is also a problem. If you want to supply enough water for all 10 floors, you need a potable water tank, a hot water tank and a large coal furnace installed on the roof of the building. If you keep trying to use the stone heating system, the whole building will be overloaded. Suddenly the guy's eyes became confused. Slowly, there was no rubber tube to conduct heat for the heating system. So we have to use iron pipes instead, but its weight and the fact that it will rust are also problems. If you know that, go study engineering. He held his head and looked tired as he lamented, let's leave it for later, we need to find out if there are any other materials we can use, and we also have to think more thoroughly. At the same time, two people appeared and entered. Din Gahwei wondered, so what do we do now? Oh Hi Guy replied, no need for you guys anymore, pack your bags and go back to Black Tianlin, are we kidding? Ron San Rock angrily suggested, then promise that you will not tell the evil cults or the illegal force that we have leaked information about important bases to you. Oh Hi Guy calmly yawned and replied, okay. Faced with such an indifferent attitude, Ron San Rock was angry. He couldn't believe this guy, he was the life of the two of them. Get serious, you idiot. He frowned and replied in a low voice, hey. Haven't you once boldly boasted that you personally destroyed 10 martial artists, but now what are you talking about, the lives of just the two of you? Ron San Rock bitterly expressed, damn, those bastards deserve to go to heaven. You too. These words made Ron San Rock speechless. Oh Hi Guy crossed his arms over his chest and continued, then kneel down, you bastards, as soon as he finished speaking. Ron San Rock and Din Gahwei immediately knelt down, yes sir. He frowned and asked, do you still want to live? Ron San Rock replied, yes sir, I really want to sir. Oh Hi Guy threw a piece of paper in their faces and said, sign it. Ron San Rock picked up the paper and wondered, what is this? The employee assessment form, which is a kind of ranking in our business. So employees are very high ranking, no, they are at the bottom of society. So Hi Guy immediately poured a bucket of cold water. Hearing this, Ron San Rock was so angry that he couldn't speak. He said, every July, 70 dong is a joke, even the juniors at the tea shop get more than that. He warned, read Article 4 carefully, you will receive an additional reward. But this is too much, I drank 2 jars of wine and all this money was gone. So, do you want to live, mother? The guy loudly declared, from now on, go out and find me a skilled carpenter, bricklayer, potter, tell them that if there is any expert in construction, bring them all here, give it to me, then you will be paid 5 times more than them, okay? Ron San Rock gritted his teeth and replied, damn it, okay, I understand. Din Gahwei wondered, what about me, am I completely unemployed? He replied, what can you do? She grabbed my neck and smiled and replied, kill someone. Faced with this answer, the guy sighed helplessly. He tilted his head and asked, you often crawl up to the roof and stare at the lake, right? Ron San Rock replied that it was that crazy woman's hobby. Well, then just climb up there every day, then observe to see if there's anything strange around here. If you see anything suspicious, report it to me immediately. Can you do that? Din Gahwei laughed and replied, it's so easy. At the same time, somewhere. Lee Thunder Din asked seriously, have you figured out what he intended to do yet? The other person replied, after the transaction was completed, a guy wearing a demon mask appeared. At first, we all thought he was a swordsman, but then realized that this was the voice of a young person. The problem is that throughout the discussion, we all felt the aura of a martial arts master on him. so could it be that the person who sabotaged us was not a swordsman? Everyone who belongs to the super elite or above in the Nam Kung family is in a hospital called Tien Tan. Up to now, we are suspecting that perhaps it is an anonymous martial artist in the rivers and lakes. The old sect leader wondered, what about the missing head of that family? He recounted that during the martial arts conference, that young master's level was close to the top, and since then it has only been 6 years. Whether that kid is natural talent or not, no matter how good your fate is, it still cannot surpass the ultimate level. But there is only one very suspicious point. The old man frowned and asked, why? That is the person whose family tree the male palace entered into, the owner of the Duan Du family. Hearing this, Li Gongdin frowned and asked if that guy was a martial artist. The subordinate replied that the owner of the old family did not seem to know martial arts at all, just a typical businessman. Li Gongdin pondered for a moment. The blond man continued, and the businessman who ordered all the land around Ba Duong Lake was also that man named Oh Hai Guy. I'm sure he had something similar to the masked man who came to see him. We need to investigate this clearly. Then I will leave it to you to take charge and obey. There is one more matter, although it is just personal curiosity, I still take the liberty to ask. It's rare to see people want to ask me something, just say it. He expressed, regarding giving away our sex land, why did you make such a decision? Because that guy made an appointment with me through his mind. So how long will this covenant last? 3 years, 3 years. What a brave man. He must have already outlined his future plans, about a future where he will tame the Black Lotus. Surely after the 3 years have passed, he will start making unreasonable demands. The subordinate secretly wondered, if he knew it would be like that, why did he still agree to hand over the land? He explained, if things don't go on track, that scoundrel will try to steal our warehouses and strongholds, and to avoid a dark future, I just need to spend a little money, in order to move the prosperity of the Black Heavenly Lotus to another location. The current system of guarding the treasures must also be changed, just change everything into banknotes and then secretly store it somewhere else, that will be fine. I wonder how he will react when that happens. Now that he has taken over the land, he will certainly invest a lot of capital in it, and when this place becomes a prosperous city, I will guarantee that it will be returned neatly to our hands. On the day of our Black Lotus, if he rises, it will be his demise. On the other side, in a certain town in the late afternoon, in front of the city gate, there was a horse-drawn carriage parked there. Du Hai Guy walked down, the guard solemnly greeted, Sir, welcome back. Du Hai Guy asked, is there anything at home? He replied, the heroes who left for the North Sea returned 4 days ago. Hi, I'm curious, is there anyone from the North Sea with them? Yes, thanks to this guest, our government has been making a lot of noise these past few days. What's up? The watchman replied, those knights counted a pair of men and women from the North Sea, and the subordinates also heard that those 2 people were as beautiful as heaven, to the point that how many people wanted to come and peek at their faces. Oh hi, the guy exclaimed in confusion, like a fairy. He happily expressed, yes, it's like a fairy descending to earth. Without hesitating any longer, the guy immediately returned to the palace. At this time, a group of men gathered together, laughing and talking. Hi, the guy was curious, so he went to check the situation. During working hours, there was so much excitement gathered here. Suddenly, Du Hai Guy's eyes were a bit surprised. There was a silhouette of a woman walking out. Attractive body with superior temperament. She has hair as white as falling snow, and big, sparkling eyes. She is Miss Tuat Hien, and standing next to her is Prince Tuat Bok. Kang de Dui saw Du Hai Guy and said loudly, finally, you're home. This is Mr. Tuat Bok and Miss Tuat Hien. As soon as they finished speaking, Du Hai Guy walked over to greet politely, nice to meet you, this is Du Hai Guy. Snow Sage replied, are you the owner of that eternal ice star? Yes, I am the one who created it. Have my people informed you about the reason you came here? Snow White spoke up, before admiring the eternal ice star, we would like to not answer any questions. Hai Guy replied, then let's go see, this way please. Kang de Dui shouted angrily, what about us, what are we doing now? Are you really just letting us go? The guy replied in disgust, you think I'm such a stingy person that I can't keep my word when I say something? Go back to your beloved great mountain or some place where the wind goes. Having finished speaking, they immediately ran away without any hesitation. Du Hai Guy silently exclaimed in bewilderment, is it okay to treat guests with a curtain first? Then, he said, then, let's go. Here, they came to a large iceberg. Du Hai Guy politely introduced, please come down. Tuat Bok was skeptical, okay. Stepping down, the ice crystal appeared in front of the two of them. This made both of them surprised. Eternal ice crystal is something that many people desire to possess. Moreover, they still fight until their heads bleed. Even I have dreamed of this day for a long time, and finally I can see it with my own eyes. The reason we have to throw away our ancestors, put aside our own family names, and endure so much humiliation is to wait until today. Seeing this makes our eyes blurry again. Our mother is here. Before he closed his eyes and gave up, he always mentioned this thing called eternal ice crystal. How could they use such sacred objects of the North Sea as ingredients to cool the freezer? Duhai Guy said, I have always wondered why people in the north always have to live in such poverty. Have you ever heard of ice funerals, and how rare and expensive ice is in the Central Plains? Just selling a little ice from the reserves here can earn you how many silver coins? You know, if I were you, I would have brought all the gangs from the North Sea to dominate the market. Tuat Bok wondered incredulously, what exactly did he consider ice to be? The cold ice magic attack, when it first appeared in the Central Plains, caused a stir in the entire martial arts world. The reason was that every time the legendary ice poison of the Northern Sea appeared, it would stir up a gust of bloody wind and rain. It only took one strike to freeze all the mountains and rivers in a very wide surrounding area. That was also the person who turned more than a dozen powerful martial artists into ice statues in the blink of an eye, and was somewhat feared by everyone in the world. But what did he just say? After studying Ice Kung hard, we should use it to do business in the Central Plains. There really is no respect at all for an entire martial arts school. Duhai Guy impatiently asked, why are you looking at me like that? Do you two have something to say? Aren't you two here to work? In response to this inquiry, Gentle Snow and White Snow remained silent and did not respond. The guy said, now let's talk about business. I can lend you 2,000 of ice crystals for as long as you want, in exchange for you two to work for me. I'm sure these words will also please the young master. I heard what the person who sent you two here said. Tuat Bok asked bitterly, what? He really intended to use it for business. The guy suddenly shouted loudly and shut up. Seeing off the guest, the angry guy immediately chased the guest away. Tuat Bok said, I'm the only one here and dare to say that, you really have guts as big as the sky, Gentle Snow. The two of them acted, making the guy silently exclaim, so great. The water vapor in the air condenses and condenses when it reaches the negative temperature limit, then immediately forms countless increasingly stronger vortices. The perfection of this calculation is the process of converting condensed air, condensed into sound in an instant. Except for the martial arts essence in the tomb sword, it can be said that this move has reached its peak. The aura of the two of them opened his eyes. He exclaimed, clearly fast and strong, so he can deliver the goods even further. Snow Sage and Tuat Bok exclaimed angrily, bastard. Tuat Bok secretly exclaimed, so he is not an ordinary businessman, damn it. He then used Snow Flower's winged foot to attack the Ojai guy. Combined with Tui Bok then fist, Nhi Tuat, and Northern Wind continuously. A direct hit to the guy's body. The power is extremely great, radiating everywhere. But the guy wasn't worried at all, he smiled mysteriously, causing Snow White to gasp in surprise. He laughed out loud. It took 3 hours for this room to freeze the water into ice, but with just one move you froze it all. How could you waste such a talent just to kill people? Just calm down and listen. The move you just used is the most effective move to hurt someone, right? And whether it's more or less effective, it's already frozen 11 blocks of ice. You still have moves with the same effect, turn everything around you into ice. Tuat Bok replied, of course, it is the 5 techniques in Tui Bok Divine Fist and the entire Tuat Bok galaxy. Those moves will freeze about how many blocks of ice? About 50. See, how many times can a person use that move? 4 or 5. Is that so? This move must consume a lot of stamina, but anyway, 1 block of ice is worth 13 taels of silver. Let's do a little math. It's like you can create 50 blocks of ice at once, deploy, unleash the attack with full force 4 times, that will yield 200 blocks of ice. Snow White and Snow Sage exclaimed in surprise, with all their might. Oh, Hi Guy explained further, no need to pay attention to that. In short, if 2 people can freeze 200 blocks of ice, how much silver will they exchange? 2,600, which is converted into 160 gold coins. It couldn't be more productive. All of you are just mobile phones. These incomprehensible words. Snow White and Snow Sage did not understand anything. Their faces were extremely confused and looked up at the guy. The guy continued excitedly, think about it. The eternal ice crystal that you have always craved is now right in front of your eyes. After creating 200 ice blocks to recover your health, then repeat the process again. If you keep doing this 5 or 6 times a day, your abilities won't be sharpened much at all. If I continue like this for 5 years, I wonder what level I've reached by then, and I won't have become a master. At this time, Snow White and Lady Snow Sage could only stand and watch in bewilderment. Hey Guy quickly gave me a number. I will deduct 10% of the money earned for the two of you. Oh my gosh, I can't find such a good deal anywhere else besides me. I don't understand why the deal is so good that the two of you can still make faces. Tuat Bach wondered, how much 10% are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, the guy burst out laughing and seemed amused. He replied boldly, this depends on your ability to act like a buffalo or a human, your mind, and your ability to do things. Tuat Bach secretly thought, my clan in the North Sea is still so crowded, it seems like earning more money is not a bad idea. Hi Guy explains more, but there is a condition. What condition? I just built a new facility in Jiangxi, so I need one of you to come with me, which means only one of you can work on ice, you two can discuss it yourself, let's each other. Hearing that, Tuat Bach angrily shouted, nonsense. Miss Tuat Hien hugged Tuat Bach tightly and said, how can I separate my brother? Faced with this situation, the guy let out a sigh. He said, okay, so if you don't want to be separated, there's only one way. What way? Teach me the tricks just now. As soon as he finished speaking, Snow White screamed loudly, you despicable thing, this is impossible, we cannot teach the secret technique of the entire family to an outsider. I found it impossible to convince the two of them. Do Hai Guy secretly uses magic? He said, I only want approval from the two of you, moreover, this request is not something you can refuse, just agree. Faced with the threat of the guy, Snow White and Lady Snow Sage couldn't help but be afraid. Tuat Bach was amazed at the power of the Oh Hai Guy. He secretly exclaimed, there was no aura of ice in it, could it be that, ice essence? This move can only be used after going through an extremely long tempering process in the coldest land. Snow White asked loudly, how could you imitate it after just looking at it? He replied, well, it's just mediocre anyway, in terms of effectiveness it can't compare to your ice crystal, right? That's why people always prefer genuine products. However, I still remember every bit of your movements clearly, so decide, either separate, or agree to teach me. Snow White contemplated the suggestion. Suddenly, Miss Tuat Hien stepped up and said loudly, I will go. Young Master Tuat Bach shouted in panic, Seo Hun. You stay, let me go. Seo Hun replied, no, you should be the one to stay. In her mind, she secretly thought that my brother is the last hope of the North Sea, only he can restore the Ice Palace. Seo Hun turned to look at young Master Tuat Bach and advised, brother, I wish you a successful farewell. Hearing these words, young Master Tuat Bach silently blamed himself, Seo Hun, if only the Ice Palace was strong enough, she would have been able to grow up safely amidst overwhelming love and be the beloved child of the Northern Sea people, yes, but she still chose to come here through hardships just to follow a money-hungry businessman, so it's like being sold, it's all because we are too weak, too helpless. At this time, young Master Snow White made a decision. He sat down, his eyes closed, a source of energy radiated. He secretly thought to himself, I will definitely become a peerless ice attacker and claim this man's life. And he thought to himself, as long as he keeps this girl in his hands, he won't have to worry about that crazy guy stealing his eternal ice crystal, and that's it. We can also produce large reserves of ice, and soon our influence on the people will double or triple. One afternoon, on a busy street, the guy took Seo Hun for a walk on the street to everyone's surprise. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Seo Hun's shirt. Then he forcefully pulled her somewhere. Du Hai Guy said, your appearance is so outstanding, let's change clothes first. Seo Hun asked confused, what's wrong? We can't take this off. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd outside angrily shouted, that scoundrel, in broad daylight, dares to bully the daughter of a good family. The children of these days are truly, their race is getting worse and worse. Too noisy, the guy used his foot to stomp hard on the ground. Then shouted loudly, go do your own thing, why do you have to stick your nose into other people's business? Seeing that the power was too terrible, they immediately ran away. After finishing processing, the guy turned around and said, hey lady, joining the family is customary, since you've come here, you should wear our clothes, but you like this attract too much attention. Seo Hun said, this outfit was made by my mother when she was alive, it took her many years to finish it. When making this shirt, mother used many rare wolf skins and made enough clothes for us until we were adults. This outfit contains so much love from mother for us, how can I take it off? Hai Guy said, but no matter how much you love that robe of your homeland, don't you feel hot when you dress like that? just leave it like that and you'll smell of sweat. It sounded reasonable. Seo-hun suddenly became calmer. Hey guy mumbled confusedly, am I right, in a place where the weather is both noisy and hot like this, dressing like you will sooner or later make your fat melt, you haven't seen anyone walking around, does the street keep looking at us, or do they like to attract attention? Seo-hun wondered what it means to attract attention. Hai guy replied, he is the type of crazy person who likes to be stared at by others. Okay, then I'll exchange it, but I won't throw this outfit away, I hope you'll keep it carefully in the manner for me. He confidently replied, no problem. Go to a nearby fabric store. When entering, the owner happily greeted him, objectively, inviting him inside. Hai guy glanced at Seo-hun and said, ask the boss to choose an outfit that suits this lady for me. The shop owner smiled and replied, the guests are truly blessed, this lady is truly a beauty, are you dressed for the wedding ceremony? Oh Hai guy frowned and shouted, it's still late, just normal clothes for martial artists, the simplest thing can come in, oh yes, I'll bring it out right now. Soon, the innkeeper brought out a suit. No Hai the guy quickly said, don't choose such a bright color, just a dark color, and isn't there any softer fabric? After hearing that, the shop owner was startled and replied, oh yes, I will go change it right away. After that, he brought a dark gray outfit and walked over. Holding it in his hand, he looked at it for a while. He looked disgusted and said, here, you go change. Seo-hun walked over with a sad face and picked up the outfit. A long time passed and she still hadn't finished changing her clothes. After a while, Seo-hun slowly walked out of the dressing room. The guy and the shop owner both stared at her with wide eyes in surprise. With a seductive body, her fluttering dress made her more attractive. He silently exclaimed, oh my god, silk is beautiful for you. Seo-hun's beauty has made many people overshadow. The guy quickly shook his head to regain his dignity. He looked disgusted and said, your store doesn't have any clothes for middle-aged women, anything comfortable, with a hat to cover the face, too. These words made the shop owner pause for a moment and then reply, ah, okay. Hearing that, Seo-hun quickly expressed, but I like this set. Hai guy walked over and said, so at least she should wear a hat, otherwise it would be tiring to show her like that. Without hesitation, Seo-hun immediately agreed. She thought to herself, this is the first time I've had someone buy clothes for me. At the family hotel. Everything has been prepared to welcome you, Hai guy, the subordinate walked up and said solemnly, good morning sir. At this time, the guy quickly ate to get a bowl of hot noodles. Even the remaining drops of water are not ignored. After eating, he exclaimed, the flavor still retains the original, well done. The skills of the two of you are very good. What can you call a restaurant without good noodles? Just maintain the same amount of ingredients and spices when making the broth. As soon as he finished speaking, the chefs happily nodded and replied, yes, we understand. Having finished speaking, the guy then signaled for them to leave. After that, the guy said, he had nothing to complain about the salary reduction due to not being able to manage the chaos in the restaurant. Lee Ge River sighed and replied, I wouldn't dare, what a shame, too, this old man promised not to make the same mistake again. You two committed the same mistake, so we have to punish both of you fairly and clearly, right? The country has its rules, the family has its rules, I hope you two won't be dissatisfied. Also, please preserve this set for me for a while, yes. Lee Ge River took Seo-hun's clothes with a confused look on her face. Seeing that he had an unusual attitude, the guy shouted loudly and asked, what is that? He replied, the people of the Northern Sea have great sewing skills, this is not just an ordinary animal skin coat. Hey, you're skeptical, really? Yes, take a look. Although there are a few stains on the fabric surface, the seams between the leather panels and the patterns on the leather are still in very good condition. If it had been done by a Trungwin worker, this shirt would probably be old and torn beyond recognition, been wearing it for a long time. At the same time, Seo-hun came down from upstairs. When the guy saw that, he shouted loudly and asked, who made this cloak for her? Seo-hun replied, that's our mother. Your mother is a saddle maker. What is a saddle maker? It's a craft that specializes in making leather products. In the north, we don't have any profession like that, my mother is only in charge of sewing clothes. The guy was startled and asked, do you mean all women in the north have such excellent sewing skills? This. Seo-hun replied, it is true that my mother is superior, my skills are not as good as hers. Hai guy asked further, so she also knows how to make leather clothes? That's right, although not as good as her mother, but still knows how to do it. Let's sign a transaction. Hai guy silently exclaimed happily, the opportunity to get rich has come. Seo Hun was confused. What does transaction mean? He explained, please ask her to teach my people the technique of making leather. Of course we will also have something of equal value in return. Wait a minute, old Lee, what do you think if I open a leather shop? Liege River replied, that's a good idea. He thought to himself, I've only treated her like a subordinate before, but this girl is a true treasure. At the same time, from outside the room door, the subordinate shouted loudly. Sir, I have brought 3/4 of the workers from MANHUA Tifang. Hey guy standing in front of that group of people, he silently exclaimed, it's 3/4, that will reduce the work efficiency of the Iron Ward, but there is no other choice, because it is necessary to have them to create song beams. No hi, the guy loudly exclaimed, coming quickly, let's get to work, take the throne in the market. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone responded in unison, with great pity and peace in the world. Having finished speaking, they all set off together one after another. The guy in the back followed every action with his eyes. The sound of moving forward and spreading one's arms resounded fiercely, increasing the atmosphere of decisive battle. On a beautiful day, the sky is blue in the sunshine. In Nam Suang, the land of intimacy. Currently he is sitting on the roof. Suddenly from afar, a man aggressively rushed forward. The great king called out loudly, I'm sorry, this bastard, your master is here, quickly show your face to welcome him. I said come out here, you're going to let me smash this place to pieces before you show yourself, right? Just finish speaking. Dang and Rai, he immediately opened the door, he replied angrily, why did the master come here? Without so much as a word, the judge placed a strong hand on his shoulder. He grabbed his father's collar tightly, causing him to scream in fear and let go of the baby. Cheon P angrily said, do you think there is any news in this world that can escape the eyes and ears of Nakla Lam? I have tried to be patient, but I can't. So you are a righteous gentleman. Dang and Rai, he quickly replied, things are not as you think. Let me explain first, the taste of a gentleman having to ask for forgiveness from a monk, and what his behavior is like. Damn, this is the reason why I left. What, you're still planning on beating me to pieces without even listening to a word I say? What are you, my dog? Why do you do this every day? Must be patient and endure being beaten. Cheon P said, what are you saying, that your eternal armored body is useless? Eternal armored body, a form of physical martial arts that uses physical injuries as a training basis. This is a top-level martial arts technique that no one has completely reached the highest level in the past few hundred years. You want me to pound on your tender wound, right? This wound of yours is due to I gave it to you. I don't mind doing it again. Standing from above, Din Gahwei can see everything. She shouted loudly, sorry, the male palace is coming. This makes Cheon P startled. He looked towards the two men wearing hats. Looking at their swords in front of them, On Pien was afraid to exclaim, the King of Swords. The Gung Su man wearing a hat called out in a low voice, criticizing On P. Hearing that, the On P critic shouted loudly, Nam Gung Su. 2 weeks ago, the Black Lotus suddenly announced the disbandment of the army, disbanding before I even set foot on the boat. The number of martial artists mobilized from Koklam was up to 7,000 people. We patiently waited for orders, trained hard for 2 months, waited for the river level to rise, and raised 7,000 troops for 2 months. How much money must have been spent in months? We almost bet our entire fate on this deployment. To Koklam, if they couldn't set foot on Anhui land, everything would have no meaning, but they said they didn't want to continue with the plan. When I had not finished cursing because I had to hear this nonsense news, I stood on the spot in shock because I heard even more terrible news. Breaking the alliance. At first, I thought I heard wrong, so I shouted at the security guard, but that security guard clearly reiterated that they wanted to break the alliance. They were the ones who made the offer. They first agreed to join forces and now they're breaking that agreement. I really wanted to dig up the graves of 8 generations of ancestors and bring up the lotus, but I still had to try to stay calm, and sent someone to Jiangxi to see what happened, and in the end, I roughly understood it. Current situation. Rumors about what Nam Gung Su did spread like a wind. Of course, we cannot completely trust this strange rumor. But one thing is certain, that is, he is the source of all the current chaos. At this time, Mr. P immediately released his handcuffs and called out, "Warehouse robber." Nam Gung Su calmly replied, "It was just a misunderstanding." Criticizing On P, he was angry and said that he had misunderstood. His 2 hands clenched tightly, trying to suppress extreme anger. A source of energy burst out from inside the old man's body and said, "Do you know that just those 2 misunderstandings of yours are enough to push the whole world to the brink of destruction?" Are you determined to eliminate the entire martial arts alliance? Is that what the martial arts alliance really aims for? At this time, the head of the Nam Kung family thought to himself, no matter what I say now, it will become a defense between the righteous sect and the heretical sect, which does not require many words. Without thinking much, he immediately pulled out the sword. Seeing that, he criticized on P bitterly and threatened. He didn't drink the wine he offered, he wanted to drink the wine as punishment. After that, he immediately used the true Thunder Fist to break the three fists. 9 battles, great insects attack the opponent. On this side, the Gung Su man used a spear and a sword, and a special skill called lightning and stone to resist. The two people began to fight madly. The great King Nok Lam and the Emperor Nam Gung Gu both tried their best to attack each other, no one gave in to the other. Emperor then Nam Gung Gu brandished his sword, he unleashed his move, the 3 techniques of the King's Sword, the profound Emperor's Path, followed by the previous 4 consciousnesses of the endless sky. Continuous moves to weaken the great king criticized on P. He panicked and realized that my internal strength was gradually being interrupted. The king secretly looked at Nam Gung Gu and was confused, was he this strong? The king's sword energy was also shattered. The king is afraid, my sword energy has disappeared. He's ashamed of himself, even though he has no way of being a king, he doesn't deserve to be considered a martial artist. King Nca Lam also realized in his mind that there was only one reason why he pulled his sword back, that was mercy. He knew that that attack could completely kill me, so he stopped halfway. It was so angry, but still trying to act like a gentleman. King Nca Lam fell into worry, my mind was now empty, since when did he leave me at such a distance? I had to put all my energy into martial arts, practicing like crazy to be able to do it, like now, but still, I can only stand frozen in front of him. Every wanderer must prove himself to be recognized by others. He rushes out in anger as soon as he is defeated. It's too defamatory, for the reputation of a martial artist. He looked back at him, but if it was him, it would be a different matter. He carried the ambition of the entire army on his shoulders. We couldn't just sit still and look at him like that forever. Thinking about it, the king rushed quickly towards his son. He grabbed his father's head and shouted at him. He screamed in fear, I have left the great mountain, I will not go back there again. This statement made the king angry. He raised his fist and asked again, have you left the great mountain? A few heavy punches were immediately given to him. He was also quick to dodge. He also angrily said to the king, I'm called your disciple like this, can't you give a little love to your disciples like the righteous people? I don't ask for anything. If it's that high, do you think it's too outrageous to do that? Great King Nak Ka Lam was a little satisfied and then thought to himself, oh my, I have to shoot weapons. It seems that at least he is not lazy to practice. He asked in Riem, this body of yours has been trained, has reached the lava border threshold or not? In Re he replied, the Aurora has arrived. The king was surprised, the Aurora. The Aurora is the state achieved when the human body has trained the eternal armor to the 9th level. Your Majesty does not dare to believe in the ability of Enri he, now it has gone beyond that maximum level. What did he do in the 6 years he left the great mountain to achieve this seemingly impossible thing? The king was extremely puzzled and asked in Riem, how could you don't even have the green forest gem, didn't you even manage to swallow the blood of the hero every day before? You're complacent, I told you, fighting is not the point of the problem. Since I left the big mountain I haven't trained that hard, I just eat well, sleep well, rest, that's enough, that's why you doubled your strength in such a short period of time. The king who sprayed glue didn't understand, but normally, as far as I know, fighting is the most effective training method for the eternal armored body, right? He searched for the evidence himself, although in the past I had also been abused by my late master for more than 10 years, but could it be that that method was wrong? He expressed his disbelief to the teacher, but still, no way. In the end, he lifted his shirt to show off his body to prove to the king, who still did not believe it. It turned out that he had also been tricked by his master. The great king was stunned, so all those years of being beaten were all in vain. Then, he smiled again to cover up his embarrassment and said to his wife, let's just go back to the great mountain with me, my dear, and bargain for this too. In fact, he is stubborn, no is no. The king got angry and cursed this child too. Emperor Nam Gung Gu then spoke up, although not in the way you wanted, he has achieved his goal of reaching that Aurora realm. Now your disciple is strong enough to be called, as a martial artist, is there a need to be in such a hurry? Great King Nak Ca Lam shouted, don't stick your nose into other people's affairs. Emperor Nam Gung calmly explained to the king, are you sure? He is a proud martial artist and also the captain of the Nam Kung family's reconnaissance corps, why is it not my business? Okay. The king criticized him for being too shy and then shouted and argued, "But he is my disciple, the future king who will lead 100,000 disciples of Nokok Lam." Nam Gung-gu refused to take it anymore. He shouted back loudly, "Stop it now." He taught, "Why is the leader of such a large gang so confused? Of course I cannot deny the disciple relationship between the two of you, but how does one person treat his disciple, like the pet you own? You can dare to call yourself master, you should immediately stop that attitude. Your Majesty is bitter, what the heck?" Nam Gung-gu continued, "Why do you keep trying to trample on a man's great ambition like that? If you're not a master, you should support what your disciple wants. People only live once in this world, don't ignore your disciples' personal lives because of your selfishness." Speaking out of breath, Emperor then Nam Gung-gu gently said to Inri, "You can leave, Inri, you don't understand, why?" Nam Gung-gu explains to you, "This old man has brought an army of 7,000 people allied with the Black Tianlin to come here to show his fangs and claws. I was originally planning on sparing his life because of the disciples he has present here, but now, I have clearly seen that he is not worthy." After hearing this, his face turned red with admiration. Suddenly, he realized that all the masters of the evil cult he had met on the Great Mountain were just like him. No matter how high their status, they would be angry when betrayed by their friends, and would hate them, thirst for women, will have the desire for wealth and prosperity, have all the mundane desires of ordinary people. But Tianqian's swordplay is not like that. In fact, he had kind words for the king of the sword god. Every gesture, attitude, every pore of him exuded the temperament of a true gentleman, noble and respectful, worthy of honor, with reality. While he sets his own goals, I also want to live a life like that. Even if his martial arts go against the world, his faith will never waver. That is called dignity. Every single thing that he now owns, I also want to have. Inri he clenched his fists and made up his mind. A person can have 100,000 kinds of emotions when standing in front of others. Today, for the first time in my life, I felt what it is like to respect a real man. Receive. Inri, he understood the reason that Nam Gung-gu secretly wanted him to reveal. He confidently stepped forward and said to the sword god emperor, "How could a person who only knows how to ignore when his master is in danger, worthy of being called a disciple? If you really want to take my master's life, then I have no choice but to resist." The emperor sword god smiled with satisfaction and said to the great king Nokok Lam, "On Ung Pi, if your eyes are not yet blurred, look carefully at your disciple's eyes." The emperor acknowledges him. He is completely a member of the Nam Kung family and is no longer under your command. The great king criticized On Ung Pi for also taking his disciple seriously. He didn't force him to return to the Great Mountain anymore, he just let out a slightly sullen sentence, "Rotten boy." And then the great king Nak Ka Lam left. When the king left, the king's sword god asked him if he regretted it. The king of Nam Gung-gu Palace seriously expressed to Inri Ong, "People who learn martial arts in the world live with honor. He dared to openly challenge my family. This time I will forgive him because you are here, but if there is a next time, just follow the rules. Can you accept it?" In fact, he also understood the morality, so he respectfully replied, "Yes." After the matter was resolved, the emperor was filled with excitement. Naturally, he changed his attitude and asked, "Where is that guy?" He shouted loudly at the two of you in Rihi and Din Gahawe, "You two should have stopped that guy, doing business like this and still daring to think yourself right." Ron Sang Rock stood and laughed. The two of them were about to get scolded. Din Gahawe trembled and then whispered to him in Ri, "Wouldn't it be better to just hit him directly? Shouting like this is called murder without a knife." In Ri he also scratched his head unjustly. The culprit was another guy and now we have to stay here and suffer. In the past, he thought again about the king of southern Gungu, a cycle that repeated over and over again. It seems that the political elders do not only have advantages. My eardrums are about to burst. This is the way that people of the political sect choose to teach us a lesson, called mental torture. Din Gahawe is right, it is much better to be beaten than to be beaten. When the atmosphere was tense, Hai Gai stepped forward. As soon as he saw Hai Gai, the governor of Gyang shouted loudly, "Hai Gai, big brother." Hai Gai walked in with his subordinates carrying wooden crates of some kind. The manager reminded Ron Sang Rock that he was still sitting there, so he lifted his butt up. Ron Sang Rock was upset, as the rumors said. Manager Jiang leaned into his ear and whispered to Hai Gai, "Big brother, this time you're definitely dead, go to the second floor quickly." Hai Gai was confused and asked again, "What's wrong? Is there something going on at home?" Manager Yang told Hai Gai, "The male palace owner has arrived and the group that came with you was cursed for 4 hours." Hai Gai pondered, "It's true that I expected that the Nam Kung family would be angry, but I didn't expect that the poor old homeowner would personally come here." Then Hai Hui told the warden to tell the man who looks after the cattle stable to feed the horses. There are a lot of soldiers out there, so we probably have to rent an inn nearby. Warden Gang obeyed. This is the case, boss, don't worry, just leave it to me. Hai Guy, thank you, Governor. Hai Guy slowly walked up to the second floor. Standing outside the door, Hai Guy clearly heard the scolding of the king of the sword god. Have you lost your mind? If you consider each other as friends, you should know when to stop your friends from doing foolish things. Over here, those people who consider themselves martial artists can only stand there dumbfounded. Open your mouth quickly, are they all speechless? Wanting to immediately face the male palace owner's anger, Hai Guy pushed open the door and walked in. He also politely greeted, Sir, are you okay these days? The Emperor Sword God glanced at Hai Guy. Hai Guy's two friends breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily they were saved. Hai Guy took out the map and went to the table of the male palace owner. He opened the map. He analyzed with the owner of the Nam Kung family, thought it over, and in the end we felt that there was indeed no other place other than this place that was more favorable to build the Nam Kung family's mansion. Surprised, confused. The king of southern Gunggu pondered. The branch of the land can be understood as a branch located in a separate location belonging to a family. Up to now, no family or clan, large or small, has ever established a branch. Even powerful organizations such as the Martial Arts Alliance or Tien Ma Tan have never had one. Nam Gunggu. He was a bit worried, but the place this kid was trying to target was Lanyet Street, the commercial center, on Ba Duong Lake. All goods and materials of boats transported across Ba Duong Lake are concentrated there, so no one knows this place. Placing the Nam Kung family in such a bustling place attracts attention. Nam Gunggu also seems reasonable. If possible, it is true that heaven chose the Nam Kung family, but what about Nam Suong? So what? This place is directly in the middle of the Black Sky Lotus's territory. Hai Guy added to the emperor, there are still many clauses in the contract between Duan Jia Jiao and Black Tian Lin. I will let you read it to evaluate. The emperor quickly took the note and read it. He read attentively. His face suddenly changed color when he saw a certain line of information. Hai Guy took the opportunity to present an attractive series. Now there is no one who doesn't know that the Nam Gung family and the business family are standing side by side. We will use this as an advantage, and you can also do the same thing, so I hope you will approve of lending me the martial artist team of the Nam Kung family. In exchange you can hide your identity under the name of our business family. The Nam Gung family owner hesitated. Yes, but there is one thing, listen to this, Hai Guy. Hai Guy didn't want to interrupt, he continued talking, that's now how we put things into motion. Haven't you heard the proverb that if you throw a javelin, you have to follow the javelin? After all, what's going on? It's already done, so you can rest assured that Jiangxi will be handed over to me. The Nam Gunggu homeowner was panicked, holding power over the land of Gangte, a land that even the Black Tian Lin and the Martial Arts Alliance did not dare to touch, yet this brat wanted to take power over that whole place with just a little bit, the meager resources of a small businessman. Hai Guy didn't stop, he still tried to persuade. Have you read the clause where they agreed not to interfere in any of our commercial activities? Hai Guy confirms that the terms are very good. As long as the Dong family seal is still on that paper, it will still be valid. In the past, when we were in trouble, you once reached out to help us. Now it's time to save. I have returned this favor. I will lend you the name of the Duan family. The male Gunggu homeowner is shy. What do you mean? Hai Guy, let's analyze more clearly. Look how the businessman has bought a huge amount of land in the past 2 months, nearly 32 acres. I will sell you a quarter of that land at the same price we bought it initially. The male Gunggu homeowner was surprised, there were so many. Hai Guy urged him, what are you waiting for? All you have to do is just use our seal. You should also connect with relatives near and far, lest the Black Lotus will dig out. If this happens, you'll be in big trouble. The head of the male Gung family hesitated undecided. Hai Guy lost patience with him. He shouted, you are one of the 7 martial arts, why are you still hesitating? Think that all the streets will be your people, then you will get it. The bargain is even bigger than in Hefei. This commercial district is a mountain of gold and silver. The male Gunggu homeowner is still calmly thinking. Hai Guy is still talking nonsense next to me. I persuaded him to the end, and the group of buffalo-headed, horse-faced Black Lotus, I beat him to the point of losing his pants once, so at least in the near future, they will not dare to attack. The array won't come here anymore, but even if they plan to take action, I can only think of moving the warehouse. We still have time until then, so we have to hurry. The male Gunggu homeowner asked again, Hai Guy, so if we had to send a martial artist from our family, who should we choose? Hai Guy suggested, all the elders or famous faces are not enough, please choose those people that no one knows in the world. What we need the most right now is news. Thanks, please send people who are both strong and patient here. I can't take care of anything else. The male Gung-gu homeowner agreed, so that was fine. Hai Guy envisions a rosy future with the male Gung homeowner. If everything goes smoothly, the male Gung family will be able to earn 100,000 gold coins per year from that Ba Duong lake. The male Gung homeowner is stunned. 100,000. Looking at the male Gung homeowner with the money-hungry expressions he had been having all this time, he felt frustrated. Oh my god, this is my righteous path. Change the scene to another land. Where Seo Yun came to, she covered her face and just got off the carriage. She got out of the car with a few eyes watching what was going on here. Suddenly, a hook and spear flew towards Seo Han. Immediately Seo Han was able to dodge. Her veil was torn. That spear hook came from the hand of the Demon King. He is one of the 8 truths of the Black Lotus. Everyone on the street looked at his actions and felt dissatisfied. He was old and had lost his temper. He was a ghost king. Ma Lim King is a jerk, using a teasing tone. Little beauty, I have never met anyone as beautiful as you in all my life. Seo Yun didn't answer, yet another person came to tease her. She's truly a rare beauty that's hard to find. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw him. Oh my god, and this old man too. He was one of the 8 truths of the Black Heavenly Lotus, the king killing immortal. He continued his previous words, at first I only intended to come here to meet my disciples, but look what precious thing I found. Little beauty, I am very willing to give you the honor of serving you, in my bed, be my concubine. Ma Lim King saw the enemy coming to rob the beauty and was grumpy. You already have 8 concubines, why are you so greedy? Let me go this time. The king killing poison is not enough, he replied. Crazy man. You can't get close to a woman's beauty. Are you planning to strangle this once-in-a-lifetime beauty to death? Seo Yun was furious, staring with hatred at the Poison Fairy King. She couldn't bear it anymore. She made a move to protect herself. Don't come close to me. Ma Lim Vuong was a bit surprised at the move Seo Han unleashed. Ice attack, could it be that you come from the North Sea? Next, he grinned and said to Seo Han, you've lost your mind. How can a lowly, ragged northerner dare to walk around in broad daylight on the streets of the Central Highlands? King Dok Tien quickly interrupted Ma Lim King's words. Don't worry, I'm not like that old man. This is the territory of the evil cult. I will protect you until you come back to be my concubine. At that moment, Hai Guy came and shouted, you guys are having a fit. He loudly scolded those 2 8 emperors. The noble lady is one of the owners of the family business. What the hell are a few concubines? Saying that is an insult to a true salaryman. As soon as Seo Han saw Hai Guy, her eyes lit up and became excited. Then she looked at those 2 silly old men with a look of disgust. Ma Lim King replied, Hai Guy, has he lost his brain? Hai Guy sharply replied to Ma Lim King, you are blocking my way, you old goat. Ma Lim King wielded his sickle and spear and shouted, do you know who I am? Hai Guy smiled and replied, he knew it was always the same person. His sickle was bigger than a plowshare, his beard and mustache looked like he was half shaved. He must be a ghost king, right? Demon King is stunned, but you still don't realize it. Hai Guy interrupted him, realize what? Ma Lim Vuong's face was blank. Oh my god, I met a crazy person while walking on the street. Hai Guy laughed at him, he must have just come down from the mountain to Hue, that's why he's so ignorant and doesn't understand the current situation like that. How dare he cause chaos on the land that belongs to the Do business, you ghost. The king was startled, the mountains of the road are Hawaii stars. That's top secret. Hai Guy pulled out the seal and affirmed, but surely you recognize this seal of the leader Black Tian Lin, right? We are organizing an event here. Black Tian Lin, you are not allowed to interfere. If you interfere with anything that bears the name of the family, are you planning on disobeying the leader's orders? Ma Lim Vuong's face turned black, he hesitated, the businessman was upset. The Demon King and the Poison Immortal Slayer read the announcement attentively and were scared. How could the Black Lotus casually sign a contract with a family as small as a mosquito's eye? Did something happen while we were on the mountain, like this? The Poison Immortal King couldn't believe it. Could it be that I'm already old? The sect master agreed to hand over the center of Ho Ba Duong unconditionally. He didn't believe it, so he prepared to take out the rope from his body. The poisonous Immortal King Slayer glared, pulled out his weapon and accused Hai Guy, it must have been some dirty trick you used. Hai Guy sighed in frustration, you are one of the 8 truths, yet you don't even recognize the seal of the leader, or are you pretending not to know how to read? Hai Guy is making fun of him, he better act wisely, otherwise if he breaks the contract, his head will be blown away. The king's poison fairy was embarrassed by what he said, he angrily swore and then swung out the rope to attack Hai Guy. But Hai Guy calmly resolved it. The poison immortal king was startled, I'm old so my eyesight is blurry or something. But he didn't give up, continued to attack High Guy. The end of the rope is like a feather. There's no strength at all, it's been disabled. The Poison Fairy King is confused. Did he just use any technique? But why can't I feel anything? Along with that, the Demon King also rushed forward to join forces with the Poison Immortal Killer King. As soon as the Demon King's sickle came in front of High Guy, it was immediately bent back. After that, his move went head first to the ground, unable to reach the High Guy. The Demon King was bitter. He dodged my attacks 3 times in a row, and also used moves that we couldn't see. Both Killer Kings commented on High Guy, he is already a master. High Guy is bored, first the teacher of the Kid Gang and Murim, then the Swordsman is upstairs. Now even these unscrupulous old masters are here to cause trouble. What is this, a cultivator's version of a parent-teacher conference? High Guy sighed, but in short, I still can't reveal my true ability. I've just spent so much effort focusing all my attention on Tianqian Kiem Hu. If I reveal my true ability now, then all my plans have been in vain for so long. What should I do now? High Guy ponders how to deal with the 2 lustful old men. Right now, he hasn't shown any real martial arts skills yet, so maybe the other 2 old men will wonder, what if I avoided it just because of a temporary fluke? First, let's chat a little to buy some time. Then, High Guy started talking nonsense. Oh, here's the evil cult, you see some beasts everywhere, you 2 don't kill me yet, let's talk a little. High Guy quickly looked at the surrounding situation and assessed, considering the current situation, even those guards standing from afar watching could be detrimental. Ma Lim Vuong grimaced and scolded High Guy, how can a brat who smells like milk dares to speak such lies when he opens his mouth? Hey Guy laughing and joking, what's wrong, you don't want both political and evil factions to treat each other with courtesy, don't you guys know what it means to respect others? Ma Lim Vuong laughed humorously, oh my god, this kid is really crazy. The King's Poison Fairy frowned and replied, High Guy, even in such a small business area, you still dare to put on the name of a political faction. Who is your leader? High Guy raised his voice, opened his eyes wide, and at the same time he took out the sword badge. The Poison Immortal Killer King gritted his teeth in anger, why is the sword sect so you are a member of MANHUA sword sect? Nam Gung Gu he just appeared. High Guy blame you, I told you not to come out here, the male Gung homeowner said it again, young master, how long are you planning to wear this mask? You are clearly a martial arts expert but why do you keep trying to hide in the shadow of the male Gung family? High Guy felt unhappy when his martial arts were exposed. He could only sigh, feeling like he was wasting his time confiding in the other 2 men. No longer hiding, High Guy showed off his superior martial arts power, the great sword spirit of heaven and earth appeared. The extremely terrible power caused the Demon King and Poison Immortal Killer King to be thrown back. Ma Lim King couldn't believe it, what the hell is going on, what kind of martial arts is this? The Poison Immortal King clung to the Demon King and told him, if I felt dizzy, I would have concluded that this was some kind of strange voodoo that caused hallucinations, but my mind was still more alert than ever. Right now, I can still feel the magic fire's true power flowing strongly through my veins, my body has not lost any strength. The 2 motionless old men are wondering why they can't move. High Guy is interested in the shadow guards again, he glares looking for the target. There is definitely a shadow guard from the Black Sky lot in the crowd, if we don't find him there will be even bigger troubles. High Guy used all his strength, straining his eyes to search for prey. He used the move, the great sword spirit of heaven and earth. Do High Guy remembered, according to the sword god's words, no matter how strong he is, a martial artist should not use this move for more than 7 minutes, then High Guy suddenly rushed forward, creating violent storms. He clearly remembered the sword god's instructions, he said that if used beyond the allowed time, this move would destroy both the body and mind of the martial artist, resulting in that person's hair turning completely white, life. High Guy discovered a scorpion symbol on the back of a shadow guard's neck. I once heard that the shadow guards of the Black Lotus have a common symbol which is a scorpion tattoo on the back of their neck. High Guy raised his hand to grab this security guard's neck. He lifted him up and threw him into the air gently. Back and forth, High Guy wants to beat this guy to pieces. He fell up and then landed on his hooves. All the guards with scorpion tattoos were touched by High Guy. They fell over each other. Ma Lim King looked at him cautiously, he blew away too many people on our side. High Guy finished solving it and landed on the 2 old men's faces. He pointed at the guards and asked the 2 old men, do you know them? Ma Lim King was grumpy, demon, you must have put some kind of invisible poison on us, you'd better stop right now and hand over all the antidote here. High Guy calmly looked at the Demon King's slightly mixed beaked request. I myself don't think I poisoned them. Invisible poisoning, what a deadly method, Ma Lim King said again. If it wasn't poison then what else could it be? If it was something else then must leave some trace. Hi Guy remained silent and did not respond. I think, it's only natural, the older people get and the more experience they have, the more conservative they become with their opinions. The old masters of the pagan cult have witnessed heaven, never saved. Hi Guy smiled meaningfully. That's all, I can't thank you enough. Luckily those guys just think it's simple. He took out a few elixir pills from his body. The general manager gave this to him because he was worried that he would work too hard. He said that this was an expensive elixir that could only be used by those in positions of authority. Then, Hi Guy threw these 2 medicinal pills to the poison immortal king and the demon king. He pretended and told the 2 old men, but he didn't expect that the 2 of them had already seen through it all. This poison takes a month to absorb. If you don't have time to eat enough antidote after a month of being poisoned, the only thing you can do is the water waits for the internal organs to crumble and then die from the inside. The demon king was bitter, he knew it right away, and the poison immortal killer king silently thought, this is the way bad guys often use to control the enemy, but give the opponent the antidote right away like this. Poison immortal killer king's trembling hands reached for the medicinal pill. Hi Guy also uses psychological attacks, whether to eat or not is up to you. The ghost king ate in a hurry, he was afraid of death. After swallowing the medicinal pill, the demon king asked indignantly, hey Guy, what do you want? Hi Guy, let's be blunt, first of all I want those security guards to never say a word about this. Ma Lim Vuong frowned in confusion. Suddenly, he pulled out his sickle and swung it. The heads of the shadow guards immediately separated from their bodies after the demon king's slash. Hi Guy shouted in surprise, what are you doing? After the Ma Lim king finished cutting, he asked Hi Guy, do you have a better way? The person is dead, of course you can only keep your mouth shut when going down to the golden stream. Hey Guy loudly ordered, go back to Black Tian Lin, if you need anything else I will send a letter, I will also tell your disciples to pass on the remaining antidote. And don't even think about meeting your disciple anymore. The demon king and the poison immortal killer king agreed, okay. Very quickly the 2 old men rushed back to the Black Sky Lotus. Hi Guy stopped, his face heavy. He looked at everyone around him, they gave him looks of concern and fear. The male gung homeowner came over and said, they are truly evil, I really don't understand what the martial emperor is doing, allowing these villains to act so rashly. Hi Guy replied sadly, from the moment they chose to be a shadow guard for the Black Galaxy, it meant they had already turned themselves into the ones at the forefront of the martial arts world, whether they were martial artists or not, once committed to the world of wandering, how can one avoid the fate of heaven? Nam Gung homeowner advises Hi Guy, after all, it is your responsibility for them to die, please bury them properly. Hi Guy agrees, yes, of course. The male gung homeowner was silent for a few seconds looking at the guy. He said to him again, are you still human? Hi Guy, I don't understand, what do you mean? The male gung homeowner replied in a low voice, your martial arts skills. Hi Guy, understand what you mean. The male gung gu homeowner closed his eyes and looked back at Hi Guy. He realized, thinking that there was nothing left that could surprise me anymore, but it turned out that the old man was wrong. According to the theory that martial arts arose from the beginning of the wilderness, in the heart of the world, of heaven and earth, there is an object that holds the spiritual flow of heaven and earth. That thing is beyond human understanding, only gods can know, even me, who is known as one of the 7 martial arts seats, I only vaguely sensed that thing, never once felt it clearly, but the young man standing in front of me knew clearly what that thing was. Nam Gung homeowner believes that those who have reached a desperate situation can see with the naked eye the maximum flow created by him, a chaotic flow of air with no clear where the heart is, which makes I was so surprised that it was deeply imprinted in my mind, I was extremely surprised. Nam Gung gu is very vague, because even we can only vaguely feel the presence of that thing, especially after reaching a desperate situation for more than 10 years. Nam Gung gu is difficult for him to understand. What is more remarkable is that the chaotic flow does not target exactly one point or person, but an entire large area around it. It is unbelievable that we live in this world for a long time. At this young age, I have the opportunity to admire that scene. Isn't seeing through the flow of all things something only gods can do? He frowned and looked closely at Hi Guy. This kid not only saw through it but also connected it to the entire surrounding area. It was truly unimaginable. Could this be true martial art? After a moment of self-reflection, the male gung homeowner asked Hi Guy, have you ever heard of natural scenery? A little information about the natural scene. It is the highest realm that humans can achieve, a state when the human essence, energy, and spirit have completely merged into one with heaven and earth. all things erased, the boundary between gods and mortals, helping people make the most of the power of nature with an immortal body. In the history of martial arts, only 3 martial artists have achieved this realm. Legend has it that they were known as the 3 gods. Hi Guy smiled foolishly and replied to the male gung homeowner, "What are you saying, natural scene, do I look so much like a god?" Nam Gung Gu was curious, "So what is that martial art called? I myself and probably everyone else in the world have never seen that type of martial art before." Hi Guy also admitted, "That's right, this type of martial arts was originally born from an impromptu idea, personally created by the sword god, that's why it was named Heaven and Earth Great Sword Spirit." Hi Guy thought to himself, in the past the sword god had trained to become a white eye, but he probably still couldn't understand those physics formulas. It was only me who had studied mathematics in the modern world, understand. Therefore, the destruction of the vector value of the kinetic energy formulas is still a concept and even the sword god has not yet been able to comprehend it. Hi Guy sighed helplessly, he couldn't hide it anymore. After having overheard so much valuable knowledge from other people, how could he have the audacity to call himself a descendant of the sword god? Why did he continue to deny his existence? I thought. Then Hi Guy stepped forward and patted his chest. He declared, "Sword then do son, that is my master's noble name. One of the 3 legendary martial artists of all time, the martial god, the demon god, and the sword god. The descendants of the martial god and demon god are still living in the rivers and lakes, the Shima family. In Tianma City, the legitimate descendants of those gods all have great prestige in the rivers and lakes, and are respected by the entire martial arts world. Only the sword god, the god said to be in the highest realm of the 3, disappeared without leaving a trace. Sword god, with just one sword, completely purged the entire dark sect, a sect many times more powerful than the celestial devil sect, the dream that every swordsman in the world is aiming for, a role model beyond reach of many people, a legendary legend in history." The male Gung Gu homeowner was surprised to no end. "Sword god, you're not kidding?" Hi Guy, "Sure, yes, that's right." Nam Gung Gu continued asking, "So what about that thing you call heavenly sword flow?" Hi Guy replied, "Yes, it is a martial art that only the sword god knows. Tian Qiam Lu, short sword reaching through the sky." Hi Guy thought, "I used to think this name was too arrogant, but now I understand, because it is the martial arts of the sword god, that's why." Nam Gung Gu was stunned. "Sword god Wushan, so could it be that you are?" Hi Guy confirms, "Yes, he is the ancestor of our family." The Gung Gu male was excited, "If that's true, then it's extremely good news for the entire world of martial arts, it must be announced to the entire martial arts world." Hi Guy, stop him, "I don't want that." Nam Gung Gu is difficult to understand. "Why? If the Martial Arts Alliance knows that you are a descendant of the sword god, you can completely stand out and establish your own sect, which will certainly attract a large number of martial artists, not is this an opportunity for the political faction to grow wings?" Hi Guy shook his head, "Not really, will establishing a sect help me earn more money than running a family business?" Male Gung Gung was dumbfounded, "Well no but." The Gung Gu male sighed and found it difficult to speak. He hesitated and then had to express, "As the head of a famous family, I also understand the importance of money, but money is not everything, there is also honor and history of the family, clan." Hi Guy lied, "No, money is everything." He thinks that money is the most important thing in this world. He remembers modern memories. "My parents used to fight every day just because of money and food. Because she was poor and could not afford treatment, her mother had to pass away forever in a hospital bed. My ex also left me because I couldn't trust the future promise of a man who couldn't even rent a decent room. My friends near and far all cut off their relationship one after another because I couldn't even pay for a party. Does anyone know what my previous nickname was? Shoelace Guy, because when it's time to pay, after eating, I bent down and happily tied my shoelaces. Does anyone understand the feeling of being invited to a wedding by a close friend but not daring to go? Do you know how humiliating and embarrassing that feeling is? As a man, you can't even pay for a drink, holding a cigarette bought on the sidewalk in his mouth, wandering aimlessly on the street, shedding tears, wondering what the hell he was doing. All of my friends who got married in their early 20s all had one thing in common, which was that they were all at least middle class or above, all of them, with their parents supporting them for about 20 or 3 years, 10 million won before the wedding." Hi Guy continues to sadly reminisce about the past. "So what about people like me who haven't finished college yet and already owe 10 million won, get married and have children, get a stable job and then start dreaming about it, that?" Hi Guy's ex-lover then asked him, "When will we get married?" At that time, Hi Guy remembered, he had to try to ignore his girlfriend's sincere and innocent question, "Who knows, what does it taste like? Married life without children, preferring a single lifestyle, that's just an excuse for poverty. Even in modern society, such a thing still exists, so how terrible is it in this cruel martial arts place? From a young age, he grew up in a family belonging to the ranks of the great clans of the Wanderers. How can you understand that feeling when you enjoy all the jewels and jewels, glory and wealth like you do? You will never imagine how humble money can turn people, or even inhumane, you will never understand. Only I will probably forever have this thought deeply rooted in my heart. Seeing that Hai Guy is still pondering, has no intention of changing, the Gung-gu male is also helpless. It seems that since you like him, I can't dissuade him even if I want to dissuade him. Hai Guy doesn't want to mention this again. The male Gung-gu homeowner also had to leave. Okay, I'm going back now. When the army team is ready I will send you a letter. Hai Guy agrees. Okay. At the auditorium located at Ba Duong Lake. Hai Guy is running a meeting, he announced. Now will be the introduction of new members. He turned his eyes to Din Ga Hui and Ron Sang Rock. From the right are the two positions Ron San Rock and Din Ga Hui. Looking at Din Ga Hui's appearance, everyone looked unsightly. Hai Guy reminded her, can't you tie your hair up neatly, at least look neat and clean to look like a normal person, leaving your hair hanging like that is scaring everyone to death. Din Ga Hui suddenly wrote another scenario, do you like people with tied hair? Hai Guy was speechless, he snapped, it wasn't like that, but it would be more comfortable to tie it up. Din Ga Hui disagrees, not at all, I've had this hairstyle since I was a child. At that moment, Miss Tua Hien walked in, she appeared bright and beautiful. In Ri, he and Ron San Rock were both amazed by her beauty, Ron San Rock even gasped in admiration. Even the Cha Ga Uan and Gang Ho also trembled in my heart. Din Ga Hui looked at Seo Han and saw everyone's expressions, she also understood and suddenly felt self-conscious. So, Din Ga Hui tied up her long, flowing hair. I asked everyone's opinion, are you satisfied? Hi, quick guy, that's it. Next, he introduced Seo Han, and this lady is Miss Tua Hien from the North Sea. Che Ga Uan and Gang Ho were both surprised, Bak Hai Asia, was a person from the Ice Palace. Hai Guy advises everyone, come on, it's been a few years, you guys have long-standing enemies, you remember too much, this is a place of business, public and private are not mixed clearly, are you planning to chase people away? Ah. After hearing this, everyone calmed down. Gang Ho and Ga Uan competed to introduce themselves, the latter named Nam Gu Gang Ho, and the latter called Ga Uan. Riong is excited, this young master is Gang and Riong, it's a pleasure to meet you. San Rock is also excited, and I am Ron San Rock. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Miss Tua Hien did not reply a word. Seeing that she seemed shy, Hai Guy said, Miss Tua Hien, please sit down, let's start the meeting. Hai Guy took out the map and opened it for everyone to see. He said, right now the most urgent thing to do is to build business establishments spread everywhere on Ba Duong Lake. We have already selected a few prime locations, which are some red marks, on that map. Does anyone have any comments? Butler Lee wondered, the planning is different in Hop Phi, why is that? Hai Guy explained, because there is no need to build ice storage at Ba Duong Lake, each facility will build a small cold room, when ice is needed, Miss Hien will personally come and do it. Everyone was admiring. The butler was happy, then we will save a large amount of money, we just found out that our treasury is about to run out, this old man has spent so much time worrying about it for a long time, this is really good news. But the general manager Lee grimaced, but like this. He pointed to the location next to the service station, he pointed out, I don't think this place is very convenient, this place is too close to the service station, if you choose this place, 9 times out of 10 you will have to have a bit of a fight with the officials there. General Manager Lee reminded Hai Guy, it's not right to create a bad reputation just starting out. Ga Uan didn't think so, he said, it's simple, he also wondered about Hai Guy's attitude, what was he thinking about? Hai Guy asked again, do you have any solution? He said, all the red dots on the map are our land, right, and this port also belongs to our side. He believes that if a service station wants to operate, it must rely on the prerequisites of having permission from local officials and that the area has a port, so if we make up some excuse and then close it down, port for about 2 or 3 months, then that station will have no choice but to move. Hai Guy bewildered, quite satisfied with this solution. Next is Ga Uan, so what is the solution that Ga Uan wants to propose? I was sweating profusely, my voice stopped because I didn't have a solution yet. Suddenly he banged the table and blamed him, what the hell are you? Looking at the confused struggle of Che Ga Uan, Hai Guy chuckled thinking about Enrihi, maybe now I would call him Che Ga and Ryong. If from the beginning Gyang and Ri he was raised and educated, and I don't know how big of a figure a member of a political faction has now become. Hai Gai said that, although I haven't witnessed the full potential of Nam Gyang Gyang Ho and Chi Ga Uan, I can confirm that Gyang and Ri he is much more useful than those two people, hidden behind his oversized muscles. That is an extraordinary intelligence. Chi Ga Uan also silently acknowledged Ryong's talent. He had just glanced at the massive map of Ba Duong Lake and came up with such an idea. It was not an easy task, even for those who had researched it. I've been studying geography for more than 10 years, but I'm still having trouble with this problem. Hai Gai compliments Ri sir, very good, so first we will take care of the port matter first. First just listen to the plan that Ri sir just presented, and remember that it is related to business transportation. This family history is top secret. Next thing. The general manager spoke up immediately. This design is from the steelworkers, right? Hai Gai confirmed, correct. Hai Gai added, instead of wooden pillars, we will use steel to build the entire pillar. The procedure is the same as before, taking advantage of all the ways and everything we have, to create a wooden pillar, the strongest, most solid steel, able to withstand enormous weight. Hai Gai ordered the general manager. He told all the iron wards to focus on researching this, steel pillars. The general manager was skeptical. He asked carefully, so what weight are we talking about here? Hai Gai replied, at least 6 years. The general manager still doesn't understand, so let me ask, what exactly are you planning to build? 6 tons and only 1 steel column to support it. Hai Gai had to tell the general manager clearly, this matter should still be top secret until the steel column is finished, but, today we are planning to build a building more than 10 stories high. The general manager exclaimed, 10 floors, higher than 10 floors, how is that possible? A century ago, the old architect Mo Jian Yit was praised as the architectural master of the era, with the architectural work that he dedicated his whole life to completing, which was a 6-story building, floors, built over a period of 7 long years. The general manager expressed his concern, perhaps if we used iron and steel to build column walls, it would be possible, but where would we get the funds, and most of all, there is no available architect here. Where is the first master of the Central Plains or the master of our time? Che Ga always wondered. The number 1 in the Central Plains was Mr. Mo Gyang. The station manager frowned and said to the general manager, affirming with such certainty right in front of the station's family was extremely rude. The general took a helpless breath and asked the young master to forgive him. Hai Gai also smiled and laughed away the tension. He lightly scolded the general manager. He said that in front of the young landlord criticizing the station, it's not good, that statement is very wrong, you have to try it to know. The general manager expressed his apologetic attitude. I hope you will forgive me, I don't often follow the gangster stories, so I didn't know that you were the young owner of the station. Hai Gai also told the general manager to calm down. As for the plan, Mr., don't worry, the young master of the station is also cooperating to help us, and then you will be able to admire the top design. The general manager has to agree, okay. He was still not completely clear, his hand trembling as he pointed to the map and said, but it's not just one building, right? Hai Gai grinned and replied, currently we only have plans to build 20 buildings. The general manager was stunned, what, 20 buildings? The general manager calculated that 20 buildings are more than 10 stories high. Just building one building is already extraordinary. Moreover, casting just one steel pillar costs a lot of money, but also building so many, I don't know how many pillars are needed. Just a rough calculation is more than 100 pillars. The general manager is worried, he can't imagine how much money we will have to spend, considering that only the money to build the pillars is 10 buildings in a row. The general manager was not very happy and asked Hai Gai, have we prepared the necessary capital yet? Hai Gai confidently replied, rest assured, I have a plan. The general manager was happy in his heart, he was sure that somehow he would earn all the money he needed, but now I was too shy to ask where the money came from. Criticizing that the station was like wearing sandals in the general manager's stomach, he coincidentally asked Hai Gai, would Black Tian Lin really accept to spend such a large amount of money? After the general manager heard it, he was immediately surprised. Hi, you're a sloppy guy, if you don't accept it, what else can you do? They can't bear the consequences to demand it. If you need it, we can run to the place to collect debt from the city owner over there. It's hard to understand. You'll be the owner, yes, but why? Hai Gai analyzed, the city lord of Jiangxi City is a close relative of Huang Ai-hyung, a member of the Queen Mother's maternal side of the royal family. Whether he is Black Tian Lin or the city lord of Jiangxi City, then they were all on the same team to illegally steal gunpowder and cannons from the royal arsenal. If they wanted to go down, they would pull them both down. Hai Gai smiled meaningfully at Gang Ho and Ga Uan. He said, since we are talking about this issue, I also want to talk about it. Hi Guy criticizes the Emperor. The stupid Emperor is currently the monarch of the entire Central Plains, after all, so if we threaten to rebel against the Emperor, what will they still dare to do? Okay again. The general manager was scared and reminded Hi Guy, stupid, you're talking about the Son of Heaven. Hi Guy doesn't care. He also said again, if he can't do his duties and responsibilities, he will either be deposed, or stabbed in the back, even if he is the Son of Heaven. There is no exception. If as a true emperor, would anyone let the Queen Mother's faction run rampant like that? Hi Guy still doesn't stop. You have to know the way to control. In the middle of speaking, Gang Ho immediately covers Hi Guy's mouth, preventing him from speaking randomly. There are a lot of eyes and ears around here. Hi Guy borrowed these words and deliberately said it out loud. Hi, this guy treats his subordinates like family. I wonder if there is a traitor sitting in this room. Whatever the outcome will probably be that person. Know yourself. The servants in the house were all silent. No one dared to say anything. Once resolved, Hi Guy warms up everyone. Then let's get to work. Take this blueprint first. The servant received the design map. He hesitated and asked again, Hi Guy, do you want to add or edit any more details? Hi Guy replied, the length, width and weight can be changed, but the structure must remain the same. Hi Guy, please advise, so that the work can withstand at least 6 tons of falling. Do you hear me clearly? This servant obeys. You hear me very clearly. Hi Guy seriously talked down. We have marked on the map the locations expected to build the tower. First of all, everyone should go to the place they are assigned and send back a report on the materials needed for the building. Great man. Then, he shouted loudly and announced that the meeting ended here. Everyone understood their tasks and shouted in unison, clearly. Black Sky Lotus at this time. At the Medicine King's Hall, the Demon King and the Poison Immortal Murder King were arriving. The 2 guards respectfully greeted and paid their respects to the Lord. The Demon King shouted, Medicine King, are you in there? The Medicine King heard this and replied annoyed, you're causing trouble and going crazy all by yourself. The blood treasure pill is still not complete. Please go home, come next time. I told you when it's finished I will send you a letter to notify you. The Malim King leaned into the Medicine King's ear and whispered, we have been poisoned by invisible poison. The Medicine King was surprised. The poison was invisible. Could it be the technique of making medicinal pills that had long been lost in the rivers and lakes, and there was someone who used that poison on the Demon Lim King? The Medicine King did not believe it. Again, maybe you're too old to be confused, but that kind of poison has been gone for 100 years or so. The Poison Immortal Killer King dismissed that idea. No, we've both tested the symptoms of that poison, and we've even taken the antidote for another half a month. The Medicine King shouted, how stupid, you two have been caught. The Demon King did not listen. He kept talking, quickly prepare an antidote for us. The Medicine King scolded, your brain has completely degenerated. Okay, the antidote to such a rare poison. Do you think you can find it if you want to find it? The Medicine King came forward to test the Ma Lich King's pulse. Slowly, let me test the pulse first. After checking your pulse, the Medicine King was puzzled. The 8 meridians and 12 meridians in your body are still normal. I think perhaps your internal energy has improved a little. Seeing that your vitality is still there, I'm so excited. I recently found some kind of elixir. Ma Lim King did not understand anything. He shouted back, stupid old man, do you understand what the word invisible means? Meaning it is a type of poison that has no symptoms at all, but slowly leads people to death. He's close to a ghost official and is the king of medicine, but he doesn't understand such a basic thing. The Medicine King thought, well, what he said makes sense, but there is no poison in this world that doesn't have any symptoms. The purpose of creating poison is to harm the human body. No matter how mild the poison is, it is impossible to not have any effect on the 8 meridians. No such poison exists. Ma Lim King still insisted that we were all definitely poisoned, and could only lie still and wait for death, at which point we couldn't even move. The Kingslayer Poison Fairy added, is an extremely strong poison. Everyone standing around us also fainted. I have lived to this age and still have not witnessed anything so cruel. The Medicine King wondered, just now you two said that you took the temporary antidote for half a month, right? That's not necessarily the antidote. The Demon King and the Killing King were confused. What? The Medicine King explained, if you are sure that the poison is invisible, and will not cause any manifestations on the body, even in the 8th meridians. Ma Lim King is waiting for the answer, so what? The Medicine King surmised that it was only the brain. Invisible toxicity attacked the brain. The Medicine King added, suddenly strangely energetic and lucid, still don't understand, huh? Ma Lim King is stupid. What do you mean? the Medicine King firmly concluded that the antidote that you two ate is actually another type of poison that causes you to be reflected back. Simple, is the period when you are dying and suddenly become unusually alert and lucid. It can also be understood as a last word to a loved one or some post-event advice. The two Demon License King and Poison Immortal Killer King were extremely scared, returning and reflecting the starlight. Poison Immortal Killer King's voice trembled. What do you mean? But right now we are still very healthy. The Medicine King sadly replied that there is no antidote that can cure the poison that attacks the brain, although in the past there was only one case where an expert used the true chi technique to cure another person by using this method. Burns the poison that has eaten into the brain, but the after effects are weakened blood and white hair for the rest of your life. The Medicine King continued, how can a person who goes crazy after escaping death be called a human? Ma Lim King is so scared, don't do it to us who are already dead, think of a way. The Poison Immortal King also urged, don't look at us like that. The Medicine King doesn't want to say much, I can only say this, the antidote you guys ate is actually a different kind of poison, time will only make you healthier, the only hope can only be to rely on the mercy of the person who poisoned you. Ma Lim King's whole face wrinkled, how benevolent. The Medicine King clearly stated that the unwritten rule for all those who use poison is to always have the antidote on hand, because there may be a time when they accidentally inject poison into themselves. If you go back and find the person who poisoned you, maybe he has the antidote, and even if he doesn't, he will still know how to treat you. Two bitter old men, oh my god, so in the end our lives are still in the hands of that brat. The Medicine King wondered, in the end, who did that? It was invisible poison, it was really unbelievable, was it someone from the royal family, or someone from the Poison Valley? Ma Lim Vuong frowned and replied, does this old man have rotten ears? We said we don't know, don't tell us you intend to spread this story throughout the village up and down there. Unless he was mentally ill, no one would bother to come see an old man like me. This thought of the Medicine King made the Demon King speechless. On the other side, at the family's home, the head of the family's family criticized Gam Yang Hun, who was sitting sloppily on the chair. Suddenly, a subordinate walked in and told him, the young master is here to see you. He waved his hand and said, let him in. At the same time, his son came and called, father, he asked me what was going on. Che Gog Yang replied, it's about the past. The head of the auspicious family secretly thought that from the moment he became an inspector until now, he suddenly began to act on his own, no longer paying any attention to the orders issued by the Martial Arts Alliance. Holding the letter in his hand, he angrily exclaimed, what is this? If he apologizes now and promises to return as soon as possible, maybe it can be saved, but what's the matter? It's not enough to make me crazy to the point of suddenly resigning, but now he wants to borrow another 20,000 taels of gold. 20,000 taels of gold is the amount of money my whole family combined to earn all year, yes, but now he still wants to invest in the Nam Kung family's business, even though there is an alliance keeping an eye on them. But why the hell does he want to invest in those Nam Kung bastards? Yes. Che Gog Yang expressed, Dad, can you let me read it? After reading it, he angrily shouted, this kid has lost his mind. Father, I will go to Anhui and bring you back here soon. Cheat Gamai Mr. Hun, calm down, just sit down first. From the past until now, I have never seen him show interest in anything except studying and construction techniques. A child with such a personality would resign from his position as an inspector at the Alliance, just to joining the family of the Nam Kung family. As his father, I know he is not the type to act without reason. Do you remember what Yuan said to us after the martial arts conference? You mean that guy named Du Hai Guy? To be exact, it's the hidden dragon that unmentioned. Che Gamai Mr. Hun said, Go along on Hui. My youngest son said that he was on a completely different level compared to everyone he had ever met, both in terms of martial arts, intelligence, often holds exams and drawings, a master in almost every field. Che Gog Yang expressed that it's unreasonable. Young people at his age are often interested in new things. Perhaps this is the first time he sees someone owning things he doesn't have, so that's why he said that, but it sounds like an exaggeration. But the boy ran away from home again to meet that guy, even though he was always a more rational person. There was no way he would suddenly cause so much trouble. Before these words, the son had to ponder. My husband said, I order you to go and see what kind of character that guy is. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately replied and obeyed, Father, I will arrange to go immediately. Suddenly, he stood up, folded his arms across his chest and said, I will tell the general manager to give you some gold for travel expenses, Father. That young man named No Hai Guy has held in his hands the economic lifeline of Ho Fi in just a few years. You should observe to see if that businessman has a reputation worthy of reality. and then whether the business should be started. Whether you like it or not will be up to you to decide, it has nothing to do with un. After listening, the son quickly bowed and replied, I understand, father. In the dark moon, Li Gongdin asked fiercely, is that guy wearing a demon mask coming here again? The subordinate immediately knelt down and replied, yes, my lord, and just like last time, this time he still came alone. I was also surprised at his level of courage, as big as the sky. He walked in and out of the Black Lotus as if he were at home. The dark guards didn't detect his presence anymore, that's right. Hearing that, Li Gongdin commanded in a low voice to let him in. As soon as they finished speaking, they answered in unison, yes, sir. Soon, the masked person entered. He asked with a leisurely expression, how are you these days? Li Gongdin silently exclaimed, nothing changed. Still in that sarcastic tone, he replied, asking too much, if you dare to tease me again, your head will no longer be intact on your neck. The guy laughed and replied, oh hey, we're all doing business together, why should we be so tense? Soon our businessmen's furniture and belongings will be chosen here, we're looking forward to taking the shares, it's yours already. Next time, remember to follow the rules when entering here, if you want to come or go, you must clearly communicate with the hidden guard at the Black Gate, if you receive permission, then step inside. Hearing these words, he burst out laughing, oh I can't help it, if you want to identify yourself you have to take off your mask, and I don't have any intention of taking it off at all. Li Gongdin threatened bitterly, do you think I can't take off that cheap mask of yours? I thought I told you this already, that every time I want to visit this place, I arrange a guard to be on duty to send an urgent letter to the palace. If I do not return within 2 hours, the news will be transmitted to the emperor immediately. Faced with this warning, Li Gongdin bitterly asked, what do you want this time? Du Haigai replied loudly, over there lend us 100 taels of gold, you already know, we lent too much so now we are seriously short of money, rest assured, in the future we will not undershare the profits, what rate is there for you? The subordinates of the Black Heavenly Lotus responded massively, is this guy crazy, a shameless pig-brain thing? Du Haigai calmly replied, what's wrong, you will benefit a lot from our business, just consider this money as an initial investment, if you splurge generously, the profits will definitely come, much more generous. At this time, Li Gongdin frowned and said 3 words, dark sky murder. Immediately, from the ceiling, a dark figure appeared. Dark Sky Sat respectfully replied, there are subordinates. Dark Tian Sat is known by the world as the shadow of the leader Black Tian Lin, the hidden right hand of the leader. There are rumors in the world that even the Iron Fist King, the leader of the 8 emperors, is also the leader of the 8 emperors. I'm a little afraid of this shadow, Li Gongdin said, summoning the demon spirit squad here, blocking the entire harbor area, and preventing even a single fly from reaching the north. As he finished speaking, Dark Tian Sat replied, yes, my lord. Du Haigai stood aside and calmly asked, are you planning to kill me? Seeing the intention of Li Gongdin, Du Haigai laughed out loud and mocked. He said, do you think I have the courage to get in here but don't have the courage to get back out? Without saying much, Du Haigai immediately used the great sword spirit to deal with the enemy. This blow made everyone present scream in fear. Haigai expressed, it was the same when he was at the inn, it was the same here, why am I always forced into the path of having to reveal my true abilities? Originally I thought just a few threats would be enough, but who would have thought that this old man would issue an order to immediately blockade all ports like that? Do you think you'll die if you listen to me for a moment? Faced with that power, Li Gongdin was surprised, what the heck, so the culprit that time wasn't Nam Kung but this devil-masked brat. What exactly is this situation? Just wanting to maintain a steady stance is already difficult, is this really considered martial arts? There are only 2 possibilities, one is the evil magic of the apostate West, the other is the soul capture magic of the demon god. These 2 moves are just simple tricks to help hypnotize and cause hallucinations for the enemy, but I didn't feel dizzy, nor did my heart beat fast, so I can be sure that this was not a procedure. This pressure does not swallow my strength, but it also does not mean that I can freely use my strength. Every time I try to move, there is some invisible external force exerting pressure on our body, making all efforts meaningless, as if a ghost had appeared. The only time I have ever had to experience such a terrible feeling of oppression was when my ideas were still unstable. In other words, in the current situation, I am the only one left, the only one who has reached the transcendent state, and if you have a strong mindset, you can still stand. The remaining people probably didn't understand why they were kneeling on the ground. They shouted loudly in panic, it was poison, deadly poison. Li Gongdin panicked, no, this is not it. I only saw a Du Hai guy gently snap his fingers. An unknown pill flew directly into the mouth of the Gong Din cup. Made him drink it directly into his stomach. His body began to change slightly. Du Hai guy said, "If you want your subordinates to also receive the antidote, you'd better listen to what I say." Faced with this situation, Li Gongdin pondered for a while. After that, he said loudly, "Don't believe him, it's all cunning talk, it's not poison, this is not poison." They looked skeptically at the cup Gongdin. They said, this wolf-hearted old leader still did not pay attention to the thousands of subordinates who were being poisoned, their lives were hanging by a thread, and still mindlessly gave the order to attack. That's right, he's already received the antidote, so he doesn't pay any attention to us anymore. Seeing that his subordinates did not react, Li Gongdin silently cursed, "These beasts." Du Hai guy added sarcastically, "In return, if this place was under the control of the Namkung family, then with just one command from the homeowner, the soldiers would all rush forward with fiery spirit in their eyes. This is the limitation of paganism. A collection of people who come for personal gain, a sect where complete control lies under the stratification of power, the Black Lotus. The most fragile element of such sects is faith in God. For these people, faith does not originate from trust, love or loyalty as usual, but purely from money. So when that benefit to cling to is no longer there, such sects will easily stand on the brink of collapse. Could it be that until now you still think I can't take over the warehouse of the Black Sky Lotus? Your life is in my hands." Hearing these words, Li Gongdin silently shouted, "The cunning man. No matter how many times I probe, this bastard's aura and determination seem to contain a power that is both dignified and noble. This unique aura can only be seen on martial artists, pretending to be righteous, yet this guy's words and actions seem even more scheming and cunning than the demonic cult leader." Du Hai guy replied, "To tell the truth, now that I want to kill all your subordinates, there's nothing you can do, so I'll leave." Suddenly, Li Gongdin screamed loudly and stopped. Du Hai guy turned around and asked, "What to do next?" The old man said, 100,000 taels of gold is too much." Hey guy scoffed, "What nonsense are you talking about? Just the amount of money you oppress the business households on Ba Duong Lake has reached 30,000 taels a year, do you think I don't know? Not to mention the amount of taxes imposed by traders and negative taxes was up to 50,000 taels. And every time there is a crop failure, you gain an additional 130,000 taels of rice. Another 100,000 taels come from fishing, plus 70,000 shipping fees for boats on Ba Luang Lake. That's not to mention the huge profits of up to 400,000 taels earned from the casinos, brothels, and flower streets around here, up to 40,000 taels of gold. Where the hell did you get that damn money? Go out. And the hard income from information brokerage is 80,000 taels of gold. What are you bastards complaining about? You really can't dig out 10,000 taels." Li Gongdin shouted in response, "But haven't you cut off all of those sources of income? I don't know what to do anymore." Du Hai guy took something out of his pocket and replied, "It's still a ridiculous reason. So what about the 30,000 taels of profit from livestock farming every year, the 30,000 taels of mineral exploitation, and the other 30,000 taels of profit from organizing annual banquets? You also have a strategy to invest in division. With such a large distribution, the money coming into your pocket is probably not just limited to two significant words anymore, right?" Before these interrogations, Li Gongdin was afraid that. Du Hai guy continued, "Is it possible that the wealth and prosperity of the Black Lotus is only located in those warehouses? You think I'm stupid? I hit it too well. Do you want me to list it further? Prince, the king's uncle, his wife." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Gongdin quickly shouted loudly to stop and stop. At this moment, Du Hai guy felt, that means what I was about to say was a secret he couldn't reveal. Li Gongdin said, "I agree with that amount of money, 100,000 taels of gold." He thought to himself, "No way, this bastard." Suddenly, Du Hai guy raised 3 fingers and said, "Hey, negotiating that is just the beginning of the negotiation. As for the antidote, it's only the royal uncle, it's better not to say it. Anyway, well, things change, people's hearts can easily change. This master has changed his mind, 30,000 taels." Li Gongdin secretly thought, 30,000 taels was half of the total amount of energy collected by the Black Heavenly Lotus. If left as is, the loss would be quite significant. But first, it was necessary to immediately close his mouth that wanted to continue talking about the emperor's uncle. After that, he agreed to that condition. Li Gongdin, after the agreement was over, asked, "Give me the antidote." Du Hai guy burst out laughing and exclaimed, "Oh my god, you still agreed to give me such a huge 30,000 taels, so these pills, no matter what this prize is, this master is willing." After that, he immediately took out the antidote and gave it to him. See the antidote before your eyes. Black Tian Lotus's subordinates took the medicine in their hands and immediately drank it. Hai Guy further advised, this batch of medicine is enough for you to last for the next 2 weeks, try to hold on your own. After that, Li Gongdin called, the general manager, there were subordinates. Order to withdraw 30,000 taels of gold from the treasury, clear. Li Gongdin wondered, what about the treasure worth 300,000 taels of the Du family's headquarters? Du Haigai replied, oh, yes, I will give it back to you in full, with request, anything specific. First, I want to get all the weapons the family made for a total of 50,000 taels of gold. Then this is difficult, if the quantity of weapons costs up to 50,000 taels, it must be equivalent to a year's supply of weapons for Anhui province's army headquarters. Smuggling that many weapons to Hatien, there is no difference, it doesn't help tigers grow wings. Furthermore, according to the current situation, most of the most skilled workers of the joint venture have concentrated in the Ba Duong Lake area, so the remaining number will not be able to meet such a huge order. In return, I offer to take full control of the family's top restaurant for 1 year, so how about experiencing for yourself how lucrative the food industry can be? Go. Li Gongdin silently said, full control. Hey guys, said seriously, are you trying to trick me again? I've already proposed it, so you should just accept it, as long as your decision is really worthwhile. Then as a business person, I will also wholeheartedly treat you. Li Gongdin replied, if you want to continue talking brazenly, then go ahead, you brazen brat, but I'm no longer interested. During that time, I was also involved in quite a few troublesome deals. The merchants on Ba Duong Lake were initially a bit conservative, so there were still disputes here and there from time to time, but after visiting after one trip, everything went smoothly. After getting the capital of 300,000 taels of gold, I immediately bought a boat to transport iron ores. It can be said that Du Hai Guy was almost a step above thanks to having the antidote in hand, so he was able to relax. The roof commanded subordinates under the king's command, helping to significantly reduce the cost of hiring manual labor. Once the raw material supply had been stabilized, a large iron foundry was finally established near Poyong Lake. Overwhelmed by the vast scale of the factory, the Jiangxi patrol even brought along the whole army arrived at the place. However, in the end, Du Hai Guy's cunning tongue turned the guest into a master. To put it bluntly, he captured the dark side of the patrol palace. For the first time, the people of Ho Ba Duong saw their guards' faces turn pale as if they had seen a ghost. Once again, they understood more deeply how terrorizing the power of the Du family was here. How did the Heavenly Society manage to control even the leader of Jiangxi so easily? When the land purchase and sale procedures of Jia Du were completed, shops also began to spring up like mushrooms, because Jia Du's brand name was already famous in Ba Duong Lake. The restaurant is famous for its chilled tea with a sweet and refreshing aroma, paired with cold noodles and exclusive seafood broth, the unique delicious taste of cold tea, 6-layer pork sandwich and many other typical dishes of the famous Duan Jia Du restaurant, make diners feel the taste of satisfaction spreading to every tip of their toes. It was as if the cuisine came from another world. Even the cool, spicy scent of the typical wine distilled from the family's wine cellar is also extremely popular with the people. It is known that the scent still lingers even 5 meters away. And above all, the thing that piques everyone's curiosity the most is this heavenly carriage. In addition to iron factories, businessmen also opened shops selling all kinds of ores, and a large number of traders, upper-class merchants, and even wealthy high-ranking officials were also there. Send someone to ask to buy that kind of carriage. Gradually, the entire Ba Duong Lake area became harmonious and prosperous. In the southern palace at this time, after Du Hai Guy returned, he went to see Che Ga Uan and asked, did you say the leader of the Silver Oval Group had already appeared? Yet when I was looking for life and death, I refused to show my face for a moment. Now suddenly, when everything was in order, I came to the door, right at the time of starting a business, the new focal point of the businessmen. Ah! Li Ji Song sighed and said, what should I do now? Should I ignore that person altogether? Hey Guy replied, but there's no reason to do that, right? Please come in here. Che Ga Uan thought to himself, while he was cooperating and sharing profits with Black Tian Lin on their land, he still calmly welcomed the Silver Oath Group to come to this place like this. Li Ji Song bowed and replied, the old man understood, I will bring you here immediately. Outside the southern palace, a big man came. He was the master of the Silver Oath Group. Che Ga Uan walked over to greet him politely. Inspector Lian, no, here at Che Ga Uan, people of the Jia Cat family would like to welcome you. The man replied, I am the master of the Silver Oval Group. Are you Du Hai Guy? the representative of the current Du family camp, Du Haigai confidently replied, "It is me." Before he could finish his sentence, the leader of the Silver Oath group pulled out the rope. Ferociously said, "Then the leader of the Silver Alliance would like to be allowed to carry out the inspection mission right here. Du Haigai, as the representative of the business, please accept this red seal of the Alliance." Du Haigai gently reached out and grabbed his rope. Making the leader of the Silver Oath group secretly exclaim in horror, he was able to block the Silver Phoenix book with his bare hands. Du Haigai replied, come on, I'm not some bad guy from an evil cult, right? Why did you suddenly act so suddenly?" The leader of the Silver Alliance responded, "Today I came here to investigate the fact that people from the Black Alliance are in control of a large chain of stores. In the name of the Du family, our alliance has clear rules. Good and evil do not share the same path, so you guys better cooperate with us in the investigation." Hearing this, the Ga Uan and Du Haigai couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He thought to himself, right and wrong do not share the same path, saying that means saying that the right sect and the wrong sect cannot have too deep a relationship, let alone have a good business relationship. Then, Du Haigai replied, "Oh my god, but why do the union's own rules apply to an individual business household?" The leader of the group smiled and exclaimed, "Well said, so you mean that the family of the Southern Palace does not follow the righteous path at all?" Faced with this query, Du Haigai angrily frowned and looked at him without answering. Suddenly, the boss shouted loudly, "Wait, you misunderstood our homeowner's true intention. That was just a poisonous bait to lure the Black Angel. As for our real purpose..." Before I could finish my sentence, the leader of the Silver Oath stopped me. "I don't need to know what your real purpose is, I only know that right now, you and them are sharing profits with each other." Dang Ho couldn't stand still and spoke up, "I am Nam Gung Dang Ho, a member of the Nong Kung family. It's not that we deny being part of the alliance, but there seems to be some misunderstanding here." The leader of the Silver Oath group asked with sharp eyes, "Misunderstanding?" Dang Ho explained further that the businessman had completely destroyed all of the Black Lotus warehouses, blowing away a large part of their means of making money. Not only that, but the businessman had also robbed 3 more, hundreds of thousands of taels of gold from them. "It's not harmful to the alliance, I think it's still putting the alliance in an advantageous position." Hearing these words, the group leader burst into laughter. Looking at how well the young sword master of the Nam Palace family discussed money matters, it seemed like the eldest young master had also become a real businessman. "That's exactly it, stop it now. If you continue to deliberately meddle in the honor of the 3 great families, I won't give you any more respect." Lately, the Southern Palace family has been doing things that want to disrupt the alliance's hierarchy. Du Haigai angrily called out, "Silver Oath Group Master," he replied, "say it. Stop applying the moral standards of a merchant, and if you know the way, I hope you'll come back while we're still talking properly. I'm not a member of the alliance right now, and has no intention of doing so in the future." Your words just now sounded in my ears like a declaration that the Nam Kung family wants to be stripped of its title of the 5 great families. The Duan family operates completely independently. Every word that doesn't mention the Nam Kung family makes you angry. I see, so you're still so stubborn, you still don't understand the meaning of opposing. What is an alliance enforcer? At the moment you showed signs of wanting to oppose, you and the Nam Kung family were already considered enemies by the 5 great families and the 10 great sects. All relationships and mutual support between you and them will be severed, resulting in your reputation plummeting. If the master of martial arts makes a decision, you will even have to face the law. Wrath destroys the gate. Haigai bitterly asked, facing the risk of destroying the whole world because he refused to listen to you guys just once, is he really planning to kill people? Just try it. I will put all the money and strength of the business family into opposing it to the end. I will only accept the confrontation from the stance of a businessman with no famous family involved here. Everything, but I guarantee, there will be at least 2 generals standing on my side, and if things go well, even the royal family will have a move to get involved. Can you believe it? Faced with these words, the leader of the Silver Oath had to be speechless. Du Haigai added, just try to clearly investigate the relationship between Anhua's military officer and our businessmen. Even without that, our businessmen capital would have built a pretty solid foothold. I'm sure I'm in Jiangxi, don't you know anything? If the Silver Order is a powerful organization with such a strong intelligence network, then it must have collected a lot of information about them. We must. At these words, the Ga Uan and Dang Ho gasped in surprise. They silently exclaimed, he directly threatened the Silver Oath group like that. And the leader of the Silver Oath group secretly exclaimed, this businessman radiated a clear determination, which only people with extreme determination have. Could it be that the sinister masked man at Black Tien Lotus that day was the owner of this Du and Du Hai family? Looking into the eyes of Du Hai Guy, the group leader exclaimed in horror, "This feeling. Isn't it the feeling of a wavelength that I've felt somewhere before?" Du Hai Guy smiled and said, "That's impressive, quite sure, the wavelength carries this special internal power, the vector quantity is exactly like this in physics, I've experienced this feeling before." "So it turned out to be you?" the group leader asked in confusion. "What nonsense are you talking about all of a sudden?" Hey Guy said, "The main alliance must really be top-notch, but if you get discovered, what will you do? They will send unruly subordinates straight to the underworld. Alliance Ministry Wu Lin doesn't hold any grudges against you, Dark Sky Killer sir." Hearing this name, I couldn't help but be surprised. As for the leader of the Silver Oath group, his expression changed. Du Hai Guy said that the political alliance had carefully planned for more than 10 years to plant a spy seed in the Black Galaxy organization. After thousands of back and forth reconnaissance, it had to be extremely carefully disguised, and betting so many lives, they finally succeeded in creating a character known as the Assassin. At the same time, successfully gaining the loyalty of the assassin and deceiving him. This is the most secret of a martial artist's life. If the story of the assassination of the Silver Oath Guildmaster is revealed, not only will he himself be in danger, but even the reputation and influence of the Alliance will be tarnished. To the point of being tarnished, the existence of the Silver Order will also be threatened. But the strangest thing is, the internal technique that I am reaching the peak of is an ancient martial art that was born in a previous era. Created by the ancestors of the Zima immortal family, one of the 8 families of the demon heaven, and this technique has never been passed down even within the family, so how can anyone recognize it? Is it okay? What exactly is the background of the person standing in front of me? Hey Guy said, "Your level seems to be quite good, because the technique you are using to fight me is not the ordinary martial arts that can be seen everywhere." Che Ga Uan wondered, "Who is Dark Tien Sat, brother?" Du Hai Guy replied, "None of you know anything. He is a secret expert who was secretly trained by the political alliance himself, originally from the past. That guy was the person the entire alliance trusted and had the most hope for, until he betrayed them and followed the Black Lotus." But wait, if the current Dark Heaven assassin is the master of the Sovereign Order, then wouldn't the main sect alliance already know about the existence of the next generation? Oh my god, it's getting more and more interesting by the day, and no. Che Ga Uan exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Answer me." Saying that is like saying that even though the alliance already knew about the plans of the Black Sky Lotus, they still sent themselves to the Southern Palace. Du Hai Guy replied, "If the secret name of the heavenly murderer was exposed, then needless to say, those black celestial beetles would definitely have to kneel and weep for their fathers and mothers under my knees. Should we bring this matter up, straight to the battlefield? What do you think?" The Silver Oath leader frowned and didn't bother to respond. Du Hai Guy let out a sigh and said, "Alas, if I were in your position, I would have goosebumps right now. Just imagine, if I were to exchange the Silver Oath, the group master would be Nam Kung or Jia Cat family. Just thinking about it is enough to make me want to immediately cut their heads off." At this moment, the Silver Oath group master's eyes became sharp. With murderous aura emitting, he cursed angrily. "Damn, this guy is not only stronger than the 7th martial arts rank of the Heavenly Swordsman, but he can even defeat the Dark Heavenly Assassin." Du Hai Guy witnessed the scene before him, silently exclaiming in surprise, "Demon source." No matter how strong the force flowing inside him was, unfortunately, it was still not enough to dethrone him. After that, Du Hai Guy pulled out the sword. Everyone quickly got out of here. The two of them started to fight. A battle between two people of equal talent, making everyone around them be affected by them. Loud explosions rang out across the sky. The entire Southern Palace building was destroyed. The explosion rang out, chaos everywhere, shaking the whole world. Du Hai Guy and the Silver Oath group leader continued to fight. Realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately ran away. On this side, the Silver Oath group master's hidden weapon has covered the entire room. He stood on the ground, looking provocatively at Du Hai Guy. Che Ga Uan shouted in fear, "What the hell was that?" The magic power radiating from his body seemed to become tangible, engraving each stroke on the surrounding objects. Too terrible. Don't tell me that in addition to being a master of swordsmanship, he also has that ability. At this time, he used the enlightened sword intent, heavenly sword flow. The 8th form of the world is not without a path to attack Du Hai Guy. Realizing his intentions, Du Hai Guy immediately reacted and defended. A sword responded in the blink of an eye. Soon, the Silver Oath Guild Master's sword disappeared into smoke. Causing him to scream loudly in panic, Sword God. And then the guy calmly wondered, did he recognize this move? From the blood jade, the Sword God spoke up and said, I'll borrow your body for a bit. The guy reassured me, I can handle this guy, don't worry, you don't have anything to say to me. In the end, he compromised, letting the evil spirit enter his body. At that time, the Sword God was in the form of Oh Hi Guy, looking straight at the person in front and asking, are you a member of the Sima family, right? Dark Heaven Assassin was surprised, how did you know? Du Qian calmly explained, because your whole body exudes the wild aura typical of a red dragon. Brat, who do you think I am but you can't see it? The Dark Sky Assassin or Silver Oath Guild Master pursed his lips and thought to himself, what the hell is going on? Why has this bastard's temperament changed so drastically? The Sword God glanced at the sword in his hand and praised, this sword is good. As he finished speaking, a stream of aura was transmitted into the body of the sword. Soon it spread throughout the castle. Then he ripped off the roof of that building. With just one wave of the Sword God created a terrible earthquake. He said lightly, it's too boring, let's get down to business. Whatever you want to ask, I'll just ask. Dark Sky Assassin frowned in confusion and let out a sigh. Du Qian snorted coldly and said, if that's the case, let me ask first, you bastards are still obeying the central throne and the divine throne, right? After hearing this, his face immediately turned pale, his limbs became weak and he knelt down on the ground. Du Hai Guy in the blood jade couldn't help but be surprised, God sat. How terrible is that name, just mentioning it makes this guy fall to his knees and tremble in fear. The Sword God looked at him and said, I won't force you to answer. God of Thrones is the title of a character who surpasses the three gods, mortals who are worshipped as gods in the history of martial arts, both as observers, visitors, teasers of fate, and guides, the guide, the decider, and the destroyer. In general, people cannot find enough words to express the infinite power of the divine throne, an existence that is vague, but also so clear that it cannot be understood, can ignore. Assassin Tian's pale face muttered, Sword God's successor, how is that possible? The only character who ever existed in history who dared to confront the divine throne. The history book of Heavenly Demon Path recorded that he had an extremely tragic death. Legend has it that he only used one hand, was enough to crush half of the forces of heaven and earth at that time. The only person in history who dared to confront the divine throne was a person who could be considered to have spiritual power equal to theirs. However, the Dragonma family's secret technique called opposing the sky, sea and sun, put an end to it. During that person's glorious time, his body was chopped into thousands of pieces, scattered all over the world. After that incident, the Heavenly Demon Path also completely erased the existence of the Sword God, the martial arts he created, the relationships he had built, all traces showing his existence. The presence of the Sword God in the rivers and lakes has all been erased. In the end, the Sword God's technique became a mystery, even to the heavens. Even if one had the secret book in hand, certainly no one would be able to use even a small part, that terrifying power, especially the air force contained in the sword of the Sword God. But right now, I am witnessing that famous air force of the Sword God right before my eyes, destroying the sword. The Sword God's entire body exudes divine power and coldly smirks. Interesting, isn't it? The law of cause and effect above, things are truly terrifying. If you sow the cause, no matter how much you hide, you won't be able to avoid reaping the fruit. Tell me, why did the priest suddenly appear again, to cause trouble for someone, or is there something more important than that? Assassination Heaven was silent without any response. The Sword God raised his sword, and immediately an endless black vortex appeared in front of him. I see, it turns out nothing has changed, so I don't have to continue talking to someone like you anymore. The spiral of casualties is always rotating. We will still have to pass through intersections like this. If you consider carefully you will see, it is all due to the flow of fate. Forgive me, for having to finish you off. Having finished speaking, he swung his sword. A streak of light shot towards the assassination sky, darkness covered him. The black vortex expanded more and more, biting his body, then slowly shrinking. Finally, Assassin Tian's body exploded, leaving only a pool of blood splashing in all directions. Having finished this, the Sword God Du Qian also left the body of Du Hai Guy. At this moment, the Ga Uan and Nam Gung Dang Ho entered. Looking at the ruined room, he asked in confusion, what happened in here? Hey, the guy replied nonchalantly, the remnants of the top secrets in the world, I can only reveal this much to the two of you. Having said that, he also turned gray and rubbed his chin thinking, to be honest, even though Tao has mentioned this to me many times, this is still the first time we have encountered each other in real life. Anyway, the message came back, Even at your home, they already pay attention to you. But no matter what you say, you still have to applaud their efforts to manage the alliance and take care of the affairs of the Black Lotus at the same time. But in the end, what is a god? A god, saying that means do fairies really exist? Never mind. Anyway, it's useless to keep wondering. Not only will you not get an answer, but it will also give you more headaches, but you still don't understand why. It's a pity. An honest person like me, specializing in wholesale business, gets their attention, but it's more beneficial for me to reveal their identities. On my side, there is Mr. Cow and Mr. Sango, the old man. Most importantly, even the famous sword god is on my side, not to mention that I am a modern person, with ideas and beliefs. The wisdom of modern people should be able to look at the political picture of this world from a much broader perspective. Hiding under the identity of Shanghai Guy, I can comfortably hide my abilities, and quietly build a force so strong that no one dares to despise it, all thanks to current knowledge, great, as well as the top tactics used by great men from his world. The room was momentarily quiet. Che Ga Uan looked at Du Hai Guy and thought, Du Hai Guy was starting to scare me a bit. Not only could he use martial arts that no one had ever seen before, but the strategies he used were becoming more and more profound, even more unpredictable. As someone who witnessed the entire process, he didn't sweat a drop of sweat, and still managed to submit to the entire Black Lotus, making me doubt whether he was still a real mortal. I really don't want to become his enemy. If the Nangong family breaks up with the old family, it will definitely cause big trouble. At this time, standing in his room, he walked into the alcove and Din Ga Hui also entered. What's going on? What's wrong with the ceiling? He looked as he walked, but without paying attention, his foot stepped on a pool of fresh blood. Dang In was startled and quickly raised his feet to scream, "What is this bloody mess?" Din Ga Hui saw it and couldn't help but run over and touch the pool of blood. She excitedly brought it to her mouth to taste the taste. As soon as she tried the smell, she made a guess. This blood still had a hint of male energy. It was a man, in his 40s, right? Ron San, who shivered when he saw it. My God, this disgusting whore, you even blushed at a dead body. Din Ga Hui looked left and right to explain, well, after all, it's still human blood, it still looks very fresh. I'm attracted to want to come and taste a sip. There's no harm in talking about it. Notice, the body is gone. Hey Guy couldn't help but be speechless. Was she a vampire or something? I knew from the moment I spent how much gold to buy that expensive bear blood. Suddenly, Din Ga Hui's eyes lit up. The whole person writhed in excitement, trembling and groaning. The more Ron San who looked at it, the more disgusted he became, and he cursed, "She gave me goosebumps. That girl looked like she was already climaxing just by smelling blood. It was so disgusting. What the hell happened to you all of a sudden? Is that so?" Her face turned red with excitement and she said, "This is the first time I have met a bloodline with such a concentrated essence. Its owner, who is it? What sect is that person from? Don't tell me who it is." Zoroastrianism. Du Hai Guy silently admitted, "That's right, this is the reason why I don't allow any demonic villain, even the Poison King, to taste human blood, because he is a master. Blood Snake Heart Spring Attack. You will feel extremely excited with even just a little bit of blood from a true master." He sighed and looked at her and asked, "It must taste great." She drank it all, and when she ran out of sugar, Din Ga Hui replied with sparkling eyes, "It's extremely delicious, it's the best. I don't know why, but each drop makes my whole body hot and excited." Then finally, unable to bear it any longer, she plunged her face into a pool of fresh blood and drank as much as she wanted. Che Ga Uan and Dang In Rai his face speechless criticism, "Oh my God." Du Hai Guy didn't want to look either, so he quickly turned around and left. "Okay, it's lunch time, let's go back to the main house." The other three people also quickly ran after him. "Now that he's escaped, let's go quickly." Everyone left. Together they went to the restaurant owned by the Du family. Seeing them, the captain was startled and rushed out to greet them. "Oh my God, it was a great man." Du Hai Hui waved his hand and reminded, "During working hours, your duty is to treat all customers who come and go fairly, so stop being polite, just behave as usual." He bowed his head. Answer, "I understand, sir." "No," objectively. Everyone quickly sat at the dining table. The waiter was full of anticipation. "I'm starving to death," so Hai Guy called out, 6 bowls of vegetarian noodles and 3 bowls of shaved ice, baby." Hearing that, Dang In angrily pouted and thought, "I'm so sick of vegetarian noodles." Du Hai Guy turned to Tuat Hien and said, "You just bought a new veil, it looks very suitable, don't take it off, sir." He asked again, "Have you looked at the schedule we are considering and can we proceed with it?" Tuat Hien shook his head, I personally went to all 32 places mentioned throughout the journey with General Manager Dang, but it was really impossible, we didn't even get half of them. Hey guy, I'm surprised, not half of it. At this rate, my plan will go down the drain, I won't be able to take advantage of the giant ice wall anymore. They had already placed blind faith in Han Tuat Sage once, so this time they were managing their finances too tightly. The only way left was to let her continue with her half-hearted ice technology. Just me, what a pity. Han Tuat Hien sadly expressed, I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to use the ice star like my brother. Che Ga Uan suddenly muttered, Heavenly Ice Star, Heavenly Ice Crystal. Then he suddenly banged the table and stood up shouting, I remember, there are a lot of people in the Duong family. Du Hai Guy asked in surprise, Duong family, do you mean Duong family in Sichuan? Che Ga Uan replied, yes, during the Great War, many things from the north became trophies of the Martial Arts Alliance, including Tian Bang Tin. So why is it in the Tang family? I heard that it is needed to research poison, so the Martial Arts Union has given all the ice stars to the Tang family. They must have had some kind of transaction with each other. Du Hai Guy frowned slightly as if thinking about something. A few minutes later, he turned to ask Tuat Han, if you could use Tian Bang Crystal, would you be able to deal with all the business in Ba Duong Lake alone? She nodded firmly, I can do it, I understand. On the other hand, Din Ga Hui, after drinking the blood of the Dark Sky Killer, went to the restaurant. The people in the restaurant were scared when they saw her. She was covered in blood all over, with a scary smile and crazy eyes, muttering, where is the body? Everyone ran in fear, trying to save people. Another new day. From a modern person's perspective, the technology of this period was truly too primitive. Look at the complicated process of creating this steel. The furnace made of clay is as tall as a person. Put coal mixed with mineral iron into it, then fan it with your feet all day without stopping, thus only getting a very small amount of steel. This large factory has about 70 furnaces. If the masons work at full capacity, a day they can only produce about 20 pounds of steel, equivalent to 12 kilograms. This large factory operates, with about 250 people taking turns blowing the wind. There are only so many people, so sometimes chaos is inevitable. One person can see hot iron flowing out of the giant smelter every day. On TV like me, it's really frustrating. If we applied modern labor charges to this process, the price of a piece of aluminum ingot would be exorbitant. Du Hai Guy turned to the two people who seemed to be banging on the stove. But I was so frustrated that I thought, every time I went to the ironworks to watch the steelmaking process, this was the scene I was most angry at. Every morning the workers would break more than 70 furnaces. Because those clay ovens were heated all night at a temperature of more than 1,000 degrees, they were soon baked into terracotta and lost their useful value, so the workers had to go get new porcelain clay from the river, factory, next continued to build earthen furnaces as high as a person, then continued to pile coal and iron ore, then lit the fire with a fan. This process alone took half a day. At this rate, if you want enough steel to build an apartment building, it will probably take decades. Making aluminum ingots in a week to create a billiard bar, it cannot operate like a smelting furnace. In modern times, using coal as a heat source is of course impossible. Do we have to dig for coal? But with the technology of the Central Highlands, besides the open-air mineral mountains, there is no other place where we can dig coal. When using a hoe and encountering a thin layer of rock, the coal ore will suddenly appear. That will also turn into abandoned ore. If you want to develop a mineral mountain, explosives are inevitable. It is no longer a problem of human resources. Is it necessary to have explosives? The power of Shaolin Temple's esoteric hundredfold divine power, or Arhat divine power, if the rumors are true, then there must be explosives. In this Jianghu Central Plains, there are many experts in the sea of space. Can you turn rocks into fine dust with just a single palm strike? If you can hire a crude person among those people, then finding yourself a mineral vein is nothing. Du Hai Guy walked full of sadness, with all kinds of mixed emotions in his heart. If it is possible to exploit large quantities of coal, a typical fossil energy source, then the dream of a smelter is not impossible. Ability, but how to do it? Shaolin Monastery is a place that is even higher than the Namkung family. These places with names on par with each other in the world, will they come for mineral ores? As soon as I heard those words, maybe the living Buddhas would explode and then use their Zen staff to crush my head. Lord Sword God said that his process still cannot compete with the top experts of the 7 martial arts. Currently, there are no masters. Huang Tan Van Chan Yan of martial arts Min, Tu Ha Sword Saint of Hoa Sun is the 3 strongest martial arts throne. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly walked in through the door. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Big brother, that big guy is coming again." Hey Guy wondering, what are you talking about? who is calling someone else a big guy now, describing again, the guy who was arm wrestling with me the other day, this time he was pushed out of the new restaurant, so he probably wanted to come and interrogate him. The son of the martial Dao King, Pa Eng Gak, with the strict management style of Hop Tan restaurant, this guy has been rejected many times. Previously, he also had a precedent for entering the restaurant due to his family background, but everything has to have a degree, right? I feel sorry for him, but he's so ugly. In modern times, it's rare to see anyone as ugly as him. Even though that's not the case, with the strict management style of Hop Tan Quan, it would have been resented by the descendants of high-ranking officials. If it were for such a glaring evil like Pa Eng, if you enter the shop, there will definitely be people screaming that any buffalo or dog can come in. The guy sighed in boredom. Oh, that's really bad, it's such a headache. Where is that guy now? He immediately replied, he is at the Du Jia station. He was surprised. The Du family guest, isn't Han Seo Han there right now to load ice into the warehouses of the warehouses? Let's go quickly. The sky is sunny. The two of them went to the passenger station together. It didn't take long to reach the door. Once inside, the two looked at the scene and were speechless. Pa Eng Gao was half naked, shamelessly showing off his body to Tuat Han. The strong man was indeed a strong man, wasn't he? On the other hand, Snow Han was so scared that he covered his eyes. Not only did he not stop, but he also smirked and asked, have you poured it yet? Have you poured it yet? Du Hai Guy secretly pursed his lips and thought in disgust, oh my god, that's really scary. Smiling makes it even uglier. He couldn't help but get angry and shouted, 1 or 2 is the right thing. Pa Eng Ca realized the problem, quickly put on his shirt and even tried to explain that I was just a little too excited. Suddenly, he glanced at the sword strapped to the left waist of the guy. Then he raised his sword and mocked him, in the end you are just a mediocre sword, men are not like toothpicks but like this. The guy coldly looked at him and asked, are you here to show off your sword and muscles? Pa Eng Gao grumpily shouted and threatened, how dare you continuously refuse young master Pa Eng Ga, young master of Pa Eng family and Ha Bok, let me join the new restaurant right away, if you dare to refuse me this time, I will mess up your shop. His eyes burned with fire, please, I also want to enter the shop, I also want to play with women. Hey Guy looked at him and was sweating and thought to himself, this guy is talking with his eyes. Dang In stepped forward, waved his hand and flatly refused, no, you go home, why can't I? He frankly said, because you are too ugly. Pa Eng's heart was broken by those words, she collapsed and shed tears. The first time I heard that, my mother just slowly turned her head and said I had a manly taste with her sad eyes, how dare you be so disrespectful, your family only has corn. Then he couldn't help but burst into anger and declare war, that guy, let's decide the winner. The guy turned around and called out, criticizing you, that person immediately ran up, yes President, I'm coming. He advised, 3 pillars have been broken, I don't know what else will happen in the future, so remember to pay close attention and account for that person, yes, President. Seeing him and Tuat Han leave, Pa Eng quickly reached out to see this guy. Tuat Han couldn't help but scream, stop, the others are still eating. Not only did Pa Eng Gao not withdraw his hand, he even hit her in the face and snatched the veil. Her beautiful face appeared, the guests who saw it couldn't help but blush and exclaim, how could this be possible, beautiful woman, peerless beauty, oh my god. Pa Eng Guard was also stuttering awkwardly at this time, I'm sorry, miss. He touched his heart that was beating abnormally fast and thought inexplicably, except when swinging the knife, I have never felt my heart beating this fast, this is the first time I have seen it, if there is a goddess then is it this shape. The guy holding the scarf and giving it to her side and reminded, I told you to manage the veil well, she replied sadly, I'm sorry. Pa Eng Gao's eyes sparkled as he walked towards her to introduce himself, below Pa Eng Gao, young master Wei and Vu of the Pa Eng family, one of the 5 great families in the north, has come to meet you, can I have the honor, would you like to know the lady's name? Dangerously, he immediately appeared in front of her, pushed him away and shouted, get away from this guy, a black and backward bastard like you, how dare you look directly at Miss Han like that, get out of here. Stop dreaming in the middle of the day, how dare you ask the lady's name. But Tuat Han politely stood up and replied politely, the 17th generation grandson of Han's family in Bok Hai Tuat Fan, my Bang family's name is Han Seo Han. Pa Eng Gao darkened his face and stammered, if it was the North Sea Han Tea, Ice Palace. He hugged his chest and cried, love is truly cruel. Suddenly, his eyes opened again. The whole person was again burning with anger and challenge, that guy, victory or defeat, if you are still a man, stop hiding, Even in the spirit of anger, come, let me give you a fight. The two sides rushed at each other. That's what I'm trying to say, fighting a guy like you doesn't need to use a knife, I'll use my palm technique. While grabbing each other's clothes and preparing to launch a move, the guy suddenly asked in surprise, wait, palm dharma, Pa Eng Jia also has palm dharma, punching dharma. Pa Eng Gao asked incredulously, as someone who has wandered around in rivers and lakes, has he never heard of our family's mixed origin Bik Luke palm? Is the mixed primordial force palm stronger than the 100 steps divine fist and the Arhat divine fist? Pa Eng Gao confidently affirmed that no matter how great Shaolin's palm technique was, his family's mixed origin Bik Than palm was still not inferior. Hearing that, the guy was as happy as if he had found gold and smiled. He suddenly suggested, so do you want to play around with me, or with you? Duhai Guy smiled meaningfully and said, consider it a bet. Pa Eng Kai looked at him with eyes full of doubt, looking at him like a stick, with that physique, but he wanted to fight against Pa Eng Gyang Mi. How to fight? Hey Guy suggested, arm wrestling, so arm wrestling, with those skinny arms, how dare you set up arm wrestling? You set a condition, if I lose, you will have the right to freely enter and exit the new restaurant. Pa Eng's eyes immediately lit up, what, he continued, on the contrary, if I win, then you sign a labor contract with me. The guard walked to the nearby table and asked again, you won't say 2 words, right? That's also the tree we want to ask about, you understand what a labor contract is, right? They both sat at the table, the gentleman spoke 1 word, and 4 horses pursued each other. He suddenly asked, why don't you use internal energy? The guy opened and closed his eyes and replied, I'll do whatever you want, do what you want. In the end, Pa Eng Gao raised his hand first and decided, is that so? Then he won't use internal energy, his heart is still full of contempt, his tiny biceps are not as good as his strong biceps. The two grabbed each other's hands. But the guard quickly realized the problem, his hand was being held down by the guy, just touching his hand, why did it feel like touching quartz? He asked incredulously, is it true that you don't use internal energy? He smiled brightly and said, you know very well, so why are you still asking? Let's get started. As soon as he entered the battle, he immediately wrestled his arm down onto the table in the blink of an eye, as gently as if he had wasted no effort. But he staggered, unable to believe what had just happened. Duhai Guy still maintained a smile on his lips and said, the working conditions can be agreed upon by both sides. First, I will let someone draft the draft. He then took out a pen and wrote the contract under the bewildered eyes of the Pa Eng guard, as well as the delighted laughter of Dang and Ryam. The customers in the shop were equally surprised and huddled together whispering, the owner of the Pa Eng family in Hebei, if it were the Pa Eng family in Hebei, wouldn't it be very famous with the foreigner? The watchman then reacted furiously, this is evil magic, you must have used some trick, so he nonchalantly raised his other hand to provoke, if you win then try to win, see. He of course did not miss this opportunity, grabbed his hand and fought back. However, no matter how hard he tried to grit his teeth, he couldn't make the guy's hand move 1 inch, after all, why didn't he fall over with his small, bamboo-branched arm? Okay. At this time, the guy had finished writing the contract, he held it up and said, position with salary, product bonus and tasks, I have mentioned it in the draft, you can read it and sign it, well, because this is just a draft, if you have any dissatisfaction, just say it, I can help you reflect it somewhat. Pa Eng Gak was so spicy that my eyes turned red. His hand involuntarily reached back to pull out the weapon on his back. Duhai Guy looked straight at him with cold eyes and questioned, a man who spoke so eloquently as a gentleman, 4 horses trying to chase him, but he was going to say 2 words, what a surprise, he dared to pull out his weapon again. His whole body radiated a fierce aura, making Pa Eng Gao feel a little scared, turning into a martial artist and transforming into a star. How could that skinny and weak guy have achieved such a state of transformation? Even someone like me who is called a northern genius has not yet reached that realm. He finally didn't dare to resist and quickly explained, well, that's because I don't know that you are also a martial arts practitioner, what should I do now? Hey Guy ordered, you will go find the mineral vein with a few people doing reconnaissance work, after finding the mineral vein, you will work with those people to mine coal. Pa Eng's face darkened, speechless, mining, a person born in a famous sect, his whole life only knowing how to practice martial arts like me, but he told me to go mining ore, now he's telling me to go, be a miner. He did not accept it and shouted, no, what do you consider a martial arts practitioner, what is a miner, am I a miner? Duhai Guy nonchalantly repeats his words, a gentleman speaks 1 word, Pa Eng Gak stammers, 4 horses are difficult to chase, but this is really too much. He closed his eyes and sighed. Then looked straight into his eyes and negotiated, if you successfully spy, or mine 1,000 pounds of coal or more, in addition to the product bonus, I will give you one-time admission to the new restaurant. I heard. Pa Ang was immediately excited. What a new restaurant. It seemed that he had finally compromised, sitting on the chair smiling, not paying attention to the appearance of a figure behind him. That person held a knife and stabbed him in the back once. Pa Ang guard was in pain and suddenly turned around to look. Din Ga Hui was the owner of the knife just now. She excitedly licked the blood on the knife with her tongue and exclaimed, "It's amazing, it's a real man's blood." He turned pale and shouted, "That crazy woman, this is crazy, why would someone suddenly stab someone like that?" She didn't seem to hear his words, just staring at the blood stains on the knife. "It's amazing, genuine positive energy." After seeing her appearance, Pa Ang immediately blushed. He used the same polite attitude as before with Han Seo Han to introduce, under Pa Ang's guard, young Master Wei Vu of Pa Ang. One of the 5 great families in the north is biased towards you, miss. Well, I'm honored to know your name. The atmosphere looked so magical, no wonder the guy was speechless. How could he use the entire greeting used with Han Seo Han like this? He must have practiced himself in front of hundreds of mirrors, 1,000 times already. On the other side, after he introduced himself, Din Ga Hui also replied, I am Din Ga Hui. Pa Ang guard secretly rejoiced. Din Ga Hui, Han Seo Han was the same just now. It's the same now. This is the first time I've been told that name by a woman. Maybe I have the qualities. While he was feeling proud, Din Ga Hui leaned closer and curiously asked, I wonder if the young master is super top level. He laughed loudly and replied, the young lady really has eyes. She did not hesitate to place her hands on his muscular chest, touching and praising him. Is this a foreigner's work? It's even better than Kim Chung's work. Pa Ang Ga was tickled by her touch, but she still proudly said, what is Kim Chung's way of doing? This family's overlord's work. What are those foreign works compared to? Is it okay? Din Ga Hui crawled through his raised arm to show off his biceps, looking curiously at the back where he had just been stabbed. Then the wound healed quickly, right? The wound on his back disappeared. Can I stab you one more time? Pa Ang Gao did not hesitate to agree. Of course, the man is a great man, a few scratches are nothing. Oh, thank you, sir. After saying that, she immediately slashed his bicep. Blood flowed out. Din Ga Hui did not hesitate to get close to the shooting bicep and lick the blood. This action of hers made him so happy that he almost fainted. His face was red and he cried out softly. Hey Guy couldn't bear to look and quickly urged, let's go to work. Staying here again would make me lose my nerve. I agree, I see it too, boss. As soon as the two of them went outside, they happened to see a station bus running towards them. He said enthusiastically, there was a problem. He was surprised. Problem? What's wrong? Che Ga Uan awkwardly recounted, last time I said I wanted to invest in the merchant guild, right, so I went back to talk to my family, and my big brother came here himself. Having finished speaking, the person sitting in the carriage got down. His eyes looked firmly at him, his hands clasped together to introduce himself. It was an honor to meet the two of you. Here you are, the inner courtyard of the Juga family. On the outside, the guy looked at him with a smile, but on the inside, he wondered, was he too cowardly, investing 20,000 gold and being so scared that he had to bring the master of the house here to say hello? He didn't want to stay long, so before leaving he told him to go to the station. So take your big brother to look around. I'm a bit busy on the day of the flight, so I'll ask for permission. Yes, I know. Then, before I could get on the bus, I suddenly spoke up, saying that the guy was lacking in spirit. He replied with difficulty, sorry, I have a lot of work to do today, so I'd better say hello next time. He opened the fan and got straight to the point. What I want to see is not the business location, but the president of that big family's commerce association. I won't hinder anything. I hope the young master will allow me to accompany him. No Hai Guy was frustrated inside. He was truly a troublesome guy, but to maintain his image, he had to grit his teeth and invite someone. I understand, please try to get in the car. There was also Han Seo Han in the car at that time. As soon as he put his butt down, he couldn't help but look around, constantly admiring. It was really excellent, and there was something very magical about the decoration inside, and the useful items here are all things I've seen for the first time. Hey Guy gave the order, let's go. The car followed his words and left. This makes you even more confused. How could this be possible? Even though it is a main road along Ba Duong Lake, it is also a gravel road. Looking out the window, it is clear that you see a car moving, but the regret is very clear, a very different feeling, like going through the clouds, completely different from all the horses I have ridden before. Hai Guy looked at his reaction and wondered why he acted like that. He replied, "It didn't feel like sitting in a carriage." He explained, "This is a product called Kai Tian Van Sa invented by Tiet Phuong on Hui, Kai Tian Van Sa, the name fits the carriage very well." The horseman finally stopped and announced that he had reached his first destination. Hai Guy was the first to tell everyone that the car was empty. "Let's get off. The crowd is confused, the restaurant is crowded with people fighting, black clear water, I want to try black clear water, I also like black clear water, give me a 6-layer bon bao and black clear water." In a nearby corner, Hai Guy suggested, "Miss Han, please give me more ice." After ordering food, the group of people ate and drank deliciously. While eating, they exclaimed, "Oh my God, why is it so delicious?" At this time, the restaurant's second assistant hurriedly ran into the kitchen to make an urgent announcement. The president came to try the food. The chef immediately brought out a tray to put water and cake on. "I've already brought it here, President." Looking at his sharp eyes looking at him, he couldn't help but sweat. The president is famous for being fastidious when it comes to trying food, especially today is the first day the hall opened in Ba Duong Lake. If it cannot pass, perhaps business will be suspended for a period of time. Hai Guy reached out and grabbed the bag of cakes wrapped in paper. He opened it, inside was a hamburger, then brought it to his mouth and took a bite. Hai Guy seemed to enjoy eating and drinking very much. After eating the hamburger, he immediately drank the delicious black clear water. After finishing, he commented, "Okay, the taste hasn't changed anything," but his heart commented differently. "In fact, black ton tui is not yet comparable to modern Coke, but it is somewhat good." Then, Hai Guy asked the chef to prepare 6 servings of 6-layer dumplings and black clear water for me. As soon as the chef was praised, he happily accepted, "Yes sir." At this time, Miss Tuat Hien and Riong also entered the restaurant. "I care about Miss Tuat Hien." Hai Guy gave her the bottle of medicine and told her not to let her body be harmed. "Drink all of this." Miss Seo Hun happily accepted, "Thank you." Hai Guy looks quite stressed about Seo Hun's physical condition. Looking at Seo Hun taking the medicine, Hai Guy just realized that her internal power is much weaker than the outstanding ice gong. She must find a heavenly ice spirit for Han Seo Hun. The chef quickly finished the dumplings and black kwang shui and gave it to Hai Guy. "The food is ready," he shouted to everyone, "Let's go, let's eat while walking." The ga yang that came with Hai Guy was curious. "Could we try its taste first?" Hai Guy also welcomed it and was invited to have it. The young master tried to taste this ga yang and chewed it voraciously, wondering why it had such a magical taste. The spicy taste combined with the scent of fire, and the sweetness surrounding the tongue, the young master couldn't believe it. The crazy flavor melted in the mouth. It felt like there was a storm of flavors in the mouth. Next, this young man tried drinking black clear water. He immediately felt extremely refreshed. Seeing that his expression was a bit too exaggerated, the young man quickly realized that he was rude and said, "That's rude." He continued drinking and wondered if drinks like this existed in the world. So in the end, Qi Ga Yang was immersed in the refreshment of the black clear water and lost his reason in the cold wine brewed by the family, especially drinking snow flower divine wine until he cried. Not only that, there are also drivers traveling in all 4 directions of the country's traffic, and then look at the huge number of bicycles and are speechless. Qi Ga Yang was surprised from one thing to another. It was truly a new world for Chugagyang when first exposed to such a delivery business method. Ga Yang itself was also surprised. "The food is delicious as this, how can you still deliver it to your home?" And so that night, Che Ga Yang discovered the design drawing of a 10-story building right on the table, and after listening to his brother's explanation, he wrote an envelope. Qi Ga Yang wrote a letter to his father with the content, "Father, I am Gang, please send me all the gold my family can raise at the present time. No. It's not an investment anymore, this is a revolution. Don't forget to comment on Hai Guy. Hai Guy is truly a scary guy, we have to shake hands with him, not use tricks to deal with him. For the time being, I will stay here with the station to monitor the guy and the people around him. I would like to ask my father to help me manage the internal hospital for a while, the first place of the Great Congress, the family that you will follow will be." The content of the letter is still very much, but one thing is that, only with this letter, the true value of the Great Commerce Association of the Du family was transmitted to Anhui and Jiangxi, and the entire Jianghu knew it. That report recorded in detail all of Che Ga Yang's experiences at Ba Duong Lake, and we could not have imagined that it would be brought to the conference table of the Martial Arts Alliance. Tomorrow, Hai Guy announced to everyone at the meeting, "I will make a trip to the Duong family in Sichuan. While I am not here, I hope you will manage the Duong family's great business association well." Ga Uan expressed his intention to stop Hai Guy. is the Tang family in Sichuan. What kind of people are they? They probably just show us a cold face, not to mention the heavenly ice spirit. Gang Ho continued, right, so, there will be no results. Persuading or dealing with those cold-blooded people will have no effect at all. It is clearly just a waste of effort. Hi Guy said again with a reason, so why are they still in the 5 great families? Normally I always wonder about this. I also don't understand why they are considered a political faction. It's not that they specialize in poison, hidden weapons and even assassins. Ga-un sighed and replied, they are a necessary evil. Hi Guy doesn't understand, a necessary evil. Gang Ho added more clearly, Niet Ky Tang family, they are the frontline defenders of the main martial arts sect. Hi Guy doesn't understand, what is the front line? Gang Ho then explained to Hi Guy, they are the people who have been passionately fighting against the descendants of the devil for so long. Sichuan Tang family, the only family fighting against the heavenly devil city, that's why, they are considered the main sect. Hi Guy is deep in thought, fighting alone against the heavenly devil, digging deep into it, maybe he can trade. Gang Ho continued to answer, the heavenly ice spirit is something that can only be found in the vast cold snow of thousands of years in the North Sea, and can also be compared to people who dig ginseng in the mountains on the mainland. It is the great Hone pill, for people from the North Sea. It can also be purple Tu Dan, for those who practice ice and white magic. It is no different from a miracle drug. Seo Hun wondered and asked how he intended to recognize the heavenly ice spirit. Hi Guy just wanted to go alone, he replied a bit annoyed. You can't leave Ba Duong Lake because of financial matters, so I can only go to Sichuan alone. The problem is I don't know no matter how Tian Bang Ling looks like, if some cunning people want to deceive me, I can only be deceived. Seo Hun expressed his concern, I don't know, the only person who has ever seen Tian Bang Ling is my big brother. Hi Guy thought, I don't have time to run back to Manhua to meet Han So Bok to confirm. Seo Hun suddenly remembered, he said that the ice spirit reacts to the ice energy of the ice gong. Hi Guy was surprised, the ice energy of the ice star was okay. Hi Guy was also happy in his heart, then there was no problem, although it was still quite rudimentary. If it was ice energy, it could barely be simulated. Hi Guy tell everyone, temporarily reduce business to about 10 points, I have already instructed shopkeeper Gang, just need to operate the warehouses that shopkeeper Gang assigned, while I am not present, please help everyone. A month later, the ancients had a saying that dogs in Tukland would bark whenever they saw it raining. Ba Tuk had so many mountains that it was called Tuk Sun and the climate changed erratically. It rained a lot, dogs lived in this area. The mountains are covered with clouds all year round and have never seen dry weather. When they see the sun rise, they get excited and bark like crazy. Hi Guy, after a long journey, I'm tired, oh my god, so tired, lately it feels like mold is growing in my body, can sunlight be so important? Looking at the surroundings, the guy was depressed, as expected, the ancients were wrong in saying prohibition. I blame it on circumstances, if it weren't for the narrow road, I would have gone far into the sky. Narrow roads that can only fit one person have been miraculously built on these steep cliffs. With current technology, how can they build such magical roads? Hi Guy guessed that it was done by martial arts practitioners. Hi Guy quickly deduced that if these dangerous roads on the rugged Tuk Sun mountain range were made by people practicing martial arts, then everything could be explained. If it was a top expert with the ability to rush, even cliffs, there's no need to hang people on ropes up dangerous cliffs. Suddenly he realized, wait a minute, if you want to build an apartment building combining commerce and housing, and can hire such martial arts masters to work as workers, can you shorten the construction process? Hi Guy continued walking, thinking idly, if he was a martial arts master, he would be fine as long as he had enough food to eat. It probably won't be a problem to stay behind and mobilize those people, and in any case, the high-ranking people of Black Tian Lotus already have the power to kill and kill. A few more threats would probably be fine. In front of Hi Guy there was a line of people and horses carrying goods. Hi Guy was quite surprised, was it Tuk Tianj? He came forward to greet a person, this great knight, that Tuk Tianj replied, what's going on? Hi Guy expressed, this is the first time I set foot on the land. When I looked around, I saw the knight's caravan passing by, so I quickly ran over to say hello. If I wasn't rude, I could be a guest, can you accompany me? Tuk Tianj was not hospitable at all. He set a condition, if you want to be a guest of the merchant group, you must pay 10 taels of silver. Hi Guy was shocked, what, 10 taels of silver? Hi Guy couldn't help but blame himself, oh my god, look at these robbers, afraid people won't know you're a businessman. The Tuk Tianj urged Hi Guy, if we don't have 10 taels of silver then we won't accept you. Hi Guy, he didn't want to, but he had to take out a few silver coins, so it was considered a guide fee. After receiving the money, Tuk Tianj said, so you're a gypsy, that's rude, I've received the money so I'll accept you as a guest, but it's almost time to go to Iron Blood Valley, can I ask you for help? Hi Guy didn't know so he asked again, what is Iron Blood Cock, where is that? Tuck Tianj was also surprised, you guys don't know Iron Blood Page. Hi Guy is even more curious, what is Iron Blood Page? Tuck Tianj explained to Hi Guy, that they call themselves Tiat Hayat Trang, but in reality, Tiat Hayat Camp, is a mountain camp located right at the entrance with a famous evil name. Hi Guy I don't understand, isn't this place managed by Sichuan Tang, why don't we ask them for help? Tuck Tianj said sadly, the Tang family doesn't work with merchants like us. Hi Guy asked again, isn't the Tang family also doing business? Tuck Tianj frowned and replied, when the Tang family buys things from merchants, they only send representatives to buy them. It is very rare for Tang family members to personally show up. Hi Guy grimaced in confusion, don't even bother to do business with people who live in Sichuan, there must be a level of blockade, isn't this a bit too much? Hi Guy asked Tuck Tianj, doesn't the Tang family have this business? If not, how can the family maintain the family? Tuck Tianj shook his head, of course we don't know what they do to maintain the family, and even if we wanted to know, we wouldn't be able to, because anyone who gets involved in the family's affairs without reason will die unexpectedly. Hi Guy was silent, did they all die? Tuck Tianj darkly replied, those who went around spreading rumors about the family's affairs are all missing, there is no evidence but the truth is like that so what should we do? A little more information, this is a typical characteristic of a group that dominates the crowd through fear, similar to the method of the rulers of North Korea. Hi guys, they are really disappointing people, but after all, they are still nominally one of the 5 great families of the martial arts sect, how can they be indifferent to the lives of ordinary people like this? Hi Guy was quite upset, how could he accept these people who don't know how to compromise to be called righteous? After listening, the Tuck Thuong suddenly reminded Hi Guy, oh my god, this person, be careful with what you say. Hi Guy just thought, the Road family is definitely a fad. Hi Guy argues with the merchants, what's wrong with what I said, those who are considered wealthy but don't take care of the business of local merchants and only know how to enjoy themselves, have no right to mention it, the 2 words chivalry and righteousness cannot be like that. The merchants didn't say anything back, they just turned pale and thought that they had the audacity to insult the Tang family like that, they were really people from somewhere else. Suddenly there was a strange light from above. It's someone's blade coming to attack. But Hi Guy was quick to block and dodge. Even with just 2 fingers, he easily clamped the blade. A shadowy figure appeared. He approached Hi Guy. The owner of the house immediately came forward to investigate the crime. Hi Guy indeed has a sharp tongue, which is quite good. The Tuck Tianj group screamed in horror, it was the Tang family. Everyone bowed down to greet him and pay their respects to the royal family. According to information from Che Ga Uan about Tang Jia before departing, depending on their rank, the outer court martial artists had 1 to 7 single snakes engraved on their uniforms, and the inner court martial artists had 1 to 7 snakes engraved on their uniforms. The one who carved the 7 poisonous dragons is the head of the Tang family. But it's hard to count how many poisonous dragons there are. In the martial arts uniform that the old man in front of him is wearing, Hi Guy wondered, could this old man be a fake? Hi Guy, think about it, there are people called salesmen and gangsters, people who pretend to be experts based on nonsense rumors. Hi Guy frowned, but if we consider this old man in front of us as a salesman, it would be strange. Hi Guy waved his hand, it was really itchy, he realized, because my body could feel a difference coming from this old man, I also wanted to attack preemptively but I needed to think about it first. Looking closely at the aura of the homeowner, Hi Guy is also careful, moreover, this aura, that sharp fighting aura and toxic aura is an aura that is hard to see in ordinary people. But if he really is a member of the Tang family, then what are those dozens of poisonous snakes and poisonous dragons? Does he have a higher position than the head of the Tang family? Hi Guy quickly returned to reality, actually, after all, it's an assassin coming to kill me. A slap across the head. Hi Guy. Road joined strong attack to Hi Guy. The 2 sides rushed into battle. Hi Guy seems to be quite agile and cleverly evading attacks. The space becomes chaotic. After a few fighting moves, the Tang family had to sweat and grimace. On the contrary, he must find a way to avoid Hi Guy's moves. The moves are also chaotic. He unleashed 1,000 knives towards Hi Guy. Tuck Tianj was scared and shouted to the other Tuck Tianj, everyone should quickly hide behind but still scream. The Tuck group trembled and quickly hid. Hi Guy still holds his sword steady and moves forward. As for the Tang family, the second move returns to the spirit wind. Hi Guy is suddenly at a bit of a disadvantage. Seeing that Hi Guy seemed to be weak, the Tang family aggressively rushed forward. But he was hit by Hai Gai's sword so much that he vomited blood. Hai Gai scolded him, "What a cruel old man, I was the one who spoke ill of the royal family, but why did he want to destroy them all?" The Tang family replied in a harsh voice, "Because they knew clearly that someone was opposing the Tang family, but they dared to speak to you boldly." Duang Jia quickly took out his cannon, he fired it into the air as a signal to his allies, and said to Hai Gai, "I will tell you what will happen to you from now on. First of all, my family's 12-armed dongua will hunt you down, and Dak Long Pavilion will provide reinforcements, setting up a net in the rear." He glared and continued, "Of course all the areas and acupuncture points of Tuk Sun and Duang Jia will be blocked." Hai Gai breathed a sigh of relief and realized, it turned out to be the banished person. He noticed the old man's wrist again. "What is that? Look closely at his wrist," the sword god said to Hai Gai. Hai Gai looked attentively. The sword god told Hai Gai clearly, "If the area where the blood and pearl meridians go through is sealed with fire seals, then it is proof that he has reached the realm of blood poison. He is almost transformed, becoming a toxic person. Being a toxic person is a realm that everyone wishes to reach. In the rivers and lakes is a transformation scene. If you are a demon, then you are an extremely demon, and if you are in the North Sea, then you are an ice person." The guy expressed, "It seems like he hasn't reached that level yet. At this level he's probably only at the level of senior brother Gang Ho." The sword god scolded him, "You idiot, he doesn't have any internal power." Hai Gai wondered, "What? There's no reason for that." The sword god just said, "Don't you see anything strange in his movements?" Hai Gai figured it out, "That's right, it's really strange, there's something unnatural about the movements." The sword god explained, "The poisonous blood was sealed and the veins in his limbs were also severed. He had been stripped of his martial arts skills by the Tang family. That old man was having to fend off frantically." The sword god added, "He still had being able to move with a body like that means someone has an extremely strong will." Hai Gai did not hesitate to ask in a loud voice, "He had all his veins and limbs cut off." The old man hesitated in surprise, "What happened to that?" The sword god analyzed this old man. All of his movements were no longer able to sense the martial arts from the Tang family. That was the characteristic of the banished person, being stripped of all martial arts for the rest of his life. His life of cultivation is extremely painful. His resilience and self-control are truly extraordinary. Please sympathize with his situation and comfort him. Hai Gai, "I don't believe it yet, no, this old man." The sword god advised Hai Gai, "Those malicious words are just his appearance. I want to see his true intentions, and his hurt inside." Hai Gai mused, up until now the sword god had never asked anything of him, and the situation of that old man in black seemed quite pitiful. Then Hai Gai walked closer to the old man in black. He kindly asked, "He was expelled from the family, right?" The black-clothed old man was bewildered. Why are you?" Hai Gai continued in a soft voice, "If the place where the acupuncture points where the blood and meridian go are sealed with fire, then that blood is poisonous blood. The Tang family are all crazy people, expelling people who are close to reaching the state." Single person. The old man in black was surprised, "How did you know that?" Hai Gai just replied, "No, what exactly did he do that caused them to cut off his veins and limbs, and moreover, why did he protect that family like that?" Hai Gai didn't wait for the old man to answer, he kept saying, "I heard that they change the command bullets once every 3 months like that. It's really showy, right?" The black-clothed old man was shocked and was speechless for a moment. Hai Gai cornered him, "No, even the veins of his limbs had been cut off by the Tang family. Why did he have to protect them? Why did he live like this without leaving Sichuan?" The old man lost his temper and shouted loudly, "That's enough, stop talking." Hai Gai didn't stop, he had already liberated the aura. Hai Gai finished speaking and wondered, does liberating the aura mean that he has reached the state of transformation at that age? "Hello friendly guy, please drink a jar of wine with me." The old man was bewildered, "Wine?" Hai Gai looked back. "The scenery here is still charming, but maybe it's wet and cloudy." Hai Gai and the old man in black sat peacefully together on the craggy bridge. Hai Gai took out a bottle of wine, he happily invited him. As soon as the old man looked at the wine bottle, he realized that it was ice Kong. He drank it in strong gulps. The old man couldn't believe it, when the cool and refreshing aroma of the wine mixed with the cold air to create the best taste in the world. This was the first time in his life that he had thrown such a delicious and refreshing wine, so. Seeing that the old man was so infatuated, Hai Gai grimaced, "Hey old man, are you planning to drink it all alone?" The old man smiled, "Oh I'm sorry." The old man's body showed signs of being unwell. Hai Gai offered, "I'm sorry, I'm the same, let me take a look." The old man waved his hand and refused, "No, I'm fine, at this level the damage is not less." Hai Gai took out a pill for the old man, He applied this medicine, it's quite good. The old man is grateful, thank you very much, you know the Tang family very well. Hi Guy shake, no, I don't know. The old man was suspicious about Hi Guy, he knew about the existence of the toxic person, he could say it was a secret of the Tang family, but he said he didn't know anything about the Tang family. Hi Guy affirmed, I don't know but I need to ask them for something, I need the heavenly eye spirit. The old man in black was surprised, asking them for a favor. It must be said that the heavenly ice spirit is the material used to create the famous soul-killing poison in the Tang family's 3 divine weapons. The old man in black was bored, maybe it wouldn't work. Hi Guy was curious, why? The old man told Hi Guy that in ancient times, the person who dared to dare with the poisonous stone to cut off the tendons and veins of the third man and even seal the poisonous blood was the founder of the noble family. Hi Guy was shocked, what's wrong? He silently pondered, if he argued that it was to recover the sex secret technique, then it could be understood to seal the poisonous blood and veins of the limbs, but why did he cut the tendons of all 4 limbs? Why? That's like completely ruining your life. Hi Guy openly harasses the Tang family, what a bunch of bastards. Naturally, the old man in black shouted at Hi Guy not to let him speak ill of the Tang family. Hi Guy was puzzled, being pushed into such a situation, how could the old man feel sorry for those people in the Tang family? Cursing them makes him angry again. The man in black confided that you should give up anyway, it would be faster to visit the North Sea directly. Hi Guy is thinking about something again. He smiled, seemingly thinking of a way. He took out the wine and continued drinking another bottle. The old man happily accepted it and thanked him. Just like that, the merchant line of the great poisoner, who is considered the most talented genius in the history of the line, even challenging the poison wall, is being teased by the guy who tries every way to get information. Drinking alcohol is also the time when the merchant gloomily thinks about his life. When people turn 50 years old, everyone feels that life becomes very difficult. But the life of this black-clothed old merchant is truly miserable. His weakness is that the poison and hidden weapons he possesses are limited in quantity. The Tang family struggled for a long time to think about a method to solve this problem, and in the end what they found was a method to poison the blood in his body so that he became a poison. However, this method is really not simple. The body is always in a state of high fever every day, the entire body's internal organs are in pain as if they are rotting. It is impossible to endure this for at least 10 years, body, if not for his superior physical strength and extreme mental strength. Another problem is that money and raw materials used in making poisons are extremely rare. Of course, the Tang family must supply such poisons every day, forcing them to apply strict standards for selection and training, the descendants of the poison people. So the Tang family limited the number of descendants of the cave people to no more than 2 in each generation. It's a pity that the merchant path is not among those descendants. The chosen one is none other than his 2 half-brothers, the heavenly spear and the wisdom spear, although expected and praised as the most talented person in the history of the Tang family, but for some political reason, the Tang dynasty was excluded from the list of descendants. But God always creates opportunities. The fallen merchant sent to the man's rock-opening tomb to get the poisonous spider, a poisonous spider, which is the raw material of the Hongduangla, a typical extremely poisonous type of the Tang family. But what awaits the merchant's path is not the poisonous spider but the human-faced spider, in other words, the human-faced spider. If a single tri-chu cultivates for thousands of years, a personality will be formed and it will have spirituality, because its face resembles a human's appearance. It is called a tri-chu. A fierce death match lasted 3 days. Light toxicity takes effect. Everyone thought that all the masters of the Tang family went into battle together. Including the injured and irreparable people, all of them died at that time, but in the end, the human-faced Chi-Chu was subdued. When facing death, he severed the human-faced Tri-Chu. The Nai-Dan and venom of the human-faced Chi-Chu, which had been cultivated for thousands of years, poured out onto the merchant's body. That melting lasted for 3 months, but at that time, the experts of the Tang family had already advanced, entered the excavated tomb to confirm the life and death of the vanguard team. Duong Tianch has repeatedly explained the truth and appealed that it was just a coincidence that he reached the realm of Poison Stone, but was completely ignored. He was accused of being blinded by desire, blindly, killing the entire bloodline that monopolized the family's property, and finally sentenced their most talented genius to the extreme punishment of being expelled from the family. Even if he became a great poisoner, the people of the royal family would not recognize him. His half-brother Tian Tianch personally made the great poison dragon robe as a symbol of greatness, poison, and metastatic lung veins in all 4 limbs of the road merchant and then watched with pleasure as he wore it and crawled out of the house. Hi Guy, when he found out the whole situation, he was extremely angry, lost all his humanity. Are they still human? no matter how jealous they are, if they can't congratulate Giga Mall's Supermaster on achieving when it comes to Poison Stone, you shouldn't have your limbs cut off and then chase you away. The merchant road was only pensive and sad. Hi Guy tried to find a way to help people, there were no words that could comfort his sense of loss, and when he reached the ultimate loneliness he lost everything, but in the end why does he always wear that shirt? Hi Guy wonders to the merchant, that shirt is just a symbol of intrigue, mockery, cunning and betrayal. While finishing the wine, the merchant replied, if I take off this shirt, what meaning will my life have? This shirt is the only thing the Tang family allows me to wear. Hi Guy was completely silent, he didn't answer. Don't mention the sad story anymore. Hi Guy stood up and urged the merchant road, let's go, to the family road. Duong Nhan Tianj smiled foolishly, it was useless. Hi Guy was surprised, what, why was it useless? The merchant expressed, what do you expect from me, but you see that I am just an exiled person, I cannot be of any help to you. Hi Guy advised him, he is willing to do everything to protect the family's honor, even though I don't like it very much, he is the family and the rumors. Hi Guy is even more assertive, and he is still a member of the family. In front of the businessman's blank face, Hi Guy hit him straight in the heart, even though he never expected to be recognized by anyone. The old man said with emotion, do you intend to make this old man even more pathetic? Hi Guy encouraged him, had to let them know. The merchant was suspicious, what you meant? Hi confident guy, let's show them that even if they are banished, they can never destroy the soul and pride of a martial artist. And then the businessman agreed to come to the family with Hi Guy. The sky has improved and become brighter. They finally arrived at Duangjia. Duangjia was guarded and strictly protected by a large number of soldiers. Looking at the scenery and buildings of the Tang family, Hi Guy exclaimed, it's so majestic. He sat down on the ground and doubted, but, the merchant always said, do you intend to fight alone with the Tang family? Hi Guy, don't dismiss this idea from the trader, this is a proven and effective method, just watch it and you'll know. Hi Guy is full of spirit. You sat still and practiced the exercises, the merchant realized that the Qigong you were using was true martial arts. He was very surprised, he was so young, how could this be possible? Hi Guy, he's very excited, he's excited, wherever the place is destroyed, the homeowner will be the angriest. Duong merchants were confused, what do you mean by that? Hi Guy only replied, is there any place among those palaces that is a warehouse for storing hidden weapons or substances in the heart of the Duong family? Duong Nhan Tianj slowly answered, it must be a poisonous dragon costume. Hi Guy asked again, is it a poisonous dragon costume? The merchant gently explained, this is where all the poisons and hidden weapons of the Tang family are made. Hi Guy is shocked. He quickly used his visual ability and found the location of the poisonous dragon costume. To be sure, he asked Tang Nhan Tianj again, is the temple with poisonous dragons there? Tang Nhan nodded, yes, but... Hi Guy ignored the word but of the merchant path, he excitedly prepared to attack the poisonous dragon costume. He glared and activated his move. Strong tornado emerged around Hi Guy. Tang Nhan Tianj was startled again, what, how could the energy emitted from the human body be so endless? Hi Guy is confident, he pulls out the sword on his body. The merchant seems to have guessed the Hi Guy's intentions, could it be that he is the great martial spirit that everyone talks about? Hi Guy throws his sword forward. He shouted loudly, the way of the mind, the magic of the sword. The sword soared quickly towards Doc Long Cac. The guards were confused, where did that sword come from? Sword art, the sword was still soaring, followed by a move, the spear swung into the sword. The building was slashed repeatedly, falling down into pieces. After the second phase, the dragon clawed the sword, that was the next move that sat on the sword. The consecutive moves that Hi Guy unleashed made the merchant panic. A realm that I had never thought of in my dreams, the great poisoner, is this guy in the same realm? The palace of the poisonous dragons was shattered. A huge explosion exploded, causing space to crumble. There was smoke and fire, and the guards here were extremely confused. The merchant felt gloating in his heart, he wondered what was the pleasure blooming in his chest. After dealing with the poisonous dragon palace, Hi Guy took the sword back. Hi Guy reported the situation to the merchants, I have finished dealing with the poisonous dragon, what important place is the next site? Duong Tianj was momentarily surprised, I couldn't believe that all of this was the divine might of a human being, this was a great master, was that his real power? Tang Nhan Tianj replied Hi Guy, next is Vin my pavilion, all the history and secret techniques of the Tang family are there. Hi Guy continues to identify goals. He happily found that place, okay, we know where it is. But Hi Guy didn't act at all, He thought carefully, wait, think again. He thoughtfully analyzed, because the first time was a surprise attack, they probably didn't have time to check the sword knowledge contained in the sword's air, but from the second time it would be different. Haigai noticed, the Tang family is both a martial arts sect of the Zhonghu and a member of the five great families. From now on they will be prepared for attack, and eventually they will find the sword power of men. The palace contains iron swords in the court, this is causing unnecessary trouble for oneself. But Haigai thought, but the amount of internal energy, mental power and thought consumed to use the sword technique of Tian Qian Lu is different, so it cannot last long. Hi sad guy, then it's really difficult. Haigai, think carefully, the negotiation strategy after counterattacking with the sword is the fastest way to achieve the goal. That powerful effect has been proven in Jiangxi. If they don't hand over the heavenly ice spirit, I will continue to threaten to destroy the palace. Can they endure it? Haigai said that, although it is different from the Black Tianlin era, if we attack with the martial arts of the five great families, we cannot expand the martial arts of the Namkung family. Haigai sighed sadly, it's a pity, but this method cannot be used in Sichuan again. Seeing that Haigai had been motionless all this time, the merchant was curious. What's wrong with you? Haigai just replied, nothing, please introduce me to a hotel nearby. Tang Yan Tianj refreshed his memory. What do you mean by a hotel? Haigai said, I want to rest and adjust my thoughts. Scene changes to the Martial Arts Division of the Martial Arts Alliance. The general strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance, Kat San Hui, read some news and then gritted his teeth in anger. This crazy guy. He was extremely disappointed. He said he was going to stop that little guy, but now he agreed to follow him. Well, the military general read the letter sent back by his eldest son. He was crazy. That wasn't enough. He even abandoned his important position in the main house and didn't even bother to come back to extend his hand. This brat really hates the Gaga gag. You don't understand. Why send all the family's gold money to Jiangxi? Does he intend to pour all the assets of Gigamal into just one trading group? He thought a little differently, but he assessed the strength of the Yu family. The vibrant activities of the Yu family Great Chamber of Commerce taking place in Jiangxi province were impressive. That Chamber of Commerce had occupied more than half of the territory of the Black Lotus Star. The general scolded, what kind of people are the Black Lotus people? They are really like golden demons blinded by money. There is no way such people can share their benefits easily. He further commented, that means they give special treatment to the president of the big trading house, whether it is through strength or negotiation. If there is not some strong incentive to sway the leaders of the Black Heavenly Lotus, there will absolutely be no such thing. The general strategist grimaced, not to mention the Namkung family. He is quite knowledgeable. It is clear that the Yuja Grand Chamber of Commerce is a merchant group supported by Namkung. If the content in this letter is true, it means that the Namkung family has surpassed Anhui and occupies half of Yang, West with the power of the family or something. Folding the letter, the general strategist felt a bit wrong. If this continues, Namkung will no longer be a family but will become Namkung Hoi or Namkung Min. This is a serious problem that is out of control. Mine. The general asked his subordinates, how is the news about the hidden wind spirit master? His subordinate shook his head and replied, there is still no news. The general strategist felt confused. Why was everything so chaotic? He made a decision. I will go to Min Master Palace once. Return to the home page. People are gathering around the collapsed Dak Long Pavilion. The head of the family, Duong Tian Tianj bitterly asked everyone, was it dynamite? The homeowner of Wu Ho Street didn't think so. If it was explosives, it would leave traces, but it was nowhere to be found. The master of the family frowned. It wasn't explosives. If it wasn't explosives that could create such destructive power in such a blow, it could only be anger. He speculated that if that was the case, it would mean that the devil leader of the heavenly devil city had rushed in, but how could no one detect the enemy? No matter how high the devil's magic power was, he couldn't get in or out of a place that was so thoroughly defended. The head of the family guessed that perhaps there was an enemy within. Since our lifetime, no spies had been discovered. The head of the family asked the head of the Vu Ho house, how much damage was it? Vu Ho replied, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the finished poisons are stored in silver steel bottles. The only remaining are a few broken bottles of poison water reserved for making pink sugar tears. Duong Vu Ho is optimistic that he just needs to rebuild the Dak Long Pavilion. The head of the family ordered, first gather all the masters of the family together. Duong Vu Ho stood up to take on the task. If there are spies, they must be dealt with secretly. I will take care of this myself. The patriarch of the family frowned. How dare you disobey my father's orders? Duong Vu Ho did not answer. His eyes were very determined. Duong Vu Ho was thinking, the immoral man, When he was young, his father cruelly forced his younger brother to wear the great poisonous dragon robe and crawl in front of the masters of the Tang family. After ascending to the position of head of the household, his cruel actions did not change at all. He always had narrow-minded thoughts and scrutinized people, and he did not care about the affairs of the Senate, but only buried his head in keeping a hidden concubine and arbitrarily using the family's assets. Duong Vu, who was not satisfied with his father, in the end, Duong Tian Tianj was forced by the Senate to give up his position as head of the family, becoming the patriarch with the shortest time in office in the history of the Duong family, because fearing that he had low self-esteem, the royal family gave him an honorary position as head of the family, but he behaved like a king. Duong Vu Ho told the patriarch, "How can the family leader openly doubt his subordinates and blood relatives? The loyalty and spirit of those who follow the family will be affected, totter." The patriarch of the family shouted harshly, "This idiot, in broad daylight, someone dared to break the defense and attack the family. If you ignore it and don't resolve it properly, things like this will continue. If something happens at any time, if you are afraid of affecting the reputation of the blood clan and the consequences of the Senate, then how can you be worthy of being the head of the family?" Duong Vu, who tried to calm down, he couldn't stand his father's involvement in the homeowner's authority any longer. Thinking about it, he took out something from his body. "Is the family master's token." Duong Vu Ho held it out in front of everyone and said loudly, "No, I do not allow summoning poisoners with the 5 poison command." The patriarch of the family was extremely surprised. "This arrogant guy, you dare to oppose your father with the 5 poison order?" The rest of the people were talking loudly. "What the hell is the 5 poison order? The fact that you wear a single dragon robe." The family went against the 5 poison orders again. "It's like denying that you're not a member of the family." Duong and Gu Ho ordered to arrest the patriarch. His subordinates obeyed, clearly. The patriarch of the family struggled and scolded him. "How dare you dare to this ungrateful guy?" The subordinates came to capture him and were a bit timid and asked for permission. The subordinates asked for the offense. When the head of the family was dragged away, another subordinate came to report, saying there was something to report. Tang Vu Ho was curious. What was the matter? The subordinate was speechless. Duong Vu Ho got angry and said quickly. The subordinates were hesitant to say that the old master of the lone ancestor, no way, the merchants had come to him. Hearing this familiar name, the head of the family was filled with hatred and remembered the name, Poison Ancestor. The head of the family shouted at the soldier, he dared to call that banished man a single ancestor. He looked down on this and how the rules of the street were. That subordinate was scared. He was wrong, please blame him, die. The head of the family lost his temper. If so, I will personally show you what the rules of the family are like. Duong Vu Ho signaled to his subordinates but did not quickly arrest him. Although the 2 subordinates were a bit timid, they had to follow and obey orders. The 2 of them quickly captured the patriarch's patriarch. He shouted loudly, "You bastards dare to touch me, dare to insult this patriarch." He screamed frantically, "What you have to do right now is, chase away that person who is blocking the way out and causing trouble, and quickly let me go." Duong Vu Ho calmly told the king, "I will go see uncle." The king is angry. "What?" The king tried his best to dissuade Vu Ho. "Householder, this is unreasonable. How can you bring the banished person into the courtyard of the household?" Duong Vu Ho didn't care. He turned around and said to his subordinates, "Quickly bring the uncle here." Sunlight shines outside on the family street. Hai Guy and the merchant leisurely entered inside. The merchant looked around. He still remembers each location, the lava palace that cut the team's flank in half and planted it full of poison, and the deep wood floor where the poisoners returned after practicing poison techniques and detoxifying their bodies with tranquil energy, from the moss growing in the shadow of the wall to the small wildflowers blooming below. A decade has passed, but everything in the family home is still intact, a place that we remember even in our dreams. As soon as he saw Duong Nyan Tianj, Duong Vu Ho respectfully greeted him, "Uncle." The patriarch of the family questioned him, "Look at your appearance, where do you think this is that you dare to come here?" Duong Tianj calmly replied, "This is the shirt that you made for me, how can I take off the shirt that symbolizes brotherhood?" The head of the family is speechless. The merchant told everyone here today, in order not to come here as a relative of the Tang family. The king was in a hurry, so what was the reason? "Hi guy, come on." He respectfully greeted, "Hello, I'm the guy from the Big Business Association, it's an honor to meet you like this." Both the king and Tang Yuu were surprised. Is it a big business association? Hai Guy greeted and waited forever, but the 2 family members did not respond. Duong Vu Ho ran to ask Duong Tianj, "Uncle, where have you been all this time? Do you know how long Tian Dockling's disciples have been looking for you?" The head of the family is bored. What, even the people considered the most elite of the family admire him. His Majesty felt indignant in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he could not erase his image. He struggled and cried, "Let go of me immediately. According to family rules, your mission is to catch the deported person, and that guy is causing trouble, not me." "Hi, bored guy, hey, even though I'm not from the family, I can still come here." The king angrily shouted, "The Tang family is not a place where traitors can enter and exit, so get out of here." Hi Guy didn't pay attention to him. He looked at Vu Ho Street. He excitedly came to offer to him, "I want to buy iron ore from the Tang family." The owner of the Tang family was bewildered. Why is iron ore primeval stone? It must be said that Sichuan is an iron-rich land with many exposed minerals in Sichuan that can produce good quality iron ore. Originally, the minerals were managed by the country, but due to Sichuan's rugged terrain and quite a distance, compared to Chengdu, most of the minerals were assigned to the Tang family. The Tang family's owner thought for a moment and then refused. It was impossible. The Tang family had never sold iron ore to merchants before. The Tang family's long-standing principle was to only supply the general's palace and royal family, so please go back. Hi Guy confusing, how strange. He took out the familiar red book. I read through the information. Before and after last year's Changyang New Year, you transported 2,000 iron swords, 70,000 kilograms of iron, and 9,000 kilograms of iron pearls to Shaolin. There are also transactions with trade groups. The homeowner was hit by something and didn't know how to say it back, but the guy still stuck with it. 26,007 kilograms of iron for the Chihu merchant group in Jiangyan capital. The owner of Duong Vu Ho was surprised. The transaction with the Red Tiger Trading Company was carried out secretly, so the fact that he knew this surprised me enough. Moreover, the quantity was accurate even to an odd quantity. The homeowner still refuses to admit that there is no such thing. Hi Guy put on a firm face because he knew well, this is the information we got after paying a very high price to a local news seller in Sichuan. The accuracy of the information is the life of the person, information seller, so the probability of this information being wrong is almost zero. Hi Guy continued, aren't you curious about who caused this? The homeowner was stunned. What? Hi Guy threatened, if you agree to the transaction, I will let you know who the murderer is. The homeowner is even more surprised. How could he be so shameless? The homeowner gave a signal with his eyes. The soldiers approached Hi Guy. Hi Guy was surrounded. He frowned. What does this action mean? The head of the Tang family loudly accused Hi Guy. Just based on the fact that you know that the Dak Long pavilion collapsed is enough for me to understand that you are on the same side as that murderer, and you still dare to brag like that among the people of our Tang family. What a brave man. Merchants come forward and say hello. Homeowner, I'll get straight to the point. Duong Vu Ho softened his voice, please just say it, uncle. According to the eloquent merchant road, what the Great Chamber of Commerce wants is to trade more than 50,000 kilograms of iron ore every month. Of course, they buy it at a generous price, twice the market price. The homeowner was shocked. 50,000 kilos per month, if calculated on a yearly basis, that was a huge amount, dozens of times larger than the scale supplied to the general's palace, and the price was double the market price. On the basis of this, Jiamon's business school, this is a sweet as honey proposal, but how to avoid the attention of officials when trading such a large amount? The Merchant Guild replied that the merchant group would be responsible for convincing the general to relent. The homeowner felt confused. What, he thought to himself, General Manhwa Din 11, can an ordinary merchant group be responsible for convincing someone with absolute power to join the army of Sichuan province? Seeing that the homeowner's line was already absorbed, the merchant's line turned around and told Hi Guy, the persuasion was already underway. He appreciated Hi Guy, that young man was a monster, the one who had turned into a general of Manhua, that noble military man turned into a brother in just a moment of conversation. Hi Guy did it, because he realized that General Jia Chan Shuen had a hobby of collecting ancient documents about the ancient times, so he approached and talked about the history and culture of that time, causing he constantly praised him as someone with a deeper vision and understanding than even an academy scholar. After gaining trust, it was finally time for him to make a proposal. With his ability to speak to win people's hearts, he made the general extremely satisfied. He brought a stack of slips in front of him. The general smiled, very cheerful, and complimented, my brother is indeed a careful person. This is the art of winning people's hearts. When the guy saw that it was okay, he immediately made a proposal to the homeowner. If the agreement is successful, I want some heavenly ice spirit as a demonstration of friendship. The master of the Tang family was surprised. The Tian ice spirit. The Tian ice spirit is an ancient object. From the Tang family's standpoint, it is a precious poison ingredient that is strictly controlled because the quantity is very rare. The reason he mentioned came to Tian Bangling just for the sake of the name to prove the friendship. If he knew what the cards the Tang family gave to withdraw Tian Bangling from the martial arts world, would he dare to say such nonsense? Duang Jia asked back, "Hi Guy, so what do you use as proof of friendship?" Duang Nyan Tianj would say Hi Guy, is the 400-year-old legacy of the Sichuan Tang family. The homeowner was surprised, what an uncle. Tang Nyan Tianj added, destroying the Sichuan branch of the heavenly demon city, which is proof of the friendship that the Du family's great chamber of commerce will give to the Tang family. The Tang family's owner was confused, he was crazy and his uncle, if those things could be created from the power of a merchant, during the past 400 years, what had the Tang family's blood been shed for? Hai Guy calmly said that people move based on reputation and trust. He pointed at the palace and explained that the holy religion was concentrated in the Sichuan branch. What was the reputation and trust of the demon cultists? He persuaded the head of the Tang family and the Sichuan branch of Tian Ma Tan not to carry out any economic activities but only maintain power quietly. Why did they have their main base in Xinjiang but were wasting their strength, after 400 years of lying in wait in this remote land of Sichuan? If it did not bring any benefits, would it make sense? They all knew it but everyone ignored it. The homeowner said again, what they are waiting for is the second coming. They believe that the heavenly devil will return at any time after the sunset of Sichuan. For them Sichuan is the headquarters for controlling the earthworm hybrid helps the heavenly devil return, that is faith in exchange for blood. Hi Guy, I don't understand, but why is that headquarters in Tushuyan and not Qinghai? To enter the Central Plains, Qinghai, which borders Gansu, has a much greater advantage than Sichuan, where there are only mountains, high and dangerous depths stretching in all four directions. Hi Guy suddenly shouted loudly, even though the leading demon sects had to endure conflicts with the Tibetan martial arts people, why did they return to faraway Tibet and use Sichuan as their headquarters? Why, what? Tang Nyan Tianj answered Hi Guy, it's because Sichuan Tang Jia is weaker than Qinghai's Kunlun. The homeowner was so embarrassed that he turned around and reminded the merchant, Uncle. Hi Guy laughed, no, to be more precise, it's because the 9 sects are stronger than the 5 great families. If the first demon sects attack Kunlun, then the Taoist sects worship heavenly Tao and immortal Tao, that is, that the martial arts people, Ngami, Hoa's son will stand together to attack them, then the demon religion will only fail, on the contrary. Hi Guy, analyze who will help out among the 5 great families when the demonic cult attacks. High-spirited Guy, I'll introduce you again. He said clearly, I am a noble man who serves the great male palace family, and would like to pay my respects to the homeowner. Patriarch Duang was stunned, that was his true identity, the one who just now was a gossip merchant. How could a person's temperament change so quickly? The homeowner also agrees with Hai Guy, but he is right, Shaolin, Wudong, Hoa Sun, Kunlun, Ngami, Kong Dong, Chung Nam, Tan Tan, Han Sun, all the above sects, constitute a sect if they belong to Buddhist or Taoist schools with a long history and tradition. Their history and tradition of religious worship, and their sense of unity and solidarity is so deep and strong that they great families cannot be compared. He believed that if Tan Hai's Kunlun was trampled on by the heavenly demon city, the martial arts alliance and the 9 sects would unite and stand up. The head of the Tang family is also worried, on the contrary, what will happen to the Sichuan Tang family? It is just a political faction that uses poison and hidden weapons, although they never say it to their face because they are afraid of the reputation of the Tang family, who knows what they are doing, whispering behind your back. Moreover, the 5 great families are much more worldly and greedy for fame and fortune than the 9 sects. The first family's mentality of competing with each other for the honor of the world is greater than the solidarity of strength, the head of the family thought, but the person who served the male palace offered to join the Tang family. The Tang family leader asked Hai Guy to be sure, are you willing to shed our blood just to exchange for iron ore? Can I believe that? Of course you serve the Nam Kung family, is also suspicious. Hi annoying Guy, you often get fooled, why don't you believe that I really serve the male palace family? I am a real servant. The homeowner still doesn't believe it. Do you have any proof? Hai Guy was a bit startled. Proof? He pondered, what proves that he is a servant? Could it be that he wants me to hand over his business card? Then Hai Guy rummaged around in his body, took out the sword card and said excitedly, this is Nam Kung's sword card. The Tang family still waved their hands, saying that the sword was only a sign of goodwill and close friendship, and could not be used as evidence for the position of servant. Hai Guy, seriously, so what should we do to prove it? The head of the house has a condition. If you can give me an audience with the king's sword. Hai Guy was not happy but did not refuse. Okay, do you agree to try martial arts? The Tang family's leader is full of momentum. there is no such thing as a test in the Tang family's secret records. Do you dare to confront the Tang family's will to kill? Hi Guy secretly admitted, that's right, there's no way people who specialize in using poisons and hidden weapons can compete in martial arts like normal. Tang merchants realized that the homeowner would probably use the Tang family's third divine weapon. The Tang homeowner was stunned. Tang, the third divine weapon was Tang. Duong Nyan Tianj clearly stated that, destroying soul poison, Viet fire Tian violent courage, and dark heaven ruling Chi blade technique, the person who can freely control these three types of Tang family's divine weapons is called the Dark King. The businessman's eyes were fixed on the homeowner's house. The homeowner also remained silent and did not respond. Duong Nyan Tianj added, as expected, I cannot set a warning for the poisoner just because I pay attention to the dark sky, otherwise the soul-killing dragon poison will not be perfect, so except for this, I accept the homeowner using the two gods, gas. The homeowner looked suspiciously at Hi Guy, is this guy that good? The tense atmosphere covers everyone. The head of the family looked back and realized that his uncle was not a person who spoke casually. If he insisted on the two divine weapons, then this young man completely had that power. Then the homeowner took out the fire-thin sack and placed it on his wrist. He is confident that even if he is an expert in transforming scenes, if he sees Yan Hoa Tian Bao Dung, he will turn into a pool of blood. Duong Jia warns Hi Guy, you might die. Hi Guy laughed, isn't it enough to just avoid 5 moves? The Tang family smiled meaningfully. Didn't he know anything about the Tang family's reputation in the world? Just 1 move would turn him into a pool of blood, let alone 5 moves. The Woohoo Road is in position. You are filled with fighting spirit, I am ready. Hi Guy is also calm and confident, please host. The head of the house glared. Is he dividing himself? Not only with the 2 flaps of his shirt, the homeowner's path has created 1,000 knives flying towards Hi Guy. Hi Guy with his sword cut it all down. He quickly and nimbly dodged and slashed. Hi Guy also rushed his sword straight towards the homeowner's street, but he was also a master and easily dodged it. Hi Guy's sword energy is changing. The homeowner realized that it was sword energy that turned into strength. The homeowner struggled to avoid it. Unfortunately, he was slashed and blood splattered out. Duong Vu Tiger homeowner jumped up again. He turned around to prepare for the second move. That is, the dark sky ruling air sword technique, and the illusory air ruling magic sword technique later. Hi Guy used Dujutsu. You see, all the flying knives thrown out are real. Very quickly Hi Guy knew, so each of those is airbending, right? Hi Guy quickly figured out how, in a situation where he spent a lot of internal energy to deploy airbending with just 1 sword, how could he control dozens, hundreds of those flying blades with airbending? Hi Guy shout out loud, let me see what game this is again. Hi Guy's counter move, the heavenly sword saves the 8th form, the world is not without way. The homeowner's flying knives are being controlled. They were all sucked into the black pool. The homeowner's path is being counterattacked and is quite tiring. The homeowner asked himself, disappointed in himself, the hidden core was stronger but still broke, and the dark devil made of thousands of years of profound iron was also collapsed into a block there. The homeowner is depressed, I haven't heard about this sword technique. He touched the fire bag again. He twisted it out. Very quickly, dozens of flying knives shot out. Hi Guy also has to admit, it's not an ordinary scam. I thought it was sword bending, but I didn't expect it to be a strange equipment hidden there. It's truly a scam. The head of the house wondered, what kind of swordsmanship is it? Does the Nam Kung family also have that kind of swordsmanship? Hey Guy, I don't understand, what is the technique? The homeowner expressed, this is the first time in my life I have met a martial artist who can block this kind of full moon flower. What exactly is that sword? Hi Guy just now understood, did you just mention Man Tian Hoa Vu? He marveled, that reputation was indeed very resounding. The power of this move was even stronger than the Black Sky Great Kill. The martial arts had almost reached the realm of selflessness. Hi Guy also made it clear to the homeowner that this is a martial artist with a sword. The homeowner is still surprised, how is the sword? Hi Guy explained, my master is the sword god. The homeowner was so surprised, he was a sword god. He also knew that the sword god was a famous figure in the martial arts world, but his whereabouts were gone. Was he really a disciple of the sword god? But the master of the street must admit, certainly his sword god's swordsmanship is so special that it can be called a miracle of the world. His sword moves are so powerful that they seem to swallow everything. In that oppressive space, even 1,000-year-old profound iron would turn into scrap metal, so what would it be like in a place with that person? Merchants also have to be cautious. Are you really a disciple of the sword god? Hi Guy reminds you, why do you interrupt when we are fighting? This is the time to ask those questions. People are always sneaky. No. The homeowner talked to Hi Guy. You said you were a descendant of the sword god, right? Hi Guy confirms, that's right. Hi Guy burst out with an oppressive aura. The homeowner saw that terrifying existence was even more terrifying than the great leader of the demon city. I had to trade flesh and blood all my life to reach the pinnacle of transformation. How could he reach the mystical realm at that age? The master of the Tang family had no choice but to exclaim, so talented. The transformation of the 5 people is an absolute enemy. Normally, Xuan Tian is a realm that can confront the 5 martial artists who have reached the stage of transformation, but with the secret of the Tang family, it is not possible, can be classified simply by realm. The head of the Tang family suggested, I have a request that really shouldn't be made in this martial arts battle, but can I prepare the flying knife again? I don't want to miss this golden opportunity. Hi Guy, I don't understand, what opportunity is the homeowner talking about? The homeowner prepares his throwing knife again. He doesn't answer Hi Guy. He said loudly, I want to test whether the peerless Tang dynasty that I have trained hard all my life can connect with the mysterious realm or not. I'm afraid for the homeowner. I don't know how to practice that dark sky non-consciousness, but I'm sure it's too much for the homeowner's level, especially with that injured arm, absolutely impossible. Duong Vu Hu quickly hugged his bleeding arm. He grimaced and was in pain but still affirmed, I'm still fine, uncle. Hi Guy agrees to this bet, okay, I will wait. What a unique idea. That method controls the flying knife by channeling energy through hidden energy. Hi Guy also silently reminds himself to be careful, because he is controlled by his luck through his hidden mind. He will consume less internal energy, his mental energy and thoughts when using air bending will be lighter, but still, it is dozens of flying knives, so it remains to be seen how powerful they are. As expected, there are countless flowers and weapons, so I cannot predict how terrible the internal force injected will make the flying knives have terrible damage. The homeowner's road has been prepared. You also have respect for Hi Guy, thank you, I'm ready. Hi Guy, please let him go first. The homeowner gritted his teeth. He unleashed his magic, the dark heaven bending air sword technique. Next, the second consciousness darkens the sky and the light goes against the sky. Hi Guy still calmly accepts the move. He swung his sword and slashed furiously. The homeowner's series of flying knives were destroyed by Hi Guy. The homeowner's natural smile was fake. He used the fire celestial scabbard on his wrist. Was a long green iron bar flying straight forward. It hit Hi Guy's thigh, causing him to stop. A green larva eats into the flesh of Hi Guy's leg. It quickly spread. Hi Guy looked down blankly, there was poison. Do Hi Guy felt that, the almighty white-eyed sword heaven body, could it be that there was some physical movement that the sensor force could not grasp, that is, in his current realm he could not grasp it, the physical vector value speed of that hidden weapon. At this time, tens of thousands of arrows were rushing towards the guy. He tried his best to defend himself, using only a sword. But human calculation is not as good as heaven's calculation. With tens of thousands of arrows, he could not resist. Being hit by the flying knife, the guy gritted his teeth and cursed that the flying knife also contained poison. At this time, his body began to change slightly. Soon, he vomited fresh blood. The head of the Duong family with an arrogant face continuously attacked the arrogant guy. Realizing the disadvantage, he was startled and silently exclaimed, dangerous, dangerous. After that, he used the momentum to jump up high. Hi Guy thought that he could not imagine that the Tang family's anger would develop such terrible power. Without thinking much, he used all his strength to deliver the fatal blow. The sword created great power, causing the ground to rotate. Plus, the world is important. One strike blew up the entire ground. After fighting, Hi Guy immediately landed to observe the situation. He secretly wondered if he was compatible with the world's important people. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The Duong homeowner was not harmed in any way, he jumped directly onto the opposite roof. Looking at his fiery power, he was surprised, perhaps that was it. Crazy, he attached explosives to his leg and used it as a missile, intending to make a bowl or something. At this time, the homeowner took out sharp arrows and flying knives. Control it to rush towards the Hi Guy. With his fluent fingers, he easily controlled it. Faced with the sudden blow, Hi Guy couldn't help but panic. He trembled and silently exclaimed that he had lost. But, this is a so-called duel between martial artists, using both the fierce fire attack and the equipment at their feet, it's too fierce. On this side, the homeowner exclaimed in surprise, "The legend of the Dark King is exactly that." The old man loudly and confidently declared that this was the Tang family. These were the moves containing poisonous gas and cruel years that had stopped the demon cultists throughout 400 long years, looking at it, losing it, which martial artist dares to underestimate the Dark King? Despite the strong criticism of the Wanderers that it was martial arts based on objects, the Dark King carefully protected the Tang family to the end. Looking at his aura, the Du Hai guy could not help but exclaim and oppress him, overturning the entire mystical realm with the sword magic of the sword god. Suddenly he thought of something. His eyes became fiercely determined. Du Hai guy thought, "Sword god, after spending meaningless years in the blood jade, I thought I was indifferent to the chaos of love, but when I saw your image I couldn't use my full potential of myself, making my passionate heart waver again, full of flowers and feathers of the Dark King's family. In that moment your sword and that useless evasion method of yours had no effect at all. Even though it was predicted, things like today will happen one day. Your acquired realm has not yet been consolidated, and in the end you were defeated by the power of the Dark King, one of the legendary characters of the world." After understanding all the problems, Du Hai guy immediately regained his fighting spirit. Alone, he charged forward with his sword in response. He said arrogantly, "Why do my sword skills always aim for perfection and strength? You must act first to control the situation to gain an advantage. Don't use your eyes to avoid that hidden gas, feel its movement in the air. Think about what your idea is, not reality." Enlightenment in sword consciousness. In that short moment it was like an illusion unintentionally engraved in the soul. Follow what the intention has understood. Du Hai guy has made the homeowner surprised. One strike left him unable to react in time. Combined with the heavenly sword flow, together with the world's greatest sword wall, he understood that ideas are the reality of thoughts. Thus, he could easily receive the master's moves. Du Hai guy said in a provocative tone, "Can you see all that sword energy as just one real entity? See those thousands of swords as just one sword?" At this time, thousands of swords of the Du Hai guy rushed to attack the homeowner's house. He knew that as long as the old concept was still deeply imprinted in his subconscious, overcoming that wall of swords was a far-fetched task. Having assumed that ice is cold all my life, how can I realize that it is hot overnight? Furthermore, even if we overcome that conceptual sword wall, the realization how it happens is another matter. That's why the guy defeated the homeowner easily. The homeowner was thrown to the ground. Seeing that, he lowered his voice and asked, "Then what do you mean?" At this moment, his eyes changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. He thought to himself, "So that's it, the idea of being able to perceive and grasp and even destroy the unclear, unknown space, if not the perception of that distant thing, then it represents the idea of how. Is there something different about this sword move?" It seemed like something had come up in Du Hai guy's head. He was lost in his own world of reasoning. Du Hai guy thought, "So this is the wall that limits his strength. Understand the root of the matter." He seemed to wake up a second time. He silently said, "Teacher, the ice spirit of the sword god teacher has appeared. If you continue to consume spiritual energy, the state of the sword god's soul will gradually decline, and eventually if it loses all its strength to exist, it will not be possible to survive in the blood jade." The elder Du Mong Dok said, "No matter what, we must convince him to try to survive and not show off his full strength if not necessary." At this moment, the crowd standing behind said with panicked eyes. Even though he was hit by the violent fire flame poison, he was still conscious. The flame poison was extremely toxic and could make an expert who had reached the stage of transformation vomit blood, but he was calm and strangely calm. Hearing these words, the man angrily shouted, "Are you still standing there? The homeowner is already unconscious." The old man secretly exclaimed, "What a fool, why did he pour out all his true energy like that?" The Tang family's subordinate approached to negotiate. "Everything will be temporarily postponed until the homeowner recovers, so I will take you to the mansion." Hearing this, Du Hai guy immediately agreed. Went to the backyard of a certain homeowner one evening. Everything is happening bustlingly on the riverbank. Mr. Min stood high up, looked at him, then smiled and said, "If I had known that the atmosphere of Ba Duong Lake was so special, I would not have locked myself in my room." Suddenly, the school commissioner Dan hurriedly ran over to warn him that this place is the territory of the Black Sky Lotus. "You should be more cautious, Mr. Master nodded and replied, "Yes, yes. Look at everything happening bustlingly and vibrantly in the scene before your eyes." The leader kept exclaiming, "This is truly a place worth living." After that, he and his teacher went near the wharf. The leader said that the place where the people were both bustling and friendly was also the territory of the Alliance, the territory of the evil sect. At this time, a man came and politely asked, "Where are you going?" "Mr. Min replied coldly, "Who are you?" He replied, "I am Dang Ai, an employee of the Transportation Department of the Transportation Department." Transportation Department, Department staff. Then, I took out a piece of paper and he happily introduced it. "I will serve you at a cheap price. The blue area corresponds to 50 pieces of iron, the green area is 1 amount of silver, the red area is 2 silver. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lord's subordinate frowned and replied, "No need." He wondered, "Will you take me in that carriage?" Dang I replied, "I will take you to the most wonderful place." "Okay, please take me to the big trading company." This makes the subordinate surprised. Sir. Mr. Min explained, "Wouldn't that be better than walking? Take a horse-drawn carriage to see the scenery and products in Jiangxi." Then, he took them to the front of the modern carriage. Sitting on the horse-drawn carriage, they immediately set off on their journey. The owner expressed interest and admired how comfortable this horse-drawn carriage was. Dang I said, "This is your first time riding a truck." A truck is a famous specialty of Anhui and Jiangxi. This is the best product that the big trading group is very proud of. Hearing these words, the leader thought to himself, a person who always looked out at the backyard with tired eyes due to official affairs, now smiled so brightly. Soon, the carriage stopped, and I said, "Sir, we have arrived." Stepping out of the car, the leader took out a silver tael and gave it to him and said, "This is a tael," took the money, he smiled widely and replied, "Thank you, see you next time." Standing in front of the family's aristocrat, they slowly walked in. Suddenly I saw the figure of someone familiar lying down in front of the family's gate. The leader thought to himself, "He looks very familiar. If that face were a little fatter, his muscles a little more solid, he would call out, 'Pa Eng guard young knight.'" Hearing someone calling, the guard was startled and asked, "Who is it?" The school commissioner said, "Isn't it the young master's guard? What misfortune did the young master encounter to end up like this? Oh my God, what's with the wound on that hand?" He weakly stood up and approached the two of them. He replied, "Ah, it's nothing, I'm very pleased to worship the sword teacher." The district commissioner said, "But, I know there will be a big event in Ha Bok soon, so why is the young knight here?" Pa Eng Gao shyly raised his hand and scratched his head, thinking, "I came to review the ban on entering the new shop, but I can't tell them that I have become a minor." He replied, "For now, Junior is supporting the work of a large trading group." The parish commissioner asked, "To support the work, the young master of the Pa Eng family came to this remote Jiangxi region, to help with the work of a trading group under the command of the Namkung family." These words made him bow down in shame and think, "Am I the only one who fell into that guy's magical hands? There is also a young master of Kayum and a young master of Goat Ga and the whole north." What north? Speaking of this, Pa Eng Jia suddenly realized that he had almost mentioned the young lady from the North Sea Ice Palace in front of the Supervisory Committee of the Martial Arts Union, a person without morality. Thinking of this, his face immediately changed. "Now, it is the north wind season, please be careful." Pa Eng took a look at the master and asked, "Who is this gentleman?" The Dan school commissioner quickly ran closer and replied, "Don't make any noise, this is the Alliance leader, Alliance leader. He is the person who competes for the position of the world's #1 sword with the Purple River #1 sword with the Purple River sword, Saint of Hoa Sun, a famous Taoist who is known as the true man throughout a generation of martial arts, the person called the Sky of the Righteous Sect, the summit of the 7 martial arts seats. That old man with a small figure, the master of the Martial Arts Alliance, the one who conquered half of the rivers and lakes and the north of the river, is the martial prince of that time. With that stooped appearance, it seems like he is holding a sword, it's also difficult." Pa Eng Guard thought to himself, "If I hit him with one blow, he would probably faint." After that, he turned his face and replied, "Oh, what an honor. Junior Pa Eng Guard of the Bok Tien Wei and Vu family would like to pay his respects to the master of martial arts." As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher Dan panicked and quickly stopped him. "Hey, I told him, don't talk loudly." Suddenly, the Lord took action and activated the demonic weapon. Strike a blow towards Pa Eng Guard, making him surprised. When he was done, he raised his hand to stroke his beard and replied, "No need to be too formal, after all, that person belongs to a large trading group." Pa Eng Ca asked confusedly, "You mean Du Hai Guy, the boss of the big trading group?" The leader nodded and replied, "That's right, it's Du Hai. Where is that young man?" Hearing this guy, the guard angrily expressed, "Crazy guy, he caused a terrible thing in Jiangxi territory of evil Paz, and finally touched the master of martial arts, bastard. No, the boss of the big trading group is in Sichuan. Sichuan, yes, that person came to the Tang family, the Tang family. I'm really curious, I really want to meet that young man. The ecclesiastical commissioner said, without that person, it's okay, you can give orders to the heads of the big trading group. The leader replied, if it was simply an order, I wouldn't have come here. Pa Eng Tio Heap, where are the leaders of the big trading group? Pa Eng Guard replied, everyone is at Gang Tan restaurant. Gang Tan Quan, this place has been open for 3 days now, it almost looks like a pub. The leader wondered, I heard that the cold ice wine of the big business group is very famous, if I go there can I enjoy it? Maybe you will enjoy it, Dang I Fur, no matter how crazy he may be, he cannot defeat the master of martial arts. But wait, isn't Mr. Vu Huang a Taoist who takes refuge with the Dharma name of true man? He would probably be quite surprised if he entered Yang Tan Quan. At this time, the leader turned away and said, let's go, yes, leader. At the same time, a figure soared across the roof. Din Gahui shouted loudly, Pa Eng brother. Seeing her, Pa Eng Gao looked as if he had seen a devil. He tried to run away. Before leaving, he was not used to giving instructions. The two of them walked slowly, and the junior asked to leave. Seeing his haughty appearance, the school commissioner was skeptical as to what was going on here. Go to the front of Gang Tan restaurant in the late afternoon. Stepping inside, everything sparkles luxuriously. The twinkling lights make people blind. Witnessing this scene, the leader and the district commissioner couldn't help but gasp, what kind of restaurant is this huge? The leader smiled and replied, that's amazing, I really want to meet that little guy. Standing in front of the restaurant, waiting in front of the restaurant, he was waiting. He said fiercely, the old man was not allowed in. It's clearly written in the wall newspaper there that those born in the year of Qian Van or later are not allowed to enter. The parish councillor thought to himself, if born in the year of Qian Van or later, he would be between 30 and 35 years old, why, only young men in their 20s would be admitted. The school commissioner shouted angrily, you dare, you, know who this is? He replied in awe, whether it's this or that person, I don't want to argue with the elders so you two should go, you dare too. Outside, everyone is talking, look over there, everyone who is old is there. Realizing that everyone was gathering, the leader quickly covered his face in fear. He said, young man, I really want to taste the ice wine, can you really let me in? Looking into those eyes, he stood still and silently exclaimed, those mysterious eyes were those of a master. Dang and Rai, he said, cold ice wine is also available at Du Jia Inn. Looking at the energy that his body radiated, the master could not hide his surprise. He wondered, as a true martial artist who rebelled against Heaven's fist, what relationship do you have with Tiat Hung Ba? These words made him secretly ask in surprise. Just by looking at his strength, he could recognize his martial arts skills. Moreover, this old man did not even use honorifics with his master, which meant that this person was of the same generation, or the master's senior. He loudly asked, who are you? The master calmly replied, you are my friend's disciple. Hearing that, he frowned and thought to himself, what fellow Taoist, everyone knows how the Martial Arts Alliance oppressed the Green Forest. The master continued, if you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to answer, there's nothing you need to be so careful about. Hearing this, Dang Inri's eyes widened. He remembered the image of what On P once said, I should have pulled out all of that Taoist's beard. Remembering this, suddenly he realized that he was the Vu Huang. The teacher Dan angrily pulled out his sword and asked, how dare you mention Luke Lam Dao? Dang In Rai, he frowned and asked, what wind brought the missionary here? Dan Bikgu replied, why do we have to report our whereabouts to a thief like you? Quickly take me to meet the owner of the camp. Hearing his overbearing tone, he angrily shouted, I'm not a thief. Dan Bikgu immediately looked surprised, why? He then immediately took off his shirt. Then he said loudly, I, in your honor, the martial artist from the outer court of the Nam Kung family, am honored to pay my respects to the school committee. The guy jumped up, oh my god, his mouth is small. At this time, Lord Vo Lam Min calmly stroked his beard and said, wow, martial artists of the Nam Kung family know the martial arts of the Mountain Bandit King, it's really impressive. After confirming each other's identities, he politely invited the guests in. As soon as I entered, suddenly a scream rang out, how could it be my fault? The station scolded me, oh my god, why do people have brains but no one uses them? In a situation where the port is closed, where do you think the distribution side will turn now? Two people, each one has a sentence, no one gives in to the other, all the way to the bureau and nowhere else. You also know clearly that the transportation branch of the family will be built next to the Duong Xuan River, so what, the department is this era that big. I just ordered the construction exactly as High Guy Teo Hayup told me. Listen carefully, my young master will follow all the rules. I'm always angry at the station, so I knock on my fan to question, but since the situation has changed, I have to be more flexible. You can't calculate how much loss I will have if I really open a shipping branch in Lujiang district. That's a lot. 60,000 taels of gold will go down the drain. Dang Ho was startled and his face turned pale. 60,000 taels. The Martial Arts Alliance leader looked at this quarrel and was a little skeptical about life, although the two people standing before my eyes, one is a well-educated young master of the family, the other is a talented young swordsman, the age of the male palace family. But why do they talk as if the two businessmen have been traveling in the business for decades? Why did the genius of the famous Jia Cat family turn out like this? Ron San Rock laughed provocatively, knowing right away that he didn't expect anything from a kid who only knew how to swing a sword since he was little, so it's understandable that you're so upset now. As soon as he finished speaking, Dang harshly scolded him, shut his mouth, and then painfully hit him on the head. Ron San Rock's blood boiled and he said, "Your master, am I right? Do you want to punch each other? Apart from swinging your sword, what else do you know how to do?" Dang Ho replied. Dang Ho is not enough, retorted, so what can you do with that sickle of yours? It's harvesting. At the same time, Dang and Rai he led martial arts master Min along with Dan Bok Gu upstairs. Dan Bik Gu thought to himself, the little sword master of the Nangong family was originally the model of a gentleman who always kept rules and regulations for the children of many other families to learn from. It feels like just yesterday. I also saw his elegant appearance and outstanding talent at the Dragon and Phoenix Festival. While they were arguing heatedly, they discovered the master of martial arts and exclaimed in surprise, "Commissioner Sir." A character that seems to exist only in legends, except for the name Dan Bek Gu and the title of Martial Arts Commissioner of the Martial Arts League. There is no other information about this character. The Inspection Commissioner, Dan Bek Gu, head of the Supervisory Institute, which is considered to have the greatest power in the Martial Arts Alliance, famous for his outstanding work skills, and ranked among the top 10 masters of the Alliance. They secretly wondered, why is Dan Bek Gu here? Besides a few times we ran into each other at the Alliance, we didn't have any contact with him. After that, we were always polite and paid our respects to the school committee, NIT. Giao we saw him and immediately said, "Your skin seems more rosy, maybe it's because you left the Alliance for a while." Chu Ga always confusedly replied, "That's not the case. I heard that the guy is not at home right now, so who is representing the family now?" Dang Ho confidently replied that although he had little experience, the person taking over the business was currently his subordinate. Dan Bik Gu asked, "Hey, then it's easier to negotiate. Can I find a place to sit?" Cho Ga Uan replied, "Oh yes, how rude, please come over here and sit." Sitting on the chair, the martial arts leader exclaimed, "It would be nice if someone brought me a bottle of wine. The cold wine would be even better." I suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "What? Oh yes, that's it, please wait a moment." At this moment, Che Ga Uan raised his face to look at the martial master. He thought to himself in surprise, a short old man with a massive beard. Could it be that? It seems like you have discovered something. He shouted in panic, wondering if you were the master of martial arts. In the lower part of the West Angel family, Gung Dang came from the emperor's family. Dang Ho also clasped his hands in panic and bowed, and in the south, Gung Dang Ho of the Dong Tian emperor's royal family, met the Lord. Martial Master Vo Min smiled and replied, "The boy has become a mature man now. This kid is the winner of that year's Dragon and Phoenix Festival, right?" Dang Ho replied, "That time it was just thanks to luck, so it's okay. Luck is also a type of talent. Life has many paths to success. You don't need to be too humble." At the same time, there was a loud noise approaching. Realizing that, the martial arts leader and the school committee immediately used stealth techniques to sit at a nearby table. At this time, the Demon King fiercely rushed in. "What is this? You guys broke your promise." Che Ga Uan had a calm face and thought to himself, they were hiding their aura. After that, he turned to the other two people, his face darkened and asked, "What do you mean by broken promises? Didn't we deliver the antidote on time?" "It's not about the antidote. Why have we ordered 10,000 carriages since forever but still haven't seen the goods arrive today?" Hearing that, the Ga Uan explained, "Is that so? Building a Tian Van horse carriage takes a lot of effort. It's not like you go to the forest and pick a basket of fruit. Don't lose it, so patient." The Ghost King was completely stunned for a whole month. "You beasts, last time I came, You told me to wait a month, but this time I came and told you to wait another month. Do you think we're stupid and don't know about your plan to tame the Black Lotus? I'm so excited, oh my god, why are you guys so overzealous? The Tian Van carriage is a luxury item that takes at least 3 months to produce, now you don't have any in stock, what do you want us to send you? Ma Lim Vuong's eyes turned red, he immediately knew that you guys would be bad at this performance. Listen carefully, this time we're going to investigate. Dream Treasury dug out 4 carriages, 6 into Tin Mountain District, 2 in Ngu Hung Restaurant. I know everything. In the past 3 days, you bastards have transported 12,000 carriages everywhere, here and there, but dare to tell us that it doesn't exist. That's no different than an insult to us. Explain clearly, otherwise we'll be fine. Che Ga Uan immediately responded, what nonsense, in the places you listed, I have already pre-ordered Black Tian Lin for half a year. Well, it's understandable now that we're in Dai Tin Sun District, but why do we have to be ranked below a lowly treasury in a pub? What does that have to do with the power of your Black Xuan Lin? This is the rule at our camp, the first to arrive is the first to serve. Ma Lim King gritted his teeth and questioned, now you guys don't even bother to maintain your image anymore. Dang raised his hands in front of his chest and replied arrogantly, yes, so what, if you want to be treated properly by others, you must be polite to them first. This little guy. Dang and Rai, he calmly continued, come on, why are old men like you two who are so close to the earth and far from the sky but still so greedy for fleeting wealth? Ma Lim Vuong was startled and exclaimed, close to the earth and far from the sky. Am I wrong? Without the antidote we gave you 2 weeks ago, now you guys are breathing in the smell of dirt, but now you two still come here every day and make a fuss just because of these vanity things. No. I'm all tired, Nam Kung brother, Jia Cat brother, let's just cut off the weekly dose of antidote from these 2 guys. Hearing that, the Demon King shouted loudly, these bastards, this is the 2 of them, human life, you know. Hey, now the sun is rising in the west, wipe the blood off his sickle and then come up and teach others about human life. At this moment, everyone present there burst into laughter. Making the Demon King angry, whoever dares to laugh, whoever. The ferocious look on his face made Ron San Rock try to hold back his laughter but couldn't. The old man shouted angrily, very good, ever since you followed these merchants, your brain has gone numb, right? Then today, on behalf of the leader, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Ron San Rock put the potion outside the window and warned, don't come any closer. I'm holding your antidote in my hand, now what would happen if I threw it into the river? You two also know how much effort it takes to make these antidotes, right? Suddenly he thought to himself, damn, this guy is crazy, even though I also hate my master, but still, it's not to this extent. Dan Big-Goose silently observed the situation, wondering what was going on. The other 2 guys, one has a head that looks like 2 sickles against a goatee, the other has a fox shape, wears a red chain around his waist like a belt, this special appearance, no need for introduction, I also know, it must be the Demon King and Poison Immortal King of the Black Sky Lotus. The 8 kings of the Black Lotus are the ranks just behind the leader, people from the Du family poisoned the 8 kings with some kind of ghostly poison to control them. Is this the future generation? That of the political sect is not like that. Ma Lim King helplessly replied, then at least increase the supply of cold ice wine with some black water, but don't you see that the daily amount is now ridiculous, we can't even drink the Black Celestial Lotus, enough, let alone sell it. Dang and Rai, he said, you guys are so addicted to alcohol that if you don't drink for a few days you'll die, instead of drinking, you should try to hold back a little, save up and sell it, you'll probably drink it all again this time, right? Che Ga Uan looked tired and said, we are also trying to solve this problem, but really, there is currently no way. Although many businesses buy wine from Jiangxi, our construction methods place limitations on productivity, and if there is no change in transportation concerns, prices on the black market will skyrocket, immediate dizziness. Although this is okay in terms of short-term profits, in the long run it will create unavoidable problems, and there must be some special measures to solve this problem. Joe's sudden absence has become a huge burden for the whole business. Although it is true that he can be complacent because he has changed the whole of Hefei in just 3 years. But to be able to solve every problem down to every little corner like this, is truly not human. Ma Lim King didn't have the heart to ask, so why don't you reduce the amount of goods sent to merchants, inns or restaurants? Dang and Rai, he replied angrily, you old man's brain is shit, so you want to save all the delicious pieces for Black Tian Lin, throw back the excess soup residue to the people. If you're still upset then we can turn the table. Okay, what does it mean to flip the table? Without saying much, he immediately started his arm muscles. The ferocious and threatening look on his face meant that the negotiating table for trade between the two organizations would be completely overturned. Black Tian Lin could not continue to exist without ice wine, black water, hamburgers and cold tea. The martial artists were accustomed to eating meat sandwiches for lunch, and the Iron Fist King and his managers the monks always held parties to drink cold ice wine every day, and even their leader went crazy and kept buying black clear water. In fact, it is clear that the Black Lotus is completely dependent on the food and drink that the family is trading. Che Ga Uan said loudly, "We are entrusted with the task of managing the family's restaurant and must avoid using force like this. He told us to do business normally, do you understand? However, if the Black Lotus is like that, what should we do?" The Poison Immortal Killer King replied, "Why do you think that guy was able to predict this situation? To be honest, I find him asking scary. He predicted everything and left this." The leader of the sect, Ma Lim King, wondered, "What was that?" Ma Lim King took the letter and opened it to read. "In exchange for supplies for the main institute, we have to withdraw half of our troops." "Impossible, don't tell me the leader is also planning to follow that bastard's request." The Poison Immortal King spoke up to negotiate, "We will withdraw half of our troops. But there are also a few conditions." The Demon King exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why do we have to agree to that unreasonable request? Is it really the leader's order, you idiot? Every day you only know about women and drink like a pig, so how can you understand the situation of our guild right now?" Perhaps the boss of those bastards had predicted everything. If he had asked to withdraw half his soldiers, it certainly couldn't have been a coincidence. "The Yu family's business has actually taken up 60% of the entire Jiangxi. Have you never followed the situation of our guild, inns, taverns, and merchant guilds? There are many things, but not just one." "What, our eyes and money, everything is related to the family's business association. What's worse is our martial arts experts, most of them are parasites and worthless people. I'm idle, damn it." Ma Lim King's face turned pale. "What he means is that those guys can't make money and have to stay there like pawns. Wait, on top of that, these brats own more than 10% of the area. How about this Jiangxi trade, in just 3 months? That's unreasonable. All forces that violate the guild's interests must be destroyed." Even the Green Foresters had to witness the collapse of 12 mountain camps just because they touched the guild's waterway, us, but the brat of the Merchant Guild is not an expert martial artist, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Then, he glanced at Ron San Rock full of hatred. The old man said bitterly, "They came like that." Che Ga Uan asked, "What is your request?" Doc Tien replied, "The medicine cures all diseases, and accepted our guild to cooperate in doing business with the old family, by helping you solve the problem quickly and without Shadow King. The panacea they take once every half a month is the true vitality and blood pill of life and death medicine that this guy used every day as a tonic, because this pill is expensive so people cannot be purchased unless the person is a high-ranking official. Du Hai Guy told us that no matter what happened, we would continue to sell True Blood Chi pill as a panacea, because there was a slight change in taste, which made the Black Lotus group suspicious." Che Ga Uan thought to himself, "I'm sorry, you bastards, the longer you believe that you've been poisoned, the more favorable the situation will be for us. We can't miss the opportunity to manipulate the Black Lotus to make more money. Silver okay?" After that, he firmly raised his hand to refuse. "No, first of all, I can't give you the panacea like that. Our young master No High Guy won't be able to detoxify. You are interfering in the business of the Merchant Guild. Through many things I can clearly see your opposition, so we absolutely do not agree to that condition." Hearing that, the Poison Fairy immediately turned around, "So forget telling us to withdraw half of our force." Che Ga Uan gritted his teeth and thought, Hai Guy agreed to cut off the supply in Anhui. If Hok Tian Lin refused to withdraw half of his army, there must have been some reason and plan behind it, but why did he left without telling me anything? In the end, he had to decide, "Okay, let's make a small compromise. First, I want to meet that guy, Shadow King. I hope you understand, we are not allowed to interfere with anything, eat everything, so I can't meet that guy." Hearing these things, the Poison Immortal Killer King replied happily, "Very good." Seeing his calm attitude, he was surprised and wondered if he was trapped. Just now he mentioned the panacea. It was just a trap to make the negotiations go more smoothly. His top priority was wanting to participate in the management of the family's merchant guild. After that, the fairy expressed, "Tomorrow I will return and bring the King of Shadows." The Demon King continued, "You bastards, one day, you will suffer a tragic end at my hands." Dang and Rai he smiled and said, "Look at them, they are all old hands but did not dare to say a word in front of the big brother Du Hai Guy, now they are arrogant and demanding to act on behalf of heaven." Everyone was thoughtful at this time. The worst case scenario was to provide for them in MANHUA, and let them join our merchant guild. After completing the negotiations, the Poison Immortal Slaughter King and the Ma Lim King immediately left. Master Vo Lam Min said, "Teacher Pill, give me what the Martial Alliance has prepared." Dan Bikgu then took something and replied, "Yes, Master." Holding it in your hand, a source of energy radiates in the Master's hand. It didn't take long for it to turn into ash again, causing Dan Bikgu to exclaim in surprise, "Master." Martial Alliance Master Vo Lam calmly replied, "Sect Leader Dan." Dan Bikgu lowered his head in disappointment and replied, "Yes, Alliance Leader." He said, "Has there ever been a military strategist in the Martial Arts Alliance who could crush the Black Lotus in Jiangxi? Up to now, has anyone come up with such a plan, or has anyone made them? Can they stop expanding in Jiangxi or wasting their profits, and let the heretics weaken a little?" Dan Bikgu replied, "No one yet, sir, but..." He continued, "In other words, even when facing enemies, the descendants of famous families always restrain themselves from ever touching poison, carrying the dignity of a righteous person. How can you do that, without regard to the rules of the righteous path?" Che Ga Uan shyly replied, "It's not like that."
Dang Ho stepped forward to relieve the siege. "I, a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, admit that I have ruined the reputation of the prestigious family. Now, the leader of the alliance, please calm down."
Seeing that action, I couldn't help but stare at him in surprise. Che Ga Uan continued, "I ask your forgiveness." Master Vo Lam Min waved his hand and said, "Then let's form a fake solution as soon as possible." Hearing these words, the Gon suddenly stiffened. After that, he hurriedly ran away. Wait a minute. Soon, the boss returned with a bottle of wine in his hand. Seeing that, the martial arts master burst out laughing and said, "Is this a cold ice wine?" Che Ga Uan confidently replied, "This drink is called Snow Flower Divine Wine. This is the best type of cold ice wine that the wine brewing place for the family can only make 100 jars a year. Cold ice wine is already very famous, but there is still this rare type." Che Ga Uan thought to himself, just as they said, the martial emperor was an alcoholic, not like the demeanor of a monk. After that, the gas station immediately opened the wine cap. Poured into a ruby-colored cup, the faint aroma attracts the drinker. He respectfully raised the cup of wine and said, "Here, please try it." Master Martial Arts nodded and ordered, "Leave it there, leave it for me." Oh my god, this scent, yes, this is a wine worthy of the title of fairy wine. Without further hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp. Master Vo Lam Min felt, the burning sensation drifted down his throat. It was so special, that gentle, magical warmth was covering his belly. And then, leaving behind a little aftertaste, a little spicy, not too harsh, it blew into my mouth again. Finally, there was a fresh, cold flavor that seemed to penetrate every corner of my body. That's me. He felt the essence in every drop of wine. Dan Bikgu picked up the wine cup in doubt, wondering how such a drink could appear in this world. Che Ga-un introduces, "Now please enjoy black clear water, it is very good in calming tear gas, after you have drank alcohol." Hearing this name, martial arts master and Dan Bikgu exclaimed in surprise, "Black and clear water." Che Ga-uan explained further, drink the whole bottle at once." The master of martial arts replied, "Okay, then put it in your mouth to try." Feeling the taste, he exclaimed, "Oh, this coolness," it felt crazy, as if the fatty meat was melting in his stomach. Dan Bikgu exclaimed in surprise, "Were these drinks really created by children?" The Martial Alliance master replied, "It would be great if he could send this wine and black clear water to the Vo Lam Alliance. Vo Lam Min will not disturb the family's business anymore, as long as you provide us with this drink." The boss replied, "Oh no, my lord." Dang Ho was startled and exclaimed, "This is the Martial Emperor, Sun Te is so far away." Master Vo Lam Min picked up the vase and asked, "Don't tell me that you can hand them over to Black Tian Lin, but there is no Vo Lam Min, right?" The Gon bowed his face, not daring to answer. Suddenly he exploded with power, his eyes seemed to glow and he shouted, "This was the decree of the Martial Arts Alliance." Looking at him at this moment, everyone was startled and quickly backed away, sweating all over their hands. The night gradually falls, the stars sparkle in the sky. In the courtyard of the royal family, a young man stood alone at night, silently and dumbfounded, recalling everything. What is martial arts? It is one of the desires of anyone, especially men who long for it. To me, martial arts is just that. In modern society, power comes from wealth, power, fame, recognition and appearance or beautiful words. In that era, martial arts had no influence, it only existed in organizations, organize illegal tournaments, or where violence is permitted. Those are the only places that allow fighting, martial arts, or sports competition, so martial arts is just one of the tools used to achieve success. Because I never thought I would ever be interested in martial arts, this question shocked me quite a bit. The sword god said that, in this world, there are not even 10 experts capable of surpassing him, but yesterday's events proved him wrong, even though it was the first time he saw his abilities. He shared with me his knowledge about the tomb sword, and at that time, I believed that I had many advantages over the sword god. He did not have modern math knowledge, but I understood it. If applying data from physics and mathematics to heavenly swords, you will see things much more clearly. However, yesterday, the sword god confirmed that this body is my weakness, and I completely agreed with his point of view. The movements that the sword god used to block the sky and fire were actually based on the law of near and far in physics, and I thought it wouldn't be optimally effective. At that time, I didn't understand why. Why does he move like that, when there are many more effective ways to move? But then the result was, my prediction was completely wrong. Those movements seemed useless, but then he moved forward, quickly taking over the space and neutralizing the fire dance. He is like a computer performing hundreds of algorithms every second, not a human being, through the eyes of a modern person. I have never witnessed such a miraculous scene, so, those magical movements, no words or language can describe them. At this moment, I can still feel it clearly. What I can learn from the tomb sword is not martial arts but techniques. He looked down at his hand. 3 days ago, the sky sword flows air force or galaxy force still could not contain thoughts, or in other words, it was not a martial soul. Recognizing space from a mathematical perspective and understanding it, seeing it in the form of waves, the process of perceiving and expressing it in a scientific way is not a martial soul. Duhai Guy unconsciously asked, "What is martial arts for today?" "Master, to you, what is martial arts?" The sword god said from within the jade blood, "It is loneliness, when sitting on the throne, standing alone in the middle of the world, and my heart, yearning for immortality. It is the path, I have always longed for it, and hope, is the soul, the spirit, that we have cultivated, and the spirit that we have, to overcome many hardships and challenges. It is a single-minded spiritual path." After hearing the answer, the guy's eyes became even more distant. If a person's strength could be expressed in numbers, how strong would the magical sword palanquin be in real life? Would humans, can anyone really believe in something so valuable? Now, I have to make a choice. He suddenly startled. Whether I will be a martial artist of a gangster, or a modern-day person, from before until this moment, I have always lived with two identities, Du Hai Guy and Du Dang Hun. Is that really a wall blocking my martial soul? Do I really have to choose? If you can't answer those questions, it proves you haven't put all your heart and soul into martial arts. At this point, the guy suddenly picked up his sword and swung it with sharp strokes. He performed his moves while concentrating on fighting. Is it really true that after giving up his identity as a modern person, will I achieve my ultimate goal or not? That's not true, don't think like that. The path to reaching the extreme of martial arts cannot be as simple and narrow as you said. A lonely heart, I don't want to lock myself in a hole in the wall with a cold heart like yours. Even if you reach the infinite realm and have no one to share it with, then you will live, how? A heart full of desire and hope, we also have that. Living is the will to live on. Repentance is the feeling of regret about the actions of the past life, of the past. Moving forward is the desire to conquer the previous path. The sword god asked in surprise, "So that's your answer?" Suddenly, he burst out laughing again. Looking at the guy performing the sword strokes, he suddenly asked, "Do you know why I mentioned considering the sword in the sword tomb as a heavenly sword?" He replied, "Because it has an extremely terrible power, right?" "No." The sword god smiled and explained, "The essence of sword intention is that, at this moment, the Tang family's deep courtyard has become the birthplace of a little sword god, a truly great master of martial arts." The next morning, while the young man was having dinner with the merchants, a man came in to perform the ceremony. "You're awake, yes?" He announced that you two are the first outsiders to be allowed into the Dark King's palace, please. Master Dakan was already there waiting for the two of you. The Tang family's old master, the previous head of the Tang family, had lived for a century. Duong Nyan Tianj couldn't help but think, my father, just because he was blinded, he ordered all my martial arts to be abolished. My father never listened to my explanation at all. Why did he want to see me, after accusing me of betraying my family? Thinking about it, he turned away and refused. "I won't go." The confused butler convinced him that if he invited you, it means he wanted to see you. Duong Nyantianj objected, as you said just now, I am an outsider. Outsiders cannot enter the Dark King's palace, so I will sit here. Unable to convince him, the butler could only agree, okay. He took out an envelope from his sleeve and said that this was a letter from his uncle. The merchant silently took it. And the guy directly stood up and urged him to go. He followed that person to the Dark King's palace. He went first, and he followed. When leaving, don't forget to take a look around. I don't know how much time passed, but the two of them finally appeared in front of the Dark King's palace. How long will it take for the door to open? No. High guy followed the butler into the dark hallway inside. This way, the guy walked straight ahead, not fast, not slow, but steady. On both sides of the road is a group of tall and muscular guards. Having gone almost all the way, arriving in front of a room, the two people finally stopped. The other person reached out and pressed the button near the door. It quickly opened. This was the place. In the room, a person sat on a high chair. The butler announced, "This way please." However, there was not only one person in the room, but there were also other people, among them, the head of the Xuanlong Hall. The monk looked at him and immediately quipped, "Was this protection too much? You are a great master who defeated the Dark King alone. If you don't have this kind of protection, how can you deal with you?" Du Hai Guy pouted and asked directly, "Do you consider me an enemy?" He said with annoyance that, except for the members of the Tang family, everyone is an enemy. Thanks to that perspective, we have survived until today. After listening, he couldn't help but think to himself, what an arrogant and harsh person. Except for the people in the family, everyone is an enemy. In fact, this is just the reason for the family's rise. Roaring with his strength, while thinking, he walked forward. Patriarch Duong asked, "What is the hidden meaning behind your declaration of solving the demon city?" Du Hai Guy looked straight at him and said, "Why are you thinking so deeply? My lady's words are exactly that, other than that there is no other hidden meaning. Please join me in solving the Heavenly Devil City in the Sichuan area, in exchange for buying and selling iron ore with the Yu Family Chamber of Commerce. That is my will." Patriarch Duong's face darkened with suspicion. "Wouldn't that mean you would be at a disadvantage?" The guy tilted his head and replied, "Not sure." In his heart he had already calculated that he would monopolize the Tang family's iron ore in the Sichuan area. If he had the exclusive supply, that would be beneficial to him, because iron is something directly related to people's lives. Patriarch Duong agreed, "If you have no other hidden meanings, then I accept this request." Suddenly he raised his hand to express, "Wait, sir, there is one more thing. Is it a heavenly ice spirit? You still haven't forgotten, have you?" At this moment, a person rushed in from outside. "Emergency, what is it?" That person looked warily at the guy in front of him. Patriarch Duong ordered loudly, "He was no longer an outsider, quickly report." At that time, the subordinate dared to tell the news that the Heavenly Demon Saint Soul flag had been set up in the Heavenly Demon City in the Sichuan area. Patriarch Duong couldn't help but stand up in horror. "The spirit of the Heavenly Devil, do you think the Heavenly Devil will reappear?" Heavenly Demon, this name because it is mentioned so often around the world, it seems to have become despised, is both the monarch who rules over all demons, and the emperor of terror that will destroy the world. If that's true, then the descendants of the three gods all appeared on the streets in this era. Even though the absolute beings belong to different eras, their descendants all lived in the same era. This fact cannot be overlooked. The sword god was surprised to hear the news through the blood jade. It couldn't be. Their roots, the 10,000 demon sect, had been completely destroyed. Furthermore, because it was a different era, I had never seen a demon god directly. However, the one who single-handedly destroyed the dark demon sect, which was said to be the descendants of the bugs, was none other than me. I personally took the heads of the 8 great sect leaders, split the heart of the dark demon sect leader into pieces, and I destroyed all of the 10,000 demon sects, the place that was said to be the origin, without leaving a single stone behind, their true roots. The fact that 10,000 Demon City is now considered a descendant of the dark demon sect, was excluded from one of the three shields and had to settle in Xinjiang, all because of the legacy of that time. My own eyes must confirm, only until Xinjiang. Du Hai Guy was a bit surprised and wondered, the strongest person among the 3 gods is not the sword god Sal, why do you have to be so scared? The sword god immediately scolded him, stupid, to the hundreds of thousands of believers, the name of the devil is a god, if the god they dedicated their lives to admiring and worshipping returns, they will feel how are you? After listening, he suddenly became worried and thought, first of all, even though he is not religious, he has seen many media and printed information about the actions of fanatics. Those who always believe that their leader is the second coming of Jesus Christ, those who truly believe that tomorrow is the end of the world, and commit suicide with poison on the same day and at the same time. Female believers sacrifice their virginity to the leader of the religion, and those who set themselves up as sacrifices and martyrs, I know full well how cruel their fanatical belief in religion will lead to. Suddenly something flashed in his mind, he began to be scared. For a moment, just the wave of hundreds of fanatics rebelling in modern society was terrifying enough, and these were more than 100,000 crazy people. Furthermore, the majority of demon cult followers practice demonic magic, and fanatics can throw away their own lives. The return of the heavenly devil does not simply mean the appearance of a super expert. However, I still don't quite understand why the old sword god senior is so excited. The martial arts sect is currently experiencing an unprecedented peak, and the number of martial arts alliances is about 800,000. The sword god read his thoughts and sighed. You still don't understand the nature of the Central Plains people who are good at boasting, do you? That 80,000 number includes everything from the 9 sects and the 5 great families, to countless small and medium-sized sects of martial arts schools, and all of their families and lineages, even the distinguished guests and pilgrims. In total, there are hundreds of thousands. Are they all martial artists? At that time, the guy had a blank face, so that means the number 80,000 includes everyone, including all kinds of people. Among those who belong to the Alliance, there are less than 200,000 pure martial artists. On the contrary, the demon cultists are different. They only include those who have applied oil to their foreheads, and become believers by receiving the eternal fire spirit. What is the eternal fire spirit? It is the fire of the devil, it cannot be extinguished. The seed of the devil, he was a bit surprised, the seed of the devil. So are those 100,000 fanatics all followers of the demonic religion who have practiced demonic techniques? The homeowner immediately put his hand in his chest pocket and searched for something. A few seconds later, he took out the 5 poison command, held it up, and gave the command. General Manager, quickly send messenger pigeons to the Alliance to report this immediately. Dark Dragon Hall Master and Wien Long Hall Master, order to summon all the poisoners on duty. Also, allow the door to be opened. Completely poison Dragon Pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below immediately knelt down on the ground and respectfully accepted their orders. Dark Dragon Hall, please accept the 5 poison orders. Wien Dragon Hall, please accept the 5 poison orders. Poison Dragon Pavilion will open completely in the name of the 5 poison orders. The head of the Duong family darkened his face and waved his hand loudly to remind. Once the Wien Long Duong summoned all the poisoners, it would be filled with powerful hidden snake guns, and be ready to attack at any time, obeying orders. After the arrangement was completed, the homeowner was still very worried and thought, why did the devil appear right when he was wasting his true energy? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to ask the high guy if he could help us. He replied, first leave the reconnaissance to me, I will go see the 4 Chuan branch of the heavenly demon city right now. Hearing that, the Duong family's owner gratefully clasped his hands and bowed his head to express that the Duong family's debts and resentments will never be forgotten. We will never forget. Immediately afterwards, other people also knelt down to respond, leaving the family without any resentment. Since then, time seems to pass faster. It's been 3 days since he left the Sichuan branch of the demon sect, which was once vacant, and arrived at the demon city. The excitement of the unknown. Silent fear and strange anticipation. The closer he got to Xinjiang, something was boiling inside him. After the promise he made to the homeowner, the guy rode his horse alone and set out. The sword god was accompanying him. He said, the demon god had come to sacrifice, and had opened without mistake. Duhai Guy suddenly remembered that in the past, the demon god came to worship, which he had seen in martial arts books. It was a traditional festival of the demon religion, where the demon believers blessed, worshipped and expressed their gratitude, faithful to the incarnation of the returning god. A cruel and horrifying phenomenon of human sacrifice. Demon cultists are chosen as sacrifices, screaming with tears of joy, the meaning of bleeding on the demon god's altar, meaning they will become the eternal servant of the returning heavenly devil. The duration of the festival is 15 days, during which time the number of believers worthy of offering as sacrifices exceeds hundreds. So the reason why there are no demon sect believers in the 2 Shuyan branch is that the sword is truly confirmed. Yes, if the return of the heavenly devil is true, then the demon god's coming will definitely be opened. This guy can't even see and swears. Crazy people. Does that mean they're crazy to go back to Xinjiang to be chosen as sacrifices, abandoning the entire cell that was facing the enemy? What a fanatic. What? Duchi unadvised, just verify whether the demon god's coming sacrifice has been opened or not and then leave immediately. The servants don't know, but don't confront the leaders. He wondered, the reason whatever it is, I also want to try fighting demons. The sword god said with a serious face, I have destroyed the dark demon sect and destroyed the 10,000 demon sects. If their eternal enemy is not me, then who else is it? At that time, the guy suddenly remembered this problem. He rubbed his chin and calculated that if he intervened carelessly, his identity might be revealed. Those fanatics might search the entire world to find him and the big brother of commerce. If so, he might jeopardizing the dynasty and the Commerce Guild and its friends. The Sword God seriously emphasized, "You brat are not allowed to encounter the demon god until you enter the natural realm. This is your command as your master." Duhai Guy is a bit curious, but how can you easily say from the natural world, in the past 1,000 years, there have only been 3 people, if the world of life and death is such an easy thing, then the world the sky has separated. He immediately said, "Stupid, since this martial arts world was formed, you are the first martial artist to reach the absolute state before the age of 30, and moreover, you can still discuss with this king, martial arts and the soul." Hearing these words, the guy felt a little embarrassed and scratched his face, wanting to say something but avoiding eye contact. The Sword God saw it and asked, "Do you think you can escape the fire and enter the devil? Do you want to ignore sudden enlightenment and come like lightning, on that lonely road, just like the vast ocean, there is also this person, or what?" He hesitantly said, "Why do you treat me so well?" He slightly curled his lips and smiled. Had he forgotten? "I am your master." The sunlight is getting brighter and brighter. During the entire conversation, the guy arrived at the end of Tanhai province, Long Lao Ha. In front of him was a vast sandy sea. The harsh sunlight made him tired, his face drooped as if he was just skin and bones. Duhai Guy silently scolded, "Clearly the super experts in the martial arts novels I've read, without eating or sleeping, can still easily last for about a month. What nonsense, for 6 days without if I drink water, my internal organs are about to burn dry. If the elements necessary for maintaining life, such as water, salt and nutrients, are not absorbed into the body, vitality will be unconditionally depleted." Inner work sounds like a sentence where a dog eats grass. With the wonderful internal power of the world like the great sword god's magic, even if the inside is comfortable, the basic physical strength is already exhausted, so what is the use? On the contrary, the body is exhausted, but being more mentally alert only makes the mood worse. Duhai Guy started having symptoms of dizziness. His eyes stared at the horse he was riding, his hand unconsciously pulled out his sword and thought, "This kid will also fall like the friends who went with him. Okay, very good, when it comes to this, let me blood of." Just as he was about to strike, his consciousness suddenly regained consciousness. Duhai Guy hugged his head and screamed, because he was so thirsty that he almost lost his reason. "Oh my God, I was about to kill the black horse that carried me across this distant desert." Seconds later, his mind was confused again. Duhai Guy patted his head to wake himself up. This was the thirst madness that the Sword God predecessors had told him to be careful of. The Sword God couldn't help but reminded a few words, "If you continue to stimulate the Tien Tuck acupuncture point with internal energy, saliva will secrete, then curl your tongue and stick it to the roof of your mouth. Your thirst will still be there, but that will help significantly." Duhai Guy held his head in despair and complained, he didn't listen, it was all useless. Now that the master told me to use beans to make bean paste, I still wouldn't believe it. Du Qian angrily curled his fist and scolded, "This brat, just a few days ago was crying and begging with gratitude to his master." He sighed and said, "Believing in you was my fault, who could I blame? The great sword god is not perfect, the thing that changes the land dozens of times a day is the desert." Under the influence of the sandstorm, hundreds, thousands of sand dunes appeared and disappeared, repeating like that. It could not be exactly the same as the memory of the sword god hundreds of years ago. In fact, in his entire life, the sword god had only once set foot in Xinjiang. This place was not a place that people from the Central Plains could come to casually. The temperature gets higher and higher as the sun reaches its peak. Suddenly he saw something ahead. When I looked closer, it was someone riding on a camel. He couldn't help but gallop forward, continuously shouting, "Water!" On the other side, they were also attracted by his calling and looked over. In the group of people, there was a small girl whose eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the guy. She laughed and pointed loudly, "Horses, horses in the desert." The group and Hai Guy meet. Hai Guy thought with a gloomy face, who doesn't know that the dump truck of the desert is lost? If it weren't for the great and noble sword master who sent people to go the fastest even for a day, then it wouldn't be possible. There is such a thing as going in a straight line. Suddenly, the girl in the convoy jumped down and waved her hand. Very quickly, a sharp knife appeared in the girl's hand. In Hai Guy's surprised eyes, San Hyang held a knife and stabbed it straight into the horse's throat. Hai Guy panicked, quickly jumped off the horse. What the hell? Sun Hyang sat down next to the collapsed horse. Don't you think this kid is cool? Anyway, I can't last tonight, so let's take the blood while it's still fresh. Hi Guy angrily shouted and questioned, but how dare you arbitrarily take advantage of other people's property? Sun Hyang took out a bottle of water and said, here. Hi Guy looked at the bottle of water, his eyes glowed like stars, full of craving. Water. Hi Guy ran over, holding a bottle of water and drinking continuously. Sun Hyang sighed admonishingly and said, don't you know you can't drink a lot of water at one time, and you think you can live with just that? Hi Guy's face was frozen, staring at the crowd in front of him. Seeing Hi Guy standing there, Sun Hyang turned around and said, what are you doing? Quickly take the blood. Hi Guy is still standing there, confused. Who are these people? Although I appreciate giving me a mouthful, but publicly killing someone else's horse and taking the blood isn't like the thugs. At this time, a sound rang out inside the blood pearl. The sacred sound was hidden. They were followers of the demon religion. Hi Guy's face is pale. What's the reason? Holy seal, what is that? The voice filled with blood pearls continued to sound. Look at those guys' foreheads. That is the seal that has received that eternal peace spirit. The devil followers call it the holy peace seal. Female believers have received the eternal spirit above the navel. Although male believers have offered their souls to the devil, children and women have sacrificed their pregnancies. Giving birth to children who have received the spirit of the devil is both the best blessing and honor for female believers. Hi Guy's eyes widened. Everyone was immersed in panic. Even pregnancy, something that was supposed to be a blessing for love between men and women, was taken advantage of in religion. Du Qian said with a serious face, even though they were just lowly cultists and could not join the core demon cult. But demon cultists are still demon cult followers. You must kill them at all costs. This is like a bolt of lightning hitting Hi Guy's head. You have to kill that young girl who hasn't even grown up yet and gave birth to a child. Murder is an unavoidable evil karma for a wanderer, someone who wants to wander around the world, but even if there is a sense of morality and chivalry in front of that evil karma, it is still an act of murder, that is, murder, homicidal. Moreover, for me as a person with modern thoughts, killing a life is not easy. Using a knife to chop off the head of a river fish also gave me fear and chills. Back in college, a group of friends went camping, and no one could catch a living chicken, let alone kill an innocent young woman. Du Qian looked at the guy who didn't want to do it and immediately said, how dangerous are the demon cults? You guys still don't know why. If that's the case, then you should experience it yourself. The group of demon cultists worked together to deal with the horse. One of them noticed the Hi Guy standing there. He walked over and asked, if we keep going straight, we will reach Xinjiang. What do you have to do on such a difficult road? Hi Guy answered honestly, I'm going to Tianma City. Hearing the 3 words Heavenly Devil City, he immediately picked up his knife and asked, why would an unbeliever like you dare mention Heavenly Devil City? It turns out he was someone who wanted to die. Hi Guy looked angry and clenched his teeth. From Hi Guy's palm, a stream of cold air slowly emanated. Hi Guy, one leg slightly bent down, both hands raised to the sky, eyes looking straight up at the hands that were shooting out snowflakes. Because I have not yet received the eternal fire spirit, I am not a servant of the devil. Right after that, Hi Guy's legs suddenly collapsed. Hi Guy doubled over, his icy hand slammed straight into the hot sand, loudly shouting, O noble god of darkness, O flame of eternal demon fire, these people are denying the soul pearl of little servant. Can't you hear the sincerity of this lowly servant? Inside the blood pearl, Du Qian was so surprised that his face turned pale, sweat fell continuously. You kept asking about the ritual culture of the demon cultists. Were you planning to do that from the beginning? Hi Guy's bowed face revealed a cunning smile. You look at me and still don't understand me. Killing people is not my way. If I had the ability to speak in cunning, then I would have reached the natural state, up to now, getting the heavenly sword card. Dominating Hebei and occupying half of Jiangxi, all thanks to martial arts. Looking at this scene, Sun Hyang's face screamed in panic, ice attack. Pure white gas on both of his hands, an ice warrior kneeling in front of the land of Xinjiang, Tianshan, worshipping ancient gods. Thinking of this, Sun Hyang stammered speechless, could it be, Your Honor is. In ancient times, when the divine religion was also known as the dark divine religion, there was a wonderful demon magic that overshadowed the ice magic of the North Sea, the Nine Yin Demon Sutra, which was the magic of the Nine Yin demon clan that once belonged to the 8 great demons, the family of the dark god religion. After the dark god religion was destroyed by the sword god, the eternal enemy of the god religion, has another demon family returned to the arms of the god religion. Sun Hyang's face was happy, the whole person immediately knelt down, sobbing with emotion. I am Sa'an Hyang, the blood flower of the Ghost Hall, honoring the return of the 9 Yin ghost family in the name of the Ghost Flower. Seeing this, the demon cult followers simultaneously knelt down, constantly shouting in the name of the demon flower, in the name of the demon flower. The Du Chi on side was amazed and couldn't believe it, only with the trick of the North Sea's ice attack did they trick them. The sun was almost setting on the mountain. Next to the camel caravan there was a tent set up. Sitting in a simple tent, Hai Guy slowly recovered. Hey, his physical strength has been restored so he can still use merit. From behind, Sa'an Hyang happily walked up. Wow, it was such an honor to directly witness the yin and cold qigong of the 9 Yin Demon Sutra like this. A demon sect believer came in front of Hai Guy, bowed his head respectfully and said, he is the saint of the 9 Yin demon family. Now what this lowly body is seeing, is it the extremely cold magical protection of magic qigong? No. Hai Guy listened to what he said, thinking in his head, not sure if he was really admiring or flattering him. Inside the demon pearl, Du Qian explained that they are low-class followers. Even if they die while doing any mission, they will not complain a word, as long as people like this still believe that you brat is a saint of the 9 Yin demons are returning to the demon sect, they will keep that belief until the end. For a demon sect that worships strength, creating a relationship with a noble saint is not bad at all. Hearing this, Hai Guy squinted his eyes and thought, so all of that is a struggle to survive. Besides, even though I showed them the ice gong and ritual practices of the demon religion, how could I easily consider myself a saint? Could it be that sainthood is a title in the demon religion? At least, you must be a leader, an elder, or even a team leader to be called a star. Du Qian sighed and said, stupid boy, do you think that's what a guy who has shown off his powerful body should say? The martial power you display is the transformation of the realm. In the demonic realm, it is ranked with the ultimate demon realm. They think that if the brat receives the eternal fire spirit and officially enters the demonic realm, of course he will be a demon, a saintly position, not to mention they still consider him a descendant of the demon family. Isn't that right? That evening, Sa'an Hyang brought a plate of thick, red meat and respectfully placed it in front of Hai Guy, inviting the saint to eat. Looking at the piece of raw meat covered in blood, the image of the horse from that morning suddenly appeared in his mind. Hai Guy stepped back in fear, constantly shouting, avoid, stay away from me. Faced with Hai Guy's panicked appearance, a thought suddenly popped up in Sa'an Hyang's mind. Although I had heard about the legend of the 9 Yin ghost family during the warm period of the dark god religion before, but they said that the masters of the 9 Yin demon clan were equally emotionless and cruel, and that the extreme coldness of the demonic qigong had caused the dirty central plains arrow clouds to freeze with just a gentle force. But this backup saint brother is very different from the follower of the theism religion. His words are also gentle, and his scared appearance when it is the meat of the horse he laughed at is also very cute. Exactly like me before entering the school, all of his simple appearance, once the eternal spirit is engraved into his soul and accepts the holiness of the devil, will disappear like melting snow. As if realizing what she was thinking, her eyes widened. I was thinking disrespectfully again. As if realizing his mistake, Sa'an Hyang knelt down. She kept shaking her head, occasionally begging, "Oh saint, please forgive this lowly servant." At this time, the followers of the demon sect slowly approached. Their whole bodies were gloomy, each of them holding a knife in their hands. They tore their clothes from the back and pulled them out. They held knives and continuously stabbed Sa'an Hyang's back. Even so, she still did not resist. Hai Guy's eyes widened. He tore the woman's clothes without any hesitation, and then stabbed him with a knife. Hai Guy angrily thought, damn theistic religion, crazy people, that's why they follow the demonic religion. As long as I'm a descendant of the 9 Yin demon family, I will first stay with them until I enter the heavenly devil city. The longer it takes, the more dangerous it becomes. Hai Guy, take off your shirt and put it on your body, put it on. Sa'an Hyang turned around and said firmly, holy man, it's okay. Hai Guy can't tolerate swearing, damn it, it's okay with me. At this moment, in the distance, a figure was slowly approaching. Sa'an Hyang sat up and looked in that direction and said, it was the believers. Realizing it was time for him to leave, Hai Guy put on his hat, turned around and said to the group, I will take care of you from now on, but in return I have to keep the fact that I am a descendant of the 9 negative ghost family a secret from everyone. Devotees, they knelt down and respectfully said, the villains understand, your holiness, please obey your words. The sky was engulfed in darkness, in the distance was the flickering light of the tent. Sitting in front, he crossed his legs and practiced. Although he could fool his disciples, how could he fool the leader? He needed a martial art that could match them. Du Qian crossed his arms and looked at the guy, thinking, When he showed me his acting skills, I thought he had a great way, but, is it a magician? In the past, I also studied demonic arts to reach the ultimate level of martial arts, but the problem is that the higher the level of martial arts, the more humanity's inherent humanity declines after being immersed in demons' work. I was caught up in intense desire and had bad experiences. That little word filled the empty space. Even though he was a newbie, he was already an absolute master of mind control, so he wouldn't be easily enveloped by the catastrophic fire. But the problem is, there is only one magic skill that I know, so I asked, have you learned magic? Hi Guy raised his head in surprise and muttered, magic, wait, it seems like he left the word heaven in front. Hi Guy suddenly had a thought in his mind, could it be the inner mind technique in the legend, which the demon cultists call demon magic because it is the work of the demon god, while people in the Central Highlands call it Tien Ma Than Kong, or is it from Ha Ma Kong? Du Chi-on nodded affirmatively and replied, yes. Hi Guy's face showed surprise, no wonder in Hoa Mountain, you taught about the demon lord of the realm of Stamen True Essence and Demon Flower, you said it was a type of martial arts you had practiced before, Oh Chi-on replied, it has become a part of the great heavenly sword technique of the sitting position. Hi Guy shouted, what happened in the end? Du Chi-on proudly said, the person who destroyed the dark demon sect and personally destroyed the 10,000 demon sects was sitting there. Hi Guy widened his eyes and asked, oh yes, but did you take that thing in the middle of that time? Du Chi-on crossed his arms and said, that was the simple curiosity of a martial artist. Moreover, the place where the magic was placed could only be discovered by someone who had surpassed the martial soul to reach the martial extreme. Hoa Sun's Purple River magic has completely eliminated the aura of demonic magic and has also created a unique appearance. It's terrible just to imagine that magic is real. Hearing these words, Hi Guy frowned and thought, it sounds a bit like a fire island. Sighing, he said, stupid boy, what you need is not a simple magic weapon that can hide the great god sword heaven. What's the matter? Just don't reveal your magical state. As if his brain was clear, Hi Guy's eyes lit up and shouted, oh ho, I will learn right away. Du Chi-on said in a deep voice, listen carefully, enter the wheel of flowers, return to the heavens, defy the soul and the dead, there is no limitless law, and you will gain the power of self. Hi Guy went to the middle of the desert, far away from the tent, following the instructions of the O-Che-on, when receiving the holy fire, comprehending the principles of all things, entering the flower cycle, under the night sky of souls, we constantly cycle, clear heaven returns, after tearing the soul of reincarnation and offering it up, is the forgotten consciousness, the soul goes against the peace, breaks all the rules and only the ghost remains, of endless martial arts, endless lawlessness, finally having the ego of a true demon. It is like the emptiness in the empty pit of the nine yu, attaining the Yu Kung self. Holy fire, the old sword god senior clearly called it a demon flower, but in that purple light, I couldn't sense any evil energy or destructive energy at all. Is it true that it is magic? Is this magic, not holy divine magic, right? Hi Guy slowly felt the source of energy covering his body, looking at the source of energy growing stronger and stronger, he jumped back in surprise. What exactly is this kid? How did he do this? Is it possible to jump through all the stages, and achieve heavenly peace immediately? Stages of demonic magic, 1 realm, dead soul fire spirit, 2 realms, impermanent cycle of 3 realms, 4 realms of heaven and earth, 4 realms of 2 true bodies, 5 realms of true demons, 6 realms of true demonic path, heavenly soul the 7th realm, the demon god realm. Just the fact that the dead soul of the fire spirit is burned right after practicing is amazing enough, but that's not enough, to also leapfrog all the stages in a short period of time, and reach the heavenly peace of mind. His 2 eyes were wide open, sweat continued to fall, the rules of the wheel of rotation had not yet been established, and he had not yet seen the hidden abyss of the 9 yu, nor had he yet divided the purple flower into 2 in heaven and earth. How could he be small, this guy? The soul of the divided purple flower will unite after a long time, repeating the demon mind over and over again, overcoming joy, anger, love, and finally being at peace from all human desires, having to overcome the eternal life of the stem. The atmosphere is terrible, and then it takes dozens of years of continuous peace before the soul can see the first thing that is the perfect purple flower. That is the magic flower of the demon god who has attained godhood, the holy fire that all demons praise and cannot touch. Holy fire is the highest realm that humanity can achieve, comparable to the sudden enlightenment of Buddhism and the impermanence of Taoism. Even if it's a human being, the realm of a demon god also means the realm of a god, but that kid repaired it at exactly 1 stage. How is this possible? Even the 4 monks, who were once praised as the most excellent martial artists of all ages, took more than 40 years to understand the magic technique. All of these phenomena are not coincidental, they must first be understood. Solve the immediate problem first. Du Qian loudly urged, keep going, hurry up, if you keep leaving, there will be no way to stop the effect of the soul. Hai Gai immediately replied, yes. Then continued to focus on cultivating, but suddenly, the soul was thrown out of the body. Hai Gai panicked, oh, what to do? Du Qian was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly shouted, chanting intensely that he wanted to reunite with the demon flower. Chanting, Hai Gai's soul once again returned to his body. Not stopping there, a stream of energy rolled through his body, as if it wanted to destroy his body and go out. Gradually, the energy is completely absorbed by the body. There are no longer any signs of rejection. Feeling the huge energy, the guy can't help but feel wonderful. At this time, the blood pearl suddenly became clear. The green light spread, gradually covering the entire blood pearl. The blood pearl on Hai Gai's neck changed from blood red to blue. Hai Gai was surprised to see the blood changing color floating in front of him. Inside the blood pearl, the elders could no longer maintain their composure. It was karma, the karma accumulated in the blood hell. No matter what, it turned out that the unfilial descendant of Nia Tian was a petty person from the beginning. There. Ho ho, well done, then the one who ended all calamities is. Between the guy's eyebrows, suddenly came a terrible pain. Hai Gai can't stand it anymore. Immediately put his hands on his head. The blood pearl immediately flew up. Regardless, Hai Gai reached out his hand and wanted to reach for it. Seniors, master of the sword god. Hai Gai immediately sank into endless space, surrounded by pitch black. In there, Hai Gai called out in panic, Senior Ming Duk, senior. But even though I called out hoarsely, no one responded. Hai Gai knelt down on the ground. I felt like I was disoriented. I couldn't hear the voice of the old sword god anymore. Why did it turn out like this? What is the purpose of demon god's art that can transform heaven and blood like this? This phenomenon has been seen for hundreds of lifetimes in that short period of time. The feeling is exactly like the joy in the sword sect, and similar to those 3 years of comprehension. But the great sword god is the way the old sword god forced himself to stay in his body. In the past, all I could do was take out the powerful power and use it, but, through comprehend the mantra and magical magic that you have. Hai Gai is not weak-minded, immediately stood up with his sword. Has completely become yours. Hai Gai holds up his sword, the world has no control. Tens of thousands of black spheres were formed. The black ball hit the ground hard, and immediately, tens of thousands of craters appeared. Hai Gai was surprised. It was so easy. Isn't it exactly the same as the divine power of the old sword god that I once saw in Hoa Sun? This is the true internal mind technique of the gods. Is this the difference between the inner mind dharma that is developed superficially, and the inner mind dharma that one can perceive for oneself is empty? It must have been because from the beginning he was taught the method of the great sword god's formula, and the path of blood energy from the old sword god, that he was able to quickly reach this level. I don't know how strong the reincarnated demon is, but maybe I won't lose. But why is my heart so empty? Hai Gai looked up at the vast sky. A feeling of unwillingness engulfed his body. 1 month later. The group of people followed each other to the ghost city. Sitting on the horse with the group of people, Hai Gai still had a feeling of deprivation. Could the relationship with the ancestors end like this? The nonsense words of the old sword god, the teachings of the wise man, old seniors, great ancestors with gentle voices, I miss them so much. Sa'an Hyang pointed forward and said, Sir, no, big brother, we have finally arrived. Ahead was the gate of the heavenly devil city. Hai Gai suddenly thought in his mind, wait, that thing can be called a treasure, how can such a thing open and close? Moreover, 100,000 demon cultists, no, that assessment is lacking. The people of the Central Plains were clearly mistaken about the number of fallen demon cults. Hai Gai's face showed panic. It was indeed 1,000 years of magic. If a group continues their own culture for a long 1,000 years, then how much potential must come from such a long tradition in history? Now what we are seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. Heavenly Devil City is covered with people, extremely crowded. Inside, a sound rang out. That sound came from a person wearing a moon shirt in the middle of the crowd. This person stood on a high platform, wearing special clothes, his mouth constantly chanting. Hai Gai surprised, Heavenly Devil. Sa'an Hyang introduced herself next to her, saying that it was a goddess. Her face could not help but show adoration. Looking at the person called a goddess, the guy thought, a goddess, a woman, is that why there are so many patterns on her face? Her demeanor is like a man's but she is a woman. Goddess, The female demon cultists from then on are goddesses, so that means there must be something terrible about the female princess. There is no trace of having practiced martial arts, so what are her abilities? Hai Guy looked at the person next to him and asked, what is the goddess's ability? San Hyang replied, it was the person who heard the sound of Sir Re Man. Hai Guy mumbled incomprehensibly, a Re Man. I think I heard the old sword god say that in the teachings of the fallen demon religion, there is an ultimate existence, which is the devil. Ahriman is the dark ego of the god of light, and also known as the evil god of destruction, destiny of destroying the world. Have you personally heard the sound of such an evil god? Moreover, the god does indeed exist, you can hear the sound of the god. In modern times, there are many fake cult leaders who have made such assertions. People who whisper such boasts and brags have ruled over these demon cultists for 1,000 years. So many people, are they joking? Isn't it pitiful to be toyed with lies for such a long time? Originally, the original purpose was to confirm the appearance of the devil, but with all that desire concentrated in one place, using that power to trample on the rivers and lakes, the Cheuca Grand Chamber of Commerce also I can't be safe, if possible I have to stop it. Hai Guy's body is slowly flying up. Up there, the goddess shouted, O theists, listen to me. Hai Guy was about to rush forward and suddenly stopped, a warning appeared in his mind, he was not a simple shrine maiden. The goddess's eyes sparkled. She declared, now here, that person has come. Hearing this declaration, Hai Guy glanced around, curious in his heart, that goddess said that he was the unmistakable god of heaven, that is, the devil god, right at the top. The goddess above raised her hands to the sky and said, O almighty God who will punish the world, O noble demon god who rules over the hall of thousands of demons, the moon in the 500-year prophecy has come, please strike, back to the words of this vile servant. In the distance, the rumored demon cultivators knelt down, praying in unison, O demon god, O demon god. Suddenly, the goddess pointed her finger at the crowd and said, you, who have chosen to burn in the holy fire, stand up and raise your head. According to the goddess's finger, the person being pointed out was a girl. Hai Guy looked at the person next to him in surprise, could it be? San Hyang, his face was filled with emotion, he clutched his chest, he couldn't believe it and asked, is this villain the chosen one in the prophecy? Suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning hit Hai Guy's head, he burned in the holy fire, which means he was chosen as a sacrifice to the sword god, took his heart and color and poured it on the holy fire. Thinking of this, Hai Guy's whole body became cold, frozen as he looked at Hai Hyang step up. Hai Guy's eyes narrowed, his whole body radiated murderous intent, anger, why? The fate is only fleeting, she is just a follower of the demon religion, there is no need to worry about her death, but why is her body so hot like fire? Is dying really a big deal? Hai Guy's hand clenched tightly, blue veins appeared. Crazy, does that make sense or not? She is still a young girl, at a flower-like age, nurturing dreams and arousing the desire for life. What does that young girl know about death? Yes. San Hyang without hesitation took off his coat, lying on the stone pedestal, full of expectation, the villain will burn with the holy fire. The goddess took out a knife and slowly approached the San Hyang. The goddess held a knife and stabbed it straight into the navel, where the demon's mark was printed. Hai Guy couldn't stand it anymore, his whole person emitted an oppressive aura and stepped forward. Hai Guy suddenly disappears and appears. Quick as lightning, a hand blocked the goddess's knife. Hai Guy crushed the knife in an instant, angrily shouted at the person in front of him, you say that gods only want the lives of humans. If such a narrow-minded person were a god, wouldn't the lives of hundreds of people here be very ordinary? Goddess, after a moment of surprise. Suddenly, he smiled brightly. She immediately knelt down and shouted with sincerity, I beg to receive the divine words, all of the divine religion is according to the will of the demon god. Hai Guy turned around, his voice was cold, I'm not your demon god. The goddess reached out her hand and urgently said, what this lowly servant is seeing is the impeccable holy fire demon jade, why would you deny this nobleness to yourself? Hai Guy is a bit puzzled, she said this is the holy fire horse jade, the old sword god said, the holy fire horse jade is the sacred object of the demon god, it is the symbol of the demon god religion, Nia Tian blood jade, is a legendary treasure of the demon religion, only the demon god can unleash its power and use it, in other words, this jade. The goddess clasped her hands towards the guy and said, the almighty holy fire can only be awakened by the jade holy fire horse, hasn't the demon god already revealed the divine power of the demonic magic? As soon as these words rang out, the believers below massively bowed their heads, O demon god, O almighty master of the holy fire. At this time, the people of the demon race erected a large stone stele. Hi Guy's eyes widened, he shouted in disbelief, could it be? No, he's crazy, it can't be. Several diagrams were engraved on the stone tablet, and countless explanations in Korean along with the diagrams, even the handwriting style. The tablet belonged to the creator of the sword sect. The goddess stood in front of the stone tablet and said to the believers that the servants of the religion would like to offer the 3 swords to the demon god of the prophecy. Tianma Tam Kien is the unique sword technique of the demon god. Even the old sword god has only heard of it in legends, but has never experienced it in reality. The demon god is a martial artist who lived more than 300 years ago. God. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Hi Guy's mind was filled with doubts. But what exactly was this stone tablet? Looking at the handwriting that looked as if it were stamped, it gave a meticulous feeling. It was the handwriting of the modern people I saw in Kien Tong. Can't be wrong, they are Korean. A real Czech is completely different from a good Czech. Can this thing be as good as a human's ability? This is like a complete lunacy that only attacks and destroys. The power goes out. At this moment, Hai Hui's eyes suddenly emitted purple light. Demon God's art, heavenly demons' 3 swords are indeed sword skills. Only those who have the eternal holy fire engraved on them can develop them. If the internal energy reaches the martial arts level without the support of the magical energy, then all the chi and blood will be disturbed and lead to death. Just like the 2 sides of the deco, the 3 swords of heaven and earth, and the magical magic are merging into one, a perfect piece. If only calculated based on destructive power, the 3 swords of the demon god are stronger than the Tian Kiem Lu of the sword god, but this is a sword that doesn't care about the consequences. Even with the power of the demon god, I'm not sure, can fully deploy the 3 swords of the demon god. I feel like everything of the demon god is poured out in just the 3 swords. Hi Guy holding his sword pointed straight at the sky. Demonic energy slowly rose, gradually accumulating. The power of the 3 swords of the heavenly devil is like destroying the wilderness. A vortex appears, it seems to suck everything inside. The believers were in tears, so moved that they cried bitterly, reaching out their hands towards the guy and kowtowing repeatedly. Purple light glowed, shining straight into the sky. Hi Guy already had the answer in his heart. This is definitely a martial art originating from the sword sect, which means the Kiem sect is older than I thought. These relics of modern people, the era when the sword god and the demon god were discovered, are just different. Then, the martial arts of the sword god and the demon god, all originate from ancient modern people. Great, what did that modern person do in the history of martial arts, and what does it mean for other modern people to practice their martial arts as the main character of some destiny? Is my destiny here? The fact that I have come a long way to the city of demons, is not my will, but the power of some great destiny pulling me, even saving my life, a young girl, is also the path prepared for some divine existence. Damn fate, if something like this had happened in the first place, I should have been born as the son of a tycoon in modern times. My previous life was all about regret and failure. It was a life that never happened. Have any luck? Now when I thought my life was worth living, my father passed away. When I thought I was an adult, my mother passed away. I worked at the construction site, delivered goods and tried for 7 years, but still couldn't pass the 9th level civil service exam. All my girlfriends and friends left. What's left is just the fatigue of life, the nostalgia for family. Even if I was reincarnated in the martial arts world, from the beginning I would never have wanted to live a life for the great. As long as I can make money, I will try my best. I don't care about the person the god appoints. Hi Guy standing in front of the demon cult, said firmly, those fanatical demon cultists, I'll say it again, I'm not the demon god you're waiting for. Hearing this, the demon cultists not only did not get angry, but also blindly clasped their hands. Please scold more about the ignorance of these lowly servants. Return to heaven Mu Alpha, please destroy these lowly servants by holy fire. Hi Guy was scared by this reaction, he had goosebumps, those fanatics were scary. The goddess next to him stammered, oh heavenly devil. Hi Guy's face turned black and he shouted murderously at the goddess, it's too loud. Hi Guy looked at the person kneeling and ordered, I warn you, don't look for me in the future. No, all of you should never step foot out of Tan Quang land, if I see you operating in the Central Plains. Then I will gather you all below this sacrifice, at any cost I will kill them all with the heavenly devil Tam Kiem Ma you have offered me. After saying this, Hi Guy pulled out his sword, crazy. Be gentle and don't go to the sword. Looking down from above, Hi Guy coldly said, let that child go. The goddess and the crowd obediently knelt to receive orders, please obey me. Then Hi Guy flew the sword and quickly left the demon city. Seeing that Hi Guy had left, the goddess slowly stood up. Directing all believers, the goddess commands, we will follow, lowly servants, please listen to the words of the demon god. From today my religion will change its name to theism, and the gathered believers everyone here should join the Shinto religion. If you can't join then expand the theism. At this time, there are people who will object, but it will consume a lot of resources. The goddess coldly glared at him. Are you going against the orders of the devil? Does the high priest still have a way to control all the disciples without having to close the city gate? It is the divine word of the heavenly devil. In the history of divine religion up to now, is there any divine statement that cannot come true? Do you really want that person's will to come true? The high priest thought with an annoyed face, who doesn't know the greatness of the divine words, but the meaning was the destruction of the divine religion. Seeing that he refused to obey, the goddess's eyes radiated a threatening murderous intent. The high priest wanted to ask the reason. Surely the demon god hated the current religion. The high priest quickly bowed his head in fear. No. The goddess said, all of this is according to the will of the holy fire. The high priest bowed his head and followed suit, all according to the will of the holy fire. But his face was full of discomfort, his eyes showed venom. On this side, High Guy flew in the sky, his mouth constantly laughing loudly, since cultivating demon magic, even though he developed the kung fu. No matter what thoughts you have, you will not exhaust your internal energy and spiritual power. Dear wuxia authors, I sincerely apologize. Desperate before the vastness of Central Plains geography on the first day of rebirth, the main characters in the martial arts novel flew around Sichuan and Anhui provinces. I blamed the authors for being weird. I'm sorry, now I'm flying like that. I want to go back so much. At this speed, it only takes 30 minutes from Shaywan to Busan. If there was a way to return, I would be able to enjoy life without being jealous of anyone. Having martial arts is really good. A week later. Clear blue sky with white clouds, High Guy step by step to the path of enlightenment. Looking at the person appearing, the watchman quickly came forward to pay his respects. The outside guard patrolled the station's main hall, paid his respects to the young master. High Guy also clasped his hands and said, I want to meet the homeowner. The other disciple replied, family, the master has been waiting for Tio Hayup for a long time to follow me. The gas road led High Guy into a room. He respectfully said to the homeowner sitting above, homeowner. The High Guy looked at him and thought to himself, he was claiming to be a supreme master of transformation. With this aura radiating, isn't it normal for him to sense him? The master of the Tang family said, about this, I intend to reveal a weakness of the Tang family's secret technique to the young knight. High Guy wondered, what is the weakness? The Tang family's secret technique specializing in poison and hidden weapons is a type of martial art that requires high concentration, because if the martial art harms not only the opponent but also oneself, then it is considered useless. Hearing these words, High Guy secretly remembered. Thinking about it, he was filled with joy. He rubbed his chin and wondered, perhaps, among the Tang family's secret techniques, were there any secret techniques that enhanced the mind and calculation ability? The homeowner was surprised. How could the young knight know? He explained, the strange thing about the human brain is that if one side develops too much, the other side will die. In a certain position, it can be considered invincible, but outside of that, it will be lost. Super feeling, right? The Duong homeowner sighed and silently admitted that this was the feeling of being completely exposed. Suddenly, the guy took out a notebook. He wrote furiously, which was unexpected. Paradoxically, Tang family's hidden skills were the weakest for assassins. Why did the young knight write that down? High Guy shyly replied, I'm sorry, I have a habit of rewriting important things. The homeowner is speechless. He then returned to his serious expression and asked, okay, so has the real heavenly devil appeared, and what are the movements of the heavenly devil city? He replied, there is no heavenly devil. You thought you had destroyed the gate and left. The homeowner exclaimed in surprise, destroy the gate? Heavenly demon city, yes, heavenly demon city, destroy the gate. Patriarch Duong still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Heavenly demon city had been destroyed. So did that mean the martial arts alliance had acted at that time? Where was the area of heavenly demon city? If mobilizing an expedition team to go through the rare province of Qinghai and across the arid desert, to Tan Quang Tien Sun, starting the lean, there must have been rumors. High Guy smirked and said, it's not like there's a war going on. You just thought it would be okay to destroy the gate or seal off the gate. Now you don't believe me. Patriarch Duong expressed, wouldn't you just change your position and think about it? Isn't it too wild? I am a person who has experienced the cruelty of the devils of the Four Chuan branch countless times. The young knight said those guys would be destroyed. They couldn't be shaken for thousands of years. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Hui wondered, okay, all this time you have been surveying the branch, right? Are there any ants there? Right now, let's destroy the 4 Chuan Citadel branch, and hang up the clan's flag, to see if the demon sects have any reaction. Wouldn't that be enough? Patriarch Duong exclaimed in surprise, destroying the quartet branch. Hai Guy replied, the world's single family is trembling because of fear of disaster. Are you scared now? If that's not the case, then just destroy the 2 Shuyan cell. They probably haven't made any moves in a few months, so why are you worried? Patriarch Duong thought to himself, he has been missing for 3 months, how does he know the situation in Sichuan so clearly? Can I really trust the young master? Hai Guy arrogantly replied, really, did I trick you? I am the head of the family's fate depends on my decision. So whether or not to destroy the 2 Shuyan branch depends on the homeowner. The next thing, that iron ore, when and how much can you give me? Let's make a contract, shall we? If you have that problem, you should work with the general manager and negotiate with him. This old man is like the male Gung Su of the Nam Kung family. He is also a noble martial artist who doesn't care about money. He actually entrusts the general manager with tens of thousands of tales of transactions every year. How can he? Fuang is not the head of the house but the general manager. On the contrary, it is more expensive. Even if he gives it to the cat, there is a limit. Du Hai Guy laughed and replied, I know, then I will discuss this issue with the general manager, and Tian Bang Ling. Patriarch Duong expressed, I have already prepared to stay at Dak Long Cac, the year is silent, there can be no more. If the young knight knows the value of the heavenly ice spirit, he will also recognize it. This is the most sincere intention on our part, Ta. The Duong family has no regrets, I know better than anyone. In the future I will definitely send a gift to the homeowner. We will wait. The negotiation ended, the guy returned. Somewhere, in the clear early morning. In the South Factory branch of the Great Chamber of Commerce. Everyone was present in the conference room. Li Ji Song expressed that it would not work, he had already taken out more of Hefei's treasury, even now, the merchants in Hefei's family would cause a riot. Che Ga Uan was surprised, no, then how can we appease the head of the Jiangxi military? I already said that all high-ranking officials are stubborn about the dishes of the royal court. I have also tried to make even the soldiers eat well, but at this point you say I can't, so what should I do? The price of black clear water or 6-layer buns are 5 or 6 times higher than most of the above average dishes, but where do ordinary soldiers get the money to eat those dishes every day? Dang and Rai, he explained, it was all because that general was crazy. After drinking several bottles of cold ice wine, he bragged to his subordinate soldiers that he would let them eat all the food of the royal court. Within a month, where was the big Mandu general? He can take back what he said, perhaps now he himself is regretting and looking for a hole to hide in. Che Ga Uan couldn't help but be speechless, no wonder the amount of food was so much, while the big mandarins were less than 100 people, it seemed like they were preparing for the soldiers too. Dang Ho spoke up, anyway, the general has personally sent a letter of request, we can only listen, it's a checkmate step. Dam Ga Uan said, there is no other way, let's reduce the portion of the Black Lotus by 1/3. Suddenly, the shadowless king slapped his thigh hard. The old man angrily expressed, no way, not possible. Dang in the smoke you swear, damn it, or cut off your supply of antidote. The shadowless king lay down on the floor and screamed, cut it, you bastards, there is no difference between dying from poison or dying at the hands of the joint master. Dang in Rai, he turned to look at Dang Ho and then said uncomfortably, that old man has started again. Without thinking any more, he and everyone raised one leg, dragging him on the floor, causing the Shadow King to scream loudly, let go, let me go, you bastards, don't you know how to respect him? Dang in Rai, you said, you're the one who's been snooping on other people's backs all your life, old man. The Shadowless King was spun around on the ground by the two of them, dizzy and unaware. Then, he started using secret magic, causing him to exclaim, damn it, again. The King of Shadows is arrogant, look at this King of Shadows as water, wipe your eyes and look, can you find me? Che Ga Uan calmly sighed, the last perverted old man hid and watched the consultation, and then reported to his joint master. The 8 kings and his subordinates came to threaten and disrupt the matter, business too. On this side, Du Hai Hui suddenly walked back into the hall. Li Driver saw you and immediately walked over, President. Hai Guy walked in with a fiery spirit and a cold expression on his face. Sharp eyes stared straight ahead. Then, he reached out his hand, using magic power to pull something. In just a blink of an eye, the Shadowless King was revealed in his true form. This made Dang Ho exclaimed in surprise, how could this be possible? He exclaimed, you are not a photographer, used to capture people, but you are also the Shadow King, who has risen to the position of the 8 kings of the black sky. With just you, spiritual body protection and hidden body techniques are close to divine weapons. Duhai Guy fiercely grabbed his collar and said, "Old man, who are you and why are you hiding here?" Che Ga Uan then replied, "He is the person sent by the Black Sky Lotus. There is nothing worth worrying about, so the president should let him go." Hideout Guy, Black Sky Lotus. He threatened fiercely. Did he want to die? The Shadowless King was scared and asked for forgiveness. After that, High Guy forcefully threw him outside and ordered him to go away. Hearing that, the Shadowless King immediately ran away in fear. Seeing that, the guy said, "Continue the meeting, Juga Vice President, please briefly report on the recent events." Che Ga Uan was startled and replied, "I know," Dang Ho said, "even though before it felt like they were friends of the same age, but now it feels like I'm facing a powerful person from the top martial arts world, that's it." Hey Guy took the report and read it and praised it. "Great job. There are just a few unfortunate points. The male Gung family must have sent strange fighters. However, according to Vice President Juga's report, no trace of their activities could be found. With their help, even though they did not know about Black Tian Lin's jealousy, the damage was caused by the gangsters around the area could certainly be reduced significantly." Hearing this, I immediately felt embarrassed and looked down. "Hey Guy, don't you notice, Nam Gung?" Che Ga Uan replied, "Although that is the case, the actions of the Black Tian Lotus are always initiated by the 8 kings, the president is absent, and there are no experts on our side capable of opposing them." He frowned and said, "I didn't say Black Thousand Lotus, I asked why the damage caused by petty disputes hasn't been reduced. I was always scared and quickly replied, I'm sorry." On the other hand, the work that has begun to complete mineral exploration and coal production is very encouraging. The timing is very suitable. Well done, Captain Pa Ang has worked very hard. Thank you, but the timing is very suitable. Without saying anything, the High Guy happily turned around and left. The group of people looked confusedly at his back. Outside, thousands of carriages were waiting outside, making them exclaim in surprise, "What is this? Is it all iron ore?" Che Ga One said with bright eyes. A row of small carts followed each other without stopping, but it was not a horse-drawn but a mule. "A mule, oh my god, it is the iron ore of Sichuan," he say. "These carts would come once every 15 days. Duhai Guy said, "Now we will have to make Ho Bim? No, make iron bones," Li Ge River exclaimed, "Oh my god, how much?" As far as I remember, he complained about the lack of iron ore from the blasting factory, but even so, that quantity was too much.
Before he could finish his sentence, he replied with fierce eyes and a low voice, "Ah, is that so?" Li Ge River quickly bowed in fear and said, I will do it. Ignore the guy's instructions, and let's stop wondering, yes, about what? And all of the royal family's supply of Black Lotus, because they keep behaving like rabid dogs, so they must be tamed. Later that day, at the High Guy's Chamber of Commerce. He was sitting in his room reading a report. Che Ga One came in to report, "I've ended all the supplies that the Dynasty Chamber of Commerce and the Dynasty Chamber of Commerce used to reserve for Black Tian Lotus, but, different from before, if the amount is reduced a little, then he would foam at the mouth and run away, but now there is no reaction at all." Duhai Guy immediately advised, seemingly planning something, to strictly arrange the fighters sent by the male palace family in each direction of travel. Che Ga Uan immediately replied, "Clearly." Che Ga Uan replied, "I am discussing with the general manager about the design of a giant metallurgical furnace that we have purchased in large quantities. We will provide the entire portion of the Black Lotus to the general, so it will have a stronger position in Jiangxi. What was trapped was the Snow Flower God wine and Black Tan Tui sent to the Martial Arts Alliance. Black Tan Tui didn't know but had to offer the Snow Flower God wine for free." Che Ga One replied with a disappointed face, "I'm sorry." Duhai Guy looked helpless and said, walking away, "If a bottle of wine alone can appease the world's first gangster, then it is also a stable investment. The most painful thing is that the supply of ice wine and black clear water is in short supply. Established Cheuca Food, in order to mass-produce 6-ton dumplings and black ching shui, there must be a supply of pre-processed ingredients to be able to create different output and increase welding output. Ice wine is dozens of times larger than it is now, controlling the entire Jiangxi region. And if there is a surplus in output, we will exploit another sales route. The nearest province is Hubei." Che Ga Uan at this moment thought to himself, what a grand plan. He wondered, talking alone is so boring, we might as well know the details. Duhai Guy frowned and replied, "Of course, Vice President."
Early in the morning the next day. A sumptuous table of food has been prepared. Dang in Rai he smiled and said, Nam Gung brother, you know what is happiest when being down first high guy don't you? Dang Ho replied, isn't that boring to talk about? Not at all, just being able to comfortably drink precious ice wine for free, in both an high guy and Jiangxi can receive this honor, right? Ron San Rock drank the entire cup of wine in one gulp. When I was about to pour a second cup, a hand reached out to stop me. Dang in Rai he shouted loudly, bastard, the speed of pouring the wine is too fast. Ron San Rock replied, this stingy guy, there is no difference with you. There is a difference between officers and soldiers, if you don't like it then get promoted. Suddenly, someone snatched the wine bottle. Din Ga Hui drank the whole bottle of wine in one gulp, causing Mr. and Ron San Rock to angrily scream, hey, that pale-faced guy, that guy. Din Ga Hui staggered and asked, where is Pa Eng Tio Hayap? Causing the two of them to be speechless. Din Ga Hui continued, because they are the same men, so you are on the same side, right? Dang in Rai he replied loudly, we are all the same people so we are on the same side. Ron San Rock replied, in the end why are you so weak towards women like that? Dang Ho calmly replied that before, seeing her as a woman was already a strange thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Din Ga Hui appeared behind him and exclaimed, what? Dang Ho angrily stood up and jumped back, what does it mean when you accumulate strength and by harming people, you have given up your humanity for such inhuman and pagan martial arts? Din Ga Hui smiled and replied, it was just sharing a little blood, that's not inhuman or pagan. In this area, no, if it were Namgung's territory, I would definitely escort you to the martial arts league myself. Would you do that to your friends? Hearing the two words friend made Dang's blood boil. He loudly declared, I will help you clearly understand your situation, in my eyes, your desire for your blood is no different from that of a male prison blood demon. Din Ga Hui laughed and replied, it's an honor for this young lady to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a male prison blood demon. Ron San Rock exclaimed, is she crazy, respecting someone who once sucked blood at any time? At this moment, Dang Ho helplessly stood up and shouted loudly, I'm so disappointed, I'll go first. After that, Dang and Rai he and Ron San Rock left one by one. Dang and reminded, you're too much, it's just right, it's okay with me or this guy, but if you keep touching the male Gung brothers' mood, you'll be in danger. Din Ga Hui replied nonchalantly, could that name be dangerous for this pink rose? One evening, the sky was full of bright stars. There were 3 people walking in the night. Suddenly Dang Ho's eyes became a little cautious. They said in panic, it was murderous intent. Ron San Rock exclaimed in surprise, what? From above, thousands of dark shadows were rushing towards them. Soon, the 3 of them were surrounded. The masked person with fierce eyes uttered one word, kill. Dang Ho quickly pulled out his sword to defend himself. He warned, the Emperor will destroy the sky. Dang used a sword to defeat some mysterious guys. Dang silently cursed, damn, it's an illusion, can't you stop shouting the name of the stupid move, in the middle of this, just think in your head and rush forward, like I'm the little head of the Southern Gung family. He laughed loudly and provocatively, come here, I will kill all of you, then he used his true martial arts against Heaven Punch to attack those people. Combined with the third heaven-defying 9-strike fist, he defeated many enemies. But unexpectedly, that figure disappeared and then appeared again. Dang and Rai he said in surprise, these guys are also ghosts. Suddenly, not far away, laughter came, making the 3 of them look at him. A black figure appeared and slashed at them. Thousands of throwing knives rained down on the place where they stood. Dang Ho was unfortunately hit by a poisonous flying knife. He painfully tried to pull out the flying knife. The black-clothed man mysteriously said, no matter what, you are only in the process of showing up at the rear. Even the coral was poisoned. The mysterious person noticed that and wondered, is it you too? Ron San Rock looked surprised and said, isn't it the big brothers of the Black Moon Special Martial Arts Team? Dang Ho silently wondered, the guy who once dared to act even in front of the Demon Sword King was his master, but now he was trembling with stress. Dang and Rai he raised his voice, you get out of the way. Dang Ho frowned and thought, if they call you a disciple of the Demon Sword King, a person with the status of a black kill, then they are a heavenly kill. If they are all heavenly killers, then we will all lose our lives. If you want to reach the position of heavenly assassin, you basically have to reach the super peak. Moreover, among heavenly assassins, there are also a few people who have reached the level of harmony. At a glance, there are about 20 people. Dangin screamed, "Damn it, let's fight to the death, no matter what, I can hold off the poison, thanks to my eternal armored body." Namgung brother, quickly go find him, Hi Guy brother is here. At this moment, Dang Ho thought to himself, showing his back to the enemy, to a swordsman who had trained with the king's sword. He shouted loudly, "You go and run away." After that, Dang Ho rushed to attack the masked person with his kingly sword-shaped move. Combined with the post-united emperor to shake the sky. A few heavenly assassins were sent flying by the gang. The leader sneered, "The famous sect is indeed a famous sect." This Dark Moon guy started to hide, the remaining guys did the same thing. Ron San Rook panically reminded him, "Be careful, what makes the Dark Moon Special VU team scary is not because each of them is strong." All of them suddenly jumped up and converged on the leader. They launched a move, killing the moon and flying in the night. Ron San Rock, Rihi stood helplessly watching their strength pour down into the area. San Rock tried his best to rush forward, but he was quickly stopped by the attack. He was angry and couldn't do anything. A red streak flashed from afar. It surrounded the three people Gang Ho, San Rock, and Ri Ong. A woman's footsteps landed on the ground. The three people turned to look and were all very surprised. Din Ga Gui confidently walked over and laughed at the three of you. "You big brothers are weaker than we thought." Now add Ga Hwei and there are 4 people, they stand in the middle of the circle of dark moons. Gang Ho was confused about Ga Hwei's behavior. Is that woman awake now? There are 20 heavenly assassins who have at least reached the super peak level. The illustrious Din Ga Hwei stood up in front, she was filled with fighting spirit. The rope was in place, her hair was tied high, and she summoned true feathers. Rihi panicked. San Rock also opened his mouth and stammered, "That is." Gang Ho was extremely amazed. It was true Vu Hoa, although the feeling was not as oppressive and terrible as what the guy had shown, but even though it was in the early stages, it was still a symbol of transformation. Gang Ho really doesn't understand. After all, Din Ga Hwei is an almost unknown star in the world. No, not even in the evil sect. A woman like that is already in the early stages of transformation. A scene, I still haven't achieved the world yet. Looking at the expressions of the 3 big brothers, Ga Hwei chuckled, What are those blank faces?" Well, it's probably because he didn't know the peculiarity of blood evil heart completion, so he kept thinking about the scene. The wonderful image of drinking blood makes my body still ecstatic. The 7 killer moved down. He reminded Gang Ho and Ga Hwei, "Both of you are awake. Stopping the Dark Moon Special Forces is a rebel team." Ron San Rock still doesn't know how to handle the current situation. Din Ga Hwei laughed loudly and mocked the leader Black Moon, "I was completely sober." "That guy is a bit sneaky, this woman is crazy." Din Ga Hwei clenched her teeth, she scolded back, "All the dogs and cows dare to say I'm crazy." She swung her whip. Next was the ultimate evil poison that was the 6th great move. A huge vortex rained down on the dark moon. It doesn't stop there, the trick to kill wild fairies comes to the floor. The Black Moon guy dodged it, he even blurted out a scolding sentence, "Childish." Din Ga Hwei eyes full of determination. If not successful, do it again. The Ga Hwei will flash up high again, swing the whip down and hit. 7 absolute immortals of evil poison were released, and still the 4th absolute and 8 evil immortals. The Black Moon guy was really beaten back. The other guys also ended up in the same situation. They were weaker than Ga Hwei. Ga Hwei still looked confident and strong. She did not stop but was determined to fight until the end. The dark moons were continuously hit, fresh blood was sprayed all over the space. The leader was shocked. 7 absolute immortals, that terrifying field of immortality was the most special martial art used to deal with the masses. He quickly ordered to kill her. They gathered and attacked, night and moon flying to kill and dance. "I think it's difficult, that deadly attack doesn't leave any space, it's dangerous." He did not flinch and immediately rushed to the front of the station to stop it, thinking that stopping it with his own external skills was the best way. Din Ga Hwei just smiled faintly, she excitedly jumped on Ri's shoulder, "Let me borrow your shoulder for a bit." Having gained support, Ga Hwei whipped her whip forward, her whip segments separating. She jumped up, swinging the whip with all her might. The most evil and evil door was once again unleashed. Next was the 5th death, the bloody light filled with immortals. The attack of the Dark Moon group was immediately successfully blocked. This truly opened his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim. The leader of Black Moon was also trembling. The thing I was most uneasy about was this. He knew clearly that the ultimate defense move of evil poison that was the immortal, that move optimized the strength of the weapon, the whip, and was a perfect counterpoint to the flying knife technique. He worriedly analyzed, moreover, the name Nam Gong, who was controlling the poison with internal energy and observing the situation with fierce eyes until the end. He looked at San Rock, the guy with a face like a poisonous snake would jump out at any moment. And also the muscular guy, the Black Moon guy who evaluated Ryong, the guy who achieved maximum external strength that made steam evaporate all over his body, the crazy Mai Hong girl, and the guy who suddenly showed off martial arts like his master. Realizing that the situation was not favorable, the leader gave the order to retreat, so they quickly hid themselves to escape. The people guarding this place were just now talking to each other. There were sounds of fighting somewhere. When they arrived they only saw ruins. Ron San Rock tiredly sat down on the ground. Why is my life like this? I am completely considered a traitor. Ga Hui smiled happily. She looked at Gang Ho and said, aren't we friends? Gang Ho weakly didn't say anything back, he just did it and cancelled the escort. Gang Ho immediately vomited blood, he fainted, then, he just fell straight to the ground. Ri rushed forward in panic, oh my god, hurry up, quickly bring him back to the Great Chamber of Commerce. The scene moves to Seo Hun's residence, the sky is now dark. Hai Guy opened the box containing some ice cubes. Seo Hun was surprised and exclaimed, Hai Guy asked her, is this enough? Seo Hun appreciated, yes, that's enough. She was filled with affection as she looked at the guy. Just being exposed to the cold air emitted would cause the ice spirit to react like this. This was too much, there was no way the Tang family would give it away so easily. Seeing that Hai Guy's heart is so big, Seo Hun can't stop thanking him. I, Han Seo Yun, swear on my icy name, I will definitely repay this favor. Hai Guy is a bit shy, it's nothing, this is all a reciprocal transaction, now we don't need to worry about ice anymore, right? Miss Tuat Hien smiled brightly, of course, with just this much, I can definitely reach the realm of ice people. Hai Guy is also happy for you, that's good. He urged her, we will stand guard, don't leave today's work for tomorrow, you should start now. Seo Hun was also excited to receive the ice spirit, yes. As the night deepened, Seo Hun gained the ice spirit and began to focus on cultivating. She is needing ice spirit tablets to absorb power from it. She was full of effort and determination, ice balls bounced around Seo Hun's body. While Seo Hun was practicing, Hai Guy was attentively watching and helping her. There was the sound of heavy footsteps coming, it was the man carrying Gang Ho who had fainted because of the poison coming in. The man called out loudly in worry, Hai Guy. Hai Guy looked towards him and suddenly realized something was wrong, that look was. He signaled silence for him. Hai Guy trying to protect Seo Hun's silence, this is the moment of great success, if you lose the opportunity at this moment because of going into a ghost, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Seo Hun is about to complete his practice. Hai Guy shouted loudly for everyone to get out of the way. The big tornado shot straight to the roof of the room, Seo Hun was completed. She appeared with a very cool appearance, like a queen, not a princess. Seo Hun still maintained her beautiful appearance as usual. Only Din Ga Hui is still jealous of her. Hai Guy came over happily, congratulating you on your success, Miss Han. Han Seo Hun smiled happily, thank you. After finishing working with Miss Han, Hai Guy glanced at Gang Ho who was fainting. He asked Riem, was he Black Tian Lin? Ryong, San Rock and Ga Hui were all silent and clearly agreed with what happened. The name Hai Guy just mentioned. Hai Guy turned his gaze to the distance again, it was a trace of the Black Lotus group. Hai Guy uses his eyesight. At the base, Li Gongdin's residence 3 days ago, he was gathering everyone. As for the Medicine King's side, the Medicine King said, the antidote to the invisible poison that you take every 15 days is nothing else but the true potency pill. Ma Lim King was angry, how is true vigor pill, both a tonic and a proud strength medicine of that famous life and death medical school, so many things for that antidote, but the Medicine King just sighed. On the other hand, Li Gongdin naturally eloquently ordered, from now on we will cut off all ties with the Cheuca Chamber of Commerce, and will take over all their businesses. He believes that, from the beginning, the free allocation of land of Po Duong Lake to the Cheuca Chamber of Commerce was so that in the future they could gain the business rights that they had tried to develop, and moreover, that party had breaking the contract that had guaranteed 5 years of trade before was the Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce. He gloated, not to mention 3 years, in less than half a year they have already cancelled the agreement. In the world, giving the opponent a legitimate reason first is such a stupid thing, so bad that I can't believe that this is the way to confront the prestigious lean of the 3 heavenly sects. Li Gongdin added, I have moved all of Hak Tian Lin's warehouses to Zhejiang, now you can trust only that masked ghost. Li Gongdin affirmed, even if that guy is an absolute warrior, he can't do anything right now, even if he wants to fight, he has nothing to fight with. While he was gloating happily, his subordinates came running. He sadly reported that the Joint Master and the Dark Moon Special Forces had returned, but they said the mission had failed. Li Gongdin frowned, what, a failure? Lean Master angrily scolded, but there were only 3 or 4 of the righteous sex elites who couldn't handle it. What was the reason for the failure? The reporter hesitated, that was because the evil scythe and the red apricot suddenly rushed out. Lean Master glared, the evil scythe and the red poison weren't they the disciples of the poison immortal Slayer King and the Demon Sword King? Meaning those idiots interacted with the righteous brats so their heads were damaged, okay, but if it's their realm, it has to be evaluated generously to be super awesome. Lean Master asked again, what do you mean that they joined forces so the Dark Moon Special Forces were defeated? Is that what you heard? The reporter corrected them, they said that the red poison apricot had reached its peak, I'm jealous. Lean Lord was surprised, transformed into a whale, this little brat just turned into a ghost master and became an 8 king level expert in just one morning. The Ma Lim King and the Poison Immortal Murder King stood still and listened without daring to speak. The Poison Immortal Killer King pondered and then spoke, apparently thanks to absorbing the blood of the martial artist. Doc Tian came forward to accept responsibility, I did it myself. Lean Master told Doc Tian, I will send you a special team to kill the ghost spirit. Doc Tian thought to himself, they are both the armed group directly under the Joint Master and the Great Masters of the Black Sky Lotus. He thanked him and thanked the Joint Master for his good intentions. So the Poison Immortal Killer King took possession of the Demon Spirit Squad and set out to attack the main faction. A bright light shines down on the Great Chamber of Commerce. Gang Ho is being treated and is in a hospital bed. Next to him is Ron San Rock. Hai Guy looked at Gang Ho's situation and said, this is quite serious, in a state of extreme poison but also using too much internal force. Hai Guy asked Ga Uan, has there been no contact from the life and death medical side yet? Ga Uan replied, I have already sent messenger pigeons, I will probably be back soon, just wait a little longer and see what happens. Ron San Rock felt sorry for himself and blamed him, hey, he's the only patient, I'm in pain too. Hai Guy calmly replied, you have already finished the poison, what is a guy with only foreign trade complaining about? San Rock grumbled, even so, isn't this too much discrimination? Hai Guy shouted, shut up, this bastard, only knows how to drink at the inn every day, what have you done? San Rock was startled, really speechless. He angrily pointed at the wound and explained, don't you see my feet are blistered, in the past time I have been walking back and forth my feet have sweated so much, in the past time I have also recruited 60 there stone and wood workers. Hai Guy didn't care, he turned around and walked out of the room. As he walked, he wondered, but Miss Han, why are you so late? Hi, don't sit still, I've been going with Yang Ryong to fill each store's warehouse with ice, it's been 6 hours already, should have come back. Din Gahui sat absently on the roof, Hai Guy called her down, hey Din Gahui. Gahui tilted his head back and replied, what's wrong? Hai Guy ordered her, Miss Han hasn't returned yet, you go look for her. Gahui whined, don't like it, why should I go looking for her? Hai Guy sighed helplessly, he proposed, I will give you my blood. Hearing this, Gahui jumped down with excitement, really? Hai Guy still offers a price, half a drop of blood, about 90 miu. Gahui was excited and obeyed, she quickly hid and left to find Han Seo Han. Hai Guy sighed boredly, he kept walking around waiting for news. I ignored San Rock's bandage and jumped on his back to get to Seo Han, avoiding this guy. San Rock doesn't understand what's going on, hey, why are you hitting me, why? The sky has turned to dusk. Ri drove the carriage to take Seo Han back, he discovered something shady, Ri jumped out of the carriage to check, he did not forget to tell Seo Han, please don't go out. He shouted loudly, who is it? No one responded to his words, the space was quiet and dangerous. Suddenly, streams of black smoke rushed in. Ri glared and prepared to fight back. He mocked these guys, even if they were hiding, they would just hide in the trees, you bastards, his strong punch created an explosion. The Black Lotus group immediately appeared. Ri rushed up to attack them. He punched those guys repeatedly, some of them were successfully defeated by him. Ri just kept punching towards the trees, he gloated, let's see where else is hiding, everyone will show up. The Poison Immortal Killer King stood in the distance and looked back, he realized that was why that guy looked like a beast. He began to signal loudly, "The Special Forces Ghost Squad." The whole group of Special Forces immediately appeared. They received orders and rushed to the carriage where Seo-hun was sitting inside. They threw out their darts. This group of Special Forces squads surrounded the carriage. He also realized this danger. He angrily cursed himself into the air, so angry, today there was more trouble than the road. The Poison Fairy King came over, he spoke up and said hello, long time no see. Ri was sweating, oh God, I can't handle this situation alone, but then Ri found out, wait a minute. He suddenly became more cheerful, those 3 sects of heaven are divided into 3 evil sects, so they suddenly attacked, let's all burn up, you bastards. The Poison Immortal Slayer swung his whip to attack Ri Yong. He glared at him, the purpose of those talkative guys in front of the enemy was very clear. That is to buy time, he is confident, but it won't work on this king. Return to the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. Hi Guy was extremely excited when he received the news, what? I didn't dare believe my ears, tell me again, the subordinate reported with difficulty, all the branch stores were attacked by a group of strangers, all the martial artists of the Nam Kung used to secretly protect them, the villains are all dead, Hi Guy, I'm worried, how much damage is there? The subordinates did an inventory, and for now it was determined that craftsman Nam Cheon In and Gudung So Trang had passed away, and many employees of each business area had also died. Hi Guy urgently, and what? The subordinate hesitated, the general manager was nowhere to be seen, and life and death were unknown. Hi Guy is shocked, what's the overview? Hi Guy pondering, General Manager Lee is a capable person who expanded the iron market dozens of times during his absence, is the founder of the country who together with him founded the Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce and is also a cadre, I love the most. Hi Guy, judge for yourself, is acting too fast the cause of disaster, even if we are strong, we are alone. Hi Guy remembers the brothers, the so-called masters who are protecting the dynasty, the Great Merchant Guild has only 6 people. Should have started the work after attracting the Southern Palace family a little more and doing weaken the power of the Black Lotus, but things had already happened, it was too late to regret it. Hi Guy thought with trembling hands, if the Black Lotus took advantage of the number of experts, which was their strong point, and attacked scatteredly, then there was only one solution. Hi Guy, from now on I will give up all business of the Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce, please gather the survivors to the Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce, quickly. Hi Guy urges, tell them as soon as possible, always listen to orders, I know. Hi Guy thinking, if a pack of hungry wolves starts hunting then the sheep can survive only if they gather together into a flock of sheep, in the end when all the sheep are safe, the shepherd will pull out his gun and started hunting. Hi Guy ordered Cho Ga Uan, Cho Ga Vice President, Cho Ga surprised, yes. Hi Guy told him, when everyone from the Merchant Guild has gathered, ask the Vice President to set up the strongest formation you can display in this place. The station looked down and did not answer. I remember the joke Ga Yang, I told Hi Guy, my brother is still in Ba Duong Lake, his realm is much higher than mine, I will ask him to set up a formation, he will definitely help. Hi Guy added, as for the stones and the necessary decoration, we will handle all the costs. Even now you're still teasing me, Hi Guy, I'll give you an exorbitant price. The mission was clear, I ran away to ask for help. Hi Guy just pondered over what he just said and blurted out, the price is so exorbitant, if it can save the lives of thousands of employees of the Cheuca Chamber of Commerce, then $1,000 will not be regretted. Gang Ho woke up and tried to get up to say something, he spoke softly and respectfully. Hi Guy came closer to ask, he still couldn't sit up, if he forced himself like that, the poison could spread. Gang Ho pushed Hi Guy's hand away, we heard it all. Hi Guy reminded him loudly, I told him not to overdo it. Gang Ho grabbed Hi Guy's collar. Gang Ho said in a serious voice, you tell me that the Emperor's son has now become a burden to his friends. Gang Ho also remained silent, waiting for an answer. I just saw Hi Guy smiling gently at him. Hi Guy said, why are you talking nonsense to the family's servants? Gang Ho doesn't want to get involved, go quickly, even if it turns out like this, I can still protect myself. Hi Guy said again, here will be the Juga family's formation, within 3 days the life and death medical staff will also come, Nam Kung brother must survive. Otherwise he will really die at his hands, ta. After listening to the song, I immediately stopped, slightly shy at the Hi Guy's spirit. Gang Ho tried to gather his momentum and said again, Hi Guy, I'm the little sword master. But Hi Guy still kept silent. Hi Guy complimented Gang Ho, it's much better, Gang Ho doesn't understand, what? Hi Guy waved goodbye and walked out, I said because I'm no longer like a stuffy political person, I'm much better, male palace brother. Hi Guy flashed quickly through the room window. Returned to the forest where he was apparently in trouble. The Kingslayer poison fairy was still attacking him crazily. He was in a weak position, so he was unfortunately injured in the chest area near his armpit. He looked at the wound and realized it was a transfer of evil energy. Seeing that he was still able to endure it, the poison fairy king complimented him. His skin was also strong. He attacked Ri and said loudly, "Even though he was hit by my king's immortal blood, he still didn't lose his arm." While he calmly analyzed the attack tools of the Kingslayer poison fairy, the whip fairy had the optimal advantage of easily controlling space, and could launch sharp moves, but also had the weakness of being easily vulnerable, control. In Ri, he quickly raised both hands to firmly grasp the fairy whip. He held firmly and was counterattacked to the point that blood continued to flow from his hand. Until the pain was too much to bear anymore, he let go of the fairy whip. He was in a critical condition, with injuries all over his body. Ryong's trembling hands and feet were still trying to stand firm in front of the poison fairy king. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind, "You bastard, I will kill you." He was burning with hatred. Even if you are a transformed martial artist, don't underestimate the soul of the great mountain. The poison fairy reminded the special forces to be careful. In Ri, he stomped his foot hard on the ground. He screamed and unleashed his moves, his feet dancing against the sky's fist. Next came the consecutive punches, the sixth punch, endlessly domineering and destroying the wilderness. The king-killing poison fairy still had that fairy whip. He swung it out and whipped it repeatedly. Two great streams of power were about to collide. A cloud of smoke and dust erupted. The poisonous fairy killer king turned his attention to the side. Because in Ri he was rushing towards his side, he ordered his subordinates to stop him. The swords of the spiritual assassins pierced the person in Ri. But he was not afraid or in pain. He still resolutely rushed forward. He tightly grasped the poison fairy's whip. Even though blood was flowing, he still did not let go. He gritted his teeth and then slammed his head extremely hard into the king killer's head. After that, suddenly he flashed the true Vu counter heaven punch, the second punch. In the end, Kui Zop that Lean attacked, the poison immortal killing king received all of In Ryong's punch. He was thrown backwards. Touching her body, the poison fairy was scared. It seemed like her ribs were broken at least 3 or 4 times. Moreover, the stir within the magical force had caused internal injuries. The poison fairy king looked at him clearly and got angry. "This guy with a dirty nose, at this rate it's really dangerous." Seconds later, a strong man roaring loudly stood in front of him. His nose was already bleeding. He looked indignantly at the poison fairy king. Seeing that his body seemed a bit exhausted, the fairy was secretly happy. It seemed like he was too exhausted. He grinned. He had exhausted all his strength, so now he was almost dying. But contrary to what the fairy thought, suddenly he smiled meaningfully. He was a bit melancholy. Why did he suddenly laugh? Behind the fairy's back suddenly glowed the light of ice. He quickly looked over there. This light was coming from the carriage, more precisely, from Seo Hun. In Ri he's laughing because of this. "It's freezing, you bastards." 15 minutes ago, Seo Hun used his mind to communicate to Ryong. It only took a moment. A moment ago, Miss Tuat Hien had already transmitted sound. Considering that she could transmit sound, it also meant that her luck in her work had come to an end. It was much more difficult to have to fight and calculate thoroughly to be able to create out that one moment. Now that moment has come. The ice is spilling out. Miss Seo Hun excitedly walked out. The assassins were all startled. Even the poison fairy killer king opened his mouth in bewilderment. Miss Han made a move, the ice spirit palm. She calmly used it, the 5th move. After that, a succession of ice fragments were shot towards the enemies, which was the snow white technique of the world. An ice storm was unleashed. On the other side, at the Cheuca Dai Chamber of Commerce, a big fire was breaking out. Hi Guy rides on those fires to protect everyone, but his mind also goes to Seo Hun. "The place I feel most insecure is Han Seo Hun's side. If anything happens, the Jiangxi Cheuca Chamber of Commerce will be there. Efforts to achieve will almost collapse. Hi Guy, I'm worried. They're still far away by the heavenly spear, so they're probably somewhere on the edge of the viewpoint. However, the more I go to this viewpoint, the more uncomfortable I feel." Hi Guy clearly saw that it wasn't just 1 or 2 places where the murderous aura was felt. Certainly in that place, the merchants of the Great Merchant Guild were also gradually losing their lives. Hi Guy lands on a roof and looks down around. Isn't this a situation where I have to make a choice? I had a hard time thinking about it, but then I had to choose, even though the decision was difficult. He decided to ignore Seo Han. There was no other way. Miss Han was both a rare talent and a woman, even so she was also with Jang and Riem. Moreover, they were both victims. Wanderers have practiced martial arts. Han Seo Han is also a master who has achieved transformation. He went to Ba Duong Lake. On the contrary, at the edge of Ba Duong Lake, thousands of employees of the Merchant Association were urgently waiting for help. Thinking about the number of people who could be saved, even wondering was a sin. At this point I can only pray for Han Seo Han and Gyang and Riem to be safe and sound. Hai Guy is determined to rush to save the merchants. His heart prays, please survive. He approached the merchants whose lives were in danger. An unidentified muscular man was swinging his sword, preparing to slash at a businessman. Hai Guy arrived in time and wiped out those assassins. When the merchants saw Hai Guy, they burst out saying, President, the president is here. Hai Guy asked them, safe, leg recording, Ho Guan, no one was injured, are you okay? The three merchants cried and replied, we were lucky to be able to escape, you should quickly go see other stores, many colleagues have died. Hai Guy is very bitter. He ordered the remaining merchants, all to go to the trading guild's headquarters. That place will be protected by the Juga family's formation. Go quickly, merchants, quickly move. Hai Guy continues to other shops to save the remaining merchants. The other three merchants tried their best to encourage Hai Guy. The president's martial arts skills are really great, those damn people, please kill them. The fire gets bigger and bigger. The assassins are reporting to each other. The people here have all been dealt with. Next is the guest house, hurry up. One of them discovered a black hole. The black hole is gradually expanding. These assassins were all sucked in by the black hole. All that remained were screams and blood flying into the air. The black hole has finished dealing with those three guys. A man who looked like a general was surprised to discover that this was the evil soul-slaying demon Murim. The blonde man looked up at the roof. He was there. It was the concept of work. That demon mask had arrived. He was very satisfied. All of today's missions were to lure out the demon mask of the Royal Brothers Guild, and the mission was finally completed. A series of flares were fired at Hai Guy. The blonde leader ordered that the demon mask would be handled by the Joint Master and the 8 Kings. He intended to leave. But he saw another black hole appear before him. The black hole opened its mouth wide and sucked him in. There was only one ending, which was death. The evil spirit killer at Mo Rin is the Heavenly Shah of the main hall. That is, the Heavenly Shah discusses important matters with the Lean Master, the transformation realm expert. Such a powerful martial arts transformation expert has never been able to swing his sword once, but has it become a pool of blood, the sword-wielding people tremble in fear. Hai Guy stood tall and looked down. He glared hypnotically at each enemy. They were so scared that they turned pale. They all told each other to put down their swords and surrender. They knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Hai Guy asked them, what was the signal you fired just now? A name revealed, a signal that the demon mask had appeared. Hai Guy was a bit startled. Devil mask, he asked them next, so the reason you killed so many people was to lure me. They confessed, please spare my life. But blood debt must be paid with blood. Hai Guy drew his sword. A big black hole appeared in front of the group. They pleaded, don't do it. It's too late, everything has been swallowed whole and death awaits them. After swallowing the person, the black hole spits out blood and gradually disappears. Hai Guy asked himself, even though his heart was filled with killing intent, why was killing someone so calm? It felt so natural, as if he had just reawakened something he had done since then, long. Hai Guy vague, just not long ago, I was very reluctant about it, because it's magic. Hai Guy on the other hand, I feel fine, not bad, I feel like I was able to cut it off your weak part. He frowned again when he saw a certain scene. Were the merchants who died in the fire. His heart boiled with hatred, those bastards. Some character appeared and Hai Guy looked towards him. The shadow of the joint owner gradually appeared. He and a few subordinates came to take Hai Guy's life. They all surrounded Hai Guy. The joint master grabbed the flare gun and said, this is a signal bullet to stop the retreat, and headed to all the stores of the Cheuca Great Merchant Guild and launched the attack again. Hai Guy stared at him. The joint master is confident that unless there are hundreds of people like you, it will be impossible to stop them all. Hai Guy still calmly conversed with the joint master. It turned out to be the joint master and the 8 Kings, but there was one more name. The joint master sneered, your direction has already been grasped, and if you do the job, leaving no trouble behind is the standard of tactics. Hai Guy paused for a moment. He mentioned the direction, meaning there was another attack from the outside, not the Cha Ga Uan or Nam Palace Gyang Ho or Din Ga Hwei that had been with him before. Guy quickly guessed, so either one of Gyang and Ryong and Han Seo-hun were passing by, or Ron San-rock went out to drink in the heat of the moment. Either way it's possible. The high potential is still on Han Seo-hun's side, because letting an 8-king level expert fight against Ron San-rock is a waste of manpower. Guy also knows, Shadow King has watched countless meetings. He must have reported to the Joint Master how important a figure Han Seo-hun is at the Cheuca Chamber of Commerce. Lean Master gloated and said to Guy, "What a surprise, I didn't expect that the Master of the Ghost Mask is the president of the Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce. You are already an absolute scene at such a young age, it must be right, rewrite the history of gypsies." He took out a stack of papers. He said to himself, "I also hate to kill you, serving the Namkung family. It's still too early to cause big trouble with the Namkung family." Guy received the papers that the owner was writing furiously. As for the Joint Master, he still mumbles, "Once my signal bullet is fired, the massacre will begin again. Your Ice Princess will also fall into danger. You have no choice but to accept it. Stop." 8 Kings shouted, "Joint Master, must kill him, he will become a great disaster." Lean Master was angry, "Don't I know, I clearly know how he took over Jiangxi. His sinister heart as well as his ability are at the top of the world. Moreover, a person like that, martial arts no one can match him. He has also reached the absolute realm, now he can't kill him." Lin Chu commented, "A crazy person like that only needs another 20 years. What will this martial arts world become? The Jianghu is no longer a martial arts forest but will be a commercial forest. Of course, the ruler of the commercial forest, that's him." The interlocutor transmitted the sound, "To kill him, half of us would have to die. Are you confident?" The 8 Kings were a little scared. The master provokes the general, who is Black Tian Dai Sat, the great soul killer. His great skill is the legend of the evil sect. The ultimate expert of the evil sect once single-handedly destroyed Mao Mountain Valley. Black Tian Dai Sat, such a legend, but now you say you're not sure of victory. The 8 Kings asked himself, does he have that ability? Lean Master added, "In fact, the person with the coldest heart and the most trembling fear here is me. Only when we are in the absolute state can we clearly see that strength." The owner affirmed that the people who transformed into the scene could not know. Right now, the young man in front of his eyes was radiating a terrible existence. Guy was engrossed in reading the books. He negotiated. The agreement pledged to immediately return 300,000 taels of gold. No mention of the royal family was mentioned. All the stores would be transferred to Black Tianlin and get the hell out. Packaging. Guy calmly continued. Moreover, he would have to hand over all the recipes of Cheuca Tan Tam Duong and Cheuca Luong Tao Trang. I didn't see any mention of Tiat Phuong. He scoffed. That's a little bit of conscience left, is that left? In a blink of an eye, the guy immediately burned the joint owner's nonsense papers. His attitude clearly showed that he was provoking him. After burning it, he swung his sword to show off his strength. The owner was surprised. What, that huge aura still hasn't ended yet. The Joint Master took out the artillery shell and signaled. Guy opened his eyes and launched a raid. The black hole gradually emerged. It captured the target and neutralized the signal light from the bullet. The intercontinental ball is being gradually sucked into the black hole. What about Seo-hun's side? Ice and snow cover the space. In the long history of the Jianghu, there are a few types of martial arts that go beyond the limits of general martial arts. The martial arts of the 3 gods are inherently mythical realms that do not need to be mentioned separately, but in the rest except in addition. The Ice Beat Divine Technique is precisely called the Ice Wind Divine Technique, which is the most overwhelming of all. Miss Han has not finished the battle yet. The Poison Immortal King stood still, waiting for the ice to strike him. The fairy rope also froze. Next, the Poison Fairy's limbs were also affected by the ice. His body was partially frozen. He was panicking. Oh my god, this is. The Poison Fairy King's arm gradually spread upward with ice. He had difficulty resisting. The ice crystal's cold air that was beyond imagination was penetrating inside. All he could do was use all his internal energy and fight endlessly with the extremely cold air. Weld. The unique fairy turned her eyes to the side. But the scene in front of him immediately terrified him. All the members of the Black Sky Lotus sect were completely frozen. The fairy couldn't believe it. It was impossible. Seo-hun jumped up. She gently landed near where he was standing. Her face showed concern and asked, "Are you okay?" Even though he was injured and blood splattered on his hand, he still tried to smile and replied, "It's okay." However, when he looked ahead, he still couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, what kind of martial arts is this? It's so harmful." With that slim body, jade hands, that beautiful face, froze many Black Sky Lotus experts and killed them in one blow like that. Tears fell from his eyes. I'm sorry, I think you're more than enough to be my partner, even if you only admire me a little, it's still a family honor. At this time, Ron San Rock and Ding Ga Hui also quickly arrived. The two joined forces to launch a double kill attack, killing them. The scythe and whip combined, directly breaking the ice and splitting the crowd in half. Dang and Rai, he looked at the movements of the two and had to applaud. The movements of Din Ga Hui and Ron Sang Rock were destroying the ice with agile movements, as if they had joined forces for a long time. That coordination is so smooth, but isn't it showing off moves that have been carefully calculated in advance? He couldn't help but feel a little angry, those bastards, so they were secretly watching, who said they weren't cultists. At this moment, the poison immortal king was frozen all over, but he was still conscious and couldn't help but tremble and curse, damn it. Finally, after fighting internally, he let out a loud scream. The ice surrounding the body directly breaks the ice and melts. Dang In and Seo Hun were suddenly surprised. Ryong and Seo Hun quickly returned to their positions and used their moves to stop the poison fairy from killing the king. Ryong shouted, "Did he run away?" He found it hard to believe. Just a moment ago, the poisonous immortal king of the Black Sky Lotus had oppressed him by showing his power like a god, yet as soon as the cold air on Han Seo Hun's hand spread to him, did he run away without hesitation? Tell everyone, these evil sects don't have the pride of a martial artist. The poison fairy killer king is hastily running away. He still ignored it, but the spiritual assassin was frozen. He swung his fairy whip, he quickly swung that whip forward. No, he used his whip to break the ice to save the special agents. When they were rescued, they couldn't stop exclaiming that breaking the ice did not harm their bodies. As expected, the poison fairy killer king's immortality was the best among the 8 kings. After saving this group, the fairy gave the order to retreat quickly. The sky in the forest was filled with rays of sunlight. Looking at the ice beams on the ground, the rock was curious. Hey, what are these things? In fact, he was just waiting for that to be scolded. The fellows were about to die, but you guys just stood there and peeked, and now you're showing up full of spirit. San Rock Tan Min, what, don't you know what will happen if you act indiscriminately on this sinister world? I told you I was waiting for the opportunity. You are powerless, that's why you call it a cunning sect, this bastard. He shouted angrily, seeing that his teammate's body was so worn out and still not coming to help. That bastard. San Rock stupidly scratched his head, apologizing. San Rock came to grab him and he grabbed San Rock's neck and laughed gleefully. I will teach you what the soul of the righteous sect is. San Rock was grumpy. What, you were originally a mountain bandit, he repeated. I have long since given up my sword, you bastard. Din Ga Hui had to speak up to help San Rock. Anyway, don't be too much, because I told you that you could also be in danger, so he threw away the wine he was drinking and ran here in one gulp. He looked at Ga Hui in horror. What are you doing? San Rock said no words. That girl is pale and hungry for blood. Ga Hui, she was using a towel and dipping it into a pool of blood. She laughed it off, it was such a pity. San Rock was bored and gave up. He took a deep breath. I was in a quiet mood and told everyone that Ba Duong Lake was burning everywhere, we had to go quickly. Din Ga Hui was still wringing out a towel and drinking blood. She enjoyed it refreshingly and deliciously. After finishing the meal, Ga Hui urged everyone, those shrimp to release bait, let's go quickly. The sun shines brightly across the sky, the light shines down on Ba Duong Lake. Here the black hole is still working to attract and kill the enemies. The interlocutor has lost one of his arms, he is panicking. What is it? He can't feel what he is thinking. The 8 kings were terrified. What was that? High guy on the roof still controls thoughts. He raised his sword straight and pointed it at the master. The joint master and the 8 kings were startled by his thoughts. Especially the black hole that is threatening. Lean master and the 8 kings are running away in disarray. It is his idea of attack, quickly avoid it. Some slow movers were sucked in by the concept of gong. The medicine king's side also curled up and ran. Lean master's face is covered in sweat, that's it. He shouted in panic, no sword, the sword that rules space, the sword god, he is the descendant of the sword god. The 8 kings who were wandering around looking for a place to hide were also terrified. What the heck, no way. An 8 king's mouth and nose twitched and wanted to confirm, among the 3 gods, he was the descendant of the sword god, the strongest. And so we just ran away, the interlocutor shouted and retreated. High guy did not easily let these people run away, he rushed down and chased the 8 kings. Countless ideas of attack were unleashed by the guy to suck all of the inter host's people to death. The atmosphere was extremely chaotic. the entire host and the 8 kings ran for their lives. An 8 king wants to cling to the master. But the pit of consciousness had sucked him in, even the master couldn't bear it, he couldn't save him. He had no choice but to launch a counter-attack. The puppet killed the sky, followed by the 9th kill. Lin Chu tries to block the attraction of the concept of gong, causing evil and calamity to kill. Streams of black air shot out from the Black Lotus cult leader's hand, rushing toward the black holes to destroy them. He had never had to hold back as hard as he was right now. Du Haigai glared, his pupils flashing purple light. He raised the sword in his hand, a stream of aura formed and curled around the blade. Soon, a large black hole curled up in the sky. At the same time, the glass gong din also rushed forward. It was too late. The circle of light above the guy's head lit up. From within it, countless streams of black energy shone straight down. They spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire area. Even the move that Li Gongdin hit him was blocked and broken by it. The black rays had extremely strong destructive power. Wherever they touched, the citadel was soon severely damaged. The old medicine king was also frightened and quickly avoided it. But in the end, he couldn't run in time and was hit by this black aura, and he was burned until there were no bones left. One guy was so scared that his legs were shaking and he couldn't lift himself up. He could only watch in despair as it flew towards him. And then when it strikes, the result is only destruction and chaos. Cao Ba ran quickly, but even so, one of his arms was still touched by the black air, directly broken, and he screamed in pain. Sect leader Li Gongdin looked at this scene and was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Du Haigai at this moment was like an asura, his whole body seemed to be bathed in a pool of blood looking at him. With just one eye. Enough to make Li Gongdin startled, his whole body stiffened as if something had stabbed into his body. He trembled and exclaimed, "I lost." The Du Haigai regained his breath, but still couldn't help but think that even though he had used the heavenly demon magic technique, he still hadn't died. Even if he was devastated, he was still in an absolute state and transformed into a state. Li Gongdin slowly said, "I will withdraw from Jiangxi, all our shops will pay tribute to you." He secretly calculated, he must save the remaining kings. If they all die in here, the core of the Black Lotus will collapse. Du Haigai coldly asked, after withdrawing to Zhejiang, can those people who used to have a full stomach, now suddenly starved, still be able to live? Li Gongdin could not object. He continued, that is definitely what you will do, that is to eliminate the Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce and divide half of Jiangxi and then swallow it. Just like before, you will immediately run to Evil Heaven or Green Forest, and proposed an alliance. He quickly promised, I will declare to the gangsters, in the name of the Black Heaven Inner Lord. Haigai smirked disdainfully, things like that public statement can be overturned. Moreover, you know many people on our side like that. Having said that, he rotated the tip of the sword, a black dot appeared. Li Gongdin quickly put his hand into his other sleeve. Ignoring his hand being shot to pieces, he shot a flare into the sky to signal that everyone would disperse. Seeing them running away, he gritted his teeth, thinking I would let you escape. At this moment, the moans again reached his ears. The guy stopped and turned around to look in that direction. Now, at this moment, the screams of the merchants dying of pain continued. Now is not the time to pursue the enemy, we must first reorganize the Great Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, 3 figures suddenly appeared, they landed on the roof where he was standing. Din Ha Gui looked at the scene before him and exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, all the 8 kings have arrived. She knew this, thanks to the traces left after the destruction. Seeing the remaining piece of purple shirt again, here is the shirt of the joint master, even the black sky is very close. Din Gahui couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. Du Haigai asked with sharp eyes and a warning look, what about Minister Dang? She was startled and replied, he is coming, just very seriously injured. He glanced at Seo Hun and asked if she was hurt anywhere. Seo Hun nodded, I'm okay. Din Gahui at this moment looked at the blood dripping from the eyes, but when he saw the guy glaring at him, he suddenly turned his head away. He frowned and reminded him, don't think about playing the vampire game, reform the merchant guild first. I will go see the shops on the east side of Ba Duong Lake, and you guys go north, Miss Han will go west. Hearing that, they nodded unanimously, I understand, I will do that. After the division, the 4 people split into 3 different directions and left. In a corner where no one was paying attention, a member of the Martial Arts Alliance's special agent, Don C. Lang, silently observed. He used a light attack to jump onto the roof to investigate the trail. In less than 3 moves, the Black Heaven kill team was defeated. In the end, He ran for his life again. Moreover, what the Black Heaven Kill team had mentioned was certain, definitely the legendary sword god. If the name of the president of that great merchant guild is a true descendant of the god of ants, then it is a big event in the world. Thinking back, the reason I was sent here was not to observe the actions of the Cheuca Chamber of Commerce, which was causing a strong stir in the Jianghu, Anhui and Jiangxi had attracted many people on a large scale, grown up. Now with the addition of the name of the descendant of the sword god, his mighty reputation becomes even greater. Don C. Lang squinted his eyebrows, trying to remember if there had ever been a figure in the business world who held power like him in the history of martial arts, if his influence went beyond Anhui and Yangtze and then reached the southeast, north then. Moreover, the sects that have a relationship with him, aren't all the 5 great families, taking Tin from the Sichuan Tang family. He also criticized the station, Nam Gung Dang Ho, Pa Eng Gak are also in the same business association with him, if he takes advantage of the predestined relationship with the descendants and gathers the families together. If you are careless, the Martial Arts Alliance can also be divided in half. Cheuca Great Commerce Association is a threat to the Martial Arts Alliance, you must quickly report to the alliance leader as quickly as possible. On the other hand, at the Jiao Chamber of Commerce at this time, a whole group of people were being brought in. Pa Eng Guard saw his people seriously injured and shouted angrily, I already suspected it. Who are those bastards? Are they black heavenly lotus stars? Those damn people, I will kill them all. Suddenly there were footsteps approaching. Suddenly he appeared behind him and said, Hey, stay away, the guard is still upset. But when I saw him and Ron San Rock behind me, I was startled. Only then did everyone pay attention to Dang In's severely injured hand, with cuts deep to the inside. Du Haigai couldn't help but widen his eyes in horror. He gritted his teeth and cursed, those bastards. The guard also confusedly asked, Is it okay? Du Haigai pursed his lips and thought back, although he was quite good at using spears, but basically, he was a martial arts master. For a martial artist who used boxing as his main weapon, the use of spears was as miserable as that, death penalty. Meanwhile, the doctor quickly ran over to ask questions and showed me the wound. Dang In Rai he obediently held out his hands, the doctor looked at it and sighed. He smiled optimistically and said, Why are everyone's faces so gloomy? Did someone die? I'm fine, so don't show that mournful expression. Du Haigai's face darkened and asked if he could recover. The doctor replied nervously, no matter how good the medicine was, it was too much, it was about to cause necrosis, so it was better to cut it off, but he couldn't help but feel dizzy. It wasn't him. Is the technique of life and death medicine the best in the world? Having said that, he quickly ran to the printing place. Pick up his scary injured hand and look at it. Being grabbed so hard, I was in so much pain that I cried out in tears. That's not why I don't feel pain. So the guy eagerly asked, Doctor, how much money is needed? Please tell me, how can I get it? Can save this guy's hand. The doctor said with a solemn face, as a medical practitioner, this is a somewhat absurd statement, but in legend there is something called Tathagata's true soil. He was surprised, Tathagata's true earth, what is that? During the war of the uprising of the demon sect, a warrior was seriously injured and fled. He ran into a certain deep mountain. It is said that at that time he was seriously injured to the point that all the bones in his body were broken, completely exposed, as if his bones had been burned by fire. He discovered a new area of land, with a strange aura when no herbs grew, and then he took that soil and smeared it all over his body. Strangely, young skin has grown. Du Haigai immediately asked, Where is that place? He continued, the medical staff had heard the rumor at that time. Their eyes were wide open and they went looking for that martial artist, but could not find it. The more mythical story is that the medical staff discovered the valley where the martial artist lived. That monk used to live there, but, strangely, there is only a wall of Tathagata Buddha carved from wood left there. A story from hundreds of years ago, such a myth, has no credibility. But, you know the moon is coming, right? Something suddenly flashed in his mind, the moon was coming. Isn't that the big mysterious intelligence organization on the Wanderer, along with the night butterfly? The medical staff recounted that, according to the source, Forest Master Nguyat Ha at that time had rumors about that martial artist. Is that true? That's just what I've heard. The Forest Master Nguyat Ha's nickname at that time was Red Man. People who had seen him said that he had skin as smooth and red as a baby's skin, strangely enough, when at that time he was over 70 years old. Hearing this, the guy suddenly felt a little thoughtful. But the doctor still continued talking steadily, and moreover, one could not help but suspect that it was because he always wore the Tathagata Buddha necklace. Besides, people say that at any rate, he only works at night. Of course, people think that he does it because he wants to hide his secrets, which is why he is given special attention. The name is Naguyat Halam. Duhaigai secretly affirmed that it was indeed an action worthy of suspicion from those at that time. The thing that maintained such skin, even at the age of 70, could be because he had practiced the martial arts of Chun Yan Kong. However, is it necessary to wear a Tathagata Buddha necklace in front of others? Besides, what is the meaning of a person who doesn't care about other people's eyes like that, but only acts at night? It's so contradictory, there must be something. The doctor expressed that, in short, because of that, the gypsies began praising that mysterious land as Tathagata's true land. If you are interested in gypsy legends, you will definitely listen to the story, this at least once. Receiving these words, the guy's eyes secretly became determined. The moon is coming. It is a large mysterious intelligence organization of the Wanderers and the Night Butterfly, but unlike the Night Butterfly that successfully met in secret, Naguyat Halam could not be found until the very end. He suddenly asked, "Do you know how to meet the coming moon?" The doctor shook his head and replied, "I am an ordinary doctor, how could I be familiar with such a mysterious organization? Moreover, considering how lucky it is to determine that there is a true Earth Tathagata, how long will it take?" The guy was heartbroken as he looked helplessly at his necrotic hand. The doctor told him that the bones had begun to change color, so that meant gangrene. Within 3 days, if his hand wasn't cut off, he would die. The entire arm will rot. At this moment, Seo Hun stepped forward. She patted her chest and expressed, "If it's that problem, then we can solve it." Duhaigai turned his head to look at her in surprise and asked, "How to solve it?" She explained that in the North Sea, no one in us is knowledgeable in medical techniques, because the doctors do not intend to visit the land of the North Sea, where there are snowstorms. That's why every time I have a foreign injury, I will always take the patient to Dai Hao Den, and the distance between the North Sea and Dai Nyet Dan is very far. At this point, he also suddenly realized, perhaps. Seo Hun confirmed, "Yes, the North Sea people use the cold yin ice palm to prevent the patient's wound from rotting, but that was the case." Duhaigai shouted, "It's unreasonable, he will die first from that cold sound and ice palm." That's right, most people can't stand the cold sound and ice palm, so they will die before reaching the Great Halo. However, if you can endure it, with high spirit and physical strength, you will be able to endure it, can live. Dang and Rai, he suddenly laughed reassuringly, "It's just cold water, it's no big deal." The young man among the young men who easily broke the ice of the great mountain, and could endure half a day, was me. Just enjoy that ice palm for a day. The guy was full of anger and scolded, "You crazy guy, do you think this is a joke?" He smiled confidently and assured, "There is nothing to worry about death, I will try to endure 7 weeks a month." At this time, the Ga Uan slowly entered, the young knight. He looked at him and asked, "Have you already made arrangements for all the cooperative members?" He replied, "Only the cooperative members instructed by the noble group leader were left, and they would arrive soon." "As for the formation, how far is it progressing?" Che Ga Uan said, "With my big brother's strength, it will only take half an hour to complete. It started this morning, so it should be almost completed now." Duhaigai continued to ask another question, "How long can food last?" He shrugged and replied, "They are the Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce, it would be absurd for the young master to ask such a question." Hearing that, he fell into thought again. That's right, the food in the warehouse of the Royal Brothers' Great Chamber of Commerce can certainly last a few months for the people here, but being prepared is not enough, redundant, isn't it? To be more certain, he asked again, "Can your big brother's formation be able to withstand the absolute situation?" He opened his fan, his face extremely serious, and replied, "If we are talking about the Black Heaven Lotus Lord, then I can guarantee it. Big brother and I will use all our strength to deploy the illusion of life, and we will let that guy know what hell is, in 3 days or a month." After having this assurance, Duhaigai told Seo Hun, "Then it's up to you." She nodded. Then he rolled up his sleeves, took a deep breath and walked to the dining area. Although he was a bit shy, he still tried to shut his mouth and help me quickly. Seo Hun's eyes flashed with light, he raised his hands and exuded the cold air of ice crystals. Looking at her at this moment, Dang In suddenly panicked and quickly stood up to negotiate. "Wait, I want to do something." Hey Guy wondered, "Do you want to do something? What is it?" He enthusiastically replied, "Go board, and alcohol." Hey Guy is speechless. This crazy guy, in the middle of a show, he still imitates the school officials. Ron San Rock shook his head in frustration. There really are no normal people here. Din Gahaway glanced sideways at him and pouted, "Well, you're the craziest." He jumped up and said something, "That bloodthirsty demon." Duhaigai ignored them, continue to order Seo Hun behind, Just do it quickly for me. She enthusiastically raised her hand. Okay, just let me. Having said that, she used her hand to perform the technique. Soon, cold air appeared on her hand. Seo Han reached out and passed it on to Dang Yin's gangrenous hand. His gangrenous hand was extremely sore, and with the cold air of ice crystals corroding him, he couldn't help but scream loudly. Du Haigai couldn't help but eagerly call, Minister Han. She tried to calm down, but she couldn't lose her composure. Internal energy, quick internal energy to fight against cold and ice energy. Du Haigai looked at the painful scene and pursed his lips. Did he have to be in pain like that in the first few weeks? It was strong yet long and he couldn't help it. After struggling for a while, he decided to swing his sword. He immediately jumped onto the car's body. This is a sword bending move that only one in this world has, or is almost impossible to learn. Before leaving, the guy advised, let's go and come back. Having said that, he walked away right in front of everyone's surprised faces. The speed of movement was so fast that others thought it was an afterimage. Dang Ho opened his mouth and asked, what am I seeing now? He said with a red face and excitedly, I just heard that. Ron San Rock stood still and stammered, wow, that's crazy, he's gotten stronger lately, the sword is flying. Din Ga Hue, his glowing eyes exclaimed, it's so cool. Pa Eng watched looked speechless, sword god, little sword god. Time passed. 3 days later, in the territory of the Nam Kung family. Tianjin Dam is lying down relaxing in the sun. Suddenly a dark shadow passed over his head, making him feel it and open his eyes to look. And right after seeing the image of the guy standing on the sword rushed forward. He immediately jumped up in disbelief. Du Haigai landed on the ground and exclaimed, this place is still as beautiful as before, how are you, master? Where is the homeowner? The old man has not recovered yet. Keep staring at you, homeowner, no, more than that. Recently, it has explored another realm. Is it entirely possible for a person's martial arts to improve so quickly? If the realm of air-bending sword art reaches its maximum, the sword will merge with the user's thoughts and gain sword spirit. The move that can be used at this time is flying sword bending, a realm that both I and the head of the southern Gungsu family have not yet reached, but now it is opening up before our eyes. Even if it is called the absolute state, having achieved a similar martial soul state, depending on the ability that can be developed, that realm is divided into 4 stages: the absolute martial spirit state, the absolute state martial spirit realm, absolute infinite realm, boundless absolute realm. I have barely reached the realm of martial spirits. The head of the southern palace is between martial spirits and martial spirits, but being able to freely use flying swords like that, shows the realm of this guy, has surpassed the martial spirit and is about to reach infinity. In the end, what kind of realm is the infinite realm? The Purple River Sword Saint of Hoa Sun and the Martial Emperor of the Martial Arts Alliance compete for the position of the number 1 god in the world. If besides immeasurable is the realm of heaven and earth that they can reach, then no, the Master of Shaolin is the only infinite world in the world. This means, the guy has equaled the strength of the absolute warriors from the world, the people standing at the pinnacle of the 7 martial arts. From the first time I saw it, it only had amazing internal powers. Even the initial attacks in my head couldn't be exerted with my own body. It's been less than 10 years since then, but now it has surpassed the martial spirit of the absolute realm, and reached infinity. Is the homeowner's words true? Nam Gung homeowner once said, oh hi guy, is the descendant of the sword god. Thinking back now made him shocked. As a god of the only 3 gods in the long history of martial arts, his traces were already this excellent. Hey guy expressed, can we talk about private matters later? Old man Tianjin Dam, right now the homeowner is handling the official affairs, you should go to the homeowner's palace first. Later, after finishing handling the official affairs, the male Gung homeowner came to the backyard. At the same time, Tianjin Dam brought the guy here. He saw everyone and immediately wondered, why did you come here without warning? The guy clasped his hands and replied, I asked the commissioner of the house owner's palace, I heard that you were coming to the backyard, so I came to wait first. The head of the Nam Gung family suddenly asked with a solemn face, could it be that something happened in Jiangxi? Du Haigai looked surprised, you still haven't heard the news from the southern martial artists of Jiangxi. What happened there? As soon as he finished speaking, a person hurriedly ran in. Homeowner, there is a report. Bring it here quickly. His subordinates gave him a letter to inform him. When he learned the inside story, he immediately frowned. No. Du Haigai said, as far as you can see, a few Black Lotus guys attacked the Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce. In addition to the martial artists of the Nam Kung, our side also suffered very serious human losses. Nam Gung-soo darkened his face and asked if he was the one who cornered them. He did not answer, but his facial expression clearly reflected the truth. Finally, the guy recounted, in fact, just 2 days after cutting off the supply to the Black Lotus, it was unthinkable that they would attack on such a large scale. The biggest mistake was relying too much on the antidote given to them. Their lives depended on the antidote, so it was impossible to predict that they would choose to fight decisively. However, it was too late to regret anything. Nam Gung-soo reminds, if you achieve success after success, you will only see the immediate benefits. Ancient sages said, the faith of those who have never tasted failure is a scary thing, best. When he heard what he said, he did not object, but implicitly admitted his mistake. He continued, the court's personality of always running to the top without revealing his inherent qualities is not bad, but because he keeps running without looking ahead, it is not the fate of many people now, it's all depending on those shoulders. Duhai Guy pursed his lips regretfully, his clumsy decision to hastily cut off the supply, perhaps due to his overconfidence after cultivating the demon god's martial arts. That confidence. The mistake is to blindly believe in fake antidotes and consider the Black Lotus to belong to the 3 heavenly sects. Obviously we have to be more meticulous and thorough, no matter how strong we are, but one person cannot defend everywhere at the same time. The homeowner Nam Gung-soo darkened his face and said, whatever the reason, the warriors of Nam Kung were all dead. He silently swallowed his saliva, waiting for the scolding. But he stepped forward and said, now it's our turn to repay them. Hey Guy, who was mentally prepared to hear that, was surprised. Oh, no criticism. Nam Gung-soo's whole body exudes the aura of a martial artist who strictly teaches. Hi Guy, through this incident, I hope you will become more mature. Definitely remember that all your decisions are being followed, at the cost of hundreds, thousands of lives. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed his head in gratitude. Please engrave it in your heart like a pinnacle. Up to this point, the feeling in the young man's heart could not help but feel pity for the swordsman. People who had experienced many things realized even more why there was the word high in his nickname. Hearing him scold him, his heart was broken. It was as heavy as a rock pressing down on me, but I felt much lighter, a strange feeling, as if an unprecedented milestone had appeared. Could it be that the teachings of a famous righteous man had really touched my heart, to my heart? The head of the Nam Gung family turned to the side and called out, Master of the Shanglong group, there are subordinates, please give orders to the head of the house. He waved his hand and loudly announced that the great Southern Palace family was going on a military expedition to Jiangxi, preparing to declare war on the Black Sky Lotus. Duhai Guy exclaimed in shock, how could he do this without my support? The head of the Nam Gung family put his hands on his hips and said, who said there was no support from the family? He was dumbfounded and wondered. The Cheuca Great Chamber of Commerce refused the order, so naturally the Nong Kung family also had conflicts with the Ming, isn't that right? Seeing that he didn't seem to know anything, he explained that not long ago, the martial emperor visited this family and said that he was on his way to the Grand Chamber of Commerce. Duhai Guy wondered, what did he see in Jiangxi, that he suddenly offered full support, and also brought the Tianlong flag, which can mobilize the Tianlong battle team of the Martial Arts Alliance, Ha Nam Sel at any time. The Nam Gung family leader confidently affirmed that his uncle and I, along with a young boy, 3 absolute martial artists, and 3 of our family's most elite soldiers, in addition to the martial arts guard Tianlong, Lam Min, then the battle will definitely be won. I am not scheming like anyone else. He listened to what he said but was speechless. This old man was good at everything, but he often babbled. He also honestly expressed that he could not participate in the battle for the time being. This surprised him. What are you talking about? Isn't the Cheu Brother Great Chamber of Commerce in more danger than Nam Kung? Hai Guy explained, actually this happened to the minister. Time slowly passed, all the while, he recounted everything that had happened. After hearing this, Nam Gung-soo couldn't help but be shocked. Did that happen? True Earth Tathagata, do you know about it? He rubbed his chin and remembered, although I have heard about Master Nguyat Ha, it is a quite famous story. He asked eagerly, so the rumor about the warrior rolling in the Tathagata's true earth and being saved was true? He shook his head, it was just a rumor. Just by saying that he practices martial arts, maintains his youth and wears a Buddha statue around his neck, it can be certain that he resembles that martial artist, it's just that he is more famous for something else. What is the matter? He is the person who has donated the most in the history of Shaolin. When he is scheduled to arrive at the temple, the Shaolin temple will send arhats to pick him up. Duhai Guy was full of confusion and wondered how much was donated to let the highly virtuous arhats of the Shaolin temple come to guide the way of such a visitor to the temple. Nam Gung homeowner raised a finger and said, 100,000 taels. There were rumors that the amount of money he spent his whole life raising had reached 100,000 taels of gold. The guy gasped and exclaimed, "No, 100,000 taels of gold." If you've ever come into contact with an information seller, wouldn't you be able to roughly guess their income? He donated almost all of his assets to Shaolin 2's Buddha Hall. He couldn't help but exclaim, 100,000 taels of gold was a super huge amount of money that a lord in one direction could build an army with. Yet donating that amount of money to others, suddenly felt the reputation of Shaolin Temple, that power. But, in the end, why did he donate such a large amount of money to Shaolin Temple? The male Gung homeowner replied, because he didn't know the reason. It was mysterious, but, one thing is certain, he and Shaolin have a deep predestined relationship. Hearing that, the guy silently thought for a while. Finally, he asked if the homeowner knew how to approach the moon. He said that even without asking, he had been following them for more than 30 years, they had completely disappeared from the world, now people were almost certain that they had been exterminated. Kill the door, the guy couldn't help but be shocked. Nam Gung homeowner suggested, if coming to the true land is the goal, then go to Shaolin Temple to see. Shaolin Temple, why? Although it is a rumor, it is said that Master Nguyat Ha delegated all powers to his heir in the last years of his life, and that person eventually became a naturalized Shaolin. Duhai Guy thought to himself, Shaolin Temple, the monks and teachers are extremely noble. Moreover, speaking of Shaolin, isn't it a sect with sky-high pride, the world's outstanding kung fu, lamb, that the martial arts of the Central Highlands all originated from them, having to confront strict, careful, serious, arrogant people like this, already my head is throbbing, already. Will the leaders of Shaolin agree to meet with me? The head of the Nam Gung family said, you are the servant of this family, have reached the absolute state, and are also the president of the great merchant guild that is causing a strong wave, thanks to your business strategy, and besides, Shaolin does not refuse customers' donations. He was skeptical, no, what kind of practice would make him love money so much? He laughed, most Buddhists and Taoists, the characteristics of the 9 great sects, were already like that. Duhai Guy let out a sigh. In my heart, I secretly calculated that it would cost a large amount of money, but in my opinion, should I consider money when facing a person's life? A martial artist, if the monks of Shaolin liked money so much, then maybe it was a good thing. Thinking about it, he asked again, is the homeowner going to fight now? Nam Gung Su replied, avoiding a battle that is dragging on is not the emperor's morality. He sincerely expressed, then, please avoid fighting until I return to Jiangxi, everything depends on you. He nodded and silently applauded. He was aware that participating in the battlefield could save countless lives. People are easily infatuated with their own excellent abilities, but do not realize it. Take responsibility in every situation. This time is an opportunity to help you become more mature. Just like that, suddenly remembered something, the guy exclaimed, there's one more thing. The Chamber of Commerce has a general manager named Li Ge River, who is currently missing, he said, I have heard about it too, isn't he the one running your Iron Guild? I already know what it is, I will try to let someone find it, but he couldn't help but bow his head in gratitude and thank you. Having finished everything, he waved his hand and summoned the sword. Then he jumped on the sword again, and before leaving, he didn't forget to say, well then, see you again at Ba Duong Lake. Having finished speaking, he flew away directly with his flying sword. Nam Gung Su widened his eyes and gasped, stuttering out, what is that? Then suddenly he burst into laughter and exclaimed, as a descendant of the sword god, whether his superior realm will be a blessing or a curse for the southern palace is still unknown. Time passed, not long after, the boy flew to Hanam province, Dang Fan Tung Sun district of Shaolin Temple. Looking at the group of people lined up a kilometer long, he couldn't help but be surprised. The number of pilgrims all year round was truly huge. Most of the visitors were poor people. How could the Shaolin Temple ignore these visitors? The pilgrimage came to pray for the peace of the deceased father's next life, to earnestly pray for the mother's illness to be cured, and to pray for blessings for the children. I can't ignore these people and interrupt. Thinking about it, he landed on the ground and waited in line at the back like everyone else. A person saw him and looked curiously. When he discovered that there was a sword in his shirt, he was somewhat panicked. The man confusedly said, the trial should go straight to the production gate. Someone in front also agreed, that's right, how can a noble person like you stand in line with people like us? Duhai Guy waved his hand and smiled and refused, no, I will line up, he thought to himself, until now, we can know how the gangsters behaved. The other person still felt uneasy and said, but there was no need to do that. At this moment, 2 Shaolin monks came out, they quickly noticed him. One of the 2 said hello, Amitabha Buddha, where does this donor come from? The guy politely clasped his hands and replied, I am from the Namkung family. After hearing this, the monk was surprised. Oh, why didn't the sword master of the male palace come to the gate, but instead stood in line here? He explained, there were people who had come much earlier than me, all of whom had come up this dangerous mountain to offer incense for their own circumstances. No matter how urgent I was, how could I be ahead of those who've been waiting this long? Even so, the young knight came from a wealthy family. How could it be possible? At this moment, a powerful voice rang out, Amitabha Buddha. When the other two heard the voice, they turned around in surprise and bowed their heads at the same time, offending their master. Master Famtua laughed out loud, looked at the guy and asked, Amitabha Buddha, what does the donors need to come to this place? Du Hai Gai introduced himself, I am Du Hai Gai, the president of the Cheuca Chamber of Commerce. He immediately greeted happily, Amitabha Buddha, turns out to be a hero of the dynasty's great commerce association, admired for a long time, honored, thank you, master. Suddenly, Master Famtua's eyes emitted a sharp light, truly strange. He sent a stream of true air towards him to probe. When I tried to concentrate my feeling to see clearly, I found that my inner energy was scattered. Isn't this exactly the same as when facing the staff? There is no way. What kind of person is the young master, Kong Tian? Master Kong Tian, he is the sect leader of a sect close to that Vu too. That is not the realm that the young man is in front of, has not seen it yet, up to the age of 30 can be achieved. At the same time, Du Hai Gai also felt that he was using his aura to probe him. He was a little angry. It was the first time we met, how could he blatantly probe someone like that, even though of course I don't mean it. The last guy spoke up and interrupted, Master, what are you doing? Master Famtua suddenly turned pale, quickly raised his hand in one direction to express, Amitabha Buddha, it's nothing. In his heart he was a little mocking, look at this brazen monk, even when looking at after investigating all his life, he still calmly denied it. Master Famtua was about to explain, Amitabha Buddha, the old man was rude, the old man was just, but before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly caught something. All attention focused on the blood jade necklace around his neck. He tremblingly pointed his finger and asked, there, that treasure. Du Hai Gai didn't know anything, just held up the bracelet and asked, do you really know this? Does anyone else recognize this? It was the same when I met the goddess of the demon sect. I have a feeling that the number of people who realize the meaning of the blood jade is gradually increasing, but why are they so panicked? He raised the pearl and asked, does the master know about the identity of this pearl? His whole body suddenly stiffened. Finally, I suggested that the benefactor also go see the monk. This is not the place to talk, please ask the donor to go up the mountain immediately, I understand. Du Hai Gai followed him inside. At this time, passing through the training ground, the monks were all practicing martial arts, everyone shouting loudly in unison to the beat. He slightly pouted and thought, Shaolin martial arts here, he must be punished by shouting loudly as if he had just practiced it. His face looked at a person, his face lit up with enthusiasm, he danced loudly with his stick. The guy secretly assessed that his body was not very tall, and his voice was far superior to modern speakers. Master Famtua led him to a building. In front of the door were two monks guarding him. Seeing him, one of them spoke up, Amitabha Buddha, paying his respects to Master Pham Van. He seriously asked, is there an inside? Yes, the staff is inside, please invite the master to come in, but that donor. Master Famtua explained, there is no time to talk about outsiders, I will bear all responsibility and leave, yes. The door opened and two people entered. Famayana respectfully bowed to Amitabha Buddha and worshipped the monk. On the bed in front of him is Shaolin's staff, Great Master Kong Tian, he is the senior brother of Grand Master Kong 7 Vu, and is the leader of contemporary Zen Buddhism with Buddha's mind and wisdom reaching the heavenly realm. He smiled and said, come in quickly, it's rare for guests to meet the Hall Master, is something suddenly happening? Master Famtua expressed, Venerable, today the poor monk is temporarily relieved of his position as a guest of the Hall Master. The Venerable cannot help but wonder, Amitabha Buddha, what did the Hall Master suddenly say? From his sleeve, Master Famtua took out a rosary. Among those beads, there is one with a Buddha image. Master Kong Tian stood up in surprise, that is, the pattern symbolized Emperor Tit Tien, the person who once fought with Asura, the leader of the demons, the lower house. The lower monks, those who protect Shaolin in the shadows, are one of a group of people who do not appear unless the Shaolin is in danger. The staff regained their composure and nodded slightly to pay their respects. Amitabha Buddha paid his respects to the lower house. He did not expect that the master of the hall belonged to the lower house, but what happened in Shaolin? Master Pham Tua replied a little embarrassedly, the poor monk is an invisible monk, the lowest rank among the secret monks of the lower house, responsible for monitoring the secular world and collecting information. Even the poor monk is not a monk. When a monk destroys demons and practices secret techniques, the monk's respect makes the poor monk feel a burden. Master Kong Tian expressed, Amitabha Buddha, in the name of the lower house, has protected Shaolin for thousands of years. Any disciple of Shaolin dares to pretend to be authoritative. Moreover, you should quickly say it, did something happen? He said with a solemn face, in the thousands of years of Shaolin's ancient history, there was exactly one time when we experienced the danger of being destroyed. The mysterious calamity with the largest scale among the calamities that have ever occurred in the history of the Wanderers is the calamity of the heavenly demon religion. However, even in such a great disaster, Shaolin was determined not to let the property fall into the hands of demons. Fuang Trong asked vaguely, what he means is, there is another bloody tribulation that this heaven does not know about. Master Famayana honestly said, that is not a disaster known in the world as a bloody tribulation, sir, then. That incident originated from a god, he slowly recounted. A halo of light appeared in front of the gate of Shaolin Temple. The god with his two pupils suddenly appeared, domineeringly ordered, quickly hand over Emperor Tit Tian's magic weapon. The monks and masters of Shaolin Temple then united in defense. The Dharma treasure of Emperor Tit Tian that you mentioned is one of the treasures that cannot be given out as a lower house Dharma, absolutely cannot be given out. Seeing this, the gods curled their lips and smiled contemptuously, raising their hands to threaten with a sword light. Then today, Shaolin will be destroyed. With just one sword strike, the Shaolin city wall collapsed a large chunk. The two sides fought fiercely. Of course, in ancient legends, the secret techniques of Buddha, the 18 demon monks who practiced the secret techniques of Emperor Tit Tian, tried their best to fight him. But that god has outstanding strength. A sword swung out, directly defeating everything. Divine fire erupted, engulfing people inside. The legendary secret technique is said to have confronted the devil, followed Asura in him, and was tragically destroyed by a single person. The fire burned everything including the monk, an unimaginable scene. His divine power is so similar to that of a god that it is impossible to think that there would be such a martial art. The fire died out, burned people piled up around him, the others did not dare to continue rushing forward. That monk could only exclaim in despair, Amitabha Buddha, even the demon monk. The god maintained a dangerous smile and asked, what do you plan to do now? Are you going to resist until all the monks of Shaolin die, or obediently hand over Emperor Tit Tian's magic weapon? Suddenly at this moment, a ray of black and purple light flashed forward. The god reacted quickly, immediately raising a hand to break the move. He glanced sharply at the place where the move had just come from. Just like that, when the Shaolin disciples were all chanting and waiting for the gate to be destroyed, the god of that time appeared, walking in through the door with a tall figure. A man with a purple robe all over his body, exuding magical energy, with white hair and copper-red skin appeared, daring to hinder this old man's journey. Who are you, scoundrel? What a surprise! More than 10 years ago in that era, he was the demon monk, the main culprit who caused the disaster of the demon religion. Their fight was extremely fierce. Two opposing moves with different divine powers interfered with each other, creating a powerful shock, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Even the monks had to cover their faces to prevent things from flying up and hitting them. The demon god with purple spiritual energy rushed forward. On the opposite side, the god man also attacked frantically. With just one swing of the sword, beams of light shot forward. But the demon god was no less competitive. With his agile and flexible movements, he continuously dodged perfectly. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him, sending a blast of demonic energy. The god tilted his head to dodge. Taking this opportunity, the demon god struck out a palm, pinning it straight into the other demon's chest, causing him to fall back. Next, he curled his fist. Knock him away. His whole body hit the ground, causing it to crack. But the god man showed no signs of giving up. He stretched the sword in his hand towards the sky, muttering the moves. Immediately after, countless sword intents appeared. The magic god curled his lips and smiled coldly. He raised his hands high, and immediately a black hole of magical power swirled. This is the demonic move Flame Tian Bip. He attacks towards the images of the god's sword intent that are heading towards him. Once again, the two moves collided with each other. A loud explosion occurred. Everything around was severely affected. The God-man could no longer maintain his smile, his expression struggled to support himself. After that, he used a new move, only to see him rotate his arms. Forming a golden vortex, the mouth shouted loudly, the creature sealed the seal, and immediately, countless yellow characters flew out. They fold together to form a cage that holds the demon god. He gritted his teeth and wanted to find a way to escape, but he couldn't. The letters became tighter and tighter, eventually glowing, affecting the god deep within the demon god. He fell down. The body hit the cold ground hard. That demon god was unable to withstand the god's 10 moves and died. When Master Kong Tian heard this, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "What, the highest realm that people at that time could reach, surpassing the absolute realm, the demon god opened a new realm that was natural, that's seen, but you can't withstand 10 moves, what is the story?" Master Pham Tua continued to recount, Amitabha Buddha, when the bloody war ended. The necklace that the demon god was wearing at that time had begun to emit ancient aura, and it suddenly emitted a bright light. Don't know why, but at that moment, that god was very surprised and ran away from that place. Duhai Guy swallowed his saliva and thought, he had already won, but when he saw the demon god's necklace, he left everything behind and ran away. Master Pham Tua said, "What this donor is wearing is that necklace." Grand Master Kong Tian exclaims in a cold sweat, "Amitabha Buddha, what nonsense is that again? The era of demons is a long time ago, but how could Brahma recognize the treasure belonging to that's the legend?" The guy holding the pearl spoke up, apologizing for suddenly interrupting, "But it seems like there was some misunderstanding here, this is a treasure from my family's tomb. It's unreasonable, the treasure has been passed down through the generations of the Wu family for a long time, meaning heavenly blood jade, this thing may have existed for a long time, but there is no way that the demon god is from the Wu family. If so, then it would be normal for a demon god to intervene among the blood jade ancestors, if not, then the ancestors would definitely mention something related to the demon god." Master Pham Tua looked at him and said, "Amitabha Buddha, there is no misunderstanding, dear donor, try to explain, but this is a treasure of our family." He immediately added one more thing, his body was still in Shaolin. Duhai Guy exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, whose is it? Could it be a demon god?" "That's right." Master Kong Tian was equally shocked, "Amitabha Buddha, you said the remains of the demon god are in Shaolin?" "That's true, sir, could it be that the remains of the demon god are still there?" Master Pham Tua affirmed, "Amitabha Buddha, yes, the necklace is with his remains, it is identical to the necklace the donor is wearing, the poor monk can swear to live me." The staff wondered, "I know all the places under the authority of the Shaolin staff, but in the end, where is that place?" "It is the magic cave, sir." He was startled, if it was a demon cave, wouldn't that be a place where martial monks often came to practice meditation? Brahmanayana said, "Amitabha Buddha, calling the body of a demon god a relic is a bit ambiguous. Because it still has exactly the same appearance as when he was alive, sir." Duhai Guy did not express his opinion, but in his heart was confused. After all, when was the demon god a human being? The body of a human being has existed for hundreds of years until now, the staff is the same, he expressed, "Amitabha Buddha, the world truly has many strange things." Hai Guy suggested, "Can I come and see that place?" Master Pham Tua replied, "That is also the reason why the poor monk came to find the guide. Leading outsiders to the Buddha and demon cave is not a simple matter. There is a bit of internal struggle in the void heavenly staff, although the Buddha and demon cave is no longer in use, the place hidden deep inside the demon cave is where demons are kept, or monks who break the precepts are caught in the fire, ghost." To be more certain, he decided to ask again, "Amitabha Buddha, you said the remains of the demon god are somewhere in the Buddha and demon cave, that's true." "Amitabha Buddha, but how could the House of Representatives, as soon as they saw that donor, decide to take him to the Buddha and demon cave, which is the Shaolin's punishment?" Master Pham Tua immediately explained that it was because of the devil's will. The curse of the demon god. The will says that if one day in the world, someone with the same necklace as me appears, please lead him to my remains. Grand Master Kong Tian was bewildered, "Amitabha Buddha, then can the intention of the Hall Master's guests represent the House of Representatives?" Pham Tua explained that the lower house of Dharma is the only group that knows the true appearance of the demon god in the history of martial arts. The demon god is not a demon as the name suggests, he is, hey, Amitabha Buddha, in short. On the other hand, the staff, if it is the secret monk of the lower house of the Dharma, then anyone will definitely carry out the will of the demon god. Finally, Master Kong Tian picked up his staff. He knocked on the ground and made a decision, Amitabha Buddha, I agree to let the benefactor enter the Buddha's cave. The young man gratefully bowed his head and thanked the monk. A moment later, the cave entrance was in a hidden corner of Shaolin. The three people entered. This place was as dark as the name. He looked at it and exclaimed, "Oh my God, in a damp and scary place like this, for at least 3 years, 9 years longer, only eating the fruit tree, and just practice meditation. Although I can understand the people who violate the precepts will certainly be detained here, but the Shaolin disciples personally enter the Dhamma cave to practice, are they really sane? Master Pham Tua leads you two to a wall." He reached out his hand to manipulate it a bit. A door appeared on the wall and then slowly opened. At that moment, from inside, a dark aura emitted. Master Braham said, "Amitabha Buddha is poisonous," so Hai Guy quickly covered his nose, but he also reassured him, "It is not extremely poisonous, but will make people mentally exhausted. If you use your internal strength to eliminate it, there is no big problem." From here, the owner must definitely follow the position that the little monk walked past. Having said that, he went forward to guide, letting the two people follow closely behind. After a while, they came to a large hole. "Amitabha Buddha, please jump down and follow me." The guy was confused and told me to jump into that bottomless hole. Is this old monk awake or not? Seeing them hesitate, Pham decided to jump first. Looking at him jumping down like that, the guy couldn't help but sigh. The heavenly Caduceus said, "Amitabha Buddha, he is the secret monk of the lower house, his words weigh more than 1,000 pounds. Having said that, he also jumped down. The guy was speechless. "Hey, those monks. Well, leave it alone, then you will risk jumping." After a while without reaching the bottom, the guy lamented a bit, too deeply. Although he could use his mind and maintain the heavenly realm or walk through the void, it was not a life and death battlefield, so I also don't want to show off my martial power in Shaolin. After a while, I finally saw some sparkling light below. Hai Guy landed still in a state of surprise. What? The place where he landed did not seem like ordinary ground. These were all heavenly silkworms, he exclaimed. Master Pham Tua said, "Amitabha Buddha, the donor's eyesight is quite good." Zhou Hai was surprised. If he cut all of it and sold it, how much money would he get? Master Pham Tua replied, "This place is a Buddhist and demonic cave. It is a place where you only need to enter once and you will not be able to escape. Even if it is a realm above the absolute realm where you can use air bending and flying, you can escape, but where can you easily reach that state? Furthermore, there is no way that keeping demons locked up in a place like this would not destroy their internal energy and veins. Don't even think about escaping from there. Amitabha Buddha, let's go." Master Pham Tua held the torch and walked ahead, followed by the young man. Go to a small door. Inside radiates dark demonic energy. Master Kong Tian wondered, "Amitabha Buddha, what kind of demonic weapon was that?" Hai Guy thought to himself, "Demonic energy? I don't feel any demonic energy at all. On the contrary, there is a pure, strong and familiar aura. Demonic magic, that's right, this aura is exactly the same as my magical magic." Master Pham Tua asked, "Amitabha Buddha, have you felt it?" "Fuang Trong, the remains of the demon god are at the end of that cave." Master Kong Tian replied, "In my entire life, this is the first time I have seen a demon, pure and ferocious air like this." Hai Guy pondered, "I can still understand pure magic, but ferocious demonic energy, the sword god's great sword technique of the old sword god is inherently closer to demonic magic. The only reason is I don't feel strange at all. However, surely this is not a corpse, this is clearly an aura that can be felt when a living martial artist uses internal techniques." Master Braham replied, "Amitabha Buddha, things cannot be explained in words, you can only witness them with your own eyes, dear donor." Then, he led the Hai Guy deeper inside. Coming to a huge door, Master Pham Tua shouted loudly, "This is the place. Donor, please come inside quickly." Hai Guy glanced at the painful look of Master Pham Tua and asked skeptically, "But why does he look so painful?" After that, he immediately walked closer to the door where a lot of demonic energy was emitted. Inside, there is a man sitting on the ground in the posture of a Tathagata Buddha statue. Suddenly the guy discovered something unusual. He secretly exclaimed, "Hong man, this is not as described by Cao Kui Gyang Hospital. Is the appearance of the master of the forest moon or something? Nguyat Ha forest master that Cao Kui Gyang described is clearly the story of some righteous sect martial artist who got lost in a strange valley after being injured by the calamity of the demon sect. Of course, the demon god once caused it. The calamity of the demon sect cannot become the master of the lunar forest." Master Pham Tua realized the confusion of the young man. He loudly asked, "Donor, What's wrong? Du Hai frowned and replied, isn't that person the master of the moon forest? Amitabha Buddha, that's right, he is the master of the moon forest and at the same time a demon god. However, isn't this matter inconsistent from time to time? The master of the lunar forest is clearly known to be a member of the righteous sect who was injured by the demon god, isn't that right, Amitabha Buddha? That must be done, unravel the secrets of the lower house, so the little monk cannot speak. Hearing these words, the guy frowned and thought without replying further. Then he walked closer to the forest master Naguyat Ha. Du Hai feels that although the aura is the same as his own, the results of his achievements are the difference between heaven and earth. Feeling much more advanced, this is the realm of the true god once mentioned by the sword god master, the seventh realm of the demon god. Suddenly, the forest master radiated a demonic aura. This made the guy look annoyed and say, even though he had reached a realm close to absolute infinity, he still felt oppressed to this extent. At this time, the two energy sources conflict with each other. There is a small pearl on the neck of the forest master. It glows in the dark space. Hey guy noticed that gem. He looked at it carefully, and the guy exclaimed in surprise, it's real, that necklace, it's exactly the same as the meaning of blood jade that he's wearing. Master Kong Tian bowed his head and muttered, Amitabha Buddha. Master Braham lamented, O demon god. As soon as he finished speaking, Forest Master Naguyat Ha's necklace immediately fell to the ground. Du Hai asked in bewilderment, what is this? No, the demon god has always maintained his appearance during his lifetime for such a long time, why does he have to disappear like a ghost at this moment? The guy picked up the pearl and held it in his hand. Suddenly, the gem emitted a large beam of energy. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. Then it mixed with the pill on the guy's neck, making him surprised. At the same time, the pearl began to change slightly, causing the guy to exclaim in surprise, this feeling is exactly the same as the feeling that day right when I was reincarnated and first woke up in the Central Plains. On one side, Master Kong Tian was confused, oh my god, this is such a strange thing, and Master Pham Tui kept muttering, Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. He said, unlike what is known to the world, the demon god is both the greatest benefactor and nobleman in the history of the lower Dharma, as the secret monk of the lower Dharma, one can see his appearance, his final appearance was like this, that immeasurable emotion that could not be described in words, it seemed to have fulfilled the final teachings of the demon god, and also protected the long-standing contract. Master Kong Tian replied, Amitabha Buddha, it seems certain that the benefactor is a demon god's benefactor, clearly something strange has happened, have the benefactor seen any changes? Du Hai replied, no, other than the headache of unknown cause, there were no changes at all. Because I heard that the demon god wore another heavenly blood jade, in my heart I thought I would get some big news, what a waste of time, why did I waste so much meaningless time just to look at his appearance, the last of the devil? Do you know about Tathagata's true land? Master Pham Tua shook his head and replied, Amitabha Buddha, the lower house knows nothing about that matter, oh look, not long ago you confirmed that the demon god is the forest master of Naguyat Ha. The rumors in the rivers and lakes inherently distort the truth, or are just exaggerated, the little monk has indeed heard of Tathagata's true soil, but I don't know if it is true or not. Hearing these words, the guy seemed helpless and speechless. Master Pham Tua wondered, Amitabha Buddha, whether the little monk could hear the reason why the donor inquired about the rumor about Tathagata's true land. The thing is, Master Pham Tua remembers the past events. The image shows him trying his best to fight the extreme pain. Cha Uan stood aside, confused and not knowing what to do. Master Braham expressed, Amitabha Buddha, donor, if it is such a problem, then look at this place, here there are still many traces that he left behind, perhaps the answer lies in the wounds, that trace, he was skeptical, a trace. That's right, from the moment he took refuge in Buddha, he was in this place to repay his karma. Without saying much, the guy immediately pulled out his sword. He stepped forward, angrily shining the light, reading every word on it. Du Hai pondered over the traces left behind. Grandmaster Kong Tian secretly wondered, did that benefactor use the extremely swordsman's sword as a torch? Moreover, was there really any problem in maintaining the sword for so long? The old man asked, is Adita Buddha an absolute realm? Master Pham Tua replied unpleasantly, no way. Promoting temporary strength is completely different from maintaining it. This benefactor easily develops strength and can maintain it like that. If it is not a martial spirit, then it is absolutely a matter of impossible. This person has introduced himself as a servant of the Southern Palace family. There is a rumor that the old master of the Nangong family's old house has gained the heavenly eye. The momentum of the Nangong family has been extraordinary lately, yet another absolute martial artist has appeared. The king's family will spread throughout the world. Over here, this guy suddenly discovered something. Master Kong Tian asked curiously, Amitabha Buddha, can the benefactor recognize anything? Master Pham Tua secretly wondered. The secret monks of the lower house have researched the traces of the demon god but to no avail. Fruit. Du Haigai replied, no, in the end I couldn't see anything. This won't help anything. Based on the sword marks, most of them are just traces of the cause of failure, or are written in random miscellaneous ways. Is it just paralysis? Amitabha Buddha, the healing power that the donor is looking for is one of the powers of the demon god. That is all the little monk knows. Du Haigai asked in surprise, the power of a demon god. What else is this? So the story about taking a dip in the mystical land in the valley and having your whole body healed is all gossip. Are you saying that he himself has the ability to heal? Master Braham calmly replied, Amitabha Buddha, that's right, his very inexplicable healing power was definitely a fact that all the secret monks of that time witnessed. Hearing these words, the guy secretly thought to himself, now Trong Niet Long is slowly dying in a time of extreme cold suffering. If we can find a clue about the demon god's healing power, that's all it takes. Then, he sat down there, staring at the stone wall. After a while of research, he suddenly discovered something. He said, this is not graffiti but a painting. No, but this is a bit. At the same time, the pearl on Du Haigai's neck changed. He exclaimed, the pain of the soul, why is it here? The images engraved on the wall made Master Kong Tian and Master Pham Tua panic and exclaim, no, don't look, turn your head away quickly. The guy stared at it and thought, spring is coming. No way, he's a demon, he blushed in front of those pictures. He exclaimed, it was so hot. Even though I intended not to look, my eyes kept wandering over, looking at that perfect proportion, that beautiful curve. Even though it was a drawing of a woman's torso, it was not short-sighted or lewd, but very detailed. It is a painting that cannot be completed without a persistent mind and artistic soul. Being able to describe such details with just a sword soul, if born in modern times, would be a 19-year-old author, plus excel and earn a lot. Ah, no. There was a voice shouting in fear, what exactly are these people here? They are other venerable people, there is no way. Du Haigai pondered, it was definitely not the voice of the ancestors of the royal family, but now what they were talking about was other venerable people, that is to say the ancestors were still alive, there. They replied, did you hear what we said? Is that possible? This is a miraculous event that will create heaven and earth. The demon god laughed loudly and said, I have finally touched the heavenly jade, it has finally been continued. Hearing these words, the young man picked up the pearl in doubt, mixed with heavenly jade. It is clearly a word that specifically refers to the meaning of heavenly blood jade. What exactly is the true nature of this necklace? How did it exist? There are so many names. The elders of the royal family called it Nia Tien Blood Nok. The demons of the heavenly demon sect called it Tan Hoa Ma Nok. Now it is called Mixed World Tien Nok. The demon god replied, I have said many times, that the person who surpasses the venerable spiritual status with the body of flesh and blood will appear. Looking at the situation, the demon god's heavenly jade, the venerable beings being imprisoned in it, have already infiltrated the heavenly blood jade, treating their heavenly blood jade as a motel. The demon god wondered, what is a motel? Why is the world a bit strange in his memory? After all, isn't this a person from the Central Highlands? Suddenly the Du Haigai's face became a bit tense. Wait, first of all, my ancestors are all there. The demon god replied, yes, they are all bound by powerful laws. The spirit that was sealed was exactly the same. First of all, fortunately the existence of the ancestors did not disappear, but who are the ancestors? We are the loner family, the loner family, the loner family that has been hidden for a long time. But isn't there a lot of information saying that they are a family that was exterminated a long time ago? One thing is for sure, they are a family that once belonged to a political sect, but they are demons. Now that's not important. Is it true that you have practiced magic that can heal and recover? You said the resurrection technique of Tien Vu Tu, Tien Vu Tu. Suddenly there was a voice, wondering what this monk's magic was doing, making the guy startled and exclaimed, showing himself. How can I go out now? The master replied, Amitabha Buddha, that matter is a bit complicated. You must first pass through the entrance's final formation. But to open the gate of the ultimate formation, you have to wait until the moment when the energy of the moon shadow overflows. But even through the entrance, there are countless demon-slaying organs waiting, which only the secret monks of the lower house can destroy. At this moment, he thought to himself, is there a need to think so complicatedly? Then, he immediately jumped up very high. Hi Guy said, you guys have helped me a lot, so please excuse me. Grandmaster Kong Tian shouted loudly in surprise, wait, donor, Master Phom Tua gasped, flying sword. Du Hai Guy landed on the sword and said goodbye, hoping to meet again someday. Master Kong Tian witnessed this scene and kept exclaiming, Amitabha Buddha, a divine dragon has appeared in the rivers and lakes, the alms of that benefactor is similar to the legendary sword god. No, putting that aside, the feeling was as strange as if Shaolin's important treasure had been stolen, and even though he came to visit in the name of the male palace family, he left without offering a single bag of money, go to the Buddha temple. Have I ever been troubled like this because of someone? On the other side, somewhere surrounded by a cloud of smoke. That is the result caused by the eight-door soul controlling heavenly mechanism. Che Ga Uan's face looked delighted and exclaimed, it's amazing, it's really my big brother, with his realm, unimaginable secret techniques are now being deployed all over the formation. The torture of magic spells causes all kinds of strange illusions to the intruder, every time the set time comes, thanks to the infinite magic, even I, who is knowledgeable about formations, cannot predict survival. As soon as he finished speaking, the bells rang loudly. Che Ga Uan was startled and exclaimed, intruder, this was definitely a signal that someone had entered the formation, it was a legion, not just one or two people. We have to strengthen the illusion array further. Suddenly there was a voice coming, it was the male masters of the Gung family, the Cha Ga always replied in bewilderment, oh that's it. Soon, everything became quiet again. Che Ga silently exclaimed, being able to clean up the magic of magic so quickly, I'm really still far behind. Even if you just hear the sound of footsteps, you can already feel the strict discipline and cultivation. At the same time, Nam Gung Su led a powerful army inside. Seeing this, the old man immediately respected and paid his respects to the homeowner. Nam Gung Su coldly replied, honored, today was truly an eye-opener, I didn't expect to see the eight-door soul controlling heavenly mechanism, the ancient absolute formation full of pride of the Jia cat family. At this time, Dang Ho was rushing towards me. He clasped his hands together and said, traveling long distances is already hard for you, father. Nam Gung Su smiled and called out twice, boy. Leaving home but not having a difficult life. Dang Ho trembled and thought, there's a lot, father, I don't know why I have to suffer like this here anymore. Che Ga Gyang walked over to politely greet the homeowner. Nam Gung Su replied in a sarcastic tone, I still don't understand how the formation is so brilliant, it turns out that the inner courtyard master of the Jia cat family has appeared. Che Ga Gyang calmly replied, you're exaggerating, but all the troops of the southern Gung family are truly gone, although it's still not certain, it seems like there are other people who have entered the formation. Nam Gung Su replied, they are the Tianlong battle team of the Martial Arts Alliance. Hearing that, the Ga Ga Zheng panicked, the Heavenly Dragon War Guard team. It seemed like they had made up their minds, at this point it was worth a try. At the same time, there was a huge gust of wind passing by. Du Hai Guy from above shouted loudly, live chicken, and garlic, old sticky rice, bring it here, quickly. Isn't it because you want to save Niet Long? After that, they went into his bedroom together. Du Hai Guy said, raw chicken, garlic, and sticky rice, everyone knows that these are not the ingredients, ginseng stewed chicken of the Republic of Korea. Although they are ingredients that are not suitable for epic magic, like the creator's resurrection technique, but I'm glad it's easy to find. Nam Gung So panicked and ran to the bed and shouted loudly, dang in you. With tears in her eyes, she saw him lying in pain on the hospital bed. She collapsed into her father's arms. Nam Gung Su quickly reassured her, this is the number. Dang shouted on the side full of doubts about life, no, in the end, why, how? Such a beautiful and intelligent sister likes that muscular pig, she is the number one flower in the male palace. At the same time, Seo Han walked in excitedly and said, everything was ready. Hearing a woman's voice, she raised her eyes in bewilderment and asked, what is this, you are? Before she could receive an answer, she was pushed away by a guy who was making too much noise, so she got out of the way. He stared at Seo Han and silently thought to himself, thanks to that senior, please come into my body and treat this guy's hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the pearl immediately shone. Tian Vu Chu smiled confusedly and asked, why should I do that? Seeing his emotionless attitude, the guy angrily shouted, no, senior, what should I do if you say that at this point? Tian Vu Tu replied with a smile, when did I promise to take care of you, little boy? I have never said such words. That's right, even though I've heard the explanation of the creation and resurrection technique, isn't it even more strange to hear about such a terrible technique and perform it? Of course I thought he will descend and help me. After hearing that, Tian Vu Tu immediately responded, this is truly a crazy person, isn't that right? Thanks to a venerable person who has transformed into a living human body, do you know that is a dangerous act? To what extent? Du Hai Guy replied, I heard that spiritual power will decrease little by little. Well said, you really know it, so do you know what happens when spiritual energy decreases? Why are you so dumb? As you said, the more spiritual energy is consumed, the more the soul's strength will decrease. If the spirit level is reduced, then the soul can be destroyed. Do you know how harsh these words are for a person? I thoughtlessly prayed to my ancestors to bring down gods, and they always laughed and listened. Now we have to solve Trong Nyet Long's problem first. Hey Guy thought to himself, I clearly understand my purpose. At this time, Tian Vu Tu angrily said, wait a minute, if you listen to my request, it will be a different story, why don't everyone listen to the end? Du Hai Guy wondered, what is the request? Tian Vu Tu replied, to see the original copy of the 9 Tian Huiyan Nu Sutra has been a wish of my religion for a long time, until the end of my life I could not achieve it, you can find it and show it to me. 9 Heavens Mysterious Female Sutra, that book's existence is still unknown, but isn't the Tao Sutra in legend the kind of book that all masters passionately search for? The existence of 9 Tian Xuan Nu is a divine form that appears in myths and legends. Bao Min uses what method to find the 9 Tian Xuan Nu Sutra, which that existence directly left here? Is this a request? It has to be something I can do to make a promise. This item that countless masters have searched for until now and still can't find. Tell me how to use it, find here. Hearing that, Tian Vu smiled and replied, I have a clue that I have collected all my life, if I use the information from that clue, it is not impossible to find it. Du Hai Guy replied silently, I am a busy person, for my seniors wish to bet my whole life, surely it is not such a request, right? Tian Vu Tu replied with a smile, are you treating me as a shallow and unscrupulous old man? I will only ask for enough time to not hinder your steps. As soon as he finished speaking, the guy agreed and replied, okay, the deal was done. Tian Vu smiled and reminded, don't forget that promise. Vitality throughout the body, countless sensations transmitted to the 5 senses. How long has it been since I was in a human body? Tian Vu smiled loudly and ordered, issued like a law, the goddess of heaven. Tian Lai is like the queen's wife, and she is not unscrupulous. Du Hai Guy took out a talisman and combined it with chicken and garlic. Those things blend together, gradually disappearing in the air. Everyone present could not help but be surprised by their performance, as people who had eaten all of Hefei and Jiangxi occasionally showed the appearance of an artisan, a thinker who had rejected countless studies, a famous artist and writer, not to mention martial arts, is also a madman who has reached the absolute state. Dang Ho gasped and silently exclaimed, now it's even the magic of the master, is that guy really human? At this time, he was highly focused on treating his patient. Looking at his ability, Nam Gung Su constantly complains to the heavens and the earth. After reaching a certain limit, the guy hit Dang and Rai's arms with a blow. The wounds gradually healed. Soon, he was completely cured. Making everyone surprised and exclaiming, no way, meat, new meat, oh my god. So raised his hand to cover his mouth and called out, Big Brother Nyet Long. And Din Ga Hui secretly laughed, such a crude guy with ivory hands like a woman's hand like that. At this time, suddenly he woke up and looked at his new hand and was surprised. He shouted loudly, thinking he was really dead. Du Hai Guy let out a sigh, expressing his fatigue. Still in his thoughts, he was now filled with tears of emotion. He immediately jumped up out of bed. Then he knelt in front of the guy and bowed his head, saying, thank you, big brother. Nam Gung Su curiously asked, Cheu Feng Gong, when did you practice the magic of that immortal path? Hearing that, the guy happily smiled. Nam Gung Su thought to himself, martial artists once reached the first stage of the absolute state, in less than a year they reached infinity and used flying swords, now they practice magic to revive other people's hands, I feel like the more I'm with him, the more stupid I become. Suddenly, Do He Gai gave the order, let's go now, go destroy those damn Black Lotus. Nam Gung Su frowned and replied, of course, I have decided to give them a harsh experience. What kind of family is the Nam Palace called Dong Tian Emperor? Dang and Rai, he shouted angrily, that whip is mine. Early the next morning. The army was preparing to depart. Nam Gung-soo squinted and thought to himself, wanderers often have a tendency to secretly look down on merchants. Today I realized how wrong my values were, after witnessing the power firsthand, and the strength of the great merchant guild has changed into a super-giant merchant guild in the rivers and lakes, which is truly on a different level. The Emperor's group belongs to the family, the Tianzhong group and Hui Long group represent the inner court. Currently, if you add up all the swordsmen of the Nangong family who have gone to Ho Ba Duong, there are 300 people, but the court Fuang Kong paid for expensive dragon scale armor for all the swordsmen. What kind of armor is dragon scale armor? If you refine the iron more and more, you can get crystal, and wrap expensive turtle shells in that crystal to increase its durability. That is dragon scale, as its nickname is scales. Dragons and dragon unicorns have terrible durability and hardness. Of course, there are only a few artisans who can cast them. The expensive iron armor and armor were protecting the arms and legs of all 5 archers. Even their belts were equipped with prophylactic drugs and support weapons, good quality, signal bullets, blind fire, short knives. More than a martial artist of a martial arts family, it's just like the Empire's army, isn't it? It's true that a huge amount of money, good equipment, and supplies will always help raise the morale of the fighting troops, but still. Nam Gung-soo wondered, wasn't there a clear difference with the Heavenly Dragon Warrior team? Du Haigai replied, really, you still don't understand what I mean. I am spreading rumors in the world that if you become a warrior of the Nam Kung family, you can receive all kinds of weapons. With such good quality equipment and supplies, where would famous experts gather? The Heavenly Dragon War Guard will be the choice to spread rumors. You can trust me. Nam Gung-soo frowned and replied, amidst the tension of the decisive battle with the Black Heavenly Lotus, he still sorted the supplies, then used it to enhance the reputation of the Nam Kung family. After that, the guy had no choice but to go his separate ways, so I'll head to the Black Tian Lin's headquarters. Nam Gung-soo replied, don't worry about the food warehouse, I'll make it fall in just half a day, then I'll come help you. Our side will be faster. In another world. At Black Tian Lin's food warehouse. Nam Gung-soo's army has approached this place. They entered the city gate boldly and provocatively. The Black Lotus soldiers gasped in fear. At this time, the male Gung-soo raised his sword high and loudly declared, great male bow. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers immediately pulled out their swords. Nam Gung-soo continued, in the name of the family's order, declare war, kill everyone, not a single person left. At the same time, somewhere. At the Black Tian Lotus headquarters. Du Haigai's group also arrived. Use a fan to cool the gon and chop. Seong Chan raised his voice, little master, am I not called a military strategist? After all, I have already arranged the ranks as you said. Hearing that, I immediately smiled and replied, thank you. The enemy number reached 8,000, our side only had a few hundred. Although in terms of the strength of the experts, our side has the advantage, but when we attack comprehensively, we suffer significant damage. First, Big Brother and I will set up a formation here. If there are people among our colleagues who cannot fight, collect them immediately and jump into this formation. At least being able to withstand 2 gods and be cured, minimizing the number of casualties is the key point of this battle. Hearing these words, the leader of Tan Long nodded and replied, I understand. Kang de Dui continued, so be it. Che Ga Uan further advised that only selecting martial artists with martial prestige at least above the peak and then penetrating this place would seem to be the most effective, will definitely ensure the shortest penetration path towards the inner hospital, being able to advance straight into the enemy's center and cause chaos. The leader of the Tan Long group confidently replied, I will prepare the sword masters of this group. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang de Dui angrily glanced at the leader of Tan Long group. Then he shouted loudly, the pioneering job has already been assigned to us.